little boy was stunned as the face of an unfamiliar man appeared before his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had been an incredibly mighty dragon. Yet now he had been reborn as a tiny human brat. Seeing the baby wailing, the man happily showed him off to his wife. "Honey, look, it seems our son really likes me." He could not allow himself to be insulted to this extent. If this man was seeking death, then he would grant him his wish. The boy's whole body trembled as he prepared magic to burn the man before him to ashes. Unexpectedly, what sprayed out was a foul-smelling, thick liquid that dealt absolutely no damage. The red dragon inside the boy's body still had no idea where his magic had gone when suddenly it was the woman's turn to approach. In his eyes, she was no different from a demon wearing human skin. "Come to Mommy, Thunder." That utterly rustic human name made the dragon, now called Thunder, furious. Did this woman have any idea who he was? Hidden within this tiny body was the last red dragon of the dragon race. But Thunder reconsidered. Since the heavens had arranged for him to descend once more as a great red dragon, this was the perfect chance for revenge. Just as those people had treated the dragons, Thunder needed a human body so he could blend in. After that, of course, he would repay them in kind. Thunder had to make all humans serve as burial offerings for his kin. Thinking of his flawless plan, Thunder laughed with delight. But the man who was his father had an ominous feeling. No matter what, he is still our baby. While the two old fools were being unbearably sentimental, Thunder only thought about strangling them. But after thinking for only a short while, Thunder started to feel sleepy. The human body truly was fragile. In the blink of an eye, Thunder grew at an astonishing speed. After spending some time in a human body, Thunder also gained a new perspective on humans. His greatest progress was learning his parents' names. Calling them Long Hair and Short Hair was far too vague. They were Scarlet and Jack respectively, but not the G97 kind. Compared with other people, Jack and Scarlet seemed more attractive, especially Scarlet, who had a gentle face. She looked extremely friendly, while Jack had a stronger, more muscular body than most people. The villagers often came to visit them and even showed them considerable respect, because they were rare adventurers among humans. Once, two men came to thank Jack and Scarlet for saving their lives deep in the forest. They even praised them as a match made in heaven. At that moment, Thunder crawled over to eavesdrop. Scarlet thought he was hungry, so she got up to prepare food for him. One of the men praised Thunder for being smart, but he was also startled when he noticed that Thunder's hair had a reddish glow. Jack did not suspect his wife in the slightest. Even he did not know why Thunder's hair had started turning red a few days earlier. Only Thunder knew that this was probably a sign that he still had some red dragon power left in this body. The two guests quickly took their leave. They had not even taken 3 steps out the door before they began whispering among themselves. "Tell me, do you think the Taylor family has been cursed?" It is possible. Not just any ordinary person can become an adventurer. They can encounter unforeseen danger at any time. Thunder also realized that humans seemed wary of his red hair, or perhaps those two men sensed something threatening about him. "Time to eat, my darling." Scarlet gently lifted Thunder up in front of the dining table. Compared with those other people, Thunder found these two even harder to understand. Neither of them ever got angry, even though Thunder had tested them again and again. When he ate, he smeared food all over his face. Thunder even released a flood into Jack's mouth while he was sleeping. Yet Jack proudly praised Thunder as a genius for already knowing how to pee by himself. Thunder secretly thought that if hell existed, it was probably nothing more than having to live with these two people. In this world, adventurers were already few, and Scarlet was also a rare type of magic user. If Thunder could master the strongest magic in the world in the future, then the schedule for his revenge would become much easier. Every child had a chance to take the magic user assessment when they turned 2. Today was Thunder's day. Scarlet would take Thunder to have his abilities tested. Stay home, Thunder. As the reborn last red dragon, and the child of 2 adventurers, he was certain he would pass this test with ease. As long as he regained his magic, no one would be able to stop Thunder from rising to the peak of glory. At least, that was what he thought. After a long day, Thunder and his mother finally entered town. This was the gathering place around the transit station, or to put it plainly, the town market. An old man was hawking a pile of deep purple crystals. He smiled obsequiously at customers, but kicked a beggar away without hesitation. Only now had Thunder stepped outside Jack and Scarlet's home. He never expected that those people were also humans, yet they looked down on and mocked those weaker than themselves. In the past, Thunder had believed it was his duty to protect those weaker than him. That was why he had done everything he could, even though he ultimately failed. By night, they had arrived at Roland Academy, where the line stretched all the way to the middle of the street. The huge crowd made Thunder excited. Children's cries rang out nonstop, especially the crying of the child with Alice's parents' face. "This isn't fair. On what grounds did they get approved?" Thunder smiled faintly. thinking that this foolish girl still did not understand that this world had always been unfair. At last, it was Thunder's turn to face the test. Both he and Scarlet were nervous. An old man wrapped tightly in a hood asked Scarlet to place Thunder's hands on the crystal ball. If he had magical talent, the ball would light up, and the corresponding light would show which element Thunder was best suited for. Thunder was extremely confident. Those humans had better open their eyes and behold the power of the great red dragon. In magic, there was nothing Thunder did not know. Sob, sob, Thunder heard Scarlet crying behind him. Was she shocked by his natural talent? Thunder was startled. Why was the crystal ball not glowing? The old man regretfully announced the result. I'm very sorry, but your child has no magical talent. Thunder found it completely absurd. In his previous life, he had been the greatest dragon in the world. Scarlet also felt that something was wrong. After all, she was a mage who had graduated from this very academy. Thunder kept pounding the crystal ball. There had to be something wrong with it. The old man quickly took the crystal ball back before Thunder could break it. Sorry, young man, but I cannot help you any further. Thunder spat the pacifier out of his mouth, ready to fight the old man. Thunder lunged forward and grabbed the old man's 2 tufts of beard, wanting to rip them right off his face. Hey, do you know who I am? How could Thunder have no magic? This old man was definitely lying. Thunder jumped onto the old man's head as if riding a horse. He caused such a scene that the old man had to call the guards. The legendary dragon had reincarnated, only to have no magic. This was truly the most ridiculous thing in Thunder's thousands of years of life. Could it be that because Thunder had killed too many humans, Heaven was deliberately punishing him? No, if Heaven wanted that, it would not have allowed Thunder to be reborn. A thought suddenly flashed through Thunder's mind. This had to be a trial Heaven had prepared for him. If he could not become a renowned mage, then Thunder would have to find another way to take revenge. That day, after returning home, Thunder asked Jack at the dinner table, "Teach me how to fight." Jack's face lit up with pride. He could not believe his son wanted to learn swordsmanship at only 2 years old. For Thunder, this was the only way to continue his dream of revenge. Even though Thunder was always burning with thoughts of vengeance, things were not as easy as he had imagined. 2 years had passed since Thunder asked Jack to teach him swordsmanship, yet he had never won even once. However, today the situation changed slightly. When his arm was pulled behind his back, Thunder was already far too familiar with it after being caught so many times. According to Thunder's calculations, as long as he seized the right moment, turned at the right time and brought his sword down, he could attack Jack's side. That moment had arrived. Thunder felt victory close at hand. But when had the sword suddenly appeared in front of Thunder's face? The sound of the blow to his head echoed along with his inner thoughts. Why could this human body not keep up with Thunder's brain? His clumsy hands always held him back. Some time later, Thunder lay in bed under Scarlet's care while Jack stood to the side, laughing with delight. "You still dare to laugh? Could you not have gone a little easier on him? He is only 4 years old." Faced with Scarlet's scolding, Jack also became worried. The night examination was only 1 year away. If this continued, Thunder would never pass. But Scarlet did not think Thunder had to inherit their path. Besides becoming an adventurer, there were still many other jobs in the world. She was very confident. She knew Thunder's problem was that he still could not control his body. 1 year was still enough time for Thunder to improve. But even Thunder himself felt worried. In 1 year, he would have to compete against other famous children to enter the Knight Academy. "Don't worry, everyone. I will definitely make it." Thunder wanted to say he was the reincarnation of the Red Dragon and could not be as weak as humans. But of course, he was not foolish enough to say that out loud. Thunder was confident that his physical strength far surpassed others his age, but the problem was control. No matter how many times he trained, his body remained just as clumsy. His limbs could move independently, but they could not coordinate with one another. Jack walked around looking for Thunder and immediately guessed that he was practicing swordsmanship in the backyard. He handed Thunder a real sword. "From now on, this will be yours." With his current strength, Thunder really could train with a real sword now. Thunder was extremely surprised, but Jack whispered that there was another gift waiting in the granary. It was the newest model of magical wooden training dummy. It was something the Knight Academy specially used to train newcomers. Even so, Thunder did not believe there was anything special about this wooden dummy. Jack tilted his chin, signaling for him to try attacking. Thunder had just charged forward when the wooden dummy activated at level 1, raised its shield, and easily blocked Thunder's attack. The wooden dummy even sent Thunder's sword flying in just 3 seconds. After that, it returned to its original stance as if nothing had happened. Jack chuckled. Was I wrong? He guaranteed that if Thunder can defeat this level 1 magic wooden dummy, he can definitely enter the Knight Academy. It must have taken a lot of people to bring this wooden dummy back to the academy. Thunder's eyes lit up. This wooden dummy was like a ray of hope in the darkness of his sword training. Given enough time, Thunder would definitely defeat it. Today, Thunder changed his training spot for a change of pace, hoping to see whether he had improved. After training for half a day, he lay on the ground in frustration. Damn it, his movements still could not keep up. The human body was far too weak. If things kept going at this pace, forget revenge. Who knew when he would even defeat the wooden dummy? Why did he have to defeat the wooden dummy? A strange voice rang out in the quiet forest, startling Thunder. Thunder immediately gripped his sword and took a defensive stance, his face extremely wary. Who was there? Thunder's eyes suddenly widened like never before. Standing in front of him was a blonde girl with an innocent face, looking just like Little Red Riding Hood. Her voice was as fierce as her appearance was sweet. "Are you all right? I did not mean to scare you." Amy lived in a nearby village. She had just seen Thunder still in the forest so late, so she wanted to remind him to head down the mountain. Thunder snorted in embarrassment. "So that was it? You scared me half to death. This place is dangerous." Amy nodded, then spoke like a little old lady. "During the day, there is nothing to worry about here, but at night, vicious beasts can appear." Thunder nodded. This girl seemed to know quite a lot. Amy often came here to pick fruit and wild vegetables, so she was fairly clever. Thunder was not familiar with the paths in this vast, deep forest, so the little girl decided to guide him. Thunder mumbled, about to introduce himself when Amy blinked. "You are Thunder, right? You are famous in this village." Thunder's face immediately darkened. He was indeed very famous because of his red hair. Every time Thunder went out with his parents, the villagers all turned their eyes toward him. To his face, they hurriedly thanked Scarlet for saving their lives. Behind his back, they whispered that Thunder was cursed. They only hoped they would not be infected. No one in this village had ever been born with red hair, making Thunder seem like some different species. Although they respected his mother greatly, there was always an invisible fear. Thunder did not know where it came from, but in human society, red represented evil and disaster. It might also be related to adults using the red dragon to scare children. This was utterly absurd to Thunder. Humanity had clearly destroyed his race, yet they described dragons as the villains in their story. The dragon's revenge had been self-defense, but from human mouths it became proof of their cruelty. Thunder was lost in thought, forcing Amy to call for him to follow. Along the way, Amy's mouth never stopped moving. When she learned that Thunder wanted to take the Knight Academy entrance exam, Amy said her older brother planned to take it too. No one in the village had ever defeated him. But ordinary people like them rarely had the chance to learn swordsmanship, so Amy greatly admired the fact that Thunder had someone teaching him. The sky gradually darkened, and a group of people blocked Thunder's path. Their leader was a blonde young man, followed by two other lackeys. "You red-haired brat, stay away from my sister." Amy froze, then stepped forward to protect Thunder, or perhaps to protect her brother from Thunder's wrath. "What are you trying to do? He did not do anything to me." Kyle rushed over and hurriedly checked on her. The other two gradually closed in on Thunder. "Why are you with this guy? Let me see whether your hair has turned red." The other two were as ugly in character as they were in appearance, and they even told Thunder to get out of the village. Not stopping there, the two of them also brought up Jack and Scarlet. "Giving birth to a cursed child like you must be hard on your parents. Who knows what terrifying thing they offended to end up cursed like this. I think your whole family should move away as soon as possible." Thunder's hands trembled violently and his anger seemed impossible to suppress. He shouted loudly, "Stop right there." At some point, Thunder's fist had already appeared in front of him. Kyle immediately shoved the skinny one aside, but even he could not withstand Thunder's punch. Thunder was pushed far back just like that. Seeing Kyle block the blow for the skinny one, Thunder warned him, "Do not get in my way. I only want to beat up the one who insulted my parents." Kyle shook the hand still smoking from Thunder's punch. "I know your parents are adventurers and your father is a swordsman too. You must have gone through quite a bit of training, right? If you want to fight, I am ready." Kyle handed his sword to the other two, saying he had no intention of taking Thunder's life. Thunder drew the sword in his hand as well. "We can both attack at once. I do not care." The two rushed into a brawl, the other two cheered from the side while Ami kept begging them to stop. Thunder was beaten black and blue, and even his coin pouch flew into Kyle's hand. Kyle was disappointed by Thunder's skill because Thunder had Jack, a seasoned swordsman, training him, while Kyle's father was only an ordinary merchant. "I think you should stop dreaming of becoming a swordsman. Go do something you are actually good at." Those words kept echoing in Thunder's mind until he fell asleep on the grass. After returning home, Ami angrily said Kyle had gone too far. Kyle still believed he was right and even told Ami to stay away from Thunder from now on. Many people in the village feared Thunder's cursed hair. Their family was only ordinary, unlike Jack and Scarlet. Unable to argue back, Ami angrily shouted, "I hate you." Then she punched Kyle on the head and stormed up to her room. As Kyle took off his protective gear, he finally noticed a dent shaped like Thunder's fist. It was the mark left by Thunder's first punch. Without it, Kyle's arm would have been crippled. That also meant Thunder was the true winner of that match. Thunder only returned home late at night. His mother was wondering why he was later than usual when her eyes landed on the wounds on his body. Good heavens, did you fight someone? Thunder shook his head and said it was from training. Scarlet's eyes filled with tears as she took a cloth and cleaned Thunder's wounds. Do not lie to me. Did some child bully you? Hurry and clean the wounds or they will leave scars. Thunder turned his face away and said a real man looked better with a few scars. Hearing that, Jack jumped out to encourage Thunder. Thunder had become a real man. Looks like sword training has been very tough, huh? Scarlet immediately blamed Jack. If Jack had not dragged that wooden dummy back, Thunder would never have fallen this low. Jack sighed. If Thunder wanted to enter Avian Knight Academy, there was no other way. Scarlet trembled with anger. Thunder clearly does not have to be like us. He can choose another profession in the future. But Jack still believed Thunder had to be a genius. Even if he could not become a mage, he could still become a swordsman. Boom, Scarlet launched a fireball, ready to burn Jack's head clean off. Thunder simply kept eating as if this happened every day. Although both his parents were adventurers, Thunder had not inherited even the slightest talent from them. If Thunder had become a mage back then, would everything have turned out differently? Thunder still vividly remembered the old man's face when he said Thunder had no talent for magic. After that, Thunder even jumped up and tore off the old man's beard. Then came the day Thunder held his first sword, which was also his father's 54th birthday gift. Even if Thunder could not become a mage, he could still become a swordsman like his father. At that time, Thunder still wanted revenge against humans, but the two people before him were his exceptions, even if they were a little childish sometimes. That night, Thunder entered the granary again and activated the level 1 wooden dummy. The wooden dummy only had a few movements. Thunder had already been beaten so many times that he was used to it, so he could dodge easily. Next, Thunder rushed forward and attacked head-on, searching for an opening. This was the moment. Just as Thunder was about to deliver the final blow, he suddenly tripped over a small stone. His sword struck the house pillar instead, leaving even the wooden dummy stunned. Thunder looked at the pillar, nearly cut in two, and only 2 words remained in his mind. I am done for. Worse yet, the wooden dummy finished Thunder off, making him jolt from the pain. Another day of failure passed just like that. The next morning, Thunder set out again and stopped his training when a familiar figure made him pause. Ami looked left and right, appearing timid. After seeing Thunder, the girl's eyes widened. Then she clenched her teeth as if holding something back. In the end, Ami still smiled and waved to Thunder. Thunder realized Ami had been waiting for him. Ami hesitantly apologized to Thunder, but he did not take it to heart. Thunder knew it was not Ami's fault. I was the one who overestimated myself. Hearing Thunder say that, Ami suddenly teared up. Thunder sighed. Humans were truly troublesome. What were all these feelings and social graces supposed to mean? He took an apple from Ami's basket, treating it as accepting her apology. Ami immediately stopped crying. Thunder could not understand how sensitive humans were. They could shift through 52 shades of emotion in just a few seconds. It was truly annoying. That afternoon, at Thunder's home, an army from the forest appeared before their house. The generals seemed to have come to ask Jack and Scarlet for help. Several border villages had been attacked by something terrifying. Although there were no official eyewitness reports yet, some people had already been infected. At present, most of them were unconscious, so no one knew what had happened. That was why they wanted Jack to investigate first. Scarlet felt the two of them should go together. Normally, those things would not come near places where humans live. The current situation was extremely abnormal. Jack was very confident and told Scarlet not to worry. This was only an investigation, and besides, Thunder still needed someone to look after him for the upcoming competition. If there is no major problem, I will come back soon. Scarlet nodded, though an indescribable unease lingered in her heart. As dusk fell, Thunder was gasping for breath in this human body. After resting his eyes for 5 seconds, Thunder glanced at Amy and saw her sitting peacefully, reading. An indescribable feeling rose inside Thunder. He immediately slapped himself hard in the face, telling himself to snap out of it. It had to be the human body affecting his emotions, that was all. That is enough for today, I should head back. After Thunder said that, he walked straight away. Amy quickly ran ahead. She looked left and right, then reported, all clear. I have to make sure Boxwood does not come block the road and cause trouble. Thunder never expected that one day he would need a human girl to protect him. Thunder wondered whether Amy was not afraid of people gossiping about her. But to Amy, what others said was their business. She had her own way of seeing things, and she did not care about other people's stares. So what if it was red? It was just a color and it should not be criticized or shunned by others. So Thunder did not need to care about how others saw him. He had his own path to follow too. Thunder froze, remembering what that guy Kaiho had said about doing what he was good at. Thunder blamed himself for forgetting that. Amy, thank you, Thunder said happily, then ran home. Once he got home, Thunder rushed straight to face the level 1 wooden man. Thunder held the sword in his mouth, placed his hands on the ground, and imitated the body of a dragon. What Thunder was best at was being himself. Thunder leaped up, and somehow, by a miracle, the wooden man let him pass. Great, this method works. Thunder jumped for joy. He calculated the school enrollment date. Jack had said that as long as he defeated the level 1 wooden man, he would pass the Knight Academy's examination. Suddenly, the wooden man's cold voice rang out again. Level 2, begin. Thunder's nightmare had not truly begun yet. At dawn the next morning, Thunder had just woken up when he saw his father fully equipped in iron armor, ready to set out. Before leaving, Jack reminded Thunder not to worry. He would definitely return before Thunder's competition. When Dad is not home, remember to train hard. Dad believes you can definitely defeat that thing. Oh, that thing. Actually, Thunder was about to show Jack his achievement when someone interrupted him. It was time for Jack to depart. Jack told Scarlet to take care of herself and Thunder at home, leaving Thunder shining like a third wheel. Thunder told himself that when Jack returned, he would give him an even bigger surprise. Thunder was just curious what his father's face would look like then. On the way, Thunder thought he should thank Amy for helping him see things clearly. But the more he thought about it, the more Thunder felt he was becoming like a human, knowing how to look forward to things and say thank you. Although humans were hateful, those three were exceptions. Thunder clasped his hands behind his head and decided that when he took revenge in the future, he would simply let those three lie. Half a day passed and Thunder felt something was missing, because he had not seen Amy anywhere today. Then Thunder suddenly startled himself. Why did he have to wait for Amy to come? Without Amy, no one would disturb his training anymore. Thunder must have been affected by human emotions, and so Thunder trained so hard that he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the sky had already turned golden. Thunder jolted awake. If he still did not go home at this hour, his mother would scold him. Thunder ran all the way home. He had not managed to see Amy and thank her today, so he would say it tomorrow. On the way back, a noisy crowd had gathered. Amy's father was talking to the owner of the weapon shop. You really saw my child? Yes, that is right. The shop owner had seen Kyle bring 2 children to the shop early in the morning to buy weapons. He even said they were going into the forest to kill monsters. Kyle's parents turned deathly pale when they heard the word monsters. The mother of the brothers Bob and Gary cried as she questioned why the shop owner had not stopped the children. He had heard them say they were going to kill monsters, yet still let them go. The shop owner was only doing business. Who could have expected those children to be so reckless? Thunder passed by and heard the whole story. He had not expected retribution to come so quickly. Those Kaiho fools had brought it on themselves, but Amy had gone with them too. Although Thunder had no intention of taking revenge on Amy, it meant she had a stupid older brother. Human lives were short anyway, and they would all die sooner or later. Even so, on the way home, Amy's bright, sparkling eyes kept appearing in Thunder's mind. He did not understand what this uncomfortable feeling was. Thunder ignored the thoughts in his head and turned back to look for Amy. He still had not thanked Amy for helping him defeat the wooden puppet. Now he had to go save her immediately. Deep in the forest, monster corpses lay scattered everywhere. Bob and Gary were exhausted, lying on the ground. Amy hid behind Kyle in fear. Kyle held the sword in his hand, his whole body trembling, but he still stood there protecting Amy. However, facing this three-eyed wolf, Kyle could only pray for mercy. Thunder used his sharp nose to smell blood in the forest and followed along the forest edge. Thunder saw the corpses of several young demon wolves scattered across the ground. There were blade wounds on their bodies and they were still slightly warm, judging from the scene. Thunder knew they were nearby, but the chaotic footprints made it impossible for him to know which direction to follow. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out. Thunder recognized it as Amy's voice. Meanwhile, Kyle was severely injured, leaving only Ami worried and panicked. The werewolf lunged, baring its fangs, ready to bite her tiny head. Ami clutched her head, praying for someone to help. Slash, the sound of a cut echoed as red blood splattered on Ami's face. Thunder timely thrust his sword back into the werewolf's mouth, straining to bear its weight. But he still asked if Ami was okay. Ami was fine, but the others were all hurt. The werewolf swung its arm, sending Thunder flying, tearing a piece of his left shoulder. Thunder dug his claws into the ground, maintaining balance before the werewolf could attack again. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. Thunder dodged while deliberately leading the werewolf away. Its strong jaws easily snapped a large tree branch. Thunder cursed inwardly. The human body was too weak to duel a fully grown werewolf. Against such absolute power, Thunder's speed was nothing but a joke. If it were his former self, this werewolf would have been the best-selling roast meat in Cam by now. After running, Thunder circled back in front of Ami. He growled and shouted, "This person is mine, don't even think about touching them." The werewolf paused for about 2 seconds, then lunged again, not understanding human words. Thunder couldn't hold out any longer. Evading was pointless. He had to attack. Thunder remembered the werewolf's weak point. He rushed forward, stabbing one of its eyes. Then Thunder fell to the ground. His strength was too weak to do more than wound one eye, if it were his former self. One strike could have decapitated it. Thunder had to use his sword. When the werewolf lunged, Thunder saw an opening and cut off one of its legs. The werewolf collapsed, its massive body sending Ami and Cow flying. Thunder wanted to rush to protect Ami but was counterattacked. With a punch to the stomach, Thunder gritted his teeth on his sword. If he had to use all 4 limbs, it meant you were doomed. Thunder charged, splitting the werewolf's body in 2 with a single bite. The werewolf lay flat and Thunder collapsed next to it. His breathing was labored, but seeing Ami safe made him sigh in relief. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared above Thunder's head, putting him on alert. A fat pig dinosaur hybrid appeared, confusing Thunder. It opened its mouth, and the system notified that Thunder was rewarded with a mid-level magic crystal. And the long eyes blessing. Thunder didn't understand and didn't care at the moment. Compared to this golden pig, it was more important to get people out safely before attracting more beasts. Kyle groggily woke up and recognized Thunder. Thunder told him not to move. He didn't want to explain further. Ami was unconscious, so Thunder could only take the 2 of them. He was powerless regarding the other 2. Life or death was up to fate. The adults outside were searching with torches, making noise throughout the forest. But no one dared enter. At this time, they saw Thunder dragging himself, carrying Ami and Kyle. One person recognized him as the cursed red-haired child and shunned him. "Help me, they need treatment," Thunder said, then collapsed. The others just watched and whispered, not knowing why the kids went deep into the forest. Bob and Gary's mother pushed through the crowd to find her children, but only 2 blonde kids were there. She ran across the river bridge into the forest. Halfway through, she felt red eyes watching her. She quickly turned back, moving even faster than when she entered. She lunged at Thunder, grabbing him with a hateful glare. "Where are my kids? They are all good children. How could they just go into the forest? Did you intentionally trick my kids into the forest?" Saying this, she repeatedly slapped Thunder, cursing his red hair, calling him a disaster. Others joined in, fabricating that Thunder had led the kids into the forest. Otherwise, how could only he bring them out? The adults closed in on Thunder, demanding the children back. The old woman continued to beat him. "Why did you only save Ami and Kyle? Where are my Bob and Gary?" Thunder just laughed. "They are in the forest. If they are capable, let them come find them. They are still just kids. Did you leave them there to die?" Hearing this, Thunder could only laugh. They forgot he was still a child himself. "What?" the woman muttered continuously, calling Thunder an unforgivable monster. The other adults didn't dare enter the forest to rescue the kids. Thunder guessed correctly. His red hair made them see him as less than human, calling him a monster. Compared to beasts, these humans were more cruel. They were the true monsters. Suddenly, she grabbed a torch from someone. Her face full of rage lunged at Thunder. "Die, you red-haired monster." Thunder smiled, accepting death. Even though he was unwilling, this death was easier than before. Suddenly, Kyle rushed out to block the attack for Thunder. The mother claimed Kyle was being mind-controlled by Thunder, yet the adults really thought he was insane. Kyle could no longer tolerate these cowardly, cold-blooded adults. "Shut up, you crazy people. How can you decide life and death of someone so casually? Don't touch my—" The mother blamed everything on Thunder, wanted to kill him, and then came the scene of armed people trying to take his life. 2 lives, 2 nightmares jolted Thunder awake in fear. He was in his room. Beside him was his mother, Scarlet, still crying in her sleep, murmuring Thunder's name. Thunder sighed. "Humans are blessed with such beauty, so why are their hearts so cruel?" Thunder gently took Scarlet's hand. She woke with joy. "Oh my God, Thunder, am I dreaming? You finally woke up. I thought you would never wake up again." His mother hugged Thunder, making him cry out in pain. Scarlet scolded him. "So you do know pain? You are never allowed to act so recklessly again." Thunder had been bedridden for a full week, and Scarlet cried tears of relief. If he had not woken up, she would not have known how to face his father. Thunder hesitantly asked about the children. Ami and Kai Achai only had minor injuries. As for Bob and Gary, they still had not been found, and Ella had died. Earlier, Kyle had stepped forward to explain, but no one would listen. They even said he must have been bewitched by Thunder. Just then, Scarlet rushed over in a panic. Seeing Thunder unconscious, her expression darkened. "Who did this?" Those people chimed in, telling Scarlet not to get worked up. After all, it was her son who manipulated the children into going deep into the forest, so he had to take responsibility. "You are a mother. If your own child went missing, perhaps you would understand how we feel right now." Scarlet held Thunder and glared at the mothers of Bob and Gary. One of them began wailing theatrically. "My poor children. Can anyone save them?" Everyone crowded around to comfort her, muttering, "How are they supposed to live from now on? If it were me, I would leave this place as soon as possible. It is all cursed." Scarlet ignored their words and carried Thunder home. She stroked his head and comforted him. "It is all over now. You do not need to blame yourself. It was not your fault. You already did incredibly well." Scarlet guessed that Thunder must be hungry, so she went to make him something to eat. Thunder nodded, then looked up at the ceiling. He stared at the strange thing before him. Thunder wondered curiously whether everyone had one. He lightly touched the dragon's eye. Suddenly, Thunder's eye changed color. He had even regained his former power. With one look at Scarlet, Thunder saw that she was in a state of exhaustion. In the past, when he was still a red dragon, Thunder possessed countless spells. Ever since leaving the Magic Academy, Thunder had thought he was beyond saving. Now, although he had to recover everything one step at a time, at least Thunder still had hope. Next was that purple crystal. It was probably thanks to defeating the mid-level werewolf. Suddenly, thick smoke poured into Thunder's room from nowhere, and the people below began shouting. Fire, fire! Scarlet ran in and pulled Thunder away, using water magic to put out the flames near him. Thunder used the dragon's eye, and instantly saw that the culprit was that damned old hag. After the surrounding people saw that Thunder's house was on fire, they simply stood there and watched smugly. Scarlet, meanwhile, did everything she could to disperse the flame. At last, the fire was extinguished. It is the curse again. If he keeps staying here, the whole village will be destroyed sooner or later. Despite their attitude, Scarlet still smiled. Thunder, are you all right? Thunder shook his head, then praised his mother for being amazing, saying she had put out the fire the moment she acted. The two held hands and went inside. Thunder was certain those people had hoped they would burn along with the flames. They wanted them dead. Thunder would definitely repay this grudge. The next day, Thunder went out to train again and arrived at the edge of the forest. He used the dragon eye to analyze the area and saw only small magical beasts, with no vicious monsters. A demon monkey was enjoying its last breakfast, because 1 second later it was pierced through by Thunder's sword and died with 2 pieces of apple still in its stomach. This demon monkey was the 20th one Thunder had taken down. That was just enough to meet his daily quota. But by now, Thunder had only obtained 2 more basic crystals. It seemed getting them depended on luck while their effects were still unclear. At that moment, a young werewolf walked over to the corpse of its mother, whom Thunder had just defeated. Thunder frowned and approached, wanting to comfort it. From now on, you can fight on your own. The young werewolf backed away warily. The system immediately offered a chance to tame it for only 1 basic crystal. Since it was a new feature, Thunder decided to try it right away. After all, he had already killed enough for the day. The crystal released a cloud of black smoke that wrapped around the young werewolf. A moment later, the taming succeeded, but after being tamed, it immediately entered Thunder's body, startling him. Are there any side effects? Or not, can I summon it? If not, I will butcher you. The system shook its head and had to reward Thunder to avoid being butchered. Once it hurried up, Thunder gained another new skill. But right now, Thunder was not in the mood for this. He used his eye and discovered Bob and Gary. The corners of Thunder's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Found them, Thunder walked into the cold, dark cave which was full of human and beast bones. Bob and Gary had been gnawed clean, leaving only bones and organs. Thunder picked up their clothes, put them into the barrel of red liquid, and brought it home. That night, Scarlet grumbled again because Thunder had been out all day, not letting himself rest. Thunder said he wanted to sleep and that he would continue training tomorrow. Scarlet sighed, your father will be back in 2 days. When the time comes, he will train with you. Thunder jumped up and down, stretching his legs, eager to train and show Jack the results. Scarlet shouted, pull the blanket over yourself and go to sleep now. Thunder obeyed at once. Humans really were terrifying. When night came, he suddenly woke up. Thunder went into the storeroom where he had put the barrel he brought back today. At Bob and Gary's house, a knock sounded at the door. Their mother came downstairs angrily. Who is disturbing people in the middle of the night? Stop knocking. Suddenly, she thought Bob and Gary had returned. Her face turned confused. Is that you boys? In the yard, a piece of Gary's shirt lay on the ground. The old woman followed the footprints. She kept running deep into the dense forest. Though she was anxious to welcome her sons back, she still felt a chill down her spine. After walking for a while, she wanted to turn back, but then saw a piece of Bob's trousers nearby. She immediately ran in like mad, while Thunder sat high above, using his dragon eyes to confirm that their mother had run into the center of the magical beasts. He then let go, and 2 barrels of bright red blood poured down over her. She cried out in panic. Who is it? Who did this? Thunder dropped straight down from the tree. The old hag grew even more vicious with her words. I knew it. You really are a cursed jinx reborn. Give my sons back to me now. The moment she charged forward, countless glowing red eyes hidden in the bushes made the old hag freeze. She had been surrounded and a piercing scream rang out. Thunder stood still, his eyes wide open as he witnessed the scene of his revenge. The next day, the whole village had heard the news. People at the market spread the word that from then on, no one should get involved with that boy's family. Just then, Thunder walked past. The men broke out in sweat while putting on fake sincerity. Good morning. Are you heading out to train again? Thunder strolled away, letting the other 3 breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed new rumors would spread again, but this time Thunder liked them. Back home, Thunder saw several horses in the yard. Overjoyed, he ran inside. Father is back. The room was filled with a gloomy atmosphere while Scarlet was crying on the bed. Thunder rushed over in shock. Jack lay on the bed, his whole body withered with several bruises spreading across him. The men who came with him said he had been infected. Scarlet told herself Jack would definitely recover. Thunder checked Jack's condition. He had never seen anything like it before, not even when he was the Red Dragon. Suddenly, Jack opened his mouth and whispered, "Darkness will kill everyone. Darkness, darkness." According to them, Jack was attacked by a shadow beast while protecting a civilian. Since then, he had contracted the dark plague. Thunder had never encountered anything like it. When did it appear? After he died, what had happened to this world? After the soldiers left, Thunder sank into thought. Perhaps Thunder's high-level magic could help Jack. It could dispel all dark magic and curses, but he did not know how to regain it. If he relied only on killing evil beasts for rewards, Thunder would have to eliminate higher-level evil beasts, but right now he was too weak. Thunder asked Scarlet if he entered the Night Academy, he would become stronger, right? Scarlet felt bitter when she realized Thunder's intention, but she still forced a smile for him. Of course, that is where your father once studied. You will become strong like him. Thunder immediately thumped his chest. He would definitely pass the entrance exam and find a cure for Jack. Scarlet hugged Thunder tightly. Having him there seemed to comfort her somewhat. You can definitely do it. I believe in you. In a secret room, a group of people in black cloaks were discussing a prophecy, and the figure at the center of the prophecy was Thunder. They did not know whether Thunder had come to atone or to bring disaster, but either way, they had to find him quickly. If this is a call for atonement, we will guide him. If he is a calamity, we will destroy him immediately. A few days later, the streets were decorated splendidly, and people stood on both sides of the road, anxiously waiting for someone. A carriage procession led by knights. Where were they going? Fireworks burst wherever they passed, and the cheering was deafening. They are here. The handsome blonde knight with his good looks and celebrity-like presence captured every girl's attention. Young girls, he truly lived up to his reputation. With only one exam each year, this was their only chance to see them in person. After arriving at the academy, the leader planted his sword into the ground. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Knight Winford of Overlord Academy. Beside me are the familiar knights Dan Bird and Bernardo. Today, we will conduct the assessment for all boys who are 5 years old and eligible to enter the academy. Among the 5-year-old children, Thunder covered his face to avoid trouble. Winford introduced the wooden sword-wielding puppet and officially opened the exam. The first boy stepped forward, telling himself it was just an ordinary wooden puppet. He could definitely defeat it. In the stands, his parents cheered with incredible enthusiasm. They were huge fans of their son. Less than a second later, the boy was sent flying into the air and, of course, failed. Thunder observed silently. Sure enough, just as Jack had said, they used wooden puppets for the test. The puppet really did not move, but its defensive speed was enough to defeat an adult. Whispers reached Thunder's ears, even from such a distance. He could still hear them because of those crystals. What did Winford say about the mission? As for Denver, he believed knights would come from noble bloodlines. Filthy commoners were only wasting their time. So far, only Kyle had passed the test. He wiped his sweat while giving Thunder a thumbs up. Winford immediately recognized him as the red-haired child. Thunder removed his hood and stepped forward amid the murmurs below. A monster who harms people has the ability of a knight. Suddenly, Denver walked toward the puppet. He did not believe the prophecy. If the rumors were true, Thunder had to pass this assessment. So Denver activated the level 3 puppet. It shot toward Thunder like a bolt. Both Winford and Bernardo warned Thunder to be careful. Seeing Thunder standing there motionless, Winford anxiously prepared to draw his sword. But within 3 seconds, they were all stunned, and the entire stand seemed to hold its breath in that moment. The wooden puppet's head fell off, while Thunder had used only a wooden sword. Bernardo immediately announced that Thunder had passed the assessment. Thunder walked out calmly under Kyle's admiring gaze and his mother's proud eyes. Before leaving, Thunder went to say goodbye to Jack. He knew Jack might not hear him, but he still told Jack not to worry. Thunder would definitely find a way to cure him. Scarlet gave Thunder a necklace, a family treasure. She hoped it would protect Thunder and bring him good luck. Thunder nodded and left, telling Scarlet not to worry because he was grown up now. Scarlet sobbed as she watched her tiny child walk away with a burden on his shoulders. At the edge of the forest, Winford was waiting for Thunder. Get in. Your other friend is already waiting in the carriage. Thunder climbed in, looking embarrassed when he saw Kyle, so it really was him. Along the way, Kyle tried to ease the awkward mood between the two boys. When he saw Thunder turn toward him, Kyle lowered his head and whispered, "About that, I hit you before and said such awful things. I'm sorry, I really was an idiot." Thunder did not hold it against him. After all, Kyle was only a 5-year-old child. Besides, he had saved Thunder before. Kyle muttered, "You talk as if you are not 5 years old yourself." Thunder changed the subject by asking about Ami. It turned out Ami had already gone to Roland Academy today. Thunder had no idea Ami had an innate gift for magic, let alone that she had enrolled in Roland Academy. Stopped the carriage. Outside, thick smoke had somehow covered the forest. Winford called out loudly to the person in the distance. "Who goes there? This is the Overlord Academy Night Unit. State your name." A girl emerged from the smoke and said she was Anne Woodwood, an adventurer from the Independent Guild. After taking a few steps, she collapsed and fainted. "Our troops were attacked. It was shadow beasts." Bernardo panicked. "Why would shadow beasts appear here? There were no traces of them on the road either." Denver smirked. He figured the vicious beasts had sensed his aura and fled in terror. Winford immediately let Anne ride with them for a while to Rennie Town. Kyle was curious. Were they not heading to the Night Academy? Denver burst out laughing. Do not be stupid. What use would it be to send you kids to the front line? Barrow Night Academy is a castle on the borderline. War could break out at any moment there, so new students have to train in Rennie Town for 10 years. Only after mastering the basics can they go to the academy for advanced training. Thunder froze when he heard the words 10 years. For a dragon, that was only the blink of an eye, but for humans, it was not. Could Jack really wait safely for 10 years? Along the way, Kyle accidentally interrupted. That girl's guild had only her as a survivor, and Thunder's father had also once been attacked by shadow beasts. Even Bernardo sounded somewhat uneasy when he mentioned it. What would they do if they really ran into them? Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Winford ordered the entire unit into battle positions. A pack of shadow beasts flickering in and out of the purple mist had already been waiting for them. That thing was a bear king. A bear king was terrifying enough on its own, but this one was also an infected shadow beast. That alone was enough to deal a heavy blow to the knight's morale. The bear king roared, and its underlings immediately charged at the knight unit. They were focused only on the front and failed to notice the bushes. A swift beast rushed out and attacked Bernardo. Bernardo thought to himself that he was finished this time. In an instant, Thunder appeared and carved the vicious beast apart with 3 slashes. Bernardo praised Thunder, saying it seemed he no longer needed to protect them. Even though Thunder had just saved Bernardo's life, Dan Bird was still confused while cutting down the vicious beasts. Why was the Bear King still standing in place like that? It was waiting for something. At that moment, Kyle was surrounded by 2 of them, and one clawed his back. Thunder immediately rushed forward, took it down, and reminded Kyle to be careful. These smaller bears were stronger than they had expected. Just then, the Bear King suddenly roared. Its roar sent several knights flying at once. The Bear King's eyes glowed red like blood. It raised its hand as if pointing at something, but still did not move. Suddenly, the Bear King opened its mouth. Waiting forever will never give you a way to attack the darkness. In the end, darkness will occupy this continent. You are certain to fail. Everyone by your side will die. Those words stabbed straight into Thunder's heart. Denver did not understand what it was trying to say or who it was targeting. It seemed to be threatening them. After that, the Bear King leaped into the sky and flew away. Winford breathed a sigh of relief. They should celebrate that the leader had not chosen them to start a war with. Otherwise, none of them would have made it back to town today. Meanwhile, Thunder kept thinking about what the Bear King had just said. It felt as if those words had been meant for him. Winford then turned and praised Thunder and Kyle for their performance. In the future, they might be qualified to become knights. Thunder wondered whether talking vicious beasts appeared often. Winford shook his head. He had never encountered one at the border. In fact, this was the first one he had ever seen. Winford watched in confusion, wondering how Thunder could remain so calm. At the same time, someone else had also taken notice of Thunder, Denver. He gritted his teeth and looked at him with a face full of hatred. The next day, they finally arrived in Rennie Town. For some reason, there were more gate guards than before. It turned out the king had issued a white tiger-level warning decree. All castles and towns were under strict guard. Winford had not expected things to become this serious. He looked toward Thunder, thinking that this continent was already under threat. Could this boy really be the one to atone for humanity? Meanwhile, Thunder was gazing at the massive castle before him. The path Thunder was walking had only truly just begun. Hopefully, your father will be able to hold on until the day you return. 10 years later, Rennie Town had taken on a completely different look. A different look beneath the clear blue sky, a solemn church came into view. It was class time and a female lecturer was passionately teaching at the board. Most knights do not know how to use magic, but they possess another kind of power. Can anyone tell me what that power is? A hand was boldly raised. The lecturer called out Kyle. Hearing the lecturer call his name, Kyle stood up, looked at his own hand, and answered confidently, "It is aura." Training with aura can strengthen bodily functions and sharpen the senses. It can even break through human limits for a short time. The female lecturer was very satisfied with the answer and praised him. "Very good. It seems you all prepared quite thoroughly." She moved on to the next question. "Then can anyone tell me why aura training can only begin after the age of 15? The teacher suddenly called out a name. Thunder, but Thunder had already slipped away at some point. Kyle lowered his head, sweating nervously, thinking, "Oh no, where did Thunder run off to this time?" Then Kyle quickly stood up to cover for Thunder. He went to the restroom. The teacher turned away helplessly. "All right then." Then she called on another student. "In that case, Slavia, you try answering." Seeing that the crisis had passed, Keho finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. One row away from him, Slavia stood up to answer. Because aura training places an enormous burden on the body. The internal organs of a 15-year-old are mature enough, so starting training then will not harm the body. The lecturer praised her happily. "Very good, Slavia." But her eyes remained fixed on Thunder's now empty seat. At the board, the lecturer's voice continued, "Everyone, as we have just discussed, you will soon be preparing to enter the training process. I hope you will keep everything you have learned here firmly in mind. When you apply it in practice later, it may prove useful to all of you. At the same time, in a lush green forest, a small wolf was facing a gigantic wild beast. A shout suddenly came from behind. Nova, go. In an instant, Nova pounced toward the wild boar. Though it looked rather small, its speed was extremely impressive. Nova leapt high, all three of its eyes opening wide at once, then unleashed a flurry of claw strikes at the beast. After being attacked, the enormous creature seemed to topple over. Nova's master happily tapped the screen. The system voice rang out repeatedly. Basic evil beast crystal obtained. Accept it. Beneath the notification appeared 2 words, accept. No, the young man let out a soft cry. Oh man. In his hand was a small object giving off a sparkling light. Basic evil beast crystal, absorbing all energy. Once it was done, the red-haired young man affectionately scratched Nova's chin. Little buddy, you did great. After that, the young man stood up. A faint purple aura radiated around him as he muttered, that's enough for today. If I get back any later, someone will probably go berserk. Under the warm sunlight, a group of knights was approaching the red-haired young man. The knight leading them spoke, so this is what you call an accident. I was wondering who the first person I would meet after coming back would be. Winford looked at the person before him. Though his words sounded reproachful, his eyes held a hint of admiration. You little brat, not bad. With security that tight, you still managed to sneak out. Hearing his call, the young man turned his head, fully revealing his face. He was Thunder. Old acquaintances reunited, the two happily chatted with each other. We have not seen each other in 10 years. You have grown quite a bit. Winford gripped the reins tightly in his hand, while Thunder walked beside him. He raised his hand and said, and you still look the same. 10 years have passed and I still cannot see a single new wrinkle. I really cannot figure out how old you actually are. Winford could not help bursting into laughter. That is a secret. I heard from your private tutor that you have been sneaking out often lately to hunt evil beasts. Then seeing Thunder cheerfully teasing him, Winford guessed, looks like today's harvest was pretty good too. Thunder walked ahead. He declared proudly, that's right. If the white tiger curfew had not been loosened recently, it would have been hard for me to sneak out. Then Thunder clasped his hands behind his head. He closed his eyes, but compared to sitting in class, I still prefer going outside. Hearing him say that, Winford kindly reminded Thunder, you should be grateful you did not run too far. If the outer guards had caught you, they would not have been polite. Suddenly, Winford's expression grew serious, and he hesitated before speaking to Thunder. Right, Thunder, before coming here, I stopped by your house. Hearing Winford mention his family, Thunder's steps suddenly came to a halt. Seeing this, Winford walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder, comforting Thunder. Your father's condition has not worsened. Your mother is taking very good care of him. She asked me to tell you not to worry too much. Thunder tried hard to hold back his emotions. He turned his face back, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. Then Thunder lowered his head slightly. You are trying to hide the look in your eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. Thunder thought to himself, for the past 10 years, through heavy rain and strong winds, I have trained diligently. Indeed, you always practiced eagerly, mastering various skills. Yet the results were not as expected. You failed to awaken any new skills. Everything remained as it was at the beginning, nothing new. From behind, Winford gently placed a hand on Thunder's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked ahead. Let's go, let's return to town. Cheer me up. Tomorrow is the day we set out for Fairwood Academy. The two of them walked side by side, Winford said with delight. I have waited for this day for so long, waiting to greet the other kids. Thunder quietly nodded in agreement as the scene shifted to Rennie Town. The lush green mountains gradually gave way to towering buildings. In the wide corridor, someone was loudly arguing with a guard. Not sure what it meant, the guard replied, this matter. The white tiger curfew has been relaxed, we have no reason to stop them. Just a child, where could they go? Aaron furiously grabbed the guard's armor. He hissed repeatedly, I've said it many times, that child is not like the others. Always stay close to them. The guards all responded, yes. Fortunately, Winford and Thunder arrived in time. Aaron stopped causing trouble. Recognizing Winford's voice, Aaron remained in his stance and turned his head. Winford, you're here too. Aaron's gaze quickly swept over Thunder, then he immediately lunged at him. Aaron scolded while striking Thunder's head forcefully. Where were you running off to, fool? I told you not to leave my sight. You skipped school again, how many times this month? Winford stood behind without stopping him, nodding. A child who disobeys must be disciplined. Thunder could only cry out, oh no. Facing Aaron's anger, Thunder hurriedly ran to hide behind Winford. The White Tiger Watch order has been lifted for over a month now. Going outside is normal, it's just that Aaron is too rigid. Aaron angrily wanted to charge and you still made excuses. They argued back and forth. Thunder also had his own reason. Besides, since I am leaving soon, Master Aaron will be freer in the future. But Aaron, of course, did not listen. I want in. As long as you are my student, even for a day, you cannot skip school. Poor Winford has to stand in the middle to mediate. Oh, forget it, listen to me. Everyone should give a little ground. At the same time, in Rennie Town Square, one of the grandest and most imposing places in this beautiful town, an unexpected assembly signal sounded from above the square. The students quickly moved to gather at the square, the chaotic crowd swiftly converging. Prepare for an emergency meeting. Amid the crowd, Kyo finally found Thunder with 2 bumps on his head, wincing. How did you return so quickly? Caught, huh? Thunder sighed lightly, just unlucky. Ahead of them was Slavia, her cheeks blushing slightly as she glanced at Thunder. Returning to the main matter, atop the podium, a knight held a scroll in his hand. He spoke loudly, I am Waiter Lindsay. From tomorrow, I will lead everyone to Pharaoh Academy. At this point, Waiter's face suddenly grew serious. He spoke authoritatively, the journey will take about 7 days. If anyone wants to avoid unforeseen incidents, the entire journey must strictly follow my orders. Understood? As soon as he finished, the students' voices echoed across the town square. Understood. On the stage, a knight asked Winford, Sir, has the route for this journey been decided? He quickly responded, having already planned, follow the Swamp Bell route. The knight's expression showed clear astonishment. He asked in panic, Swamp, isn't that too early for these children? But Winford remained calm. He crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze showing a hint of anticipation. To become a knight sooner, one must face challenges, right? He then swept his eyes across the faces of the students. Moreover, first was Ian, who was being discussed by everyone. Which class? So magnificent. Then Winford looked at the twin brothers, lazy and joyous. His voice remained even. This challenge has caught Winford's attention. Next was the excited face of Kel. Winford slowly said, not just them. At this point, Winford stopped speaking. His gaze focused on Thunder and his friends. Time passed quickly to the early morning of the next day in Rennie Town. At the city gate, the carriages were lined up waiting. Inside a carriage, Thunder dozed off, drooling slightly. Other students were also seated in the same carriage. Io, along with a few others, discussed, I say, why don't we use the transport device? Wouldn't it allow us to teleport straight to the other side? Another person interjected. Exactly, that would clearly save an entire leg of the journey. At that moment, Tan, sitting in the middle, spoke with contempt. A bunch of idiots. Of course, Pharaoh Department's academy doesn't have a transporter. Hearing that, Kaio immediately shot back. Didn't we say we had to be on par with Yunnan Academy? Yunnan Academy has one, so are we saying we can't afford it? Just then, a girl's laughter came from the back of the vehicle. She said, looks like none of you paid attention in class. Flavia proudly brushed her side hair aside. Holding a small notebook in her hand, she began explaining things to them. Pharaoh Department's academy lies on the border, where it not only has to fend off invasions from outside enemies, but also has to withstand the dark beasts of the night. If a transporter were installed in a place like that, once the academy fell, the enemy could be transported into our country at any moment. Kaio exclaimed in surprise, was that in the lecture? Tan placed a finger on his chin. He answered awkwardly, now that you mention it, I think I vaguely remember something like that. Flavia secretly glanced toward Thunder, then shyly turned her face away again. Kyle wondered in confusion, did she just look this way, or was I imagining it? The daylight had gradually given way to the colors of sunset. The group had reached the ruined area near the castle. Wetter quickly marked off an open area. Then he said in a commanding voice, get off and set up camp. After getting off, Thunder's group also spread out to work. Kaio whispered in his ear, Thunder, why do I keep feeling like Slavia is looking at you? Looking at me? Thunder immediately denied it. What is there to look at? But the sharp-witted Kyle did not think so. He urged Thunder, if you don't believe me, turn around and look. So the two of them curiously glanced behind them. After being caught, Slavia instantly turned her face away. The friend beside her asked in surprise, what's wrong? She was a little flustered. Nothing. Seeing Slavia's reaction, Kyle smugly exclaimed. See, but Thunder grew even more curious. Could it be because of my red hair? Kyle argued back, oh please, this isn't our first time here. Besides, you're not the only one with red hair. Kyle was right, because although the twins also had red hair, they were busy playing. Joyous admired the butterfly he had just caught while asking his younger brother, aren't you going to help? Lazy replied bluntly, I'm too lazy. On the other side, Ian, with the same fiery red hair, was diligently carrying wood to help everyone. The friend beside him looked at him with delight. Thanks. Ian cheerfully replied, no problem, I've got plenty of strength. The other friend secretly admired him. Those muscles of yours are seriously impressive. Some other students gathered together to chat. They said a lot, but most of it was nonsense. At that moment, Kyle, the one with the closely cropped red hair, was raising his sturdy arm in front of his friend. He boasted, let's see who can run faster. Don't tell me you've all already lost your nerve. After a while, Thunder looked back at himself. He nodded and said, fair point, but it doesn't really matter. Hearing that, Kyle grinned and put on a mysterious act. Does it really not matter? Slavia is a great beauty, you know, don't you want to? Thunder cut him off at once. No. At the same time, Tan had already separated from the others. He slipped around to the back of the ruins near the castle. Tan urged the person behind him, Munch, hurry up. Munch tried to stop him. Tan, sneaking out like this really isn't a good idea. Suddenly, both of them raised their hands to cover their noses. Munch complained, oh man, what is that smell? It's disgusting. Even a dead rat wouldn't stink this badly. The two of them stared closely at the murky pool of water in front of them. Tan felt a little grossed out. Look at that slimy stuff. I don't even know what this place is. What exactly is that? Munch made a guess. Looks like a swamp. What answered him was a cold voice. Wetter, wearing a gloomy expression, walked over. That's right, it is a swamp. The two of them immediately broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Wetter seemed furious. He put on a fierce expression and warned them through gritted teeth, if you don't want to doze off on the road tomorrow and have your legs bitten off by spike worms, then I suggest you all get back to your tents and sleep right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Munch and Tan no longer dared to stay. They answered in unison, understood. By then, the sky had fully fallen into deep night. Almost everyone was sound asleep, with only a few soldiers taking turns standing guard on the high tower of the royal castle. Taking advantage of a guard's moment of distraction, a dark figure hurriedly leapt past. It turned out to be Thunder up to something. He hid at the foot of the castle and thought to himself, great, good thing I managed to scout the place during dinner. Sneaking away from here means I won't have to waste too much effort avoiding the gate guards. While he was still pleased with his plan, a hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and grabbed him. Thunder's arm was held back. Slavia looked at him timidly. Thunder, where are you going this late? Thunder answered briefly, hunting dark beasts. Hearing that, Slavia exclaimed in shock, hunting dark beasts, are you insane? But Thunder refused to turn around. Slavia continued trying to persuade him. This isn't the area near Rennie Town anymore. What if you run into a mid-level dark beast? The knights wouldn't be able to reach you in time to save you. Seeing that Slavia was still holding his arm and refusing to let go, Thunder coldly shook off her hand. He quickly walked away. Don't worry. Intermediate-level evil beasts are no problem for me. Slavia was slightly startled. What? Seeing Thunder walk straight ahead with such certainty, Slavia sadly rubbed her wrist. She thought to herself, Thunder, that guy. The night passed very quickly. At dawn, the knights came to the tents and shouted, you lazy worms, time to get up. Get up. Their voices grew louder and louder. The last one up will be punished. Awakened by the noise, Kyle slowly opened his eyes and lazily hugged his pillow while looking beside him. Lying beside Kyle was Thunder. Today he looked especially strange, with dark circles under his eyes and red eyes. They were swollen like two balls. The sight instantly snapped the half-awake Kyle to full alert. He sprang up in panic. That scared me to death. What happened to you? Did you not sleep well last night? But Thunder, looking exhausted from the whole night, had just lain down and casually said, no, I slept very well. Kyle thought to himself, who are you trying to fool? Who would believe that? After that, Kyle quickly let the matter go. He got dressed and went outside. Before leaving, Kyle reminded him, get up quickly. I don't want to be punished in front of so many people. Thunder was still lying there. He happily looked at the system's screen. Great. At this rate, before we reach Pharaoh Department's academy, my elementary crystals can be fully charged. Thunder's eyes swept over his and Nova's experience bars. He thought with satisfaction, next, maybe I can even collect intermediate crystal. After breakfast, the academy's group of people and horses continued on their way. They traveled along a large dirt road that looked fairly flat. Suddenly, Winford, who was leading the group, pulled back on the reins. His horse neighed and stopped. Winford looked behind him and Witter, receiving his signal, nodded in response. After that, the entire convoy slowly moved forward, while the soldiers guided their horses back to cover the rear. The carriages slowly entered a rugged area. The terrain here was extremely dangerous and hard to travel. No matter how much the carriage shook, Thunder still slept soundly. By contrast, Kaiho felt somewhat uneasy. Outside, it seemed a little too quiet, didn't it? Just as Kaiho sensed, the horse that had been walking normally suddenly reared up in pain. The loud noise woke Thunder from his deep sleep. He opened his eyes wide in alertness. Opposite Thunder, above the window over Tan's head, a bizarre pointed worm poked inside. Fortunately, Kaiho drew his sword in time and decisively cut the pointed worm in two. But Kaiho knew the danger was not over yet. He quickly entered battle mode and shouted, "It's pointed worms, prepare for battle." Just as Kaiho had predicted, another pointed worm charged into the carriage. Sorina was so frightened that she shut her eyes tightly. Fortunately, Kyle jumped over and shielded her. Careful! The pointed worm was chopped into pieces and scattered across the carriage floor. Sorina trembled. Blood, there's so much blood. Kaiho still held the sword high in his hand. He cautiously warned his teammates, pointed worms usually appear in groups. There will only be more and more of them. Stay alert, don't remain in the carriage. Tan gripped his weapon tightly and quickly responded, understood, wipe them all out. Then Kyle took the lead and jumped out of the carriage. He continued commanding everyone. Teams of 3 back to back, don't leave any gaps in the defense. Move to open areas to deal with them. Following Kyle's orders, the students jumped out of the carriage one after another. The last one to leave was the most excited. Charge, let's see who can kill the most worms. Only Thunder remained standing still. After a moment, he slowly lifted the carriage curtain. As Thunder activated the Dragon Eye model, he thought, aren't they getting a little too excited? Outside, a fierce battle was underway. Human shouts mixed with the sounds of weapons. Careful beside you. There are too many of them. I've already killed 32. Thunder calmly scanned the area with his dragon eye. These are all elementary evil beasts. Looks like there's nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Thunder felt a chill run down his spine. He alertly turned his gaze to the side. Thunder's eyes landed on several figures on the cliff above. He quickly realized they were the 6 knights who had left the convoy first. So that's how it is. Thinking this, Thunder decisively turned around and climbed into the carriage. Tan looked at him in confusion. "Hey, where are you going? Don't mess up the formation." Thunder calmly raised a hand to cover his mouth, yawning as he lazily explained. "These are all elementary evil beasts. You don't need my help. Besides, isn't the number of people you have just right?" After saying that, Thunder crawled back. Inside the carriage, he flopped down onto the carriage floor and called out, "I'm going to sleep." At that moment, among the knights watching from the mountaintop, Witter looked utterly helpless. "Looks like he can only earn a red belt." Another knight added, "Maybe he's just scared." A knight on the left suddenly shouted, "Look over here, one of the children is performing quite well. His attacks are decisive. Each strike lands cleanly." The knight's gazes all focused on Kyle. He was performing quite well and the range of his movements was not excessive. He has self-defense awareness and reduces unnecessary energy consumption. Dante praised him with satisfaction. "Not bad, he should probably receive a white belt." Winford quickly discovered another potential candidate. "There's also that child. Although he rarely attacks first, his destructive power is high. I see her handling the sword perfectly." The one mentioned is Slavia. She leans against Serena, creating a stance that is both defensive and offensive amid the spider larvae swarm. Slavia's gaze is calm as she forcefully swings her sword, slicing the spider larvae into pieces. Winford watches from above, satisfied as he spots a weakness. Leon can act cautiously. Being thoughtful, even Waiter praises Slavia. Indeed, not a single bit of her clothing is dirty. Just as the battle is about to end, something strange and aggressive bursts from the ground. Everyone freezes in shock. What is that? As the dust begins to clear, a colossal figure emerges. Seeing it, the previously spirited fighters tremble and step back. The sharp spider larvae gather into a massive cluster. Too terrifying. Then, the spiky mass bares its razor-sharp teeth. It targets a male trainee. He's paralyzed with fear, his scream cut off. "Help me!" Hearing his friend's cry, Ian bravely rushes into the spiky mass. Using his bare hands, he tears the larvae apart, shouting, "Do not harm my friend." The twin brothers quickly coordinate. Joyous and Lazy strike repeatedly at the giant spiky creature with their swords. Io is just as enthusiastic as before, counting aloud while striking. 45 down, I'm on it." Dante, who was hesitant earlier, now smiles faintly. "It seems we don't need to intervene. This red-haired teen's organization is impressive." Hearing this, the knight beside them laughs and adds, "Except for one." At this point, Waiter steps forward and whispers to Winford, "It's about time to end this." Soon after, the battle truly ends. Ian looks at Lahan with concern. "Is everyone all right?" "We're fine. Though a bit battered, he's okay. Thanks, couldn't have managed without you all." The other teammates exhale in relief, assuming the threat is gone. Winford observes all the trainees' actions, his attention particularly on Ian. Ian is not only strong but also cares for his team, rare indeed. Meanwhile, Kai-ho questions Thunder. "Why didn't you join us? The vehicle was dangerous. If something happened, we wouldn't have saved you in time." Thunder stretches and replies drowsily, "I was sleepy. With nights here, it's fine." Kai-ho sighs at him. "You still act as unsociable as before." Winford is troubled by another issue, sighing deeply. "The chosen one from legend, who exactly is it?" Once settled, the convoy continues through forests and mountains toward their destination. Inside the vehicle, Kyo excitedly boasts to his friends, "I killed the most larvae." I sit across, smiling at him. "You're quite impressive." Encouraged, Kyo grows bolder. "Seems these beasts aren't that tough after all." Han joins in. "True, feels like we'll become knights quickly." He proudly looks at a classmate being bandaged by Serena. Serena asks attentively, "Does it hurt?" The classmate shakes their head. "No, it doesn't." Meanwhile, Tan continues his boast. If lucky, he might even earn a white belt. Hearing this, Kai-ho is a bit surprised. "White belt, what's that?" Tan acts mysterious. "You do know." Then Tan raises his hand, explaining to the group, "Though all are knights, there are ranks. See, those following us are white belt attendants, the highest rank." Then the group looks out the window. Tan's voice softens. "They've all achieved the white belt, meaning they've proven all the skills a knight must have in the trials." He also names several other belt types for the group, including green and black belts, representing different abilities. Suddenly Tan leans back, eyes arrogantly fixed on Thunder. He hints, the lowest rank for knights is the red belt. Red belt holders performed poorly in trials, so that's all they can get. Tan continues listing the benefits of each belt color. White belt holders receive specialized training and bonuses. In contrast, red belt recipients face hardships. The red belt does not bring the same luck. They receive training but no supervision. Mostly, they handle heavy tasks and finish only when the day ends, working on whim. To put it bluntly, the Academy abandons them. Hearing this, Thunder feels a jolt. He silently notes, working on whim means lots of time to hunt beasts. If so, he might quickly acquire high-level crystals and abilities. At this moment, Thunder's mind sparks with an idea. He clenches his fists, resolving, great, I must find a way to get the red belt. After an unknown amount of time, the convoy finally reaches the destination. The vehicles stop before the city gates. Let's get off, we're here. The vast city before them astonishes all the trainees. Thunder steps down from the vehicle, greeted by a cacophony of bustling sound. Doesn't this look a bit too exaggerated? This city gate has to be 50, no, at least 100 stories tall. Even Thunder could not help feeling overwhelmed. He cried inwardly, so this was Pharaoh Department's academy. What Thunder saw was an enormous academy. The academy was decorated in a classical style, with white as its main color. Tane was no exception. His eyes widened in shock. Good heavens, he had heard about it before, but he never imagined the academy would be this magnificent. Beside him, Munch was also staring in a daze. Purple crystal orbs were installed all throughout the academy. This made Tane admire it even more. The entire academy was like a city. Moreover, everyone here was a knight, and the academy's energy was supplied entirely by magic crystals. They did not even need fire for lighting. It looked truly extravagant. As they walked through the chaotic crowd in front of the city gate, perhaps only KO still managed to remain somewhat calm. He simply remarked, "It is completely different from the village where I used to live." Seeing everyone staring too much, Waiter reminded them, "Hurry up and follow me. Stop looking around everywhere. If you get lost, I will not be responsible. You will have plenty of time to wander around later," KO replied. Then Waiter skillfully led the students to tour several important areas. "This is the armory." When the guards saw him, they greeted him politely, "Greetings, Sir Waiter." After that, the group moved on to the library. Waiter introduced it, "This is the library, so do not talk nonsense. Keep quiet," several young women whispered when they saw Waiter pass by. "Look, it is Lord Waiter. He is so handsome, keep your voice down." Tane was a little confused and pointed at the person behind them. Even the person in charge of working at the library is a knight. The person he was talking about was sitting in the librarian's chair, warmly greeting guests. "Here you go, we welcome you to come again next time." Seeing this, Waiter replied calmly, "Of course, after graduating, all students must stay behind for 2 years of voluntary service. Whether they leave or stay after that depends on their own wishes." Finally, Waiter led the group before a gigantic stone monument, his voice sounding somewhat mysterious. "Before you return to the dormitory, this is the final stop of the guided tour." Seeing the surrounding scene, the group immediately began discussing it. Ian looked at the stone tablets standing in neat rows on both sides and made a guess. "This is a memorial hall." Hearing Ian say that, Thunder seemed to feel a slight chill down his spine as well. They were not kept waiting long before Wetter explained in a loud voice, "This is where the remains of the knights who sacrificed themselves for King Aaron are buried." Wetter's voice suddenly turned stern, and with a grave expression he addressed all the students. "I brought you here as a reminder. War has never ended for even a single moment. You must always engrave your mission into your hearts and remember to protect the nation." Every word Wetter spoke seemed meant to awaken the passion within the students. The whole group immediately shouted, "Understood. We will give our lives for the country. We will serve the people." Only Thunder reacted differently, lowering his face as he watched everyone. "These people are so strange." Thunder's entire body suddenly began trembling nonstop. He lowered his head as if trying to suppress his emotion. In Thunder's mind appeared the images of the stone statues surrounding that giant tablet. Bloodshot streaks appeared in Thunder's eyes. "They used the bodies of our dragon race to create armor and weapons." Just then Slavia, who was up ahead, boldly raised her hand and asked a question. "Excuse me, who is this figure?" To answer her, Wetter looked toward the statues and replied, "These are the founders of Pharaoh Academy." Apartments was the legendary Dragon Knight. Thunder tried to act normal as he asked, "Dragon Knight, what is that?" But Wetter did not answer. After that, he abruptly turned away, his tone extremely impatient. "You will know once you study the history of the Academy." "Enough, everyone follow me." Realizing he was being treated differently, Thunder's dragon eyes lit up. Annoyed, he thought, how dare he ignore me. Suddenly, Thunder noticed something. He frowned slightly and stared intently at the ground. By the time the whole group had nearly left, Kaiho finally noticed that Thunder had fallen behind. He wondered what was wrong with Thunder, then urged him, "We have to go." But Thunder still paid no attention. His gaze remained fixed on that thing. Why is it like this? It turned out that when his dragon eyes activated, Thunder had unexpectedly discovered an empty space directly beneath his feet. He grew curious. A secret room beneath the memorial hall. What is inside it? Inside that room, a golden speck of light kept flickering. Thunder Thunder exclaimed in shock at his life. A while later, the group was being assigned to the dormitory. Kai-ho smiled cheerfully. I wonder who I will be staying with. I hope I get a good roommate. Amid the messy chatter around them, Thunder was still distracted by the doubts in his heart. How strange, why would there be something living in a graveyard? And its shape is bizarre too, even if it is an evil beast. Kai-ho suddenly stopped walking and turned back with a pout. Thunder, are you even listening to me? Seriously. Thunder snapped back to his senses and answered, sorry, I was thinking about something just now. You were talking about roommates. Very soon the two arrived at their room. Kai-ho looked at the nameplate on the door. Great, looks like we are in the same room. Let me see who else is here. Just then, a startled girl's voice beside them caught both of their attention. This has to be a joke, right? Before them stood Slavia, looking as if she had just witnessed something terrible. Thunder exclaimed in surprise, Slavia. Meanwhile, Kai-ho smiled brightly. He waved his hand and comforted Slavia. What is so strange about it? I heard night academies have always treated everyone equally, regardless of gender. Try to be open-minded. At least we get along pretty well. But those words only made her even angrier. Slavia threw her bag straight into Kai-ho's face. Shut up, I'm not staying with boys. Right after that, Slavia ran off angrily, fuming to herself. I have to change dorms. The commotion made several curious students peek out to see what was going on. Man wondered what this was about. Ian looked at Kyle after he was hit and blurted out. Looks like something big happened. Thunder stood to the side and gave a casual explanation. It is nothing, the young lady is just throwing a temper. At that moment, the four of them finally greeted each other properly. Hello, everyone, we are staying here too. I am Kyle, and this is Thunder. Munch said cheerfully, I am Munch, nice to meet you all. Beside him, Ian replied politely, I am Ian. Thunder paid special attention to Ian, looking up at the top of his head with a probing gaze. Ian, he has red hair too. Kai-ho turned back to read the names on the board and sighed. Looks like we have more roommates. Thunder read while muttering, Tan and Mary E. Oldwood. That name sounds kind of familiar. A while later, Slavia came back on her own. Seeing her arrive, everyone immediately widened their eyes. Slavia picked up her bag again and quickly entered the room first. She also warned them coldly, I need to change clothes, so I am warning you. No one is allowed to come in. The room door slammed shut in front of the four of them. Just as expected, everyone understood. I told you, the Night Academy would not change her dormitory. Just then Tan's voice rang out. Hey, why are you all standing here like this? Kai-ho looked at him happily. Tan, we were waiting for you. Tan was confused, waiting for me, what for? Kyle pointed at the room door, his voice full of mystery. Just now, a huge cockroach was spotted here. We're debating who will go catch it. Without hesitation, Tan gripped his weapon firmly and strode forward boldly. Tan, this is ridiculous. How can a future engineer be afraid of a cockroach? Let me show you how it's done. In front of the curious eyes of the group, Tan marched straight into the room. Seeing the door close, Ian and Munch were wide-eyed with shock, while Kyle and Thunder couldn't stop laughing. The scene shifted to a lavish party in a luxurious room, bustling with people coming and going. Tan's angry voice rang out. Dared to trick me with a fake cockroach, do you all enjoy this? Sticky Fingers' house replied, yes. Tan, with a red handprint on his face, sat next to Kyle and Thunder. Chewing on a chicken leg, he muttered in frustration, this time it's really something. Hitting the right nerve, he said. Could it be that one day they'll wait until I sleep to poison me? Before he could finish speaking. Isn't that good? There's someone over there looking for a chance to talk to her. For someone like him, these words were like adding fuel to the fire. Slavia angrily shouted at the three, what are you talking about? What are you doing? What's good about it? Tan was startled and anxious. Nothing, we didn't say anything. Having vented her anger, Slavia sat down. She blushed but tried to appear calm. Really, you all can still eat. The exam is coming up soon. Didn't you hear? Kai-ho glanced at Thunder. You never miss a good meal. What does a skill leveling exam have to do with eating? Thunder was the same, still focused on his meal. It's free. Seeing them so absorbed in eating, Javier sighed in exasperation. You two are hopeless. Just then, from behind, Luke Kin spoke up. Seems like they've never had a good meal. Next to him, Ryan added, coming from a poor background. Definitely not like us, just look at how they eat. They only passed by Thunder's table. Before leaving, they mocked. Go on, you can only eat a few meals before going back to your mother anyway. Ryan and Luke approached gentle Ian, Ryan sneering. Look, this guy's quite big, about to break the chair. Finally, country boy, teasing Ian as he pulled out a chair. Didn't anyone tell you not to take up so much space? Not stopping there, they arrogantly raised their voices. Really spoils the appetite. Why do all these red-haired guys come from a small town? Hearing this, the people eating nearby darkened in expression and froze. The Joyous and Lazy brothers were even more intolerant. Joyous angrily tried to draw his sword, but Master Lazy quickly pressed his hand down. Meanwhile, Lion became more emboldened, pretending to scream. This could be contagious. I don't want to turn red-haired. Stay away from us, country bumpkins. Hearing this, Munch immediately stood up. He warned, you've been speaking a bit too much. Seeing Munch intervene, Ryan not only didn't stop but growled, what, you want to help them? He mocked directly, look at you, at most you'll get a red belt. Mind your own business or I'll hit you too. Munch was too angry to speak. Ian quickly said, "Stop, Munch, it's fine." Ryan turned to bully gentle Ian. He rested his elbow on his shoulder and said, "Your cursed red-haired kid seems fairly sharp. Listen, from now on at the academy, avoid each other if you meet." Ian timidly replied, "All right." At this point, someone couldn't hold back. A chicken leg flew straight into Ryan's face. He caught it, shouting and cursing loudly. "Damn it, who did that? Step forward." Just as Ryan wished, in a blink, a hand pressed his face flat against the table. Ryan screamed in pain, "Let me go, what do you want?" Thunder twisted his arm behind him and growled, "Who needs to get out of the way? I'm talking to you." But Lion remained stubborn. "You red-haired freak." Just as he finished, he screamed wildly, "Help, this guy's insane." The crowd gathered, buzzing. A fight broke out. Seeing Thunder act for them, Ian quickly went to mediate. "Thunder, thank you, they didn't harm me." Small Kyo also reminded, "That's right, Thunder, don't cause trouble, all the knights are watching." Slavia anxiously persuaded Thunder, "The exam is coming up soon. Don't affect their impression of us." He replied coldly, "I don't care." Lion behind pointed and cursed, "You bastard." Ian called out worriedly, "Thunder." Seeing he still wouldn't stop, Lion loudly tattled, "Knight, please save him. The red-haired guy is attacking other students." By now, Witter had arrived. His face darkened, loudly demanding Thunder, "Release him." But Thunder gripped tighter, shouting back, "You know, Ian, I've understood something since childhood." "Ouch!" Ryan panicked, shouting, "Knight, please save me." Thunder's voice continued, "When someone wants to sit on your head and bully you." At this point, even Witter couldn't tolerate it, growling orders at Thunder. "Thunder Taller, I command you to stop." But he ignored it. Thunder tightened his grip, his face showing a hint of cruelty. "Give this kid some respect." Seeing Ryan screaming in pain in Thunder's grasp, the other academy students stepped back in fear. What was that? That was terrifying. After saying that, Thunder returned to his usual indifferent expression, then turned and pointed it out to Ian. "See that? Only by subduing them. Will they remember the pain?" Ignored, Witter immediately flew into a rage. Veins bulged at the corners of his eyes. "Thunder Taylor, why did you not obey my order?" At that moment, Thunder smugly pointed at his own ear. He seized the chance to mock him. "Sorry, Sir Knight, my ears are just like yours. They have a bit of a problem. They only hear what they want to hear." After that, Thunder left Witter standing there in a daze. He calmly took Kyle's hand. "Let's go, we should eat first. Do not let things like this ruin the meal." The crowd that witnessed this also felt rather satisfied. They whispered, "Honestly, those two brought it on themselves just now. Keep your voice down." They usually love bullying others, but this time they finally met their match. Only Witter refused to accept it, and he frowned. In his heart, he kept repeating that hateful name, Thunder Taylor. After the amusing scene just now, the lavish banquet continued. Everyone turned their eyes toward the stage where three knights were walking up. They whispered to one another, "Those are the three grand knights." Another person murmured, "Is that Winford?" The examination is about to begin. On the high platform, Winford raised his hand to signal the crowd below, "Everyone, please be quiet." Then, after Winford's introduction, 6 mysterious figures in black cloaks entered. "Now, please welcome the Dean of Pharaoh Academy and the 6 elders." Everyone began to murmur, "Are those the 6 elders? Is it really this grand? What should I do?" I'm starting to get nervous. It seems this competition will be quite intense, because according to rumors, no one had ever heard of the 6 elders coming to watch the examination before. Thunder, standing below, had activated his dragon eyes at some point. He was shocked as he probed those 6 people. The aura of these 6 is so powerful. That uneasy feeling unconsciously reminded Thunder of his previous life, like the one who had killed him. Thunder curiously observed the cart being pushed in. It was piled full of belts. Today, under the witness of the 6 elders, we will conduct the assessment for the new knight class. Based on the assessment results, we will issue belts of different colors. At this moment, Winford solemnly announced this to the students below. Perhaps some of you have heard that poor results mean receiving a red belt, which represents unease. That means being a failure. Seeing the fearful looks in the students' eyes, Winford thoughtfully encouraged them. But today, I want to say that even if you receive a red belt, you can still stand in the same position as I do in the future. Everyone's eye immediately began to shine. You must believe that from the day you were chosen at the age of 5, you already possess talent beyond ordinary people. The training that follows will help you bring out your own talent. So please do not lose heart. Seeing this, Thunder sighed softly. Approval and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Even now, he is still encouraging other people's spirits. I wonder what expression he will have when I receive a red belt. By this point, Winford had also finished his work. He turned to Witter. "Witter, I will leave the rest to you." He nodded, "Do not worry." Then Witter swept his eyes toward Thunder. Bloodshot streaks appeared in his eyes. He emphasized each word, "I will fulfill my duty." According to the Academy's requirements, all students must undergo an assessment divided into 15 rounds. testing different night abilities one by one. First is Gem Strength, turning the giant stone. Next is the Blazing Inferno, where students must withstand burning flame. After that is the Hidden in Plain Sight test, which examines the student's stealth skill. In addition, there are 2 rounds called Swift Eyes and the Will of Truth, used to examine the student's willpower and observation skill. Not long afterward, the first round, Gem Strength, was held. This round was arranged in a fairly spacious arena. The place was built in a circular structure, and its highlight was still the exquisitely carved crystals at the top. In the middle of the arena, Witter was explaining the rules to the participating candidates. The rules are quite simple. Everyone only needs to use all their strength to push this stone. Once the stone reaches the correct position, the test is complete. Then he held up a glove inlaid with 2 strength crystals. Witter continued, each person has 2 chances. If the first attempt fails, then on the second attempt you may use the magic glove. It will help increase your strength and assist you in reaching the goal. It also has a small limitation. Of course, using the magic glove will also affect your evaluation score, so everyone should consider it carefully. Kyle whispered to Thunder, looks like it is very easy to do. He agreed, a piece of cake. Then Thunder raised his eyes to look at Witter. He said in a puzzled tone, but there are definitely some people who do not want me to pass smoothly. Witter was still announcing the rules. Before the assessment officially begins, I must announce one more matter. Kyle looked at Thunder blankly. What is it? Just then, Witter's words answered Kyle's question. As the examiner for this round, I refuse to allow Thunder Taylor to participate in this round. Thunder calmly folded his arms across his chest. See, Kyle was stunned when he heard that. What? Xavier immediately spoke up. That's not fair. Why won't you let Thunder take the test? Witter spread his hands, speaking to the candidates in a stern tone. Fairness, I only want to remind all of you who are about to become knights that whether on the battlefield or at the academy, obeying orders from your superiors is your duty. If you have objections, you may report them to your superior, which is me. Follow your superior's orders and I will obey unconditionally. Hearing this, Kai-Hu and Slavia immediately fell silent. It seemed the 2 of them had understood somewhat. Then Witter directly called out the candidates. Now, the first student will come forward for the test. The candidate replied, understood. Kai-Hu looked worriedly at Thunder. This is bad. That Xavier guy has targeted you. Thunder, Slavia beside him, was just as anxious. You should report this to a superior. He can't treat you like this. But Thunder did not care. He casually rested both hands behind his head and walked away. It's fine, this is exactly what I wanted. Everyone relax and take the test. I'll take the next round with you. Witter's direct boycott actually pleased Thunder. He thought to himself, great, this way I can keep the red belt safe. Flavia watched Thunder's figure fade into the distance, her voice filled with emotions she could not put into words. Thunder, soon Kai-Hu and the others' turn came to take the test. Kai-Hu quickly pushed the stone. Assessment passed. Slavia was slightly weaker, so she had to use the glove. Passed. As for Ian, whose strength was astonishing, he lifted the stone outright. The examiner stammered in shock. Assessment passed. The test ended. Kai-Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked toward Thunder. Everything went smoothly. He looked at Kai-Hu happily. Congratulations. In the second assessment round, you'll probably suffer a bit more. Hearing Thunder speak with such certainty, Kyle widened his eyes. He exclaimed in surprise, why? Thunder turned his gaze toward Cone. See that? The examiner for the second round seems to be from Yunnan Academy. Cone and Wetter were greeting each other. Wetter, long time no see. Wetter hurriedly waved his hand. Don't call me that. Seeing this, Kyle was so shocked his eyes nearly rolled back. He clutched his cheeks and shouted, magic. We haven't learned that. Why do we have to be tested on it? Thunder calmly replied, enemies on the battlefield don't care whether you've learned it or not. I guess we'll have to face magic. After that, a hexagonal chart appeared before Thunder's eyes, with each point representing the factors used to evaluate knights. He guessed that people with good physiques were usually balanced, while for those with poor physiques the differences would be quite large. Strength, intelligence, energy, agility, and endurance. I think these 5 rounds are meant to assess us from different angles and verify our strengths and weaknesses. That way they can decide a new direction for us at a higher level. Kyle was completely enlightened by Thunder. He raised a finger. What you said makes a lot of sense, but I'm not sure I'm that well-rounded. But Thunder bluntly denied it. No, I don't think you're one of them. After the gem strength round came the second test, Blazing Inferno. It mainly assessed the student's endurance. Kyle had finished his test. Exhausted, he knelt on one knee and listened to the result. 57 seconds. Next, seeing Kai-Hu helped down by Tan, Thunder praised him. Not bad, you endured for quite a while. But Kai-Hu was not satisfied at all. Damn it, I didn't even reach 1 minute. Tan supported Kai-Hu while comforting him. You already did great. After all, in the magical illusion world created by the mage, the flames lasted for an entire hour, while only 1 minute passed in the real world. The next candidate was Slavia. The examiner formed a colored point of light on her forehead with his hand and sent the illusion into her. Inside the illusion, Slavia was surrounded by raging flames. Although the heat burned intensely, she refused to give up. I know this is an illusion. Slavia was burned by the fire until all her clothes were gone, but she still refused to give in. Determination was clear in her eyes. But you can't scare me. Below, Kyle cheered. It's been 5 minutes. She's already passed into second place. Even Manchu could not help praising her. She's lasted this long. Amazing. Seeing that Slavia's endurance was so good, Quinn also spoke up in praise. All right, you have proven your ability. Who is that girl? The crowd below grew noisy. Amazing, that's none of your business. She's my goddess. Shut up, get that filthy thought out of your head right now. After Slavia's test, it was Thunder's turn. Next, Thunder, I'm worried. She said softly as she walked past him, do your best, Thunder. Cole raised his hand forward, his voice deep and rough. Are you ready? Thunder obediently replied, yes, begin. Holding out for about 20 seconds should be enough. Thunder calculated silently in his heart. No, it feels like I'm about to collapse. Seeing him, the crowd below began booing again. It's red hair, it's red hair. Thunder quickly entered the illusion. He calmly waited for the flames that were about to arrive. Suddenly, Thunder's face flushed slightly and he excitedly muttered to himself, good, now I'll. But before Thunder could do anything, a gigantic fire dragon appeared before him. Thunder raised his hand to cover his face, staring blankly as the dragon breathed fire into it. What is this? Isn't this me? In the real world, both Cole and Thunder seemed to be struck by an invisible force, and were sent flying backward. Winford and Bernardo were observing from above. The situation left them extremely shocked high above. The other knights were all stunned at once. The elders clearly had not expected this situation. They were so shocked they could not speak. Winford and Bernardo hurried over. On the field, Cole was trembling as he pointed at Thunder's face. A curse. He was cursed by the red-haired one. The contestants below kept whispering, what happened? Why did the judge collapse? I knew it. Anyone who gets close to that guy will have bad luck sooner or later. Didn't you hear? A curse, it's a curse. A wave of noisy chatter rose one after another. He's even more dangerous than the other red-haired ones. As for Thunder, there was nothing seriously wrong with him. He asked with concern, what happened to him? Winford replied, it's nothing serious, probably just exhaustion. You should step back and rest for a while. But Winford was lying too, and even he had not expected this. How strange. His magic is already depleted, so this shouldn't be happening. After that, Winford quickly went to meet the remaining elders. One elder asked, well, have you found the cause? Winford answered that it was mana sickness caused by depleted magic. With some rest, he should recover. Another one wondered, was it because the examinee consumed too much of his power? But that was quickly denied. Surely not. How could a mage from Yunnan Academy be drained at such a low level? Winford lowered his face, trying to smooth things over. I have arranged for him to rest. We can investigate the cause slowly later. Once that is done, we will arrange for another mage to serve as judge. One elder nodded. Good, handle it that way. Just as Winford left, one of the 6 elders, JP, waved for a guard to come closer. Then he whispered instructions to the guard. After listening, the man nodded. Understood. I will do it at once. The elder wearing the golden mask beside him also had his own thoughts. He was tall and slender, and the eyes of the elder in the golden mask remained fixed on Thunder the whole time. He softly called his name, Thunder Taylor. The exam was temporarily postponed. Thunder's group gathered to talk. He asked in surprise, mana sickness, what is that? Slavia leaned against a large pillar, her voice slowly ringing out. When a mage uses up all their mana but still forces themselves to cast magic, it creates a negative reaction in the body. That is mana sickness. Cole sat sprawled on the ground. He continued gloomily, in other words, he had already used up too much power before. This guy really is unlucky. Yet Thunder was still in the mood to joke. He pretended to sigh, all I can say is that heaven is jealous of talent. But Slavia still could not stop thinking about it. How strange, how could a mage from Yunnan Academy make such a basic mistake? Besides, the curse he mentioned, what exactly was, before she could finish. The earth and rocks beneath the 3 of them began shaking violently. From underground, thick tree trunks broke through the soil and rose up. Everyone stared at each other in confusion. What is going on? An earthquake? A lush green forest with dark brown, massive trunks had appeared before their eyes. The contestants asked each other in panic. What is that? It turned out the mages were casting spells. Together, they had created this forest. The crowd was once again stunned and noisy. Is that magic? The whole exam site is covered with trees. Thunder's group was forced into a corner. Kyle wrinkled his nose. What the hell is this? Slavia was stunned too. Someone used magic. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out above their heads. The 3rd round is about to begin. Everyone looked at the man in astonishment and asked one another, who is he? Finn pointed his thumb at himself. He spoke coldly, I am the judge for the 3rd round. What you must do is follow me. At the same time, do your absolute best to repeat my movements. Round 3, hide in the forest. As soon as he finished speaking, Finn's figure vanished before their eyes. only his voice echoed through the air. Begin. KO had not even had time to understand what was going on. It starts just like that. Even Thunder secretly exclaimed, so fast, while everyone was still looking at each other. Munch had already leapt up with agility. I called out to him in alarm, Munch. Tan looked after him in panic. Damn it, how is that guy so fast? Then Kyle and Thunder immediately joined the action without anyone needing to say a word. Thunder and Slavia quickly followed the other two as well. She looked back confidently. I won't lose to you. Only Tan was left on the ground. He shouted in despair, hey, is no one waiting for me? At that moment, Finn was still racing across the branches. He thought to himself, if it's these kids, this may be a little difficult. Thinking of this, Finn turned his head slightly, quietly calculating in his heart, should I wait for them a bit? What entered his sight was an astonishing scene. A flash of horror appeared in Finn's eyes. Right behind Finn was Munch, and behind Munch were KO, Thunder, and Slavia in order. He called out after him, we're about to catch up to you. Seeing this, Finn turned his head back with relief. His voice carried a hint of amusement. Looks like there is no need to hold back. After that, Finn suddenly sped up. He moved so fast that only a streak of light remained in the air. Rely on your natural talent and come up here. At the same time, in another hidden thicket, someone was raising the bow in his hands. He muttered, do I have to do it now? Meanwhile, Thunder had fallen to the very back. He struggled to keep up. Damn it, this isn't my specialty. Thunder's whole body was covered in sweat. He tried hard not to be left behind, secretly complaining in his heart, I still prefer moving my limbs. Just then, a volley of arrows flew toward them like rain. Thunder was shocked. Seeing the arrows coming, he quickly warned the candidates behind him, careful, sniper arrows. The arrows struck precisely beneath Munch, Slavia, and Kio's feet. Fortunately, the group had stopped in time. Mia watched Finn glide past her and said, there is no need to go that easy on them. Quite a few are still keeping up. Next, I am the one who has to work hard. That suited Finn just fine. The kids in this class are not bad, keep going and you will see. Then Mia called out loudly to Thunder's group. Stop standing around, hurry up and follow. You will not make it if you do not chase after them. Each of you remember to take a bow. As soon as she finished speaking, a wooden panel dropped down right in front of them. Arrows and bows had already been placed on it. Mia solemnly announced, the assessment begins. Thunder stared blankly. The group quickly equipped themselves with bows and arrows. Thunder guessed, looks like we have to do the fourth round at the same time now. Kio wondered, they want to test our archery accuracy. Flavia quickly dashed off. I think so that. She nimbly followed Munch. I am going ahead. Mia's voice continued to ring out. Many targets have been placed in the forest ahead. Hit 3 of them and you will pass the assessment. Then Mia knocked another arrow to her bow. She watched them excitedly. Of course, I will be interfering with you along the way. The fourth round, the Eye of Precision, officially began. The one at the very back was Thunder. He was somewhat unhappy. Thunder thought to himself, they said only the red belt matters, but I do not like being last at all. With that thought, Thunder immediately activated his dragon eye. He secretly made up his mind that he should show off a little too. Just then, an arrow carrying a trace of blue spiritual power flew straight toward Thunder. Seeing it, cold sweat broke out all over him. His body stiffened and he froze in shock. Then Thunder decisively pushed Kyle away and shouted a warning, move. Kyle turned back and called Thunder's name as Thunder gritted his teeth. He could only watch helplessly as the arrow tore through the air toward him. There was no dodging it now. Just as Thunder thought everything was over, another arrow shot out from nowhere and flew straight toward it. The 2 sharp arrows lodged into the 2 tree trunks beside them. Both trunks were cut deeply. Thunder looked at the cuts on the trees in confusion. Is this the kind of destructive power an assessment is supposed to have? Kyle let out a soft breath. That was too close. Just as Thunder was still lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Is everyone all right? Seeing Mary arrive, Kyle quickly replied, we are fine, thank you. That shot of yours was really accurate. Mary answered modestly, no need to thank me. If I had not been near you, I would not have been sure I could hit it. But before they could talk any longer, another volley of arrows flew toward them. Thunder shouted, careful, here they come again. After that, Thunder and Kyle swiftly jumped backward to avoid the arrows. Something is wrong. Thunder silently recalled what had happened. His expression suddenly changed. That arrow just now carried aura. It was completely different from the arrows fired by the examiner. Someone wants to drive us to our deaths. But after thinking for a moment, Thunder suddenly came up with another guess. Or they are aiming at me. Thinking this, he immediately raised his guard and quickly knocked an arrow to the bowstring. At the same time, Mia, far away, also began to sense that something was wrong. She turned cautiously. Thunder's bow and arrow were ready as well. He gritted his teeth and took a guarded stance, as if waiting. Then Thunder decisively aimed his arrow in one direction. He shouted, over there. Just as Thunder was drawing the bow, a streak of water suddenly appeared on it. Under the stunned gazes of the 3 of them, the upper part of the bow snapped off. Faced with this situation, Thunder's face went blank for a moment. Fortunately, Mia arrived in time. She chased in that direction while firing a warning arrow. Who is there? The arrow lodged directly into the tree trunk beneath that person's feet. The attacker hiding in the shadows immediately fled. When Mia rushed to the spot, all she saw were the arrows she had fired. Mia stared in a daze. She thought in amazement, so fast they could dodge my attack and they did not leave even the slightest trace. Then Mia straightened up. She pulled the arrows out of the tree trunks, still deeply unsettled. Who exactly was that? Why would they attack the students? To avoid frightening the candidates, Mia waved toward them. Sorry, I was the one who fired those arrows to scare everyone. Please continue with the assessment. Hearing this, Kyle and Mary finally felt at ease and replied. All right. Thunder watched Mia's figure gradually disappear into the distance. He understood clearly that the arrow had obviously not been fired by her. She was trying to reassure them. Seeing Thunder standing there in a daze, Kyle urged him, let's go. Hearing Kyle, Thunder chased after him while carefully thinking everything over. Looks like someone dangerous has infiltrated our group. At the center of the forest, nearly all the students had arrived. Tan could be faintly heard scolding Munch. You really are a traitor. You did not even bother waiting for me, Munch timidly explained. What exactly is this exam? Other students were also discussing it. Hey, did you hit your targets? This feels really hard. Joyous was talking to his younger brother. Can you be faster next time? Letty calmly replied, too lazy. In another corner, Thunder's group had also gathered. After hearing what the two of them had encountered, Slavia cried out in surprise. What? Something like that happened? She then asked, why did you not report it to the knight? Thunder thought differently. I think it is better not to say anything. Slavia looked at him in confusion. Why? At this point, Kyle, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke. I agree with Thunder's thinking. The examiner did not tell us the truth just now, probably because she did not want it to affect the exam. Her exam might also be hiding something. Under Slavia's surprised gaze, Yog carefully explained, if someone truly wants to harm us, then that person must have already blended into the examination grounds. After that, Kaiho's expression darkened slightly. He hesitated before continuing, that person is probably. Hearing Kaiho say this, Slavia gradually understood and finished his sentence for him. It must be an examiner or one of the knights involved. Then Slavia turned to Thunder suspiciously and asked, so what do you plan to do after this? Thunder calmly replied, I haven't thought that far, but I am rather curious to see who is behind all this. Then he frowned slightly, a dangerous look appearing in his eyes. Thunder said in a low voice, who exactly is it? At the same time, outside the edge of the forest, an agile figure dropped down from a tree. That person had not expected Mia to be waiting there. She shouted sharply at him, stop. Then Mia quickly raised her bow and questioned him. Why did you attack the students? That person was no pushover either. He secretly reached for the weapon at his waist, but Mia saw it. Do not move. At this distance, I can take your life. At that moment, he no longer bothered to hide it. Draven tilted his head. He glared at Mia and said, if that is the case. As soon as he finished speaking, Draven swiftly drew his weapon and charged at Mia without another word. Night was gradually falling. In the pitch-black darkness, only the shimmering red light from the spirit stone remained, illuminating everything. This time, the candidate instructor was Dan Bird. This round would test everyone's willpower and their ability to control aura. And now, the fifth round. The Will of Truth officially began. Then Dan Bird lifted the sword and raised it high as he introduced it. This sword was forged from the transcendent beast, the Firebird. When you pick it up, the sword will release sparks. You may not have learned how to use aura yet, but you can try to focus your mind and control it with your will. After that, the round began. Then the first person is, in front of him, Ian was stepping forward. Ian nervously gripped the sword in his hand. He looked at it carefully. A moment later, a flame carrying a brilliant glow burned around the blade. With an assessment like that, it came to an end. Ian staggered down with his hair singed by the flames. Behind him, Dan Bird continued calling the next person. At the same time, in another corner of the academy, two figures were speaking with each other. So the assassination failed, and the assassin was even discovered by an examiner. The kneeling figure spoke up. It was your subordinate's negligence. The standing figure slowly removed his mask. It turned out to be Elder JP. He said in a disappointed voice. Forget it, I never expected this matter to be solved in a single attempt. After that, he put the mask back on, before long. The thing he was wearing was clearly revealed to be a treasure, the golden mask. When worn, it could alter one's appearance. In an instant, JP returned to his identity as the elder with the snow-white beard. He continued, we can send a signal to our protectors. We, the Pureblood Guild, have never disappeared. Back at the examination. At this moment, Kaiho's test had just ended as well. Dan Bird wrote while calling out, all right, next person. Kaiho patted Thunder on the shoulder. You're the last one, it's your turn, good luck. Thunder nodded in response. Do not worry, below Slavia was already waiting. She looked curiously behind Kaiho. Kaiho, I have always wanted to know, is Thunder actually strong? Hearing Slavia's question, Kaiho placed a finger on his chin and answered her seriously. Thunder. At least as far as I know, he is extremely strong. Hearing this, Dan suddenly turned around in surprise. But his results in the previous 4 rounds were terrible. Slavia became even more confused. Why do you think Thunder is strong? But Kaiho did not seem to be joking at all. Although I easily defeated him in our last match 10 years ago, Kaiho's voice suddenly stopped. He began drifting back through his memories, recalling that time. I was attacked by a mid-level wolf beast. It was Thunder who defeated it and saved me. They not only refused to believe it but instead burst into laughter. He said cheerfully, "Stop talking nonsense. 10 years ago you were only 5 years old. How could he possibly have defeated a mid-level wolf beast? At most, it was just a slightly larger wolf beast." Hyog's words made Slavia waver. She recalled the night when she saw Thunder secretly sneaking out. If Thunder was truly that strong, then why would he hide his strength? At this moment in the arena, Thunder was already ready to grasp the sword hilt. Dan Bird gave the command, "Begin." Right then the system appeared in midair. It notified Thunder, "You have obtained a transcendent monster crystal. Do you wish to receive it?" Two options immediately appeared on the panel: receive, decline. Because Thunder had been distracted by the system, he paid no attention at all to the sword hilt in his hand. Seeing this, the students immediately began whispering. There was no flame at all. After that, Thunder even casually picked up the sword and waved it through the air. What was going on? Everyone started whispering again. I think it might be broken. Broken? The sword's light is gone. That guy always ruins things. Danvers, standing off to the side, grew paler and paler. He rushed over and snatched the sword away. Get out of the way. Give me the sword. Held up before Danvers's eyes the red crystal. On the sword hilt had lost its glow. This struck Danvers like a bolt from the blue. This was a weapon created by a super beast, King Aaron's treasure. After saying that, Danvers angrily turned and grabbed Thunder by the collar. What exactly did you do to it? Thunder's face showed no emotion at all. What could I possibly have done? This is a weapon created by a super beast. Then Thunder calmly continued, besides, you were watching me the whole time just now. Danvers was so furious he could not say another word. Just as things were growing tense, a knight stepped forward from behind and reported, Lord Danvers, there is an urgent matter to report to you. Danvers growled, what is it? He temporarily let Thunder go, then turned to hear the knight's report. After listening, his expression changed at once. Then, Danvers regained his composure. With his back to the students, he waved his hand. All rounds of the exam are over. Everyone may return to your rooms and rest. Everyone immediately relaxed. It was finally over. Someone whispered, I'm exhausted. Another announcement rang out, asking everyone to gather at dinner. Belts will be issued to everyone in this class. Hearing that, several students gathered together and whispered among themselves, I still performed better than that guy. At least I won't get a red belt. The whispers continued, not bad at all. Only Thunder remained motionless where he stood. Danvers spoke, Thunder Tarlo, you may step down now. Thunder obediently stepped down. The knight's words were still echoing in his ears. Was what that knight said true? Thinking back to just now, Thunder had accidentally overheard that conversation. Lord Danvers, the examiner for the 4th round, has just been found dead at the crime scene. Winford had arrived to investigate. Before him lay Mia's blood-soaked body. Lord Winford, when I found her, she had already. Winford collapsed beside the body. He carefully observed the surroundings. Her body is still warm. She was killed not long ago. Who on earth did this? A moment later, Winford stood up. He ordered the knight behind him, report this to the elders immediately. Understood. The knight accepted the order and left. The scene shifted to the elders' meeting room. GP pretended not to know and asked, so that means she is dead. The knight lowered his head slightly. Yes, the cut was extremely clean. One fatal strike, it was likely done by an expert. Moreover, the attacker did not alert the security system, I fear. Seeing him hesitate, the elder wearing a yellow mouth covering raised his hand. He spoke, continuing the knight's thought. It seems very likely that someone from within was responsible. After all, certain rumors have always existed here. The other elders also joined the discussion. One said, was it the Pureblood Guild or the Dark Guild? Another elder said angrily, the commander of the Blue Belt Knight Order was actually killed right inside the exam site. The culprit is far too arrogant and brazen. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Then one elder turned to the elder standing by the window for his opinion. Grand Elder, what do you think? The Grand Elder gently stroked his long beard. He spoke in a hoarse voice, this matter must only be known to the higher authority. It must not spread outside. Have the elders continue the investigation. The killer must be found. The knight immediately accepted the order. The scene shifted to the belt awarding ceremony. Everyone was still buzzing with constant chatter. I'm so nervous, I wonder what color belt I'll receive. Slavia finally met Mary at this moment. She said, so you're Mary, this is great, I finally have a female roommate. Kyle, standing nearby, made a guess. Your surname is Eadgut, right? Is Mary Eadgut someone you know? Hearing this, Mary cried out in surprise, you know my mother. Meanwhile, Thunder was standing alone in a corner. He thought, if even an examiner had been killed, then the culprit was definitely no ordinary person. The suspect might be someone of high rank. Thinking of this, Thunder became even more certain of his earlier conclusion. If it was someone from inside the academy, perhaps only the knights and elders had that ability. Kyle still knew nothing about it. He excitedly called out to Thunder, who was standing in the corner. Thunder, do you still remember the adventurer we met years ago in Rennie Town? She is Mary's mother. What a coincidence. But Kyle realized Thunder had not heard what he said. Frustrated, he grabbed Thunder by the shoulders and shook him hard. Lately, you often haven't been paying attention when I talk. Thunder looked at Kyle apologetically. Sorry, I was thinking about the exam. Slavia walked over from behind. Are you still thinking about the identity of the archer? Of course, Thunder did not dare tell the truth. He quickly found an excuse to brush it off. No, I was thinking about why the sword in the 5th round had no reaction. In truth, Thunder did not want to lie either. What he always put first was the safety of his friends. It would be better not to let them know about the examiner being killed. After all, the more they knew, the more dangerous it would be. Thunder's explanation immediately convinced Slavia. She looked at him with concern. That really was strange. He always felt he wasn't very lucky. Aside from the sword, the hellfire was the same, just as everyone was talking excitedly. A commanding voice spoke. The head of the knights has arrived. Seeing Winfrey, the crowd fell silent, a drop of sweat rolling down everyone's forehead. Finally, it's here. Then Winfred raised his hand. He solemnly announced the start of the ceremony. I declare the belt ceremony officially begins. The person called, please step onto the podium. The first name called unexpectedly was Kyle Bruber. He turned around in surprise while Thunder rubbed his pinched cheek. Finally, he let go. Kyle inhaled deeply and walked up the high podium. The surrounding crowd continued to argue. That's him, right? He performed the best, didn't he? Surely he'll get a white belt. Another chatterer interrupted. Who said that? The best performance is our goddess Slavia. Or maybe a neutral party. Whoever it is, it's certainly a white belt. Winfred glanced at the evaluation board on the table, then solemnly addressed Kyle. After careful consideration by the knights, it has been decided to award you a black belt. This was clearly below what Kyle expected. He hesitated, reluctant to take it. Seeing Kyle standing there blankly, Winfred smiled and reminded him, come on, take it. Disappointment showed clearly on Kyle's face, but he still took it. The whispering crowd had more to gossip about. What's going on? Didn't he deserve a white belt? Logically, yes, a black belt. Not sure, basically rare to see, but still inferior to a red belt. Next was Ian's turn. He was a bit surprised by the result, a white belt. Someone whispered, what? That red-haired guy got a white belt. Someone nearby quickly whispered, keep your voice down, haven't you forgotten what happened last time? And Slavia also received the highest honor. Everyone cheered. Truly the goddess Slavia. I knew she'd get a white belt. You got a red belt. From now on, no chance with the goddess. Whispered voices rose, not fair, my goddess. Mary got a blue belt. She happily showed it to everyone. Thank you. Meanwhile, I stood aside with tears running down my face. What? Man only got a black belt. And without keeping anyone waiting, the last name called was Thunder Talon. He became the subject of everyone's speculation. People guessed what color he would get. Probably red. Thunder clenched both fists and briskly walked up the high podium. Finally, it's my turn, but the result surprised Thunder. Winfred pulled out a black belt and said, after careful consideration, the knights have decided to award you a black belt. Tan, seeing this, cried even louder. He shook Munch's shoulder. That loser got a black belt too. Munch comforted him. Maybe Thunder is hiding his true strength, but the consolation didn't help Tan. He muttered to himself. What do you mean, am I the only weak one? Even Thunder is incomprehensible. He stared at the belt in his hand, doubting, how is this possible? Why did I get a black belt? Could it be a conspiracy? Winfred's voice rang out again. All night belts have been distributed. Whether you accept it or not, this is the current result. Munch patted Tan's shoulder. Just relax a bit. Winfred continued instructing everyone, starting tomorrow. After completing basic training, please follow the knights according to the color of your belt. And how Keyhop sadly looked at the item in his hand. What's the use of black? At the same time, behind the trainees, Cadden was reading the trainee list. After a moment of thought, he quickly finished choosing. Cadden told the supervisor, assign me 2 red-haired ones. With a cigar in his mouth, Cadden glanced back. Hope they don't cause trouble for me. Future knights cut to the next day at the training square. People hurried to leave, some waving goodbye. Turning back, the other side smiled. Yeah, turn around. Another group joked, let's go, finally heading back to the dorms. Only Thunder's group stood still. Kyo looked at the crowd, starting to get impatient. Everyone else is gone. Why hasn't our instructor arrived? Hopefully he's normal. He had just muttered a few complaints when a voice suddenly spoke from behind. Are you talking about me? Kyo jumped in shock. The newcomer passed by directly, casually introducing himself. Anyway, I'm your instructor. Follow me. Kyo froze, then blurted, there. The instructor spoke and just walked ahead, not slowing down for the trainees, leaving them behind in awkward silence. Kyo spoke first. Just now, what did the knight say his name was? Thunder shook his head slightly. I think he didn't say. Kyle suggested. Why don't you ask him yourself? He just blurted out a casual comment. Unexpectedly, Kyo actually asked directly, Sir Knight, how should we address you? Thunder was speechless. This guy really dares to do anything. Cadden didn't turn back, lazily waved and said, you can call me K. Hearing this, Thunder muttered under his breath. What kind of strange name is that? Kyo thought the same thing, guessing it probably isn't his real name. The group kept moving, and before long they ran into Denbo's. He smiled with fake warmth and struck up a conversation. "Greetings, Knight K, what a coincidence." Cadden gave a slight nod in reply, Knight Denbo's. His eyes swept over the students behind Cadden, then his smile widened into something mysterious and hard to read. "Those two redheads must be quite a burden for you this time, Sir K." Denbo's did not bother hiding his hostility, frowning hard as he looked at Thunder. "You must be very pleased to have received a black belt, aren't you?" Thunder replied calmly. "If it were up to me, I would never let people like that appear in this academy." He calmly shot back, "Fortunately, it is not up to you." Thunder's answer instantly enraged Denbo's, and his eyes flashed with thick killing intent. "Be careful, I will be watching you." Just then, a flash of sword light suddenly shot forward, pressing close against his neck. Along with it came Cadden's low, hoarse voice, Knight Denbo. "I must remind you." Without the slightest hesitation, he pointed his sword at Denbo. With a stern expression, he stated that Thunder Taylor was now a member of his Black Belt Knight unit. Cadden paused briefly, took a drag from his cigar, then exhaled a trail of smoke. "I hope no prejudice exists here that might cause anything unpleasant between us." Denbo still refused to back down, frowning slightly as he sneered. "Whether it is prejudice or not will be proven soon enough." Convinced he was right, he firmly declared that sooner or later, everyone would realize the prophecy was wrong. After saying that, Denbo's turned and left resentfully. "Good luck to you all." Watching his back, Kyo wondered blankly the prophecy. "What prophecy?" Munch shook his head vigorously, having never heard of it. As for Cadden, his expression darkened in an instant, and he gritted his teeth without saying a word. Only after a long while did he speak. "Follow me." Not long afterward, Cadden led the whole group to a large building. "This is our special training facility." The moment the great doors opened, a violent gust of wind surged into their faces. Kyo blurted out, "Where is this wind coming from?" The teammate beside him also moved his lips and muttered, "I can't even open my eyes," though he was in the same situation as the other two. Kyo remained far calmer, forcing his eyes open to take in the entire training area. When he saw the walls completely covered in spiderwebs, Kyle finally could not help sighing. This place is seriously run down. At the same time, Munch suddenly shouted, "Where did Sir Cadden go?" Kyo himself was confused as well. "I did not notice either. I have no idea when he disappeared." Before the group could regain their composure, the door behind them suddenly slammed shut. Kyle jumped in fright and turned back to check. "What is going on?" Thunder said nothing and decisively used his dragon eye. He scanned around once, but Cadden had vanished. Thunder tried to confirm it again. "Even with the dragon eye, I cannot see him anywhere." Kyo, uneasy beside him, hesitantly asked, "Thunder, can you see him?" At that moment, Thunder himself was also bewildered, so he could only answer honestly, "No, I cannot see him at all." In the next second, Cadden suddenly draped his arms over both of their shoulders from behind and spoke in a low voice. "Are you looking for me?" His abrupt appearance successfully scared the souls out of them. The whole group panicked and screamed. A while later, everything settled under the dim candlelight. Cadden explained that from now on, everyone would have to train in dark conditions like this. He explained that it would temper everyone's skills and sharpen their senses, until one day you can merge with the darkness and turn the darkness into your sharpest weapon. Kyo could not hold back anymore and probed directly. "Sir Cadden, I heard that Black Belt Knights will mainly carry out assassination missions and things like that in the future. Is that true?" Thunder was surprised and thought to himself, "Assassination. So that is what Kyle has been worried about." Cadden's confirming answer made Kyle fall silent. "That is right. The skills you master will make you suited to assassination missions like assassin. More than anyone else." He lowered his head, cast his eyes down, and muttered, "Why can't we duel openly and honorably like everyone else?" Cadden slowly walked closer, shrugged, and answered with a smile, "You were chosen to become Black Belt Knights because there are things about you that are more special than other people." He gently patted Kyle's shoulder and spoke calmly, "If you want to duel others openly and honorably, believe me, you are capable of that too." Cadden placed special emphasis on those words. Hearing this, Kyle was visibly moved, his eyes shining as he looked at him. "Sir Cadden." Then Cadden tossed an item to each of them. "Take this." Kyo looked puzzled. "This is..." The corner of Cadden's mouth lifted slightly as he announced with a smile, "Starting today, you may use whatever fighting methods you prefer." Sunlight fell across the watch face on the bracelet. It clearly displayed the name Thunder Taylor, rank 300, along with today's training completion progress. He lay on the bed with one leg crossed, lost in thought. 300. So this thing can display the current ranking board. Well then, Thunder sank into deep thought. According to what Sir Cadden said, the ranking board will update after daily training ends. Members can freely issue challenges to one another. More specifically, if a member at the bottom of the rankings wins, they can directly take the place of the higher-ranked member. The higher the rank, the more resources they can obtain. Thinking of this, Thunder immediately sat bolt upright. Kyle, how many students are there in our department altogether? The other person thought for a moment. I think there are probably around 300. Hearing that, he fell completely silent, thinking, so I am actually dead last? Thunder casually asked Kyle, what rank are you? He looked a little flustered and hesitated without answering. Tan ran over to join the commotion and glanced at the watch on Kyle's wrist. It showed that Kyle was ranked first, with today's training completion at 100%. He immediately grabbed Kyle's wrist in excitement. We were still guessing who was in first place. Turns out he was right here. Tan laughed delightedly. This is great. Now the first rank and third rank people are both in our dorm. Should we start walking sideways when we go out from now on? Kyle blushed with embarrassment. Tan, you really are. Slavia, the third-rank student, frowned and glanced at them. Boys really are shallow. Beside her, Mary, ranked 89th, could only laugh awkwardly. Meanwhile, Ian noticed Munch's bashful smile. Ben asked, Munch, you seem pretty happy, don't you? The other party gave a vague reply, it is nothing. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly. He looked at the ranking information with pleasure. Munch was ranked 65th, with today's training completion at 100%. He told himself, I have to keep working even harder. The scene shifts to 10 days later. Blazing sunlight covered all the building. Thunder strode along the corridor. As he walked, he thought, today's hunt did not yield all that much either. For now, I am almost about to gather enough points for 100 basic monster crystals. Just as he returned to the dormitory entrance, he heard an argument. What is that supposed to mean? What came into Thunder's view was Munch, looking extremely upset. It is only thanks to this special training that my rank improved. Take note, his current rank is 50th. Kyle, standing opposite him, answered bluntly. Maybe so, but I just think those methods are a little low. In any case, they are of no help to me. Those words irritated Munch once again. They are not your specialty, but that does not mean they are useless. Kyle refused to back down and retorted like this. Even without those skills, I could still stay in first place. Munch immediately cut him off. Thunder turned to Tan and asked, what is going on? He sighed and remarked, this is the first time I have seen Munch this worked up. Tan summarized the whole story. They were arguing over whether the training of the Black-backed Knights was actually useful to them. Curious about what exactly they had been training in, Thunder rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Special training. According to his analysis, assassination and shadow concealment were skills of the Black-backed Knight. These were indeed not Kyle's strength, but in this area Munch showed a special talent. Thinking of this, Thunder could not deny it, but Kyle also had a point. His fundamentals were all stronger than Munch's. Even if Munch's rank had risen quickly in terms of overall strength, he still had to work much harder. The two people in front of him were still arguing fiercely. Munch shouted angrily, I will not allow you to look down on my efforts like that. Kyle also showed signs of losing his temper. Did I not already say it? Think whatever you want. Slavia hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. All right, you two, stop arguing. Thunder, you should talk them down too. Thunder had been standing silently to one side, and when his name was suddenly called, he was slightly startled. In the next second, he unexpectedly made a suggestion. Why do you two not just fight it out? Tan, standing beside him, enthusiastically agreed. Oh, good idea. Slavia jumped up in anger. Hey, are you here to stop them or to stir things up? In a moment of impulse, Munch agreed without hesitation. I agree. Let us have a duel. Kyle gave a cold snort. That is fine with me, but if we are going to fight, I will let you find out whether the skills you value are actually useful in real combat. Not long after, the arena area quickly became lively. People passing by whispered to each other, hey, are you going to watch? Someone over there issued a challenge. It seems to be the first-ranked new student. Someone was immediately drawn in. That red-haired guy, right? Who is he fighting? Another person quickly replied. I heard about it. It is a dark horse. Seems like he is also near the top. Sebastian, the youngest son of Dan Bird, happened to pass by. His brows were filled with contempt. A fight. The person beside him echoed, there is nothing worth watching. They are all country bumpkins from Danny Town. Over on this side, Ko was seizing the chance to make money, cheerfully shouting his pitch. Bets are final once placed. The Academy's rising star faces the black-backed Knight Munch. Come quickly and see who will win. He smiled as he solicited customers. Bosses, who are you betting on? I warmly welcome your support. Here. I bet 10 silver coins. I am betting on Kyle. That casual betting attitude immediately angered Slavia. She snapped, this is too much. How can you use your own roommate for gambling? Who would have thought Mary would join in too? 5 silver coins here. I want to try as well. I am betting on Munch. Maybe he can bring us a surprise. Ko hurriedly smiled and replied, thank you, bosses, for your patronage. Seeing this, Slavia was utterly bewildered. Mary, why are you also? In the end, she could not hold back her curiosity. She suddenly turned around and asked the person in the row behind her, Thunder, do you think Munch has a chance to win? Below the arena, Ko continued in his role as referee. He spoke up first. Sorry to keep you ladies and gentlemen waiting. The match everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. The crowd kept urging him on, hurry up. He still followed the procedure, raising his voice to announce, let us witness this important moment together. Just as the match was about to begin, Thunder finally answered Slavia's question. So you also think Kyle will win, right? She could not deny it. Silence fell. Below the arena, KO took his position, raised his hand, and shouted, I hereby declare this match. Begin. As soon as his command rang out, the two people on the stage immediately moved, and the whole audience erupted in cheers. Go on, beat him. Thunder watched the entire fight and gave a blunt assessment. Kaiho is talented and his technique is excellent. Among us, he could be considered outstandingly gifted. He did not forget to comment on the other fighter. As for Munch, he also gave everything he had in the special training, you could say. Right now, he is a formidable opponent for Kyle. And just as Thunder said, Munch was fighting with his sword with great determination, not losing to Kaiho at all. As soon as Munch brought his sword down, thick smoke and dust instantly spread across the entire arena floor. Given the situation at the scene, no one could guess what had happened. Only he confidently declared, I've got him. The crowd below the arena began whispering noisily. Was he knocked down? Very quickly, someone sharp-eyed noticed. Wait, Kyle blocked the attack. This development was beyond Munchin's expectations. He blurted out, what? KO had used his sword to fully block his opponent's attack. He raised an eyebrow and said, give up, you can't win. Thunder watched everything, then folded his arms and analyzed. Munch's technique has indeed improved, but it has reached the point where Kaiho can no longer afford to let his guard down. However, he stretched and yawned, then finally concluded, I still believe Kaiho will win. Slavia nodded in agreement. Judging by the fundamental gap between them, the skills he still lacked could not be made up for in such a short time. Hearing the two of them say that, Mary could not help feeling anxious. Munch, back below the arena, Munch seemed to have lost his composure. He frantically leaped forward and attacked Kaiho, repeating again and again, damn it! Kaiho calmly blocked every strike until the right moment came. Kaiho suddenly turned around. My turn. With a single finishing blow, he decided the outcome, and the wooden sword in Munch's hand snapped cleanly in two. He still refused to accept reality, staring pale-faced at the blade flying away. Under Munch's terrified gaze, the wooden sword fell and slammed hard onto the arena floor. KO calmly turned his head to look at it. It was over. Munch dropped to his knees and lowered his head in despair. How could this be? KO said nothing more and did not even bother to look at his opponent again. He turned and walked away. It was a pity, but reality was reality. Munch clenched the sword in his hand and a surge of red light flared up. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, no, it isn't over yet. Thunder quietly noticed something was wrong and his whole body suddenly tensed. Below the arena, Munch excitedly gripped the broken sword and charged straight at KO's back, shouting, it isn't over yet, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control. Flavia cried out in panic, watch out. Mary beside her was just as anxious and hurriedly tried to stop him. Munch stopped at that very moment. The broken blade, which had been only inches from his neck, suddenly stopped. He turned his head and the sight before him made his expression change. Red blood stained the blade pressed near his neck and hot drops kept falling. The people who witnessed it were stunned, their mouths hanging open, unable to speak. Ian shot to his feet in horror and exclaimed, how is that possible? Even Slavia hesitated, wondering to herself, when exactly did that happen? Below the arena, Thunder had arrived in time, gripping Munch's wooden blade tightly with his hand as he warned in a stern voice. Munch stopped. Kyle looked at his bloodied hand and called out worriedly, his body tense. Perhaps the smell of blood finally brought Munch back to his senses. He panicked, dropped the sword, and looked helplessly at his own hand. I'm sorry, Slavia still could not believe her eyes. The speed Munch had just shown shocked everyone. They had not even had time to tell which direction he moved. In such a short moment, Thunder had still managed to intervene. How did he do it? On the arena, Munch stammered an apology to Thunder. I'm sorry, I really am sorry for what just happened. It was all because I was too reckless. If you hadn't stopped me, Thunder, I would have caused a terrible disaster. Thunder did not take it to heart and gently shook his head. It's fine, it's just a small wound. Meanwhile, the crowd broke into noisy discussion. Then who counts as the winner? Someone immediately spoke up. Surely Kaiho wins. Another person was unconvinced, who said, if he hadn't been stopped, Kaiho definitely wouldn't have dodged that blow. The argument exploded, but before that, the match had already ended. KO quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly waved his hand as he announced, everyone, stop causing a scene. A third party interfered in this match, so the result is void. You can all get your money back later. Of course, some people were still unhappy and shouted in protest, how is that acceptable? Some even became so agitated that they began throwing bottles onto the arena. Damn it, are you doing this on purpose? I clearly won that money. If you can't handle losing, don't bet. Yog had no choice but to calm the crowd. Everyone, don't get worked up. I already said I would return your money. Their attitude remained fierce, tearing the situation wide open. Cut the nonsense! The situation quickly spiraled out of control, and the people on the arena stage were pelted with stone. As they endured countless vicious insults, the crowd blamed Kyog for ruining everything. What a piece of trash. What good is returning the money? We clearly all won. A group of red-haired freaks left the academy. As they walked away, Thunder was suddenly struck on the head by a stone. The crowd below cursed wildly and the scene fell into chaos. Accusations rang in his ears. Get out of the academy! Kaihu hurriedly supported him and called his name in worry. Thunder and Munch tried to stop the crowd and asked everyone to calm down, but all they got back were vicious words. Shut up, get lost. Kaihu saw him staggering and his expression changed. Thunder, what's wrong? The other boy answered weakly, let's go. Flavia and Mary came down to shield him, trying to persuade the crowd. Everyone, don't do this. The match is over. Stop getting so worked up. Amid the chaos, Eric casually picked up a large brick and smiled sinisterly. Let me make this even bigger. Before he could make a move, his wrist was suddenly hit by a thrown stone. By reflex, he dropped the brick in his hand and hissed aloud in pain. Munch had seen through Eric's intention and took the initiative to stop him first. Don't do that. Eric angrily pointed at Munch's face. Hey, isn't this all because you're useless? Munch shot back, but it has nothing to do with Thunder. Eric was so furious he nearly choked and could only shout noisily, Brat, you just remember this. With one of his own people attacked while standing in the middle of this chaos, Sebastian's expression immediately darkened, clearly showing his displeasure. The space around Thunder seemed to freeze. All that echoed in his ears were the crowd's vicious words, red-haired freak. Thunder felt as though countless malicious gazes were stabbing into him. They competed to curse him. Get out of the academy, you piece of trash. Freak, you should never have been born. Nothing good happens with you around. Disappear, you jinx. He walked through the storm of their attacks. He truly could not understand how things had turned out this way. Were filthy humans all like this? There were still words of concern coming through. Stop throwing things, we are all classmates. Thunder, are you all right? Yet he was almost completely drowned by those ugly curses. I don't want to study with a freak. Exactly. And then, those vicious words entered Thunder's ears like a poisonous liquid, slowly destroying him. Thunder's whole body trembled. All he could hear were the insults surging toward him. Cursed red hair, freak, get lost, you piece of trash. Useless waste, idiot, get lost, disappear, you disgusting thing. Disappear. Thunder gradually lost control, and his dragon eyes appeared unconsciously. Veins bulged on his forehead as he clenched his teeth in rage. Just as the crowd was in chaos, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out. Silence! The crowd instantly fell quiet and turned toward the direction of the voice. When they saw clearly who had arrived, they immediately began whispering among themselves. It's Lord Winford. What is he doing here? Could he have placed a bet too? Someone immediately cut in. Don't be stupid, how could that be possible? As soon as Kyle saw Winford appear, he hurriedly reported, Lord Winford, Thunder is bleeding badly. He needs to be bandaged quickly. Winford nodded slightly. He took the initiative and said, I'll help you stop the bleeding. But Thunder flatly refused. No need, it's only a small wound. Is something the matter? Winford hesitated for a few seconds, then spoke haltingly. Thunder, your mother is here. Hearing this, Thunder instantly froze, his eyes widening in shock. Not long afterward, the scene shifted to a certain room. A woman stood silently by the window. In the next moment, urgent, breathless calls echoed over, drawing closer and closer. Mother. Scarlet was slightly startled and turned her head. Thunder happened to push the door open and run in, still bandaged on the head and gasping for breath. It really was his mother. Scarlet asked gently, it has been so long, you've grown a lot. Thunder happily replied, yes, I've gotten a little taller. Scarlet had only just begun to speak hesitantly when Thunder cheerfully took her hand. Let's not talk about me. Did you come here because Father's condition has improved since things had come this far? Scarlet had no choice but to tell Thunder the truth. Your father has left. Hearing this, Thunder panicked at once. Father is gone, Scarlet hurriedly explained. That isn't what I mean. I mean your father left home. He left the village. Thunder grew even more confused. Left? How could that be? Wasn't he infected with the shadow plague and resting at home? How could he suddenly be able to move around? Winford stood outside, leaning against the door as he silently listened to their conversation. After all, he had always hidden the truth about the shadow plague from Thunder. According to Winford's understanding, those infected would usually die within about a year. Jack was one of the few who could survive it, but in the end, no matter how strong they were, they still had to bow before the plague and become its vessel for spreading the disease. In all these years, there had never been an exception. Inside the room, Scarlet slowly told Thunder the whole story from beginning to end. Actually, I only found out today that for the past 10 years, your father has been fighting the dark plague all along. She recalled the time before. One night, Scarlet was startled awake by a sudden noise. What was that sound? At that moment in the bedroom, a bottle of black ink was rolling on the floor and sheets of paper were scattered everywhere. As soon as Scarlet pushed the door open and stepped inside, she saw her husband sitting at the desk, bent over and writing something. Shocked, she cried out, Jack. He turned his face back, struggling to take each wheezing breath, then smiled and called Scarlett's name. She rushed over and hugged Jack tightly, crying out with joy, "You're awake, Jack. Thank goodness." He answered Scarlett with a tight embrace. But before long, the dark purple veins on Jack's face rose again. He could barely breathe, and whispered beside Scarlett's ear, "No, no, I can't hold on much longer." What Jack said made her despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You should just kill me." Scarlett, of course, could not accept that request and choked out, "No, Jack, I can't." He stroked her face and gently tried to persuade her, "Scarlett, kill me." Before Jack could finish speaking, the pain struck him, leaving him unable to speak. His eyes widened, and Jack clutched his head, trying to keep himself conscious as he kept urging her, "Hurry, kill." Scarlett hurried to his side. "Jack, what's wrong with you?" But Jack's condition grew worse and worse. Dark purple streams of energy swirled around him, and he suddenly roared, "Hurry up and kill me." Scarlett panicked and tried to call her husband's name. Jack. In the blink of an eye, he lost control, sprang to his feet, and growled. The energy he released shook the entire room, and Scarlett could only sob and call out, "Jack." She fell hard onto the floor, and flames quickly caught around her. Jack was still lost in the throes of his terrible illness, pleading in a hoarse voice, "Hurry up and kill me." Scarlett firmly refused to do it. She could not bring herself to strike. Her eyes were red from crying, yet she still answered with resolve. No. Jack's figure flickered in and out behind the raging flames. By then, his mind had fallen into chaos, and he repeated only one sentence again and again. "Hurry, kill me, hurry, kill." Jack stood there, almost screaming each word in anguish. Back in the present, Thunder hesitantly confirmed it. "So, Mother, you didn't do it." Scarlett's face showed deep sorrow as she searched through her pocket and answered, "He is your father. Besides, this is something he left for you. I felt I had to give it to you myself." With that, she took out a letter and handed it to Thunder with great care. He accepted it, opened it, and read the contents inside. His face was full of doubt. "He left this for me." The letter read, "My dear Thunder, I am truly ashamed that I could not stay by your side as you grew up. From the moment your mother and I first saw you, I knew you were special. I know you were admitted to Pharaoh Academy, and I also know your true strength goes far beyond that." Every word Jack left in the letter was filled with sincerity. He confessed, "I am proud of you." At the end of the letter, Jack wrote, "I'm sorry I can no longer be with you. I hope that from now on you can do the things you want to do. Thank you for coming into my life as my son. I will always love you." After reading the whole thing, Thunder trembled all over and clenched the letter tightly in his hand. Tears fell as he choked up, unable to speak. "What a foolish father. You make it sound like you're on your deathbed. Why be so sentimental? I will definitely find a way to save you." Fast forward to the time after that. Thunder returned to the dormitory. He collapsed onto the bed, resting his arm across his forehead as he recalled what his mother had said before leaving. "For the coming days, I have to go look for your father. No matter what he has become, I have to find him. At that time he had offered, then I'll go with you." But Scarlett flatly refused. "No, you have your own things to do. I think your father would want that too." Thunder still held out hope that he could persuade her. But Scarlett firmly cut him off. "Thunder, being able to see you again makes me very happy. You don't need to worry about us, just do what you need to do well." In the end, she said goodbye to Thunder with a tight embrace, gently stroking his head to comfort him. As the memory ended, he sank deep into thought. "But it has already been 10 years and I still haven't accomplished anything. Just like humanity, there has not been the slightest progress. I can't avenge my people. And I can't protect the people I want to protect either. Everything is terrible." Hearing the door open, Thunder abruptly sat up and happened to meet the gaze of Kyle. He asked with concern, "Thunder, you're back. Did you get to see your mother? What did she say? Is your father's condition still all right?" But Thunder simply walked past Kyle and headed straight outside. He slowly walked down the corridor, his back looking terribly lonely. Kyle gave an unclear hum. Seeing Thunder in this state, Kyle could not help worrying, leaning to the side as he called Thunder's name. He thought to himself that Kyle did not look well. Just then, the paper on the table suddenly fell, catching Kyle's attention. He picked it up and skimmed through it. This is..." Kyle was so absorbed that he did not notice the hand slowly creeping closer. Tan snatched the paper from his hand and burst out laughing happily. "Caught you reading it that carefully. Some girl must have written you a letter, right?" Kyle shouted angrily, "Tan, what are you doing? Give it back right now." The other boy kept teasing him. "Stop being shy. Let me see what your love life is like." Kyle tried to snatch it back. "No, I already told you it is not a love letter. Give it back to me now." The others returned to the dormitory just in time. Slavia froze at the scene before her. "What are you doing? A love letter?" Kyle hurriedly explained, "It's a letter for Thunder." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Slavia blurted out. Not long after that, Kyle told the others the whole story from start to finish. He sighed, "That's what happened." Xavier still had not fully processed everything. His lips moved as he muttered, "So Thunder's father was infected with the shadow plague." Kara sighed. "I really never expected that guy's childhood to be so intense. Looks like we should treat him a little better from now on." Meanwhile, Munch sat silently in a corner, his head lowered in thought. Thunder. The scene shifted to the cafeteria. It was packed with people coming and going while Thunder walked alone with his head down. Xavier suddenly appeared and greeted him with a smile. Thunder. What a coincidence, are you going to eat? Mary also smiled and invited him. Let's go together. He looked left and right in confusion, then let out a bewildered huh. Fast forward to when he returned to the dormitory. Thunder looked in confusion at the neatly arranged pile of belongings on his bed. Huh, don't touch my clothes. I walked over to his side. She used all of her impressive acting skills and asked him with a smile. Thunder, what do you think of Slavia? She's a pretty good girl, right? Thunder had not understood a thing yet. What? Ian then stammered and continued, yes, Slavia. Their stiff reactions, combined with everything that had happened recently, made Thunder suspicious. What is going on with these guys? The scene shifted again to the next day. As soon as he returned to the room, he saw Kyle arranging flowers on the table, and they were freshly picked lilies. Thunder frowned and pressed him. What is it this time? The other party hesitated before saying, Thunder, it's just that I feel when people look at fresh flowers, their mood gets better, don't you think so? Hearing that, he immediately showed open disgust. Have you fallen in love with me or something? Kyle jumped up in embarrassment. How could that be? Thunder seized the chance and asked directly, I've wanted to ask for a while. What has been wrong with all of you lately? Kyle stammered for a while before finally choosing to confess on his own. About that, I'm sorry, I accidentally read your letter. Thunder looked at him, his expression unreadable, and called out, Kyle. Afraid that Thunder was angry, Kyle frantically explained, I'm sorry, Thunder. It was all my fault, your correspondence is private. I shouldn't have opened it without permission, and I didn't ask anyone else to read it with me. At the time, anyway, I was wrong. I exposed your private matters, I'm sorry But beyond his expectations, Thunder gave a bright smile, his tone full of sincerity. Thank you, everyone. Seeing this, Kyle let out a sigh of relief. Thunder, as long as you're not angry, that's good. Just then, a burst of noise came from outside the door. Hurry, bring him inside. Move aside, hurry. The door opened and Munch, covered in bruises and coughing repeatedly, was helped into the room by Tara and Ian. Munch, you're at the dorm now, hang in there. Slavia also urged anxiously. Hurry and put him on the bed. Mary, standing beside them, was already so panicked that she was nearly crying and called out tearfully. Munch, Kyle asked in alarm, what happened? I immediately explained, it was that guy Sebastian, he issued a challenge. Munch fought a duel with him. Thunder was confused. In a ranking match, shouldn't the fight end as soon as someone admits defeat? How did he get hurt this badly? Over here, Ian was still busy helping Munch onto the bed. Come on. Be careful. Tara hurriedly recounted everything, indignation clear in her voice. Munch had already been beaten unconscious at the time, so he couldn't even surrender. But that guy didn't stop at all. He kept attacking Munch. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Munch was laid on the bed amid Mary's sobs. He struggled to call out, Thunder. Thunder immediately walked over. Munch, what do you want to say? Who would have thought that, even injured to this extent, the other party was still worrying about Thunder and even looked deeply guilty? I'm sorry. These past few days, I couldn't help you make your bed. Hearing that, Thunder remained frozen in place. Beside his ear came Slavia's urgent voice. The bones in his arms and legs are all cracked. We need to find a doctor, Ian quickly volunteered. All right, I'll go find one right away. Without saying a word, Thunder suddenly stood up and turned to leave. Keho noticed and asked worriedly, Thunder, where are you going? He turned back, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Of course I'm going to get justice for Munch. Keho gently pulled Thunder's hand, stopping him from going any farther. Wait, Thunder, don't act impulsively. Thunder's expression darkened. Do you want to come with me? Keho hesitated before answering. I want to help Munch vent his anger too, but Thunder raised his voice. But what? All I know is that blood debts must be paid in blood. Slavia also said worriedly, it's because Sebastian is a member of the Delta family. Keho agreed as well. Right, he's the son of Knight Dan Bird. We can't afford to offend them. Thunder turned his back and left without looking back. So what? Since he wanted to cause trouble, he has to face the consequences. Thunder, Keho shouted, don't you understand? This isn't the first time he's done something like this. No one in the academy wants to provoke him. They might even expel you. He raised a hand as if saying goodbye. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, as long as I do it through an official match. Then I can take revenge fair and square. Keho called his name awkwardly, unable to hide the helplessness in his voice. Thunder, the scene shifted. Flowers and grass intertwined, forming a beautiful picture of nature. Sebastian praised him. Not bad, Eric, keep it up. Amid the clanging of swinging swords, Sebastian walked past the crowd training. Eric replied, there, Thunder is being blocked by two people. You are not one of us, are you? Brother, we are training. If you need something, wait off to the side. He asked coldly, who is Sebastian? The first student asked curiously, you are looking for Sebastian. I do not recall him having a red-haired friend. The second one laughed and said, then if it is not you, move aside. Hearing the commotion, Eric shouted, what is all this noise? What is going on? The first student pointed at Thunder. Eric, this guy keeps trying to barge in, saying he is looking for Sebastian. Hearing that, Eric shouted mockingly, huh. Sebastian would never know some red-haired freak. Did your parents not teach you any manners? Eric angrily pointed at him. Can you not see we are training? Thunder calmly asked, are you Sebastian? If you are not, then I have no business with you. Eric gritted his teeth. You. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Eric, Sebastian smiled faintly and introduced himself. I am the Sebastian you are looking for. He pointed at Thunder's belt. Judging from your black belt, I suppose you came because of your classmate, right? Thunder got straight to the point. Since you already know, I will not waste words. He tapped the watch on his wrist. Let us duel. A duel? Sebastian put his hands on his hips. That direct? The system asked. Thunder Talo ranked 300, accept or decline. He smiled and tapped his watch. Sorry. I think we should forget it. Thunder's face turned cold. What, are you scared? Sebastian said mockingly. Looking at your rank, I do not think a duel is necessary. No, look, I thought that black belt guy was the promising seed among you, but the result was utterly miserable. He waved his hand, acting sympathetic. Sorry, I did not mean to hurt you. Perhaps people born into ordinary families really are different from us. Then Sebastian turned around and teased. I do not want that to happen again either. The atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by Thunder's unexpected call. He still had not given up. Wait, Eric stepped in and blocked him. Sebastian, someone like this is not worthy of dueling you, but I do not mind. Eric raised the watch on his wrist. I am currently ranked 9. If you can defeat me, perhaps the others will become interested in accepting your challenge. Eric glanced toward Sebastian, a brief look full of meaning. Is that fine, boss? Sebastian smirked. Suit yourself. Thunder pointed at Eric. If I beat him, will you accept my challenge? Eric was startled. This guy, Sebastian replied, beat him first, then we will talk. Whispers rose all around. Oh my, we get to watch another match. Following a talented team really was the right choice. Exactly, I get to see the person I like fight again. I hope this match lasts a little longer. Thunder clenched his fist. Then I will not waste any more words. Here I come. Eric drew his sword and prepared himself. How arrogant, do not start crying later and find someone else to avenge you. Someone wondered, why has that red-haired guy still not picked up a sword? Eric immediately charged at him. This is the perfect chance. I will use the move Sebastian just taught me. Sebastian crossed his arms, looking amused. Eric really is bullying a child again. Steel flashed as Eric swung his sword, the cold tip aimed straight at Thunder's body. Die! With just a slight lean, Thunder dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Eric could not believe it, his face filled with shock. What? How could he dodge that? Eric roared, refusing to back down, and swung his sword as he charged in again. It is not over yet. Even with his repeated attacks, Eric could not touch Thunder. Every strike was dodged with ease. Let us see how you dodge this. Damn it, Eric began to panic. That was already my fastest strike. How can he still dodge it? Thunder rushed forward, and before Eric could react, Thunder's punch landed squarely on his face. Eric's body was sent flying several meters backward before crashing to the ground. Eric froze, his face bruised and his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? Thunder pointed at Eric lying over there. Sebastian, am I qualified to challenge you now? The people around them shouted in panic. Eric, hey, it looks like he passed out. Hurry and take him to the infirmary. Sebastian crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. What benefit do I get from defeating you? Thunder held out 2 glittering stones. If you win, these 2 intermediate monster crystals will be yours. Sebastian shouted loudly. Intermediate monster crystals? Where did you get those? I do not want to get into trouble over items of unknown origin. Thunder replied calmly, my parents were adventurers. These are what they left me. Thunder put his hand into his pocket. Well, before I forge them into weapons, you still have a chance to obtain them. Sebastian pointed at him. Fine, I accept your challenge, but I have one condition. He burst into laughter, a terrifying gleam of interest flashing in his eyes. This match must be held publicly. I do not want anyone thinking later that I stole these intermediate monster crystals. From his hand, showing no emotion, Thunder replied in an icy tone, exactly as I intend. Soldiers spread out across the wide arena. The crowd buzzed, oh, here he comes, Sebastian. Sebastian is the best, defeating the red-haired monster. It's about to begin. Kyo walked beside him, constantly cautioning, do you really want to duel that guy? I heard he's ranked 2nd. If that's true, I don't think it's intentional. He continued, warning, even if you want a big fight. That guy won't hold back. Thunder reassured Kyo. Don't worry, just place your bet, follow my lead. He sighed helplessly. All right, I can't stop you anyway. They high-fived and he laughed. Then promise me this. At least make him bleed from the nose. Thunder replied firmly, definitely. Scene shifts, Kyo hugs a wooden box, once bought, hands off. Once bought, hands off. Black mercenary Thunder faces white mercenary Sebastian. Who will defeat whom? Let's wait and see this exciting duel. Zane couldn't hide his worry. I say, how long do you think Thunder can hold out? Ian hesitated, his voice full of anxiety. I hope Thunder doesn't get hurt. Flavia disagreed. On this matter, I don't think like you all. She shouted loudly, oh, love really makes people blind. She was startled, yelling, what are you talking about? How could I possibly like that Thunder guy? The key isn't that. Slavia remained determined. If you don't see Thunder's strengths, it only means you're blind. Tan continued teasing. Kyo felt his heart ache. Lost in thought, better to worry whether Thunder can win. I wonder if this duel will temper the black mercenary's temper. Sebastian's voice rang out, full of arrogance and challenge. The child of a knight will become a knight. The child of a commoner will remain a commoner. This is the unbridgeable divide. He flicked his sword, mocking Thunder with wordplay. I know. You defeated Eric, giving you some confidence. But through this duel, I understand the difference between us. The referee called both sides to position. He commanded, better to teach your juniors than me. Sebastian raised his sword straight up. He stood ready in fighting stance. Everyone in the stands, eyes full of concern, focused on the arena. A cloth wrapped tightly around his face, leaving only sharp eyes exposed. The referee shouted, the duel began. Sebastian lunged immediately. Seeing this, Ko held his breath, yelling his name over the roar. Thunder, Thunder. He dodged the attack through a cloud of dust. Sebastian sneered, oh, you're lucky. Almost no one can dodge my attacks. Thunder replied contemptuously, your luck isn't much either. In an instant, a slash grazed his face like a knife cutting the air. Sebastian wiped his cheek. The wound was too shallow. With attacks like this, you'll never win. Thunder taunted, why so talkative? Have you always won by hitting your mouth? Instantly, Sebastian surged forward like a violent gust. Fine, your luck stops here. Thunder evaded gracefully, slipping past the attack easily and swiftly, avoiding his cheek and shoulder with precision. I widened my eyes. Did Thunder just attack? Why does Sebastian look hurt first? Ian couldn't explain either. Don't know, I didn't see clearly. Io wondered. Thunder, how do you train like this? The moves he used to dodge Sebastian's attacks left him speechless, thinking, just like a top knight. Sebastian gathered all his energy. Good, now let's see if you can dodge this. The stands trembled instantly as all power concentrated on the sword. Today truly broadened eyes, Sebastian like a whirlwind, charging forward with radiant green energy surrounding him. Thunder spun like the wind, skillfully dodging. Sebastian sneered, amused. I knew you'd do that, now next. He stood firm, eyes slightly worried at the green energy approaching. Sebastian gripped his sword, charging through the dense green energy. He dodged again. The crowd erupted. Bravo, wow, Sebastian is fired up. Go, show the redhead. Bravo, Sebastian, you're my god. Tan exclaimed anxiously. This isn't good that Thunder keeps dodging. He'll be hit sooner or later. Ian also worriedly called out his name. Thunder, he's angry. That bastard Sebastian is ruthless. Io tried to reassure. Don't worry, I think Thunder will be fine, Tan asked. What do you mean? Xavier looked down and said, think carefully, truly at a disadvantage, it's Sebastian. His legs tremble, unable to support his body. Drops of blood started to fall. Below, his body was battered, breath uneven. Sebastian collapsed to the ground as if all strength had been drained. What? I froze in place, my face speechless. How could this be? Was Thunder not dodging the whole time? Kyle was puzzled too. But in truth, Thunder had actually been attacking all along. Dan shouted, since when? Why did I not notice? Kyle looked down below. Every time Thunder dodged Sebastian's attacks, he launched at least one strike of his own. He kept wearing Sebastian down until his opponent could no longer resist. Covered in wounds, Sebastian clutched his arm and shouted, even my father never taught me to fight like this. I will kill you, panting hard, his eyes blazing. Sebastian poured every last ounce of strength into one desperate charge. Thunder slipped past him like a storm wind wrapped in lightning. Sebastian's attack was so fast that even time seemed to pause for a beat. Dan was stunned. Is that really Thunder? How did he become so strong? Slavia turned to Kyle in confusion. Kyle, Thunder clearly had a chance to end this with one knockout blow. He replied softly, but why does it feel like Thunder is doing this on purpose? She froze. On purpose? He is like a dragon toying with Sebastian, like a wild beast hunting its prey. Thunder wants to torment him bit by bit. Sebastian was covered in wounds, fear written across his face, and he began screaming. My face, you filthy commoner, how dare you? Kyle realized that Thunder wanted revenge for Munch. The sword swept past Sebastian's face, its cold steel gliding across the bridge of his nose. Sebastian clutched his nose and trembled. My nose, you, just wait, stay there if you have the nerve. My father will never let you get away with this. In his extreme resentment, Sebastian roared as though he wanted to tear the air apart. You are dead. Thunder raised his sword, preparing the finishing blow. For someone like you, saying another word would only be a waste. Sebastian shakily raised his hand to surrender. His voice faltered. Wait, sir. Thunder's fist burned like a roaring flame, crashing straight into Sebastian's cheek and leaving an unforgettable mark. Then Thunder unleashed a rapid chain of slaps. Do not dream that I will let you admit defeat so easily. Whatever you owe Munch, I will make you pay double. Seeing this, Slavia said anxiously, this will be bad if it continues. Kyle agreed, right if this goes on, from the stands above. A voice suddenly rang out through the silence. Stop. Munch appeared with casts all over his body, leaning on a crutch as he tried to intervene. Stop, Thunder, please. Thunder turned around. He wondered inwardly why Munch wanted him to stop. Sebastian fell to his knees. I give up, the referee announced. The match is over. Thunder Taller wins. Sebastian's followers rushed over. Sebastian, are you all right? Thunder shot away like a gust of wind while Kyle hurried after him, calling his name in worry. Thunder. The people around Sebastian asked anxiously about him. Well, let us go to the infirmary first. Right, we need to stitch the wounds first. In his overwhelming humiliation, Sebastian lost control and roared, "Get out! All of you, get out of my sight!" His fury was stretched taut, making his body shake in violent waves. Thundertaler, just wait and see, he roared. We absolutely cannot let him off. The scene shifted to the central building of Pharaoh Department's academy. The Dons sat with folded arms. I think you should calm down. From the standpoint of a knight, it seems Thundertaler broke no rules in this duel. He said calmly, "You should not underestimate the rules either." Dan Bird roared angrily. If I had not respected the rules, I would have killed that brat on the spot. Look at this. My son was beaten into such a state. His entire face has been ruined. The whole room sank into suffocating silence. Without a single sound while he continued shouting, "That brat clearly did it on purpose. He should be called the spawn of evil." Someone suddenly spoke up in agreement. I think Dan Bird has a point. If the prophecy is true, the red-haired boy will become the destroyer of the kingdom. Another person added, I would like to add something. The prophecy once said that the red-haired boy could also become the savior of the world. That person turned to look at Elder Feng and said, Elder Feng, do you not see that this child has already revealed the hidden nature of one who spreads disaster? He agreed, that is exactly why I believe we must be even more cautious. If we eradicate him, what consequences will follow? For all we know, it could turn into a catastrophe for us. Someone began to speak. Enough, there is no point in continuing this discussion. Since everyone disagrees, let us vote. The old man was the Grand Elder. Those in favor, raise your hands. Right after that, Denver snorted coldly, clearly displeased, but still raised his hand. Not only Denver, but Elder JP and Master Knight Ross also raised their hands solemnly. The Grand Elder continued. The vote is closed. Next, those opposed, raise your hands. Elder Feng and the Grand Elder immediately raised theirs. Elder Humphrey swept his gaze across everyone and decisively raised his hand in opposition, causing the atmosphere to sink without the need for another word. Bernardo, Carden, and Winford all raised their hands at the same time. The result was announced. 3 votes in favor, 2 votes against. The proposal does not pass. On the roof of Thunder's dormitory, he lounged lazily beneath the brilliant golden sunlight. He closed his eyes as if nothing in the world around him mattered anymore. A voice rang out, making him open them. You weren't in the dorm, I guessed you'd be here. Thunder sat up abruptly. I just wanted to be alone. Xavier asked gently, you're thinking about Munch, aren't you? He slowly turned his face back, his eyes widening in surprise. How did you know? Suddenly, she lowered her head and said calmly, I don't know how to say this to you. Maybe your way of thinking is different from ordinary people's. You don't talk much, and you don't really understand other people's feelings. Thunder only turned his face away in silence with an indifference that seemed almost cruel. Whatever, I don't care. Hearing that, Xavier immediately became flustered. No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that even so, I know you're not a bad person. She placed a hand solemnly over her chest, as if to prove that every word she was about to say came from the bottom of her heart. Every time I see you struggling or angry, I want to do something for you. I also hope you can trust us more, trust your friend. Without saying a word, Thunder quietly lowered his head, letting his thoughts drift along with Xavier's words. Before his eyes, the scenery shimmered beneath the brilliant rainbow light, each ray reflecting across the ground. He suddenly moved in close, pinning Xavier against the wall behind her, his arms braced on both sides, leaving her no way out. Thunder called her name, Xavier. Xavier stopped, her gaze fixed intently on his eyes. Thunder suddenly spoke, asking a question that made her freeze. Are you afraid of me? Beneath the rainbow sunlight stretching across the sky, Xavier softly replied, sometimes. She continued, but like I said, I don't think you're a bad person. The bright smile on Xavier's lips shone like an angel's, her eyes clear. Besides, your eyes are beautiful too. They suit you very well, you must never think of them as a monster. Hearing that, Thunder suddenly felt his heart sink. Not a monster. Without another word, he stiffly turned away. Then he left in silence. Every time I think I understand human nature, things change again. It seems that on the path to understanding humankind, he still has a long way to go. The scene shifts. Denbos poured all his anger into each step. That damned declaration. Sooner or later, one day, I'll kill that guy. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Knight Denbos turned around. Lord JP, may I ask what has angered you? The man smiled, nothing special. JP gently placed a hand on Denbos' shoulder. I know you believe knights should come from noble bloodlines. That is quite an interesting view. I'll be watching you. He bowed solemnly, showing the man deep respect. There Harry walked in and asked politely, hello. I'd like to ask, Thunder is in here, right? Xavier came downstairs. If you're looking for him, he's upstairs. He replied softly, thank you, beautiful miss. That made her blush. You're welcome. Looking at Harry's back, Slavia wondered, he looks familiar. Does our academy have someone like him? Thunder lay sprawled out, his face bright with lazy ease. Slavia asked, why did you come back? Harry gave a friendly smile. I think I'm not the person you're talking about. He held out his hand and introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. I'm Harry. He he continued, Harry Denbert, a second-year student. Thunder's face darkened, his eyes filled with gloom. So you're that brat's family. Harry answered with a smile, that's right. The person you defeated today was my younger brother. So did you come here for revenge? Harry immediately rubbed his hands together. No, that's not it. Actually, I really wanted to thank you. Thunder asked back, thank me. Harry smiled and continued, I know my younger brother is usually rather arrogant. To be honest, he has never truly trained hard either. Harry was still smiling. So being defeated was bound to happen sooner or later. This time, consider it a lesson for him. Thunder turned and prepared to leave. If there's nothing else, goodbye. Harry held out a sword. Don't be in such a hurry. Though we're not in the same class, at least let me give you a lesson. Thunder was silent for a moment, then took the sword. Harry kept rambling on, since my younger brother was defeated. As his older brother, I should do something too. Thunder gave a cold snort. After all that circling around, you came here to fight, didn't you? Harry gave a cold smile and turned away. Oh my, don't put it like that. I just want to know the strength of the person who defeated my younger brother. An interested smile appeared clearly on his face. Come on, let me see what you're capable of. Thunder's gaze grew pensive, sinking into thought. I usually don't like attacking first, but this guy is a little different from the others. Suddenly, Thunder rushed swiftly toward Harry without the slightest hesitation. Then I'll make an exception this once. Harry smiled coldly. He held his sword firmly and blocked the attack. At that moment, Harry stared straight at Thunder, his gaze icy and completely emotionless. Thunder was stunned, his jaw clenched as if trying to suppress his chaotic emotion. This guy, with just one movement, unleashed a razor-sharp strike. Thunder struggled to crouch down. Harry smiled coldly. Not bad, I'm rather surprised by your correct decision. Thunder panted heavily. He wondered why it felt so strange. If it had been anyone else after taking one of his attacks, the opponent's sword would probably have broken already. Thunder tightened his grip on the sword hilt in his palm. This time, if things kept going like this, it felt as though his own sword would break. Harry pointed at him. It seemed Thunder still did not know how to use aura. With an icy expression, Harry rushed forward like a sudden gust of wind. If Thunder could not beat him in strength, then he had to rely on black belt skill. Harry calmly dodged the attack like a graceful dancer. Oh, not bad. Harry smiled with teasing defiance. Is that all you have? Thunder's jaw tightened. His teeth clenched as anger surged inside him. It was no use. Harry did not hesitate. He gripped his sword firmly and charged straight ahead. Watch closely. The wooden sword slashed straight toward him, showing no sign of stopping. After being struck, Thunder lost his balance and staggered backward, his expression tense. A moment later, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in frustration, and the metallic smell spread through the air. Looking at Thunder trembling on the ground, Harry calmly asked, Is it over? He immediately turned to leave. All right. That is enough for today. Using all his strength, Thunder called out weakly but firmly, Wait. Huh? Thunder wiped the blood from his chin. In the second year of Class 5, are you ranked first? Harry turned back, his gaze sharp and his smile faint. How could that be possible? He raised a hand in a cold farewell and walked away. In the second year of Class 5, I am ranked 50th. Stunned, Thunder clutched his sword and refused to let go. His face was full of disbelief. 50th, Harry said lightly. Once you can use aura properly, let us have another match. Thunder raised his hand in front of his face, his eyes fixed on his palm. Aura? He wondered, if I learn aura, will I become stronger? In the night sky, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, making the darkness outside the castle even gloomier. The war situation at the border was far from optimistic, and more knights were going missing. The Grand Elder feared there were not only external threats, but internal danger as well. There were rumors that the Dark Guild's forces had infiltrated the academy. The Grand Elder stood with his hands behind his back, silently watching the night through the floor-to-ceiling window, and said in a sorrowful voice, Unfortunately, this is no longer a rumor, Winford. Then should we take certain measures to explain it? At the very least, the students should be prepared. Of course, but there is something more important first. Just as lightning flashed across the window, the old man turned to look at him. Bring those 5 children to see me. It is time for them to know their mission. The scene shifted to the roof of a house. Thunder was sitting there, concentrating his energy, ignoring the rain that had begun to fall and soak his body. Thunder had tried many times to practice condensing aura within his body, but he had yet to grasp it even once. As the rain grew heavier, lightning also tore across the dark clouds overhead. Only then did he suddenly open his eyes. He looked at the rain pouring over him and thought, Is it raining? That is enough for today. He stood up, intending to leave, but at that moment, several dark figures below caught his attention. Below, not far from Thunder, several armed people were lurking on the rooftops, watching someone. Seeing this, he wondered curiously, what are those people planning to do? Are they launching a surprise attack? This is bad. Just as Thunder realized what was happening, several masked men blocked the entrance to the alley the other person was walking into. Too anxious to save him, Thunder did not hesitate. He activated his power and shouted. Dragon Eye was activated. In the misty rainy night, Thunder could clearly see each person's position and color. He was startled. That color. It is the shadow plague. He pulled his hood over his head, took out his weapon, and thought seriously, could those people be connected to my father? Meanwhile, the men blocking the road had revealed themselves. They stopped the person in the narrow alley and arrogantly declared, "Your path ends here." Elder Feng covered half of his face, looking at the people surrounding him with unavoidable concern. It seemed the rumors about the Dark Guild infiltrating the academy were true. You realized it too late. The Dark Guild will soon take over the entire Farud Academy. He turned halfway and looked back at the one who had just spoken. His gaze swept over the people behind him as he assessed them. 1 against 4. It has been a long time since I stretched my muscles. This fight will be somewhat challenging. At that moment, thunder leaped in from out of nowhere. In a flash, he flew over the heads of the 2 men behind the Grand Elder and spoke, startling them both. How about 2 against 4? Thunder was fully equipped, wearing a mask that covered half his face and holding his sword, ready to fight. Seeing that Thunder had come prepared, the Grand Elder glanced at him and reached up to take off his hood. This is rather surprising. Oh, it seems you are a student of the academy. I am very sorry for dragging you into this. One man standing behind them shouted loudly. What kind of freak are you? But the man in front of him seemed even more arrogant and conceited, holding his sword ready as he looked at the 2 of them. It does not matter, you are going to die anyway, true enough. Elder Feng turned to face the remaining 2 men. He released his power as a show of force, yet still spoke humbly to Thunder. Since things have come to this, please help me hold those 2 off for a while. This will be over quickly. His aura radiated intense pressure. Thunder turned to look at the old man's back and silently marveled. This old man's aura is terrifying. But the 2 men infected by the shadow plague had no sense of danger. Blade-wielding attacker charged forward recklessly. Die, you demon. They attacked Thunder's position. He leaped up and dodged with ease while constantly assessing their condition. These people's state was different from his father's. They still had a bit of awareness left. In the blink of an eye, that man had slashed at empty air. Thunder was nowhere to be seen. The next second, he had slipped behind him. The infected man also sensed his presence keenly. The other one rushed over, thrusting his sword in to block Thunder's slash. Thunder was caught off guard and leaned back slightly. Then he jumped backward. His vigilance rose to the highest level. One of the 2 masked men noticed something unusual. He called to his companion, "Hey, this demon doesn't know how to use aura." So that's it, turns out he's an outsider. Thunder calmly gripped the sword hilt in his mouth, but anger had already flashed in his eyes as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Have I been found out? The 2 men infected by the dark plague did not understand his actions. They were puzzled but still charged when they saw him place both hands on the ground as if preparing for a sprint, while holding his sword in his mouth. What kind of move is this? Forget it. Kill him first, then we'll talk. The 2 gave him no more time. They coordinated smoothly, slashing back and forth. But he dodged every strike nimbly, leaving them bewildered. This little demon's movements are strange. Damn it, I can't get a read on him. They watched him jump backward onto a wooden crate on the ground, then spring to an even higher spot. 1 on each side, don't let him escape, just as their warning ended. A heavy sound rang out behind them as their companions were struck down and collapsed. Startled by the noise, both of them turned their heads. Behind them, Elder Feng turned around, carrying one man over his shoulder and stepping on another underfoot. He looked boldly at the 2 remaining men. Go on, let me see what talent these children have. Thunder and the 2 men were all stunned, staring at him in this awkward situation. The 2 assassins anxiously asked each other, what do we do now? One of them began to panic, but the other still focused on Thunder and reminded his companion, do we have to use that thing now? Don't worry, we need to eliminate this demon blocking our way first. Seeing what had just happened, Thunder gave a cold laugh inwardly. But he quickly made his own plan. So I was worrying too much. Since this is a chance for real combat, I won't hold back anymore. With the sword in his mouth and determination in his eyes, he leaped forward and charged. Come on, the 2 men swung their swords at Thunder. Their blades carried dark purple magical energy, but he was still able to evade them. He used one man's arm as a foothold, stepping on it to dodge, making both men unable to stop themselves from cursing, what the hell. In an instant, he was like a reptile, landing with a thud and clinging to the wall with his whole body. Still gripping his sword firmly in his mouth, he gathered momentum to jump. In the blink of an eye, Thunder charged up and attacked both men from behind. One man saw his companion in danger and shouted, causing the other to turn back in shock. Watch out! One man reacted quickly and swung his sword to block. The movement knocked Thunder's sword loose amid angry curses. You damned little demon, don't get pleased with yourself too soon. He turned his head, not caring that the rain had soaked his clothes, and looked back with contempt. One man rushed forward, swinging his sword to slash, forcing him into a narrow corner before saying confidently, let's see where you can run this time. At that moment, Elder Feng, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up to guide him. You, little brat, grab his hand and pull him toward you. He froze, his face showing brief astonishment. His whole body went still when he heard those words, and one thought flashed through his mind. What? But Thunder still followed his instructions, grabbing the man's wrist and pulling him toward himself. As soon as he finished the move, the elder continued giving orders. Turn around, use the strength in your back, then throw him over. Thunder seriously followed every step Elder Feng gave him. Under Elder Feng's guidance, he easily threw the man over his shoulder. Waiting in front of him was Elder Feng, already poised. Almighty, the man flipped upside down, catching a glimpse of the terrifying man behind him. But he had no way to fight back or dodge. So he simply took the Elder's fierce punch head-on. Elder Feng sent him flying far away, smashing him hard into the wall with a massive explosion. Thunder and the remaining masked man both stared blankly at the entire process. Thunder could not help thinking inwardly, so strong. Just as they had taken down another man, an urgent voice rang out from somewhere nearby. Seeing this, Elder Feng turned toward the source of the voice, not noticing that the last man had begun to flee. Oh, looks like the other knights have arrived. What rotten luck. Don't run. Thunder was about to chase after him, but the elder stopped him. Forget it, don't chase a cornered enemy. At the same time, several knights also found the place where Elder Feng had been attacked. They kept urging one another on. Over here, Thunder also stopped. Suddenly, he was shocked to hear the system notification, reward received. He stared at the system screen in shock as it displayed the reward information. Decryption ability, 3 out of 1,000. Huh, a new ability. Thunder focused intently on the system notification, ignoring the people behind him as they asked about Elder Feng's safety and losses. Elder, after all these years, you finally unlocked a new ability. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'll leave these people to you. One more got away. You can try chasing him down. Understood. After receiving the order, the 4 knights split up and took action. Only 2 people were left standing there together, split into 2 groups and searched thoroughly. We cannot let him escape the academy. Understood. Elder Feng put his cloak back on, pulled the hood over his head and said to Thunder, "Thank you for your help. You are a talented student. You sheathe your sword and shift the topic. I'm curious, why did those people attack you?" He smiled kindly, skillfully avoiding the question, not answering directly. Nothing serious. If you live long enough, you'll eventually encounter strange people. What he said was true, but it felt like he was dodging my question. Then he placed his hand on my shoulder. Following his motion, Thunder lifted his head to look up. Kid, I see you still don't know how to use your energy properly. Wait until your second year when you join the Martial Arts Society. The Martial Arts Society. The senior elder left a remark and walked away. Seeing this, I turned to watch him, hesitating slightly. Yes, I guarantee you'll gain something. Wait. But before Thunder could finish speaking, he had already vanished, leaving only a golden light as proof someone had been there. After he left, Thunder lowered his hood. His face showed clear displeasure. Just leave like that? That old man is hard to understand. Scene shifts to the interior of a luxurious mansion, brilliantly lit. Winfrey stands waiting, and as soon as he sees you return, he quickly speaks. "Oh, you're back. I was looking for you. The Grand Elder wants to see you." Thunder, worried, glances aside and asks him, "Grand Elder, could I have been discovered this quickly?" Scene shifts outside. The sky is pitch black and the heavy rain shows no sign of stopping. The Grand Elder stands in his room next to a floor-to-ceiling window. He clasps his hands behind his back, watching the night rain. At that moment, a knock interrupts his relaxed stance. Hearing it, the Grand Elder turns. "Grand Elder, sir, you have arrived." "Oh, come in." Winfrey makes way for the kids to enter the room. Those coming to meet the Grand Elder include not just Thunder, but also the twin brothers. Ian and Kel pique your curiosity. "Everyone come in. Why are these guys here too?" Once all 5 are settled, the Grand Elder looks at them and begins speaking. "Thank you all for taking the time to come today." Tall Ian shyly scratches his head. "Not at all, it is our honor." Kel and Thunder also speak. "Oh, Grand Elder, you surely have an important task for us, right? What brings you to us?" The elder laughs, raising his hand jokingly. "Young people are indeed impatient. Does an old man like me bore you? Then I'll say it straight. The reason I called you here is because of a prophecy." Thunder stands with arms crossed, eyes fixed on the Grand Elder, questioning. "A prophecy?" The elder begins recounting. The scene returns to the endless war 10 years ago when the divine prophecy appeared. The prophecy stated that when our land is struck by calamity, a red-haired youth will come to save it. Kel becomes extremely excited. The scarred face beams as the 4 others focus on the Grand Elder. "So, could it be one of us?" The elder continues recounting. In his mind, images of the radiant red-haired children they've searched for across the land appear. "We sent knights to search the entire land. In the end, they found 10 children with the most suitable condition." Thunder is astonished. He speaks first among the group, voicing his doubt. 10, that many? Kel is equally skeptical at the number 10. He steps forward to question the Grand Elder. "But aren't there only 5 of us? So who are the other 5? There are 5 more youths. They have awakened magical abilities and are currently studying at Yunnan Magic Academy." Hearing the academy's name, Thunder recalls Ami's gentle, beautiful smile. Yunnan Academy, the same school as Ami. This means Ami may already know those people. I wonder how she's living now. Ian's eyes widen with excitement. In admiration, he hesitantly says, "Magic is amazing." The twin brothers are polar opposites. Joyo sighs while his younger brother laughs mischievously. "Saving the world, huh?" Hio laughs heartily alongside. This suggests that someone among us will have to save the world. The Grand Elder continues slowly explaining this monumental event. It could be one of you here or all of you. That is the purpose of calling you today. He recounts the past years, when heroes donned heavy armor. Wielding sharp swords, they stood shoulder to shoulder against dark forces. Previously, 5 dragon knights saved this land, driving back the shadow. They built Pharaoh Department's academy, protected civilians, leaving priceless legacies for us. The Grand Elder expresses his words with the highest praise and sincerity to the 5 of them. Today, the mission to protect these legacies lies in your hands. Of course, this means you must strive even harder. From now on, aside from basic training and special training based on each belt color, the 5 of them fell silent and looked at the old man, all focused on listening to him speak about the mission ahead. You must also undergo even more specialized training. The 5 of them lowered their heads slightly, each wearing a different thoughtful expression, each lost in different thoughts. The 5 of us will become Dragon Knights of Pharaoh Academy. Outside, rain was still pouring down over the Academy castle, whose lights remained bright. Thunder and the other 4 left the Grand Elder's room, discussing things as they walked down the corridor. Masters who would save the world. We're going to become masters who save the world. Save the world? Calm down, what does it matter? Aren't you happy? Not happy at all. Hey Ian, what's wrong? Thunder. Annoyed by the answer he got from Lazy, Kyog stood there muttering to himself. What a strange guy. Meanwhile, Thunder and Ian dropped behind and talked together. I want to ask you something. Has your hair been red since you were little? Yeah, everyone is like that. Because of this red hair, I ran into quite a lot of trouble when I was young. Only then did Thunder remember what his own hair had looked like when he was born. Sure enough, he had asked Kyog before. Those people had been born with red hair, but I was. My hair changed from black to red. He tilted his head and frowned back at the room they had just left, doubt and distrust showing in his eye. Besides, I'm not really considered a dragon knight among them. It's hard to say how much of what the Grand Elder said is true. He must still be hiding something from us. The rain continued to fall through the pitch-black night. The Grand Elder's room remained lit amid the occasional rumble of thunder. Once only 2 people were left in the room, Winford, who had been standing there, finally asked the old man in a worried voice. Grand Elder, I truly don't understand. Why didn't you tell them the entire prophecy earlier? Winford, they are still children. The burden is already too heavy for them. The old man turned his head and looked toward him, his weathered face appearing even more sorrowful. Some things are better told to them only when they should know. After receiving the answer, though it was not entirely clear, he could only lower his head and obey. Yes, I understand. The scene shifted to a freezing winter day. White snow had covered the bare, slender branches. In the library, Thunder was seriously reading line after line from a very thick book. After that day, I investigated quite a few materials related to Dragon Knights. Among all the books he searched through, every one contained information related to Dragon Knights. What was surprising was that even in the present world, people still believed dragons were symbols of evil. Furthermore, some people had once believed that they truly existed, but a small number of views claimed that long ago, the Dark Plague had never existed in this world. Dragons were the guardians of this land. After investigating for a while, Thunder left the library. Carrying his books under one arm, he walked alone through the white snow. Most of the remaining records contained thousands of tales about the legends of Dragon Knights. Among them, he found one book that recorded true information related to Dragon Knights, their weapons, battle skills, and even their personality. His cheeks were flushed red from the cold, and thin breaths drifted into the air with each exhale. As Thunder walked, he thought about what he had read. Something is a little different. This book mentions guidance from the gods. He brought the book to the church and carefully discussed it with the priest. Books recording matters related to the gods were hard for humans to believe. Because of that, he could not find much other useful information. All he knew was that the gods existed. They resided in the capital of the Kingdom of Aran, near Yunnan Academy. That very same day, while he and the other 4 were training, crossing snow-covered rooftops under teacher Cadden's guidance, he knew that unless he completed night training, he could not leave Pharaoh Academy. Yet right now, he wanted to find the gods and have a casual talk with them. Although Thunder had his own thoughts, he did not miss a single training session. He practiced swordsmanship with the group in the winter cold, his face serious and his mind deep in thought. I have to ask him clearly why he made me become human. After his diligent training, he sat leaning against Nova and studied the data reported by the system. The first year passed very quickly. Amid strict training and practice hunts, the end soon arrived. Tomorrow, we will begin second-year training. While Thunder was sleeping, broken words woke him up. He opened his eyes groggily when he heard a voice beside him. He got up and approached Kyle's bed, looking worriedly at his pale face. I don't want to, don't move. Hey, Kyle, wake up. Is he having a nightmare? After being called awake, Kyle jolted and opened his eyes wide, looking at Thunder in surprise and confusion. Thunder, why are you here? Thunder's shout woke Kyle up. Are you all right? Hearing Thunder's concern, he showed an expression, turned around and pulled him back onto the bed. Of course, it's fine, just a nightmare. Go back to sleep, the opening ceremony is tomorrow. Good that it's fine, I'll keep sleeping. Typical prideful guy. Even so, he still looked back at Kyle worried, a bit concerned, wondering what made Kyle have such a nightmare. The next day, as the sun rose high, golden sunlight bathed the Pharaoh Academy. Thunder couldn't believe his eyes seeing KO after just one night. He thought to himself it really was a nightmare. The two of them walked toward the academy gate. Xavier stood there holding a sheet of paper. She smiled and greeted them. Hello, you two, good morning. Have you thought about which guild to join? Thunder asked. Which guild? Typical Thunder. He received the registration form pushed right in front of him by Slavia along with a reminder. Why weren't you paying attention in class? All second-year students must choose a guild they're interested in to join and train there. He looked at the long registration form in her hands and calmly asked, So, have you decided? Xavier took back the form, smiling at both of them. I've chosen the Healing Guild, Kyle next to her added. Also decided joining the Swordsmanship Guild. His words shocked Thunder, he couldn't believe it. What, you already had it all planned? At this point he began to think seriously. Thunder grabbed his chin, deeply contemplating which guild to join. It seemed someone had told him before to join a guild, but which one was it? What he thought of seemed like a guild that had been forgotten by everyone, so much that its signboard was already covered in spider webs. Thunder wandered alone against the flow of people, heading toward the quieter buildings. His mind was full of questions. What did that strange old man say he would join before? Dance? Combat? No, martial arts guild. What exactly was it? Anyway, there's no guild he's particularly interested in yet. Might as well go see. If it's boring, he could sneak outside and go hunting. He walked while checking his new power status on the system. Congratulations, new skill acquired, new stance unlocked, mana value progression improved. After gaining the new ability, he realized he basically had no mana value. No wonder there was no reaction to awakening magic back then. Maybe he had to wait until he obtained a monster crystal. He recalled the battle where he had defeated the opponent, then lowered his head and sighed, looking at the stats on his wristwatch. The fight with Sebastian caught a lot of attention, making it so he couldn't act freely anymore. Thunder Taller's current rank is 10th. The current rank is too high, might need to forfeit some battles to proceed. The weather today is very nice. The sky is high and blue, the wind gently swaying the tree branches. Thunder wandered alone into the forest. Finally, he found a building located quite far from the center. It felt like he was about to leave the city. Thunder looked up at the signboard covered with spider webs and vines, along with signs of aging on each wooden plank. Here it is, the desolate emptiness of the place left Thunder speechless. He didn't know what to say about it. Alone, he stood before the main entrance, no one to welcome him, the space eerily silent. He muttered, too deserted. Then he boldly pushed the door open. He peeked inside and greeted, Is anyone here? Then I'll come in. No one's guarding anymore. Alone, Thunder stepped inside, a huge courtyard with not a single person in sight. This dilapidated, rundown place, could it really be hosting a martial arts guild? He kept walking inside, constantly calling out for anyone, then accidentally noticed someone. Is anyone here? Someone's here. Ah, I'm here to join the martial arts guild. The person sat on the floor, back to the door, showing no reaction to Thunder's word. No reaction, no aura detectable. Could he be dead? To check, he stepped fully into the room. He approached and reached out to touch the old man. Hello. He got closer to grab him, but as his hand neared the man's shoulder, suddenly the old man, who had been still, grabbed it, startling him. Elder Feng delivered a move, tossing him over his shoulder, slamming Thunder to the floor. Without even checking who it was, he sternly shouted, Who are you? Daring to storm into my territory? I'm here to join the martial arts guild. You called me. Now he looked carefully at the visitor. Seeing his red hair, he exclaimed in surprise, Red hair. Upon seeing it, his expression changed. He spun him around, pulled him upright, and kept patting both of his shoulders, making Thunder shout in frustration. Good heavens, you're the young student who came to help me that day. Good child, very good. Old man, you attacked a stranger without even asking what was going on. For a moment there, I thought I was going to die. Elder Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, smiled, and made a new gesture with his hand, which surprised him even more. Sorry, lately I have constantly felt strangers approaching, so I could not help being a little tense. I am very glad you followed my advice. You have become my first student in many years. What, come now, do not be so polite. Come sit with this old man. First of all, has no one ever come to join before? Only then did his face suddenly turn pale as he realized an unpleasant truth. I have been tricked into this by this old man. Damn it, one-on-one teaching. How am I supposed to sneak out now? As soon as the old man sat down, he began rambling to him about how to use aura. Listen, when I met you last time, you still did not know how to use aura, so I will start from the basics. Perhaps you have heard this saying, when sword and fist clash. If it is sword against fist, the sword cuts the fist. If aura gathers in the fist, the sword breaks. If both are supported by aura, then the sword wins. Thunder had also sat down opposite Elder Feng, folding his arms before his chest and discussing the matter with him seriously. Oh, no wonder everyone joins other groups. But that way, bare-handed combat has no advantage at all. That is because they have not grasped the true essence of martial arts. Really, I do not believe it. He raised one finger and pointed it at him. With a bright expression, he said, once you learn my skills, you will realize that the best weapons are your own hands. Thunder grew serious again, looked at him, and asked the question he had been keeping in his heart. I have one more question. What kind of people were the ones chasing you that day? Oh, those people. They are members of the Dark Guild. Elder Feng told him about the organization that had attacked him that night. You will study this in the second-year curriculum. The Dark Guild is an extremist organization left over from the Kingdom of Aran. Their leader was a high-ranking official of Pharaoh Department's academy. For certain reasons, he was expelled from the academy, and then he founded this organization. At that moment, Thunder thought of something. The color on the bodies of those people that night was the same as the aura leaking from his father. The aura surrounding the Dark Guild must be closely connected to the Night Plague. Perhaps he could find clues about his father's disappearance with them. From the sound of it, these people seemed dangerous. Why were they trying to kill you? Elder Feng heard his question but did not answer right away. Under Thunder's curious gaze, he slowly stood up. Oh, there are many things it is not yet time to tell you. But in the end, I owe you a favor, so I will tell you this little secret. The reason they wanted to drive me to my death back then was because he pulled open his robe, showing off his firm six-pack body under Thunder's stunned gaze. I am one of the 6 elders of Pharaoh Department's academy. As Feng introduced himself, he flexed each of his muscles for Thunder to see. Though he was already old, this old man still had a bit of confidence in his body. Come, Dragon Knight, try striking me so I can see what your true strength is. Seeing this, he stood up and took a stance, ready to attack Elder Feng. It seems this old man knows who I am. In that case, I will not hold back. He clenched his fist, tensed his body, and focused his gaze sharply on the target before him. Since he is an elder, I do not need to worry too much. Thunder unleashed all his strength and punched Elder Feng straight in the stomach with a thud. Elder Feng was also somewhat surprised. He looked down at the person who had just punched him in the stomach. Thunder also froze. He was quite surprised when he felt the old man's muscle, so hard like a sheet of iron. The old man stared wide-eyed at Thunder, who was blowing on his reddened hand, and asked, did you focus your aura into that blow just now? No. Hearing his answer, Elder Feng's eyes shone like stars and he was overjoyed. Excellent, boy. Your physical strength is even greater than Joe's. I have a feeling your ability will be quite astonishing. As long as you can grasp aura, it will completely transform you. This chief elder really does not seem reliable at all. The moment that thought finished in his mind, the old man grabbed him by the collar. Thunder looked at him in panic. Then let us begin now. Huh, did I say I was joining? We have begun. Wait a second, is it still not too late to back out now? The two of them began their training. One sat in front and the other behind, both cross-legged, while Elder Feng pressed his hand against Thunder's back. What we call aura comes from our internal energy. As he explained, he transferred aura into Thunder's body. Thunder turned his head back seriously to listen to the lesson. Being born human, energy is produced between each inhale and exhale. The stronger the body, the more energy it can mobilize, letting it flow throughout the entire body. This is the key to grasping energy. I will transmit a stream of energy into your body. Use external force to draw out internal power, guiding the energy inside your body into motion. Do not resist. Feel with all your heart as it moves through your body. At that moment, the system also flew around outside in surprise, watching the stream of energy circling his body. Thunder followed Elder Feng's instructions and closed his eyes to feel it. So warm, so this is how energy moves. A sound suddenly rang out. The system beside Thunder let out a satisfied burp, while Elder Feng behind him collapsed to the floor with a thud. Startled, he turned to look at him. Elder Feng, what happened? The system's notification sounded. Startled, he turned to look at the stats that had appeared. Congratulations, your magic power value has been activated. What is going on? Why did the system have to show up right at this moment? Activating magic power value. After reading the stats, he hurried over in panic to check Elder Feng's condition. Old man, what happened to you? Wake up, hurry. Hey, if he dies, I will not be able to escape responsibility. What should I do? Thunder turned him onto his back on the floor, bent down, and pressed his hand to the man's chest to check his heartbeat. Then he let out a gentle breath. Thank goodness his heart is still beating. Thunder sat down heavily on the ground, looked at the unconscious man, and thought to himself, looks like he only fainted. What exactly happened just now? He lowered his head and studied the system's stats closely, then said in disbelief, could the so-called magic power absorption skill have been activated? Because this old man transferred energy into my body. The system passively absorbs magic power from another body. Is this it? Could I have accidentally absorbed all the magic from him? Time quietly passed. The longer Thunder sat there, the more worried he became as Elder Feng still showed no sign of waking up. 5 minutes later, why has he still not woken up? Hey, it looks like he is not that impressive after all. After a while longer, he ran out of patience and decided to stand up and leave. 10 minutes later, forget it. This old man probably will not die anyway. Instead of wasting time sitting here watching him, I might as well practice on my own. He activated Dragon Eye and one of his eyes immediately changed, making the colors of the entire room look different to him. Dragon Eye, excellent. He smiled and lowered his head to look at his hands. A glossy golden stream of energy coiled around his body. He could see the movement of energy. Then let me try it. Thunder focused. As he smiled, he slowly controlled the surrounding energy, guiding its movement with his will. Energy shifted, curled, and gathered into a small, bright sphere in front of Thunder's waist, forming condensed energy at the energy core. It worked. He opened his eyes and the energy also began to disperse, leaving only a little behind in the air. Thunder thought it over. Next is making the energy move inside my body. He was so focused that he paid no attention at all to Elder Feng, who was still lying behind him. Once it shifts, it disappears. Thunder focused and tried again. The energy inside his body flowed according to his concentration. It began to gather together into a small sphere. Again, he closed his eyes and focused his mind, and the stream of energy once again began to appear in the air. Condense. The amount of energy grew larger and denser. It lit up the space surrounding Thunder, but Fortune Bamboo vanished without a trace, leaving only a few small afterimages before fading away. Exhausted, he breathed out a thin, transparent breath, raised his hand to wipe away the sweat that had somehow soaked his entire face, and thought, what is going on? Why is the movement of energy so unstable? Could it be because there is not enough of it? He tried once more, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes and concentrating as he released an even larger amount of energy, shaping it into a circle. This time I will try adding more energy. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter as Thunder encouraged himself in his thoughts. Just a little more. After a while, he opened his eyes slightly and clenched his teeth because of some change taking place. It feels like it is starting to hurt. Then a massive amount of energy erupted. It burst out around Thunder's body, making even his red hair stand on end. At that moment, Elder Feng also began to stir awake. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at the glowing person beside him. Seeing Thunder's state gradually slipping out of control, he sat bolt upright, his face filled with worry as he assessed the situation. Seeing that Thunder seemed to be in trouble, Elder Feng immediately circulated his energy and pushed it into Thunder's back, shouting, "What are you doing? Do not act recklessly." He used all his strength to draw the energy out of Thunder's body, loudly encouraging Thunder through his cries of pain. Hold on. After pulling it out of Thunder's body, Elder Feng threw the mass of energy straight out the door. Go! The energy flew out and struck the pond, causing the water, and even the small pavilion beside the pond to be obliterated in an instant. Elder Feng stared at the scene in disbelief, sweating as he spoke amid Thunder's ragged breathing. Simply extracting the energy had that much destructive power. You fool, you nearly killed yourself. Really. As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder immediately collapsed, his head striking the floor hard before he lay motionless on the spot. After a long while, the person who had been sinking into darkness and a daze heard the noise around him. Judging from the symptoms, it seemed like mana sickness. But that was impossible. He was not a mage. As Thunder struggled to crack open his heavy eyes, he muttered inwardly, so noisy. At the same time, Slavia had been chatting cheerfully for a while when she suddenly saw him move. His condition had basically recovered. He would probably wake up soon. You're awake, Kyo, standing nearby, cried out joyfully. That's great. Thunder frowned, his eyes half open. Where am I? Kyo shouted anxiously. Where else could you be? The hospital, of course. Thunder asked in surprise. The hospital. Slavia calmly replied, yes, an old man rushed you here earlier. He nearly scared us to death, Kyo answered with a loud laugh. He even went to find the dean and asked him to examine you personally. Not bad, kid. Since when did you know so many important people? Slavia reminded him softly, keep your voice down, we need to stay quiet in the hospital. Kyo rubbed his chin and said loudly, oh, sorry. Tell me, who exactly was that old man? He was actually able to invite the dean. Thunder gave a few dry laughs. He thought helplessly to himself, that loud voice of yours really is. Slavia was too tired to remind him again. That old man was very worried about you too. After the dean finished examining you and found nothing wrong, and since your body was recovering very quickly, he finally felt relief. Hearing this, Thunder grew secretly nervous. Did Elder Feng really need to make such a fuss? Was he afraid no one would know who he was? After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed the subject. He is from the Martial Arts Association. Seeing that Kyo was about to say something, Thunder quickly cut him off. Kyo, why are you here too? Kyo grinned innocently and replied, because I joined the Healing Association. I've always been interested in medicine. With such a good opportunity, of course I had to seize it. Thunder breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, you really are everywhere. At the same time, Kai-ho, lying in the bed beside him, suddenly pulled open the curtain between them. Hey, you're finally awake. I was worried to death. Thunder looked utterly confused. Did we move the dormitory here? Why are you here too? Kai-ho sat up in bed and sighed. No, I just haven't been sleeping well lately. I happened to feel unwell during training, so I came here to rest for a bit. Who knew Kyo would keep chattering in my ear and make it impossible for me to sleep? Kyo shouted nervously, I just wanted to understand your condition. Kai-ho leaned casually against the headboard. I already told you I'm not sick. Listening to the two of them bicker, Thunder murmured thoughtfully, oh, so that's how it is. He wondered curiously what kind of nightmare Kai-ho had been having. A few days later, deep within the vast, fragrant rice fields, an ancient manor stood hidden behind rows of bamboo. Before long, Thunder strolled up to the entrance. Hey, old man, are you still there? The moment he finished speaking, Elder Feng rushed out and scolded him furiously. You fool, you still have the nerve to come back, Thunder cried out in shock. Oh my gosh! A while later, deep inside a vast, deserted forest, Tai was running from a pursuing insect while screaming in terror. Mom, at the same time from another direction, a sharp arrow suddenly flew over and sliced off part of the insect's body. Faced with the emergency, Xavier shouted her command, everyone get ready. Insects may be weak, but they usually appear in swarms. As soon as she finished speaking, the insects immediately came swarming in to attack. Mary kept firing arrows while shouting a warning. Watch your back, Ian was swinging his axe wildly around him. Meanwhile, in a nearby area, Kyo was terrified and swung his sword around recklessly. So gross, so gross. You things are absolutely disgusting. Beside him, Tan angrily thrust his spear at the insects one after another. Why are these things so fast? Seeing an insect flying rapidly toward Thunder, Slavia cried out in alarm, Thunder, watch out, unlike the anxious people around him. Thunder calmly wrapped his fist in magical fire. With one lightning-fast strike, he easily tore the insect apart with his bare hands in an instant. Seeing Thunder slaughtering them wildly, Kyo laughed in admiration. Thunder, you already know how to control aura, Thunder laughed gleefully. I found a chance to test out my results, Tai anxiously reminded him. You brat, do you still think this is the time to show off? Use your weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group suddenly heard someone's piercing scream. Ko, Munch, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. What? Thunder realized in confusion. Kai-ho. It turned out that the scene before their eyes was Kai-ho being bitten by an insect on his bleeding arm. Seeing the danger, Ian immediately rushed over and slashed hard at the insect. As he helped Kai-ho up, he asked with concern, Ko, are you all right? Just then, Slavia also ran over anxiously. Kyo watched the two of them examine the wound for a moment, then sighed in shame. I'm fine, I'm really sorry for making everyone worry about me. Slavia examined the wound closely. Luckily, the wound isn't too deep. Ian, help me remove the protective armor, I'll treat the wound. Ian replied quietly, all right. He lowered his head slightly and politely. Thanks. Meanwhile, Thunder stood in a corner, observing the injured man's movements. What exactly is going on with Kyle? He was injured by a low-level beast again, and lately he has always been in poor condition. Wait a moment. He continued, thinking to himself that once they got back, he would definitely ask what was really going on. As soon as Slavia healed the wound, Tan widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, the wound has healed quite a lot. Is this what you learned after joining the Healing Guild? She smiled proudly and replied, that's right. Using energy can not only strengthen yourself and your weapon, but it can also enhance the growth ability of cells, so it can be used to treat simple wounds. Thunder quietly turned away and thought to himself, it seems it is not just him. Everyone has new skills now, I have to work even harder. A few minutes later, Slavia had finished applying the final bandage. All right, there should be no problem now. Kyle quickly replied, thank you everyone. A long while later, the insect sweep was still continuing. At that moment, Tan picked up a blue stone after being busy for half the day. I only got one low-level beast crystal. It feels like I will not even reach the tax threshold today. Thunder turned around in surprise. What tax? Tan gripped the stone and looked at him in disbelief. Did you not listen to the explanation? While stuffing the stone into his pocket, he explained, all beast crystals obtained from the hunting grounds are subject to a 10% tax. If the amount is less than 10, the tax is waived. Thunder opened his mouth in confusion. There is actually a rule like that. Tan rested his spear on his shoulder and answered, what did you think the academy relies on to keep running? There will be many more places where you have to pay taxes later. Hearing this, Thunder secretly glanced at Witter behind him. Senza, I have to think of a way. Witter will not be easy to fool. Anything under 10 is tax-free. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly looked in surprise at the system floating in the air. Under the brilliant sunset, the golden glow dyed the sky and fields, creating a majestic, dreamlike, and romantic mountain scene. At that moment, right at the entrance to the training grounds, Kai-ho and the rest of the group handed over the crystal stones they had collected to Witter one by one. Witter suddenly said in confusion, "Thunder Taylor, you were the last one to come out. How did you only get 5 beast crystal?" Thunder shrugged helplessly. "Sir Knight, maybe I was unlucky," he snorted coldly. "I think you are trying to play tricks. Take off your equipment." A while later, the sword and heavy armor accessories were removed and placed on the withered yellow grass. Thunder was now wearing only thin clothes. He smiled, provoking the man in front of him. "Well, it really is not true." Witter flew into a rage. "Impossible, you must have hidden them on the mountain. I have seen plenty of crafty people like you. If I find out you hid beast crystals, I will definitely." Before he could finish, Thunder calmly turned around, waved, and walked away. "Say whatever you want. If you find them, they are all yours." Witter shouted angrily from behind him, "Do not get too pleased with yourself. If you really are that useless, and if I catch you one day, you will learn your lesson." Thunder was too lazy to respond. "Fine, fine, fine." Seeing Witter still shouting furiously, Senza smiled with interest and ran over to whisper, "Thunder, how did you do that? The number you got definitely was not just this much." Thunder smiled and kept the secret. After that, Thunder answered silently, "You discovered it before." He returned to the past, when he had been talking to himself. When the beast crystals entered the system, the crystals in reality became like ordinary stone, completely useless. Returning to the present, he once again silently analyzed the situation at the time. Every time he killed a beast, the system would directly collect its crystal. Everyone else had to search inside the beasts. Thinking of this, Thunder suddenly remembered how, while Munch was not paying attention, "I finally found it." He turned and whispered to the system, "All right, that is enough. You have eaten plenty, stop for a bit." Thunder muttered to himself. To avoid arousing suspicion while hunting, he had deliberately controlled the system so it would not collect them directly. Moreover, once a beast crystal was stored in the system, it could not be taken out again. In order to take some to trade at the shop, he had to keep a few physical crystals. At that moment, a notification appeared. "You have obtained 10 low-level crystals. Accept them." Thunder clicked accept. Looking at the screen, Thunder silently calculated in his mind. He would keep only 5 and not turn them in. He had not expected to be able to use this method to get away with it. Returning to the present, Thunder was silently checking the data. Low-level beast crystals times 10, mid-level beast crystals times 2, super-level beast crystal times 1. Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction to himself. Come to think of it, during the last exam, he had assumed the system would not work on weapons that had already been fully forged. He never expected the system to directly absorb the monster crystals into itself. Thinking of this, Thunder reminded himself even more firmly that he had to be more careful from now on. If Denver discovered it, that man would definitely not let him off. After that thought, Thunder noticed something strange about the person behind him. "The others have already left, we should head back too." "Kyle, what is it? Did you leave something behind?" Seeing that Kyle did not respond, he hurried back to him in concern. "Hey, Kyle." No matter who called him, Kyle's eyes remained empty as he muttered something. "The red door, I have to open the red door." Thunder suddenly shouted in confusion when he heard this. "What red door? What are you talking about?" Kyle cried out. "It hurts. No, it hurts." Completely caught off guard by the person before him, Thunder knelt beside him in panic. "Hey, Kyle, calm down." At the same time elsewhere, Munch looked around anxiously. "Strange, where did those two go?" Tan replied in surprise. "They were right behind us earlier. Where did they run off to now?" Munch said anxiously, "You all go ahead, I'll go back and look for them." Slavia stopped him and suggested, "Wait, why don't we all?" Before she could finish speaking, he had already disappeared in a flash. "It's fine, I'll be right back." A moment later in the forest, Munch rushed over to Thunder and Kyle in alarm. "This is strange, what happened to you two?" "The others have already gone far ahead." Thunder quickly explained the situation to him. "Munch, Kyle isn't doing well. He keeps talking about a red door and then." He paused for a moment and pointed at the person sitting beneath the tree. "The red door, I have to go to the red door. That voice is calling me." When Munch heard this, he guessed, the red door that Kyle mentioned, could it be that place? After pausing for a few seconds, the image of a giant red door suddenly appeared in his mind. He continued, "Pharaoh's apartment's prison." In the depths of black space, a great sphere shimmered, reflecting light from above. Its voice slowly rang out, "You have finally arrived." Thunder stood with his back turned, facing the sphere. "Who is speaking?" The great sphere calmly replied, "I have always been waiting for you to find me. I will tell you about a memory that was hidden from you." Looking at the dazzling golden light radiating from the sphere, Thunder anxiously asked again, "Who are you?" It answered, "And there is a secret between you and this world." Standing beneath the radiant sphere, he continued slowly walking toward that brilliant golden glow. What secret? It was like a gate separating the mysterious world from reality. Even as Thunder shouted, desperate to understand, the memory sphere suddenly blazed brighter than ever before. In just a few short seconds, those golden streams of light were quickly extinguished by the enormous gate right before his eyes. "Do not go, wait." facing a scene that felt far too real. Thunder was still reaching out as if trying to hold on. He startled awake in silence. It was a dream, but it felt so real. Thunder slowly sat up and looked at KO lying on the bed beside him. The red door. He silently began to wonder. Could that red door be the door from KO's dream? Thinking of that, he suddenly remembered what had happened back in the forest. At that time, Munch had anxiously suggested, "Thunder, maybe we should take him to the hospital." Thunder looked worriedly at the person before him. "KO, what kind of nightmare did you have?" He was still covering both ears. "I do not remember. I really do not remember anything." At that point, KO began to explain, "That day, I only happened to pass by that place. I only looked through the red gate." After pausing for a few seconds, his face suddenly turned pale. "After that, the nightmares began. But every time I woke up, I could not remember what I had seen in the dream. All I could feel was overwhelming fear." As if his mind had gradually calmed down, KO sat with his back against the tree trunk. "It feels like something inside the red door is calling me. That feeling keeps getting stronger. I feel like I have to go and see it." Hearing this, Munch blurted out, "No way, are you crazy? That place is a prison. It is absolutely forbidden ground. If you go in there, you will be expelled." Under Thunder's focused gaze, he answered helplessly, "I know, but I have no other choice. If this keeps going, those strange sounds will torture my brain to death." Hearing that, Thunder hinted, "Then we just have to make sure no one finds out." Unlike KO's surprised reaction of "Huh," Munch loudly warned him, "Thunder, this is not as simple as being kicked out of the academy. If you're not careful, you could lose your life." Thunder reached out and explained, "So what? As long as we use our skills and take the chance at midnight, we will definitely have an opportunity to sneak inside. Do you want to come with us?" Munch replied in confusion, "Are you joking?" KO spoke awkwardly. "Thunder, forget it. Do not make things hard for Munch. I am already grateful that you are willing to come with me." Even though he was deliberately trying not to put Munch in a difficult position, Thunder still calmly added from the side, "But Munch's hidden skill is better than ours. If we had his help then," KO said softly and sincerely, "that may be true, but if we drag him into this, I will feel terribly guilty." After being deliberately pushed into an awkward position by the two people in front of him, Munch shouted fiercely, "Fine, I get it. I will go with you, all right." After pausing for a moment, he said calmly, "Back during the duel, I owed you both a favor. Consider this my repayment." Thunder smiled eagerly, "Great, then that is what we will do. Later tonight we will make the plan together." Returning to the present, Thunder was lying in a room without any light. He thought to himself, "The red door in the prison of Pharaoh's Apartments Academy may be the source of the nightmares. Today, it was my turn to dream of that red door too. Could the Academy prison really be hiding the secret of this world?" At midnight the next day, at the prison of Pharaoh's Apartments Academy, two iron-armored knights stood rigidly guarding the gate. As if blending into the dark night, three shadows suddenly flashed across the guards' line of sight and easily slipped through the bushes. Thunder rose slightly and looked outside. "Is that the place?" Kyle quickly answered, "That is right." Munch could not help feeling uneasy at that moment. "Wait, are you sure they did not notice us? The gate guards look pretty strong." As Kyle recalled the shift change time, he explained, "If the gate were guarded by the black-armored knights, we definitely would not be able to get in. But after observing them for a while, I discovered that every Tuesday night from 10 to 11, they switch shifts with the white-belted knights." After pausing for a few seconds, he looked at the gate with determined eyes. "This time window is our chance." Munch whispered in confusion, "Looks like you have wanted to sneak in there for a long time. Then why do they change shifts at this time every week?" Kyle shook his head and answered, "I do not know, maybe they gather together for a meeting." Thunder reminded them with focus, "Forget about them. Even if they are going off to eat and drink together, it does not matter." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately cast magic without the slightest hesitation, his eyes glaring. "Activate Dragon Eye." Through his penetrating vision, the exquisite outlines of the architecture and the figures of the night guards all appeared at once. A huge, hazy pillar came into view, with spiral stairways stretching endlessly along it. Around it was a mysterious, interwoven lattice structure. Deep below, tiny human silhouettes moved like blue specks of light, lost within the magnificent construction. A pure white space gradually became boundless, piercing down into a pitch-black abyss, an endless void. Gloomy black smoke was slowly rising, swallowing every trace of light. Back outside, Thunder was still quietly trying to focus on the inner structure of the fortress, a curtain of darkness. Even the Dragon Eye could not see what lay below. There was definitely something suspicious inside. Moreover, this prison had been built underground. Thinking of that, he suddenly withdrew the eye and returned to normal. After pausing for a few seconds, Thunder silently raised his eyes toward the pale glow spreading across the night sky. It felt somewhat unsettling. The dark night grew increasingly still. Though hazy clouds drifted in one after another to cover it, the jade-green moon still shone with lofty brilliance. A while later, near the main gate, two groups of guards were carrying out the shift change. "Gentlemen, it is time for the conference. Leave the rest to us." "All right." Kyle quietly let out a breath of relief. The shift is finally changing. As if noticing something unusual, one of the two soldiers spoke while looking at his companion. Is something wrong? The other quickly replied, no, nothing. Let us go. The elders are still waiting for us. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Thunder grew eager to act. Good thing they left, let us follow the plan. Kyle immediately agreed. All right, let us move. But unexpectedly, just as Kyle was about to head inside, someone suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. Wait, what are you trying to do? Unable to react in time, Kyle and Thunder stared blankly at the person in front of them. The moment they turned and saw who it was, Kyle and Thunder both cried out in shock. Jasmine, why are you here? It turned out to be the 5A black belt student, Jasmine. Unable to hide her curiosity, Jasmine crouched down and looked at them. I should be the one asking you that. I was just training nearby when I saw the two of you acting sneaky. Kyle stammered, seeing him hesitate. She quickly guessed, are you planning to sneak in there? Kyle, having been caught, panicked. How should I put this? You came at just the right time. We were about to, but unfortunately before he could finish. The pile of wooden crates shielding them suddenly collapsed right in front of the guards. Oh no. Why are we so unlucky? It had to happen during our shift. Stop complaining and get to work. Completely failing to notice Thunder's group fleeing the scene one after another, the two soldiers remained focused on cleaning up. I told you long ago to tie the weapon supplies down properly. Great, now we have to arrange everything all over again. I clearly tightened the rope in the yard. Maybe the rope quality was poor. Thunder turned and reminded him, Kai-Hu, Munch's side has made a move. We need to hurry. Jasmine was so shocked that she could not stop talking, even when Munch was mentioned. Are you all insane? What do you think this place is? Doing this violates the rule. Besides, it is dangerous inside. Kai-Hu kept having his clothes tugged and could only ask for help. Thunder, what should we do with this guy? Thunder walked over with a dark expression. Sorry, but since you have already seen us, we can only... Jasmine widened her eyes in fear. Could you be planning to silence me? We are all classmates. We should care for one another. How could we? But while she was not paying attention, Kai-Hu suddenly struck the back of her neck from behind, knocking Jasmine unconscious. Seeing that she had completely passed out, Kai-Hu could only whisper helplessly. You talk too much. Honestly, I could not bring myself to do it. Why not just leave her here? Thunder hoisted Jasmine onto his shoulder, then handed his sword to him to hold. He explained, no, if she wakes up and reports us, everything will be ruined. For now, we can only take her with us. Everyone go in together. A few seconds later, at the main gate where the soldiers were fumbling around with the cleanup, Thunder quietly reminded Munch, hurry up. The guards will be here soon. Are you not done yet? While focusing on breaking the lock, Munch replied calmly, patience is a virtue. Do not rush me, it is open. Completely unaware that Thunder's group had successfully broken in. No, the soldiers were still arguing loudly. This time, tie it tighter. If you had arranged it neatly from the start, it would not have fallen so easily. I told you it was not my fault. There must be something wrong with the rope quality. Tomorrow, I will request a new batch. And so, in the end, the red gate closed just as it had been before, without leaving any sign of intrusion. At the same time in the night, someone's figure was quietly facing the towering fortress. The torchlight flickered and the gate glowed crimson. It turned out to be none other than Draven, who was standing hidden on high. This time, he is basically seeking his own death. After pausing briefly, he revealed a meaningful smile. Lord GP will probably be very pleased. A few minutes later, inside the fortress, Thunder's group began to gather. We finally made it. There are no doors inside at all. Good thing I brought the illuminating treasure. Munch smiled, then froze in surprise. Is this Jasmine? Why is she here? I didn't notice her earlier. Yog calmly replied, she discovered us, so we had no choice but to bring her along. He gasped in surprise. You even knocked her out. Thunder gently laid Jasmine on the ground. Still half conscious, Jasmine blinked and looked around. Where is this? Kyog stepped forward guiltily. Senior Jasmine, are you all right? The moment she saw Kyog, she loudly scolded him. You dared to attack your senior, I'm going to report you, he hurriedly explained. Senior Jasmine, please listen to me, we really had no choice so. Despite the person in front of him desperately signaling, Thunder still spoke in an icy voice. Go ahead and report us if you want. We're already inside anyway. You can speak a little louder and call the guards over. Then we'll all be expelled together. Jasmine trembled with anger when she heard that. Seeing that she was upset, Munch panicked and stopped Thunder. Stop adding fuel to the fire. Senior, please calm down, don't listen to his nonsense. While Thunder obediently stepped aside, Kyog quickly came over and echoed Munch's words. That's right, we're all already inside anyway. We'll just take a look and then leave. You must be curious about what's inside this prison too, right? Despite everyone around her trying their best to calm her down, Jasmine was still furious as she stared at the teacher's trembling back. It was as if a scale of justice between reason and curiosity was weighing things in her mind. Jasmine spoke now in a slightly more heated tone. Let me make this clear first. If we run into trouble, I'm not helping any of you. Kyog nodded helplessly. Fine, we'll take care of ourselves. She snatched the lantern and took the lead. I'm your senior, so I'll lead the way. You all have to listen to me, got it? He quietly endured it. As you command. And just like that, their group of 3 suddenly gained one unwilling member, Jasmine. As Munch saw the group walking deeper and deeper, he grew a little worried. This place doesn't look like anyone is here. They call it a prison, but there aren't any prisoners. Yog was just as worried. I don't know, this place has always been a forbidden hall. I've never heard of any prisoners being transferred here. I don't understand why guards have always been posted here. Just then, Jasmine, who was leading the way, coughed a few times. I thought you had heard something and came here to investigate. Thunder looked at her curiously and asked, so you've heard something before? Jasmine answered confidently, of course, although it's called the prison of Farud Academy. The legends outside say this place doesn't hold prisoners at all. She turned to look at them and said that they were using the name of imprisoning criminals to conceal what they were truly hiding here. After pausing for a few seconds, Jasmine frowned and put on a serious expression. If that thing gets out, it will cause a huge upheaval. Thunder could not hide his curious expression. What exactly could it be? Jasmine pouted and looked at him with judging eyes. You brat, it's only a legend, a legend. No one has ever gone inside to see it for themselves, unless they were one of the 3 knights or the 6 great elders. As soon as she finished speaking, streams of green light suddenly surged in from outside. A powerful dark wind suddenly rushed toward them, and Jasmine and the others panicked, covering their noses. Why is there such a strong wind down here? This is bad. Unlike everyone else's panic, Thunder suddenly grew alert. It sounds like there's something. At the same time, Munch started sweating nervously. Maybe we should stop here. At least we can say we came this far. Jasmine forced a smile. That's not a bad idea. Yog leaned against a pillar, breathing heavily. No, I have to keep going. At the very least, I have to see what was in my dream. When everyone around him heard that, they had no choice but to go along with it. Forget it, let's keep going. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the quiet space. Everyone in the group began speaking one after another. We're finally here, this place. As soon as they arrived, Thunder and the others all stared ahead. The massive gate before them was a door. Standing before the towering gate, everyone marveled. This door is huge, Jasmine exclaimed as she felt around its surface. What material is this door made of? It feels like it has been stained by time. Yog suddenly came to his senses and gathered magical power in both palms. Forget that. We have to open it first. After saying that, he did not hesitate and used all his strength to push the giant gate. Munch stood behind him worriedly. I don't think this is a good idea. Yog shouted with all his might, don't just stand there. Come help. While the other 3 tried to move the gate, Thunder remained quietly calm. Dragon Eye. At the same time, Jasmine laughed. Judging by how impressive you looked just now, I thought you could do it all by yourself. Yog pretended not to hear her. 1, 2, push. Seeing the 2 beside him still standing guard, Jasmine continued, if you can't do it, stop forcing yourself. At the same time, elsewhere, Thunder was secretly listening through Dragon Eye. He still could not see anything inside. This place must have been sealed by some advanced magic, or something had been installed, making it especially airtight. After a long while, the gate still showed no sign of moving. Jasmine lowered her head and panted, I can't open it. Could this door be locked or something? Munch was drenched in sweat. Maybe we should go back. There must be something extraordinary behind this door. Kyle angrily turned to Thunder for help. Enough talking, I'm not going back. Thunder, come help too. Thunder answered in surprise, oh, coming. The moment Thunder placed his hand on the door, the system screen instantly displayed an option. Open the door. Yes, no, he was secretly surprised. It even had this ability. Without the slightest hesitation, Thunder quickly pressed yes. In an instant, the internal motor joints immediately moved one after another with the gears. Standing before the giant door that was slowly opening wide, Munch asked in confusion. Thunder, what did you do? He shrugged as if he knew nothing. I don't know either, I just touched it and it opened on its own. Even as the wheels kept turning inward, the magic orb could only illuminate the area right in front of them, and they still could not see inside at all. Kyle anxiously suggested, let's go. As soon as Kyle finished speaking, fear and other emotions filled everyone's hearts. Without noticing the gloomy air deep inside, Thunder's group slowly continued farther and farther in. Then the group was startled by a series of eerie sounds. Jasmine hugged him tightly while she and Munch screamed in panic. What was that sound? Thunder still drove her away coldly. Hey, let go, Kyle answered awkwardly. It was me. I think I stepped on something just now. Following the gradually brightening light, Munch fearfully pointed ahead. Are those bones? Kyle answered calmly. They might belong to some kind of monster. Munch grew even more panicked. How could a dragon die that easily? While everyone argued. Thunder quietly turned his face away and thought, it looks pretty powerful. Why did it die here? At the same time, Jasmine also joined in guessing. Maybe it was purged by knights. After a long while, the group steadied themselves and continued deeper into the dark dungeon. Thunder frowned in disappointment. It looks like the path ends up ahead. When Jasmine heard that, she could not hide the relief in her voice. We can finally get out. At the same time, Kyle suddenly called out loudly. Everyone looked. There's still a huge space down below. Jasmine looked at the iron-barred doors beneath the abyss. It looks like an empty prison, Munch hurriedly replied, but there are so many. Like a termite nest, Thunder could not help feeling confused, but there's nothing inside. A few seconds later, Munch went over to inspect each iron cage. What worries me is that they may have escaped. What they had wanted to see, they had now seen. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued, honestly. We should head back, Jasmine immediately agreed. I agree. If monsters were imprisoned here, then they definitely weren't ordinary. At that point, she could not hide her worried expression. If they've already escaped, then it's even more dangerous. Thunder was now leaning against the wall. Kyle, we really have gone quite far. We need to get out before the night's change shifts. Despite everyone trying hard to persuade him, Kyle stubbornly kept walking. No, Thunder, you don't understand. At that point, he carried all his hopes with him as he slid down the steep path into the depths. We only need to go a little farther to learn the truth. Seeing Kyle becoming increasingly unable to let go, Thunder hurried after him. Kyle, don't go down any farther. Kyle paid him no attention. He walked aimlessly forward. I heard a call, it's down there. Looking at his back as it was gradually swallowed by the darkness, Thunder shouted anxiously. Told you to stop, but just as Kyle was about to enter the iron cage, a green light suddenly appeared again from nowhere. Facing the powerful force of the magical current, Thunder cried out in shock. This is bad. Munch looked around in panic. What is that? At the exact moment Thunder was still raising his hand to shield himself from the force of the wind, something was suddenly blown outward from the light. In an instant, Kyle's entire body slammed hard into the rugged rock wall above. Seeing this, Munch cried out in terror, Kyle. At that critical moment, Thunder bravely stepped forward with his sword to shield the three people behind him. He carefully calculated in his mind, judging by this situation, this is bad. But just as that thought crossed his mind, what appeared before Thunder's eyes was the vague figure of a gigantic monster slowly walking toward them. It was. The moment it appeared, a destructive force came crashing down. Its huge dark foot crushed the ground, shattering everything. At the same time, Jasmine, standing behind him, spoke in a trembling voice. No, it can't be, that's a king-rank monster. At that point, she paused for a few seconds, staring at the complete form of the monster before them, the bull god Mezu. The bull-headed monster Mezu roared across the sky, its blazing red eyes shining as green energy swirled violently around its body. Within just a few notes after appearing, it sent Thunder's entire group tumbling to the ground at once. From another angle, Mezu saw Jasmine lying on the ground in pain. It immediately charged toward her, brimming with murderous intent. Seeing it rush closer and closer to where she sat, Munch shouted anxiously, Jasmine, move now. She answered helplessly, trembling. My legs, my legs. In the blink of an eye, Jasmine was suddenly caught in the giant hand of the monster Mezu and squeezed tightly. For a moment, she had no idea what to do except scream in utter terror. Instantly, Munch leapt up from afar in panic and slashed hard at Mezu's hand. Let her go, you monster. Seeing Jasmine quickly released and falling freely, he lunged forward without hesitation, using his remaining sword to slice through layer after layer of Mezu's flesh. When Jasmine saw Munch hurriedly land beside her, she finally let out a relieved breath. I really thought I was going to die. He quickly checked on her. That was dangerous, Jasmine. Can you stand? After pausing for a few seconds, he looked in panic at Mezu, who was concentrating magic into both horns. This is bad. It's an attack spell, Jasmine. Get up now or we are both going to die. In just a few short seconds, Mezu completely released its blue energy, its power surging into violent bolts of lightning. They covered the entire space. Without the slightest hesitation, it let out a roar, then charged forward wildly and brought its fist down on the two fleeing people. Seeing Mezu's overwhelmingly powerful punch about to fall, Munch's eyes widened in horror. In less than 3 seconds, Mezu's heavy strike into the ground created an earth-shattering shockwave. At the same time, Kyle, who was in another location, was also affected by the impact and was sent flying. He trembled as he clutched his wound, then looked around while gasping for breath. What just happened? What kind of monster is that? Kyle worried silently, Munch and the others. Fortunately, what came into Kyle's sight then was Thunder and his magical beast Nova. Struggling with all their might to hold back Mezu's terrifying power, Kyle secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They are fine. At the same time, Munch looked at Nova in confusion. Why is this vicious beast helping us? Thunder clenched his teeth with all his strength, trembling. There is no time to explain. All you need to know is that it is on our side. Do not worry. After a brief pause, he gave a tense order. Nova, take Jasmine somewhere safe first. Munch was stunned in disbelief. It even obeys orders. As he was pushed sliding far back, Thunder urgently reminded the person beside him. Munch, hide your aura. When I pin it down, use one strike to finish it off. He continued to question him. Thunder, will this really work? You saw how strong it is. Ignoring the countless questions in the mind of the person behind him, Thunder moved swiftly in front of Mezu. He spoke briefly, "Trust me." Hearing that, Munch had no choice but to quickly vanish and run off. "Fine, I understand, be careful." Thunder then roared in challenge with confidence. "Come on, big guy." The moment Thunder finished speaking, Mezu immediately lunged straight at him. The force was so powerful that it even knocked his sword away. With no other choice, Thunder urgently gathered all his magic power and gripped the huge horn tightly. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this thing is too strong." Even as Thunder struggled with all his might between life and death, Mezu still went berserk and cold-bloodedly rammed him hard into a rock wall. Like a true warrior, Thunder was pinned against the cliff by the horn, yet he still refused to let go. "Give up. I will not let go." Just as the timing became perfect, he suddenly shouted, "Munch now!" Munch was already sitting on Mezu's back, using all his strength to drive both swords into its body. "Die!" But ironically, at the decisive moment, Munch was shocked to realize something. What he thought in despair, "What? I cannot pierce it at all. Its skin is as hard as steel." At the same time, Kane shouted a warning from afar. "Munch, get away!" Munch was surprised. "Kane," but unfortunately, just as Kane charged over at high speed, his blade could not withstand the hardness of Mezu's flesh and instantly shattered. He was stunned. Then he cried out inwardly. The sword broke, paying no attention to everyone around it launching their attacks. Mezu suddenly released a barrage of magical lightning, instantly sending everyone nearby flying dozens of meters away. Only after quite some time, while being restrained by Mezu, did Thunder roar with fierce momentum. "Do not even think about escaping." From another perspective through the system, he silently selected a skill, Mana Absorption, activate. The moment the choice was set, his mana value immediately soared continuously, and he quickly seized the opportunity. Thunder hurriedly used his strength to flip and leap out of Mezu's encirclement. Floating in midair, he used the momentum to focus his entire flow of magic power. At last, the mana value was successfully absorbed. As Thunder seriously created powerful flames around both fists, he silently reminded himself. Gather the aura, then focus the attack. With that thought, he tore across Mezu's body like a wild beast, making it roar in pain. Seeing the fresh red blood still splattered everywhere, Thunder smiled to himself with satisfaction. The attack worked. The old man's special training also had some effect, but in a moment of carelessness, Kaihu quickly shouted a warning. "Thunder, be careful." Just as the words left his mouth, Mezu crazily charged forward, striking Thunder in revenge. In an instant, the situation reversed again. With a single toss, Mezu sent Thunder stumbling across the rough ground. Helplessly, he thought, "My body won't obey." As if drained of all strength, Thunder gritted his teeth, trembling. Besides the paralyzing effect of the electric attack on the monster, the key problem was that he had absorbed too much magic in a short time, leaving his body unable to keep up. "Damn it, this body's endurance is too weak." Pausing for a few seconds to watch Mezu advancing step by step, he felt more and more anxious. "If I don't figure out a solution." But in the most critical moment, Thunder froze, staring in confusion at a distant point. It turned out that what caught his eye was the fleeting figure of someone standing high above. Hey, you really picked the wrong thing to mess with." Speaking calmly, Cadden held a cigar. "You rotten brats, step aside a bit." The group's faces lit up with relief. Munch laughed toot toot, saying, "It's Master Cadden, great, we're saved." Cadden charged down wielding his sharp sword. He coldly threatened, "Stop holding back. I'll settle this with you later." As he leapt close to Mezu's position, he immediately gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. With prior calculation, a single decisive swing easily severed one of Mezu's massive horns. But as he prepared for a follow-up strike, unexpectedly, one of his legs was held by Mezu just in time. He was blocked. Cadden couldn't react in time. Besides his surprised eyes, he quickly seized a crucial opportunity. Mezu pinned him to the ground, smashing the stone tiles beneath them. Using his extensive experience, Cadden turned the situation to his advantage. In less than a minute, he severed all of Mezu's fingers once again. To everyone's astonishment, the excruciating pain made Mezu scream. The hatred quickly doubled, and Mezu's bloodshot eyes charged forward in attack. Like a deranged butcher, he moved so fast that the surrounding rubble was instantly shrouded in dust and smoke. Incited further, Mezu grew furious, exhaling 2 streams of white smoke, eyes blazing. Before Mezu could react, Cadden calmly stood on its back, looking for me. Hearing his voice, Mezu's bloodshot eyes showed a rare flash of tension. In less than 2 seconds, its sturdy head fell to the ground effortlessly. Guided by Cadden, the box stood upside down. "Is it over?" Manch remarked appreciatively. "Impressive. Truly impressive." Meanwhile, Thunder stealthily moved toward where Nova was hiding. "Nova, retreat first." At the same time, Thunder looked up at the system screen. The new ability came from the damage absorbed from electricity, he wondered. Soon after, Cadden carried Jasmine over. Fortunately, the monster's remaining magic was minimal. Otherwise, he would have struggled to survive. But for now, no further trouble appeared. "Follow me." The full moon illuminated the silent night, clouds drifting lazily across the deep blue sky, creating a mystical scene. As he walked, Cadden asked, "None of you have an explanation for me?" Manch hesitated, staring at Cadden's sturdy back. "We will be expelled," unaware that Jasmine was pretending to avoid blame. Stop puffing your cigars, you should be grateful for the chance to live. Dared to enter the dungeon on your own. Pausing briefly, he added, surviving alone is no easy feat. Kyo and Munch bowed simultaneously, apologizing. A sense of unease rose within Cadden. He glanced at them, then fell silent. Thunder spoke casually, but you survived the battle with the monster. If expelled, it would be a shame. If you agree to keep it secret, I'll pretend I didn't see you. As his words ended, KO, Thunder, and Munch all smiled softly. The full moon shone brightly in the dark blue night sky, dotted with stars, giving a sense of peace more profound than ever. A dense spiderweb, thick as ivory, covered one corner of the old brick wall. As Cadden pushed hard against the door, he felt puzzled and could not help blurting out, how did this door open? Thunder hesitated, then lied, saying it was already open when they arrived. Kyle looked at him in surprise. That's right. Hearing that, Cadden still could not shake his suspicion. It was open again, that really is strange. But suddenly, just as the gate slowly closed, Thunder, standing behind them, suddenly heard someone's ghostly voice. I will wait for you here. His face turned deathly pale as he thought, I heard this voice in my dream before anyone could react. That ghostly voice rang out in his mind again. Come when you are strong enough. Time quickly passed to midnight at the Academy Hospital. The director anxiously checked their wounds again. Honestly, how did your training end up like this with all 4 of you brought in at once? You really were reckless. Cadden smoked a cigarette and laughed calmly. Sorry to trouble you, director, but this time it was only an accident. The director coldly reminded him that saying more would be useless. Explain yourselves at the Elders' Assembly tomorrow. Please don't, honorable director. They're only surface wounds. Meanwhile, Kaiho lay on the hospital bed and said softly, Brother Cadden, please help us cover this up a little. Thunder, lying in the next bed, spoke cheerfully but paused for a few seconds and thought, Brother Kaiho acting cute is terrifying. After thinking that, he sat up and looked at Kaiho. Speaking of which, Kaiho, why didn't you listen when we tried to stop you and insist on going all the way into the depths of the cavern? Kaiho answered awkwardly. I'm sorry, I cannot really explain it clearly either. After pausing for a few seconds, Kaiho frowned helplessly. I just wanted to keep going. I couldn't control my thoughts or my body. Hearing that, Man eagerly raised a thick book. I know why. After a brief pause, he continued. I just found an excerpt in this book about the king rank, divine grade, soul-bewitching beast. Aside from lightning manipulation magic, it also has an ability called Mind Labyrinth. Thunder and Kaiho, sitting opposite him, both gaped in surprise. Mind Labyrinth, standing amid the windows where warm sunlight streamed in. The legend says this bull-headed, human-bodied monster was the child of a white bull offered as a sacrifice to the queen of that kingdom. When the calf cried out at birth, the king learned what had happened, but he could not accept the truth. Thinking of distant and isolated places, the king ordered a labyrinth built on a deserted island at the edge of the world. But it was no ordinary labyrinth. It was a massive labyrinth guarded by appointed sentries. The bull-headed monster born there was bound by its own body, and even after death its spirit could not pass on. Time flew by. Mezu gradually grew up in the labyrinth, but it was still a bull-headed monster with divine power. As it matured, its body became obsessed with escaping the labyrinth. That obsession developed into an ability that spread outward, bewitching those around it. With divine power inside its body, Mezu could easily make. Those who were bewitched would lose control of their thoughts, be ruled by their strongest emotions, and act accordingly. Thunder was secretly shocked. What kind of legend is this? Can a human and a bull have a child? At that moment, Kaiho looked sympathetic and said, this guy is actually pretty pitiful. So what happened to it afterward? Man replied, the book doesn't say, maybe it escaped. Otherwise, we couldn't have encountered it in the underground prison. Hearing that, Kaiho stroked his chin thoughtfully. That makes sense. It must have produced many later generations. In that case, the nightmares I had may have been caused by this. Man quickly replied, very likely. Thunder silently glanced at him a few times and thought, is that really true? If Kaiho's nightmare was caused by that strange bull-headed monster, then what was the voice he heard? At the same time, Cadden pushed the door open and walked in. All right, the director said your problems aren't serious. Rest properly for the next few days and you can be discharged next week. Thunder and Kyle felt secretly exasperated. Just a moment ago, they had clearly been getting scolded. Thunder suddenly remembered something and called out, Brother Cadden. That, Cadden asked casually. Are you worried about my injuries? After a short pause, he smiled gracefully. It's nothing serious, just 2 broken ribs. For people like us, this is a minor matter. Hearing that, Thunder looked at him expressionlessly. No, I only wanted to ask whether you got the king-ranked monster crystal. Do we get a share of it? As soon as he finished speaking, Cadden flew into a rage and shouted, don't even dream of it. This is my reward. Have you forgotten who I got injured for? Thunder lowered his head and admitted defeat. Yes. In the blink of an eye, Cadden had already returned to his original emotional state. He waved them off. All right, you all get some rest. We will run one more full check tomorrow. But at the same time, Thunder quickly called out, right, I still have one more question. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and said seriously, I never had the chance to ask before. How did Brother Tuxie know we had broken into the prison? Kaiho was just as curious. Exactly, only a few people knew about this. Even if Jasmine went to report us, it still would have taken some time. Cadden puffed on his cigar while calmly looking at them. You little devils are getting far too eager to know so many secrets. It was a hidden watcher who informed me. Thunder murmured uncertainly, a hidden watcher. He silently thought back to that night. So they had been watched the entire time, suddenly. Mang remembered something. I once heard that there is a rumor in the academy that between the academy and the students, there are still some people like that. They hide among the crowds in the academy and protect students from the risk of injury. Kaiho quickly understood and continued. So in other words, they are actually in charge of reporting secrets. Cadden was too lazy to explain clearly. More or less, do not expect to get any more answers from me. You should focus on the things you ought to care about. Thunder sighed a few times and thought to himself, the more I investigate, the more complicated this becomes. The secrets in this academy are not simply what can be seen on the surface. That night, the golden space of the system screen suddenly displayed an image of 5 multicolored orbs resting in a hand. Thunder lay on the bed and looked at the system. He silently considered it, saying that the ability he had just obtained was the elemental selection node. After pausing to read the contents, he silently continued, an ability that absorbs an opponent's magic and strengthens the power of the same type of magic within oneself. For now, it was of no use to him. Should he look for a chance to learn some magic? Thinking of this, Thunder suddenly turned to look at Kyle, who was sleeping soundly on the neighboring bed. He worried silently. I also had them help keep Nova's matter secret. Brother Tuxie did not ask any further either, so it probably has not been discovered yet. When he saw Kaiho stirring slightly, Thunder quietly guessed in his heart. It seems this guy Kaiho is not having nightmares anymore. Could it really be because of that monster's influence? The next morning, the sky was blue, white clouds drifted lazily, and deep within the shade of the trees stood an elegant bamboo grove, which was actually a spacious private courtyard. At that moment, waves of frictional force kept coming from inside the courtyard. The wind cart had been brought by Thunder himself. Elder Feng stood across from him, wiping his sweat. He looked at him with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Kid, not bad. This attack form suits you very well." Thunder drew himself in and stood upright, looking at the sword. Really? But I feel like in this form, my sword mainly works for defense while using my fists to attack. Always feels a little lacking in power. Elder Feng replied, what you said does make sense. As if suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands excitedly. Right, I should give you that. Thunder was confused when he heard that. A moment later, Elder Feng was rummaging through every drawer. Where is it? I remember putting it here. Thunder quickly declined politely. Old man, if you cannot find it, then forget it. He thought to himself, what good thing could possibly be kept in a place like this? Seeing his surprised expression, Elder Feng shouted joyfully, found it. After pausing for a few seconds, he proudly pulled out a pair of oversized gloves and held them in front of Thunder, turtle-style fists. Thunder's face darkened inwardly. That name, there is no helping it. Thunder reluctantly put the fists on his hands. Can this thing really be used? Elder Feng calmly explained, do not rush. It changes according to the user's body. Just as he had said, the fists slowly began to shrink, fitting Thunder's hands perfectly. Unable to hide his surprise, he unconsciously curled and flexed his hands a few times to test them. Thunder widened his eyes in shock. Is this made from monster crystals? Elder Feng smiled proudly, his nose almost in the air. Not bad, right? But unfortunately, it was only forged from mid-level monster crystals. If high-level monster crystals had been used, it would be much more powerful. After a brief pause, he crossed his arms and continued. Although I also want to make higher-grade weapons and equipment. That would not be fair to the other competitors. Thunder stared blankly, not understanding. Competitors? Elder Feng answered evasively. Could it be that you have never heard of it? Do you not attend lectures every day? Thunder quickly hid the truth that he was a chronic skipper of social studies class. Just tell me already. Elder Feng began explaining seriously. All second-year students take part in the academy competition held once every year. The academy uses one-on-one combat matches to select the 5 best students in the academy. On one of the greatest arenas in the world, those 5 will represent the academy and compete in the provincial tournament. It is a multinational martial arts competition against powerful fighters from around the world. At this point, Elder Feng smiled and pointed at Thunder. These fists are lent to you. As my student, I hope you at least make the top 10. He smiled and gave a thumbs up. You still have hopes for me. The elder stated his condition boldly. If you know how to use them well and earn a high ranking, I can even give them to you afterward. Thunder replied with interest. Then I will thank you in advance, old man. After a short pause, Elder Feng suddenly said thoughtfully, now that you have a weapon, we still need to make some defensive gear. Armor, a shield, or something like that. It may come in handy when you go out on missions later. Thunder hesitantly stroked his chin. Defense. Sometime later in the bustling city, the passers-by around suddenly jumped when they heard someone's voice coming from the weapon shop. What? That expensive. Sam, who was carrying boxes of goods, answered coldly, that is the price. If you think it is expensive, go buy it somewhere else. Thunder argued with all his might, it was not this price when I came last time. Sam irritably tapped an order slip on the table. My shop runs an honest business with fixed prices. Defensive gear made from mid-level monster crystals costs 10 low-level monster crystals or 1,000 coins. As for the rest, I am asking you to pay 10 extra low-level monster crystals. At this point, he suddenly put on the face of a crooked merchant and whispered softly, that is my fee for keeping quiet. In truth, I have no interest in finding out where those extra monster crystals of yours came from. Thunder gritted his teeth when he heard that. Fine, his face darkened as he thought to himself, damn it. Although they have no evidence that he privately kept monster crystals, if he were exposed and placed under special supervision, it would probably be much harder for him to hunt alone in the future. Thinking of this, he suddenly, decisively threw the bag of crystals onto the table. Do your job properly. Everyone's attention immediately focused on the bag of crystals. Sam laughed professionally a few times and accepted it. Of course, please rest assured about our craftsmanship. We guarantee you will be satisfied. Thunder leaned against the wall, watching him shout enthusiastically, get to work, get to work. At the same time, he silently mocked. The sly nature of humans really exists in every trade. Just after thinking that, Thunder suddenly heard someone calling him. Thunder, what a coincidence. He asked in surprise, Slavia, are you here to make weapons and equipment too? She smiled gently. There are no classes today, so I have the day off. Completely missing the embarrassed look on her face, Thunder moved closer and whispered, I suggest you go to another shop. The owner of this place is not exactly an honest merchant. Just now Slavia looked unconcerned. Is that so? She stormed over and slammed the table. Boss is the boss here. Sam hurriedly replied, coming right away. Please wait a moment. He gave her an awkward smile. Oh my, isn't this the young lady of the theater? An honored guest, truly honored. Please come inside. Slavia angrily pointed at Thunder. No need, I came because I need a favor. Also, I want to ask on behalf of my friend, how much is a suit of armor forged from an intermediate monster crystal? Thunder stood with his arms crossed, watching her, secretly surprised. That person just called her Lady Slavia. Does she come from a noble family? A while later, after leaving the forge, Slavia suddenly placed something in his hand. Thunder, I got back the monster crystal he took for testing. Thank you. At that moment, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. We're all human, so why is the treatment so different? In those few brief moments, Thunder unconsciously remembered Sebastian's words from the past. A knight's child is a knight, and a farmer's child is a farmer. He thought to himself, although that guy is disgusting, what he said may truly reflect the dark side of this world. Returning to the present, Thunder hurriedly searched for something. Slavia, as thanks, I should give this to you. Standing under the dazzling sunlight, he gently took out a purple glowing stone, an intermediate monster crystal from a goalie bear. As Thunder placed the stone into her hand, Slavia blushed shyly. Isn't this an intermediate goalie bear monster crystal? I can't accept it. It's worth more than 10 beginner monster crystal. Taking her hand, Thunder firmly suggested, take it. I already have armor and weapons. Keeping this won't do me any good. You may need it. After saying that, he quickly turned and waved goodbye. I'm going to check out some other equipment. See you next time. He raised his hand. Even though the person in her heart had already left, Slavia still stood alone beneath the warm sunlight. At that moment, she could not help revealing a shy expression. She held the stone carefully and lovingly, blushing as she smiled happily. Thunder. A few days later, Thunder's voice suddenly rang out in the weapon shop. Not bad. Sam replied with delight, as long as you're satisfied. After pausing for a few seconds, he smiled appeasingly. I didn't know before that you and the young lady of the theater were friends. If I offended you in any way, please forgive me. While inspecting the armor, Thunder happily thought to himself, my aura training has produced decent results. On top of that, I now have this armor and the fists that the old man gave me. Thinking of this, he could not help chuckling to himself. He could no longer wait and wanted to hunt stronger monsters to test himself. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In an elegant, antique room, JP stood gazing at the evening sunset. I never expected that brat to be so lucky. He actually managed to survive and return from the prison. Draven respectfully remained kneeling. According to what I have learned, a watcher informed Ka and Ka rescued them. JP snorted coldly in displeasure. This system stopped being useful long ago. Draven quickly added a few more words. Originally, there were already 3 knights by their side. Now there is also the trouble caused by Ka. For the time being, it will be difficult to act. After pausing for a few seconds, he lowered his head hesitantly. Should we test Danbert? JP calmly clasped his hands behind his back. There is no rush. Danbert is someone we may be able to win over. But after all, he is one of the 3 knights. I must first verify his loyalty. Hearing that, Draven hesitated. Then, JP took the initiative and gave an order. Send that person. Aside from Danbert, he is probably the most convenient one to make a move. Tell him that if he succeeds, the Pureblood Guild will give him a new position. Draven stood and replied, understood, I will inform him at once. But before he could go far, JP suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly spoke up, that's right, stop for a moment. His half-lidded gaze was filled with killing intent. If he fails, there is no need to tell him to come back and report to me. Draven immediately replied. That night, standing tall beneath the shimmering ivory moonlight, was a rough and majestic mount. At the mountain deer hunting grounds, Kay, just like the others in the group, was turning to look at the person beside him. We have to make a big haul at the mountain deer hunting grounds today. Kay immediately agreed. We must quickly gather enough money and complete our equipment and weapons. Behind them, Munch smiled gratefully at Thunder. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Ian also hurriedly echoed him. In the future, once I become strong enough, I will repay you with even more. Thunder broke into an awkward sweat. Are you guys talking to me? Kavan ran over to Thunder's side. He smiled teasingly. Brother, I know you're embarrassed, but we truly thank you. As if suddenly remembering something, Thunder ran over to Slavia. I'm guessing this has something to do with you. Seeing this, Mary shyly waved her hand. I won't be a third wheel anymore. I'm leaving first. Hearing that, Slavia blushed in panic. Mary. She looked at Thunder in embarrassment and explained. The goalie bear crystal you gave me, I exchanged it for money, then distributed it to everyone in your name. Look, I already have very good support. Even if I kept it, I wouldn't have any use for it. Seeing that he had remained silent from beginning to end, Slavia softly added, Sorry, I didn't discuss this with you first. Are you angry? The moment she finished speaking, Thunder suddenly rushed forward and placed both hands on her shoulders. No, absolutely not. After pausing for a few seconds, he smiled gently. Slavia, I think you have what it takes to become a good leader. Hearing that, Slavia could not help blushing and feeling dizzy for a moment. Faced with everyone's impressed expressions, she awkwardly pushed him away. Damn it, why did you suddenly say something so serious? Thunder cried out helplessly. Oh, come on. Seeing Thunder still looking completely clueless, KO sighed and walked over. Hey, tell me the truth. Did nothing really happen between you and Slavia? Thunder tilted his head, his face full of huge question marks. You mean? KO closed his eyes in exasperation. Forget it. Your brain is even stiffer than a block of wood. Promise me that when you see Ami later, you won't keep acting like that with her. Like the difficult subjects in the curriculum, Thunder could only fall silent after hearing his warning. After a long while, the night sky darkened and black and white clouds drifted past. A few tiny stars glittered in the mysterious night. In the distance, the shadows of two giant black insects could be seen rushing toward them at lightning speed. As if by instinct from countless difficult battles, they quickly took their weapons in hand. Everyone stay alert, something's happening. Munch quickly shouted a signal, prepare for battle. In the blink of an eye, blue-winged dragonflies began gathering in front of the group. Thunder stood to one side, using his dragon eyes to observe and assess them. They're all low-level monsters. It shouldn't be a big problem. Just as Thunder expected, Tan and KO were enthusiastically cutting down dragonflies one after another. This is way too easy. Aren't there any more challenging ones? That proves your combat skills have improved. Does that mean I'll become a white belt sooner or later? At the same time elsewhere, Munch was using a twin sword combination technique to slash the dragonflies away one by one. In just a moment after finishing them off, he quickly stopped, took a break, and wiped away his sweat. After only a few attacks, Munch seemed strong, but he failed to notice something rising from beneath the ground. Thunder shouted in panic, Munch, watch out, it's an armored beetle. As soon as he heard the warning, Munch immediately kicked off the ground and leapt high into the air. He hovered in midair and looked down in confusion. A mid-level monster. Tan, completely unguarded, pointed his spear straight at the armored beetle and smiled smugly. A mid-level monster, it's just a bug. After saying that, Tan did not hesitate. He charged forward decisively and thrust straight into the armored beetle's belly. In an instant, the monster was sent flying far away by Tan's full-force strike, and the impact shattered a crystal boulder. Thunder widened his eyes in shock, not expecting its outer shell to be so hard. He forced his voice to remain calm. Everyone spread out. A large number of armored beetles are about to advance. As soon as Thunder spoke, the armored beetles began emerging from the ground, surrounding the entire group. KO struggled to hold them off alone, swinging his sword fiercely against the armored beetles, but because their bodies were too hard, he could not damage them. He angrily gritted his teeth. Their outer shells are too hard. Elsewhere, Slavia was also doing her best to support Mary from behind, stopping the enemies from getting close. Seizing the chance, Mary fired arrows continuously from the front. She said, I'm having trouble piercing their armor too. On Ian's side, Tan and Munch were also tense. The three of them stood back to back, panting and cursing, damn it. Suddenly, Tan noticed that an armored beetle on his left had been knocked into the sky, exposing the fluid in its abdomen. Thunder appeared with his body blazing in flames, both hands glowing red with fire. He looked at the insects, his expression turning cold. Through gritted teeth, he hissed, all of you get lost. Right after that, Thunder charged forward alone and wiped out the armored beetles with his flames in a single move. Munch exclaimed in shock, amazing. Tan was drawn to that strange flame and asked, curiously. What new weapon does this guy have? How is he so strong? Munch guessed it looks like his combat instructor lent it to him. Hearing that, Tan sighed regretfully. Damn it. He got something that good again. It feels like I chose the wrong guild. Meanwhile, Thunder continued fighting while restraining his power. He did not want to show too much too easily, in order to avoid making the others suspicious of his weapon. Seeing that he was struggling alone, he finally remembered his teammates and called out loudly to them. How long are you going to stand there watching the show? Come help me. Munch hurriedly replied, coming. Then Mary leapt high into the air and shot an arrow into an armored beetle's head. Slavia supported them with her legendary shield. She jumped up, gathered momentum, and poured her strength into bringing the shield down hard on the armored beetle. Then it was Munch's turn. He flew upward, hurled his sword straight into a gap in the armored beetle's shell and shouted, so that's how it works. Right after hearing the signal, Tan quickly pulled out his wooden staff and rushed over. He brought it down with force, splitting the armored beetle in two and sending its green slime splattering everywhere. Not stopping there, Ian seized the chance to snap off one of its sharp pincers and raised it high. Without hesitating, he drove the sharp tip straight into the armored beetle's belly. Some time passed and the moon rose high, casting a pale silver glow. When the armored beetle collapsed once more, the battle was over. Tan let out a long breath. It was finally done. Then he lowered his head to admire their spoils. Tick, looking excited, realized these ones were bigger this time. They were all mid-tier beasts. They would definitely produce mid-grade beast crystals. Munch cheered while holding the glowing object in his hand. It really was a mid-grade beast crystal. Thunder opened his system screen to check. As he thought back on what had happened that night, he realized they had already obtained two. The rest could be left to the others. But still, so many mid-grade beast crystals appearing all at once and gathering together felt like part of a planned action. Suddenly, a flash of light made him jolt as he realized something was wrong. Thunder lifted his gaze to the sky, where flocks of birds were flying in chaos. What was going on with those birds? With that thought, he decided to use his ability and observe through the dragon eye. The moment his vision expanded into the distance, he was shocked to discover a band of crimson light spreading through the entire forest. Thunder quickly turned back and loudly reported the situation to his teammates. Everyone, watch out. The fire is heading toward us, but those without the dragon eye like Tan will not be able to see it. It is visible, the flames are clear. Mary quickly flew up to a high tree branch to observe. She confirmed it. Thunder is right, I can see the fire. Hyog flattened himself on the ground and pressed his hand close to the earth, listening for movement. Footsteps were scattering everywhere. The beasts were fleeing. Hearing how dangerous the situation was, Tan shouted, then what are we waiting for? Let us retreat now. But Thunder delivered troubling news. I am afraid it is already too late. Mary jumped down from the branch and explained more clearly. We have already been surrounded by the fire. Then she suddenly remembered something. She turned to Slavia. Slavia, the rescue beacon is with you, right? Send the signal now. At this point, we can only ask the engineers for rescue. But the reply left everyone shaken. I already sent the signal earlier, but it had no effect at all. Tan began to panic. No way, it breaks down at a time like this. Suddenly, Thunder spotted unfamiliar figures flickering within the flames. He immediately turned and stood in front of the others, loudly demanding their identities. Who are you? From the raging fire emerged three strange-looking people. Their entire bodies were heated red and their faces were covered with black scarves. One of them widened a pair of bright golden eyes. Munch wondered aloud. Are they here to save us? But after seeing their appearance, Thunder immediately denied it. It does not look like it. Standing beside him, Hyog was so anxious that he shouted a question. You people created this fire, did you not? What is your goal? They gave no answer. One of them signaled with his sword, then immediately charged forward with chain. The first one hit was Munch, who took a heavy punch that sent his body flying backward. Kaihun worriedly called out his friend's name, but at that exact moment, one of the three attackers rushed in. Thunder also became highly alert. His eyes locked onto one direction as if waiting for something. Sure enough, another enemy appeared and struck decisively, but luckily, he blocked it in time. Thunder's dragon eye faced that strange face and he questioned them sternly. Who exactly are you people? Thunder struggled to withstand the strength of the red-skinned attacker. He gritted his teeth and demanded, why are you attacking us? Suddenly, a slash appeared across Thunder's iron glove, making him glance down in shock and notice something unusual. This person's sword was no ordinary weapon. Sensing the huge gap between them, he quickly chose to retreat in order to protect himself. At that moment, Tan was helping Munch away from the earlier blow. Hey Munch, are you all right? Munch forced himself to answer in a broken voice. I am fine, Thunder. They saw that Thunder's situation was not looking good. Ian quickly spoke up. I will go support him. But just as he stepped forward, the flames suddenly spread wider, forcing Ian to stop in his tracks. Be careful. The fire split everyone into two sides. Thunder stood silently, listening to his teammates calling from the other side. Thunder, Hyog. He looked toward the opponent who was eyeing him and closing in. His mind quickly judged the situation. She separated us to target me and Kyle. Or maybe she only wants to target me. His attention shifted toward Kyle, who was being attacked by the man wielding a blade. Without any hesitation, he thought to himself, Kyle is already surrounded. Looks like I have to fight 2-on-1. Thunder called across to the other side, reassuring his teammates. Don't worry about us. Hurry and find a way down the mountain to get help. Ian was still hesitating. But even so, he quickly hardened his voice and gave an order. Standing here won't do anything. We'll only be saved once the knights arrive. After assessing the situation and realizing it was the only option left, Slavia quickly obeyed. Thunder is right. We'll split up and look for help. Tan supported Munch as they left, and Mary quickly ran after them as well. All right. Only Ian lingered for a moment, shouting through the flames, Thunder, all of you hold on. On this side, the two of them stood back to back. He asked Kyle, how is it? Can you hold out? With a sword in his hand, Kyle answered firmly. No problem, leave that guy to me. Looking at the dual blade wielder stalking closer with weapons ready, Kyle silently assessed him with a serious expression. This guy's movements are fast and powerful, but not enough to suppress me, as long as I defend carefully. He won't be able to inflict a fatal wound. With that, the two charged into battle. As the two blades swept past, only one thought remained in Kyle's mind. If he could hold this man back, he could buy more time for Thunder. Thunder calmly watched the other two men about to break through. He focused, bracing his mind and settling into a battle stance. They were about to attack from this side. The moment he reached out to block one man's blade, he noticed one end of an iron chain striking toward him. My stomach, I knew you'd try a sneak attack. In the next second, he swung his left hand, hooked the iron chain around his arm and pulled hard. Got you. However, from the corner of his eye, Thunder noticed flames rapidly spreading along the other end of the chain. Before his opponent could ambush him, he used his strength to fling the chain straight away. Damn it, what a nuisance. While dodging his opponent's continuous attacks, Thunder thought, no matter which one I deal with, the other will come and make trouble for me. Suddenly, during a brief lapse in vigilance, he took a punch from the handle end of the iron chain. Carried by the force, Thunder was blasted backward, flying toward the edge of the flames. But he quickly got back to his feet, his gaze sharpening as his focus rose. It's stronger than I imagined. Lowering his head to look at the cracks in his outer garment, he let out a quiet breath of relief. Good thing my armor blocked the fatal blow. I need to consider a new battle plan. Suddenly, a cry of pain rang out. Startled and worried, Thunder called his name. Kyle. Kyle immediately glanced over, clutching his right arm as he growled in complaint. That red-skinned bastard, damn it. Do you know this arm was only just healed? The man gave a casual "oh" and calmly promised him. Then I promise you, there won't be any similar trouble in the future. However, the battle was not over, and he could not stand around chatting with the enemy for amusement. Kyle forced himself to raise his sword and assured him, Thunder, don't worry, I'll deal with him. Hearing that, the dual blade wielder stopped holding back. He sprang up slightly and declared, no more words. I'll make sure you die an ugly death. At the same time, everything around Thunder suddenly changed under the force of his aura. His expression darkened and his voice turned icy. If you intend to strike so cruelly, then I don't need to hide anything anymore. At the same time, the information panel quickly displayed a question about using the spoils of battle, 10-year beast master crystal. Accept. The instant he made his choice, a beam of light suddenly descended, surrounding Thunder where he knelt. Naturally, when the others saw this scene, they immediately had a bad feeling, and their momentum weakened even further. In an instant, a fresh and explosive surge of energy entered his body. A notification appeared, evolution complete. You have evolved into a dragon knight. Not only that, beside Thunder appeared an additional creature, with a long horn growing from it. The summoned beast has evolved into a wolfhound. Only after absorbing the energy and breaking through did he finally speak. Come, Nova. Now behind Thunder stood a ferocious wolfhound. His own appearance had changed as well. His remaining eye had also become a dragon eye. Thunder touched his fists together, a dangerous breath spreading from him. It's time to get to work. One of the Pureblood Guild's men stopped, and because suspicion stirred in him, he spoke up. Hey, the intel never mentioned this brat could use magic. The other man paid it no mind and charged forward. It doesn't matter. The mission remains unchanged. While Thunder was struggling to face the chaos on this side, they took advantage of the turmoil and rushed in together. Fierce arcs of lightning tore through the surrounding. His gloved hand directly released a dazzling stream of golden energy. This move again. Did you think I had no way to break it? The released power burned like fire, creating a violent impact right in front of Thunder's chest. He loudly called Nova's name. Nova! The chain wielder was pulling his chain back. This was getting difficult because the opponents were evenly matched. Damn it, this kid is way too strong. Thunder summoned a monster with enormous energy. At its peak, terrifying bolts of lightning burst out around the one-horned wolf. Run, with Nova's threads racing around alongside Thunder, they seemed to lose their sense of direction. In an instant, the members of the new guild suddenly realized they had already been tightly bound. The chain wielder recognized the move and clicked his tongue in admiration. You want to use this trick to lock me down? The two of them calmly used their knives. They swung their arms and legs, cutting through all the chains. Right then, Thunder sat on Nova's back as it ran, power bursting outward. He said, "Leave the dagger wielder to me in a moment." Then under Thunder's command, they charged in, and Nova's speed grew even faster. As it rushed forward wildly, he leapt straight off Nova's back. Releasing the power of a mage, he shot straight toward the dual blade wielder. While Thunder was facing this man, the other enemy charged in fiercely. Before he could even make a move, he was startled to see Nova charging wildly toward him. The sword wielder reacted very quickly, using his weapon to block its mouth. He even said with great confidence, "Do not get cocky. It is nothing but a beast. I could kill hundreds of them in a single day." Thunder sprang away as the opponents moved blindly. The sparks summoned by his magic continued to intensify. He cast a blaze of light and swept it across. In a flash, Thunder appeared in midair, thinking to himself, "It is those two again. That sword is a serious problem. I have to restrain it." Power erupted violently from Thunder's hands, both of them filled with energy. He looked ahead, feeling something strange. Ever since the chain wearer stopped working with him, it seemed like this guy no longer wanted to get close to me. Why? So he quickly shot forward, telling himself, "Let's test it." In an instant, Thunder had advanced and was face to face with the opponent wearing the mysterious mask. Deep in his bloodshot eyes, the man stared in shock, as if about to say something ferocious. Thunder kept throwing punches into his body. Watching the way he dodged, Thunder understood. Sure enough, this guy was somewhat weak in close combat. The sword wielder jumped out of the path of his magic and gave a cold snort. The corner of Thunder's mouth curled up, pleased that he had figured it out. "I know your weakness now." Suddenly, the sound of someone shouting rang out, making both of them turn their attention. The dual blade wielder over there was struggling. Against Kyle, he fought while shouting, "Damn it, he is only a student. Why is he so hard to deal with?" Kyle was doing everything he could to counter each slash. In response, he said, "You are right. We are the damn students of the academy." Barrowed Academy? Kyle directly swung his sword and stabbed straight at the dual blade wielder, pressing with force as he asked, "Talk, why did you attack us?" From somewhere, a burst of power suddenly rushed toward his back. Thunder shouted a warning. "Kyle, watch out." Kyle quickly ran at full speed to dodge that power. However, the dual blade wielder from before was swallowed by a sea of flames. His screams rang out without stopping. His eyes turned bloodshot and shrill cries echoed bitterly, "Help, help." Kyle watched, unable to believe his own eyes. These people are even trying to silence their own comrade. He struggled to support himself with his staff and stand up. Limping forward, he gasped, "Thunder, I will help you." But after Kyle had only taken a few steps, he fell hard to the ground. Thunder, still fired up, looked at his friend and comforted him. "Do not worry, brother, you just rest properly." He looked ahead, a flash of determination in his eyes. "I will tear these guys apart." He quickly bit down on the sword hilt with his mouth, and Thunder's eyes became utterly lifeless. "Scum like you have no right to exist in the natural world." With that, he charged straight in without the slightest hesitation. Flames and smoke. Dust and haze churned endlessly all around. Unforgivable. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light flashed rapidly behind him. That was Thunder. He unleashed his strongest punches. He hammered them relentlessly into the sword wielder. "You do not even care about the life of your own comrade, you pieces of trash." He spun his weapon and struck the opponent's chest with tremendous force, leaving him unable to react as he took the blow head-on. "Go die." The sword wielder was smashed directly in the body and screamed in pain, his eyes wide with disbelief. He landed on the ground, slid back for quite a while, then used the momentum to steady himself as the space around them continued to descend into chaos. Thunder still had the sword hilt clenched between his teeth. He had to admit in his heart that the armor was too hard. Observing the glossy armor the opponent was wearing, Thunder could not help but realize it was not just that stone blue sword. Everything they wore was special equipment. Senza had prepared thoroughly this time. His right glove seemed to have suffered some damage, so Thunder had no choice but to think of another plan. "If this keeps up, my armor won't hold out much longer. I have to find an opening." Immediately afterwards, streaks of light appeared one after another. They slashed cleanly through the air. The swordsman turned from this side to face Nova, desperately chasing after it at equal speed. "I thought you were supposed to be impressive. Turns out you're only a mid-level beast. Don't worry, I'll let you die before your master does." Nova kept letting out fierce growls. It seemed to realize something, and its body began shifting slightly in another direction. It ran circles around him. As the swordsman held his blade, feinting east and striking west, he still talked big. "What's wrong? Did you think you could confuse me with that trick?" He quickly grabbed a nearby chain from the ground and muttered the name of some technique, insect control skill. Then the swordsman immediately used his blade to hurl the chain, flinging it hard into Nova and making it lose balance from the blow, sending it crashing down at once. "You're underestimating me." A sharp, blood-red gleam flashed in his eyes. The swordsman merely raised his hand and began, Damn it, I have to do something. Where do you think you're running? He was about to deliver the final blow. Die. Suddenly, Kai-Hu appeared out of nowhere and blocked the attack. He ground his teeth and shouted loudly, every word filled with astonishing anger. Stop right there. The swordsman let out a cold laugh. He asked with casual surprise, huh, you demons still have strength left. With just one easy move, he swung his hand and sent Kai-Hu flying away. Seeking death for the sake of a beast, then I'll grant your wish. Kai-Hu's sword was knocked far away, landing right in front of Nova. Not only that, but at that moment, a gleaming sword strike flashed past at high speed. Kyle used all his strength to grab the swordsman's leg and stop it. Pick up the sword, fight like your master. Annoyed, he cursed, damn you, demon. Meanwhile, on this side, Nova slowly took the sharp sword into its mouth. The swordsman would not spare him now, raising his hand high. Die, demon. Even in the final moment between life and death, Kai-Hu remained determined. Even if I die, I won't let go. But just as he was about to strike again, the axe in his hand was knocked away by someone. He could hardly believe it. His voice trembled as he watched Nova stand there bravely with an angry look on its face. How is that possible? The space around them was now in complete chaos. Objects fell, light flashed, and flames burned everywhere. While the swordsman stood stunned on this side, Thunder on the other side had noticed it. Useless fool. Seizing this chance, he no longer hesitated. He immediately rushed over to finish off the enemy, while hurling his own sword with all his might. Now is the moment. The swordsman reacted very quickly, merely leaning aside to dodge the sword as it came flying toward him. Thunder's glove suddenly released an astonishing surge of power, catching another sword with ease. Then he used every ounce of strength he had and punched the opponent hard in the face. Let's see where you can hide now. When the man's mask shattered, Thunder was stunned by the opponent's identity. Even Kyle, who had just seen it too, gaped as if he could not believe his eyes. He was none other than Wetter, and Kyle recognized him. Wetter is human. Wetter slowly turned away, trying to hide his face. But Kyle confronted him with one brief question. Why? Even now, Kyle still could not believe it, his voice trembling. You were the knight who trained us. He shouted in agitation, cursing him furiously. Why did it turn out like this, you bastard? Wetter ignored him. Now that his identity was exposed, he had nothing left to fear. He continued charging forward, using his flaming sword to attack Kai-Hu. It doesn't matter. All of you are going to die anyway. Seeing this, Thunder shouted. He warned anxiously, Kai-Hu, watch out. As the attack came, Nova charged in just in time and knocked Kai-Hu aside. It was Thunder's timely call of Nova's name that did it. The flames still burned, the moon was still full, and Wetter had his back turned to him. Meanwhile, Thunder kept shouting, Nova, come back, that's enough. Paused the recovery pillar. Kai-Hu struggled to sit up on the side, panting heavily. In the distance was an enormous, utterly chaotic surge of power. Wetter turned around. He had no intention of letting Thunder go and immediately unleashed his energy before charging over. Meaningless struggle. Either way, I'll send each of you on your way. Thunder still stood in place, making no reckless move. Among humans, there have always been pieces of trash, no matter what your goal is. Was it really necessary to drag others into it? Wetter widened his eyes and charged forward with his attack. Your time has come. Thunder, I'm worried. Thunder gritted his teeth and blocked the attack with just one hand. If you like causing pain so much, then aim it at me. He kept forcing more strength into it. He shouted with firm resolve, then you must pay the price. Just then, the system kept reporting, elementalization +1, elementalization. Wetter laughed wildly, laughing openly because he believed victory was already his. Save your strength. Just catching this sword is enough to drain all your power. Take your time and savor the pleasure of being burned by the flame. But Thunder now gave a faint, cold smile. The one who has to die is you. Wetter gritted his teeth, shouted in frustration, and pushed even harder. Let's see how long you can keep talking tough. But Wetter froze, his face turning pale as he realized something was wrong with the flames before him. What is going on? The fire is weakening. He cursed in frustration. Damn it, let go, you dog. Why won't you just die? Thunder fell silent, then nearly roared back. Don't even dream of me letting go. Even as Wetter kept screaming curses, die, die. Thunder used every ounce of strength he had to blast him away, but then he broke into a violent coughing fit. Driven to reckless fury, Wetter immediately kicked him hard and sent him flying. Damn it, what a clingy piece of trash. Thunder was kicked away. Even sitting up had become extremely difficult. Several of his ribs were broken. He had to finish this decisively. But right after that, Thunder forced himself to try again, unleashing every ability he possessed. The fire elements had been absorbed. Now was the moment he could use magic. If he could use fire aura and fire elements together, then it would become a unique weapon that belonged only to him. Thunder spread his arms wide, and the atmosphere gradually became terrifying. Power erupted along with a piercing scream. Wetter stumbled backward in fear, gritting his teeth as he struggled to speak. You really are a demon. But right after that, he regained his composure and charged forward with his sword and magic. We should have killed you sooner. A flicker of pity appeared in Thunder's eyes, but they were also filled with anger. Pitiful humans. As the two passed each other, both of Wetter's hands were severed. Everything happened so quickly that he simply could not believe it. What? The flaming sword, why is there no reaction? Only now did Wetter dare clutch his severed arms. Blood kept pouring out, throwing him into complete panic, and it did not stop there. Thunder used his large hand to literally seize Wetter by the head. Wetter looked up and saw Thunder's imposing figure before him, surrounded by flames. Your time has come. Only now did he truly understand fear. No, please don't. Faced with his begging, Thunder showed not the slightest pity. He simply squeezed lightly, and a massive explosion erupted. Immediately after, Wetter's piercing screams rang out violently, and the one who heard them was him, with no expression at all. Wetter's corpse sank into the sea of flames, burned pitch black. Only the shape of his head could still be made out. His face was completely deformed and his body gradually withered away. Thunder watched it all emotionlessly and said, "You brought this punishment on yourself." In the dark forest, he was sitting there panting when he suddenly heard someone calling his name and Kyle. Thunder, Kyle. In Thunder's blurred vision, many people were anxiously running toward them. Leading them was Carden. Thunder, are you all okay? As soon as he saw them, he collapsed. Everyone grew worried as they looked them over. They are from the Pureblood Guild. We have to inform Winford. Hold on, Thunder. His face and arms are badly injured. We have to get him to the hospital quickly. Thunder gently closed his eyes. Before closing his eyes, he had one relieved thought. As long as everyone is safe. In a room filled with radiant light, a soft sound rang out as if someone had just awakened. Thunder slowly opened his eyes. Then he looked around and wondered. A familiar ceiling, a familiar smell. Am I in the hospital again? He tried to move his body slightly, but neither of his arms would respond. What is this, so heavy? When he looked beside him, he saw a figure sleeping soundly. Slavia heard a noise and suddenly opened her eyes. Their eyes happened to meet, and she was overjoyed as she sprang to her feet. Thunder, you're awake. Thunder asked softly, how long was I asleep this time? Slavia gently helped him sit up and answered, about 3 days, but you don't need to worry too much. All your injuries were treated in time, and you're recovering very quickly. Hearing that, Thunder was briefly stunned. After thinking for a moment, he realized it was true. Before, his lips had felt as if they were burning. Now, when he touched them, they felt much better. Meanwhile, she turned and walked away, not forgetting to remind him, I'll go call the others. Everyone has been waiting for you to wake up. A moment later, a hand lightly touched the code on the wall. Light shone from it, along with a symbol. The entire space was covered in the blue glow of a mysterious code. Everyone was now gathered in the room. Carden observed it, then spoke. All right, this time we can make sure our conversation won't be overheard. Thunder did not understand at all as he watched Carden's strange actions. What is he doing? He also looked toward the corner of the room. Lazy, Joyce, Ian, and Kyle were sitting there. Why is even that guy here? At that moment, Carden calmly began his announcement. Thunder and Kyle fell silent and listened, as everyone has seen. This time, 2 students were seriously attacked, and their lives were even threatened. He lightly puffed on the cigarette in his hand, then continued speaking with a grave tone. Winford and I discussed it and decided we should still tell you all about this. After that, Carden looked at him and asked, his expression extremely serious. Thunder, before that, could you tell everyone again who attacked you? Hearing that, Thunder let out a small sound of surprise. He thought for a moment. His expression became more solemn than ever. There were 3 masked people in total. They were all wearing red masks. I don't know the identities of 2 of them. As for the last one, at this point, Thunder paused again, then his expression darkened as he spoke a name that seemed extremely dangerous. It was Master Wetter. Everyone listened in disbelief. Lazy became agitated, his voice louder than ever. So it really was him. Ian, sitting in the corner, looked just as stunned. How could this happen? Kyle sat beside them with his arms crossed and remarked, I always felt that guy didn't seem like a good person. Flavia understood the seriousness of the situation, so she hurriedly turned and asked, excuse me, are they from the Dark Guild? I once read in a book that they are an extremist organization. Carden cut her off directly and calmly replied, no, if that were the case, things would be much easier to handle. He paused for a moment, his brows furrowing. They come from an organization called the Pureblood Guild. Unlike the Dark Guild, Pureblood has quite a few protectors within the academy. There are even rumors that they have the backing of a certain elder. Kyle jolted slightly, suddenly realizing something and instinctively shouted. An elder? Xavier could not have expected it either. Why would an elder allow something like this to happen? Manch was angry and nodded in agreement. That's right, this is clearly attempted murder, it's a crime. Carden raised his hand to calm the situation, his face showing considerable worry. I know, Winford and I also think the same, but handling this matter is not that simple. Only then did Thunder slowly speak up with a question, his body shifting slightly. What is their goal? Carden turned his back, his expression resentful and his voice turning ice cold. Thunder, perhaps you've already guessed it. Aside from the people directly involved, today we also called in those red-haired kids. You seem to understand the intention immediately and cut the other person off. They also want to eliminate us. Theo gaped in surprise. Eliminate us? Joyous giggled, clearly excited. Fine, we can ditch the wooden swords and switch to real weapons. Ladai grumbled and clicked his tongue. What a hassle. However, Keo was still unconvinced, letting his lingering doubts slip out. But there was no reasoning to back it up. Isn't the prophecy saying we are the saviors? What use would killing us be to them? Cadden calmly explained. It's because the prophecy has another half. This left Kyo stunned. Another half? Cadden paused briefly, then continued with a clear explanation. 11 years ago, the prophecy indeed went like that. The red-haired children were both saviors, but they could also become the perpetrators who destroy this world. I know it sounds contradictory, but the current situation truly is like this. According to his account, there was an old man with a long white beard along with a group of strange people. A few knights highly valued lineage and origin. They would not allow what their families had protected for generations to be taken by unknown children. Moreover, sadly, many were influenced by this mindset. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the battlefield raged with soldiers fighting madly, attempting to breach wall. On the other side, the kingdom of Aran faced constant border wars. We needed knights to suppress invasions from other nations and night beasts, as well as maintain the academy's stable operation. This could directly affect both sides. Given this situation, the high-ranking leaders could not openly confront the Pureblood Guild, because that could very likely lead to internal division within Aran. Peaceful life would cease to exist. Kyo, hearing this explanation, became agitated, his thoughts in turmoil. Anxious and frustrated, what should we do then? Are we to let them act freely? Han sighed wearily and said, but in truth, this doesn't concern us directly. You see, ultimately, those who must save this world are not us. Xavier shouted at him. Tan, why would you say that? They are our friends. He forced a smile and quickly waved to explain, I was just joking. She snorted and scolded harshly. Such selfishness. Whether you agree or not, Cadden quietly lit a cigarette, brought it to his lips, and sighed over the situation. All I can say is that you've all been pulled into this whirlwind. Hearing him, everyone immediately paid attention, including Mary, whose eyes revealed clear worry. From this incident, it was evident that the Pureblood Guild and their actions were becoming increasingly blatant. You must stay extremely vigilant. Cadden's voice continued. Lizzie and Joyous also listened quietly. I arranged for some people to hide nearby. Winford and I will observe you from the shadows. Tension rose, and both Kyo and Ian reacted with equal intensity. But it must be said, there are not many among us who can truly be relied upon. Furthermore, regarding duties, we cannot watch over you all day. Often, you must rely on yourselves. When he finished, Tan also spoke, having recognized the issue. Apparently, besides improving personal strength, Kyle nodded in agreement. He smiled helplessly and continued, there's really no better way. Cadden was delighted and laughed aloud. Exactly. From my experience, most who rely on others' protection will likely be corpses by the time we meet them again. Mary could only smile wryly. Perhaps that's true. Xavier, seeing through this, wondered, is he consoling us? After that, he stopped smiling. He returned to his serious demeanor and requested, all right, that's enough of the story. You should go outside first. I still have matters to discuss with Thunder. Thunder was slightly surprised, eyes wide and sparkling, with me. Time passed quickly. A week later, from the medical room, Thunder quietly stepped out. He stretched wearily, then raised his arms high. He sighed in relief, finally free from this cursed place. If they didn't discharge me, I'd go insane. But moments later, Thunder's expression turned serious, thinking that the dragon-line gloves given by the old man were too damaged and needed repair. He stood alone amid the passing crowd, lost in random thoughts. Nova, though not in mortal danger, still needed rest. Moreover, to recover quickly, many mid-tier spirit beasts had been depleted. He would need to hunt again. With that in mind, he let out a weary, helpless sigh. The knight had spoken, and he felt as if, recalling the scene a week ago, Thunder had once loudly scolded Cadden, never allowing a moment of respite. He clicked his tongue and said, what kind of joke is this? You're telling me I might be the one from the prophecy? Cadden calmly took a drag from his cigarette and continued speaking. While you remained silent, listening, I'm not joking. I see something unique in you compared to others. Your body has come close to death many times, yet each time it healed itself quickly. He turned his face back, the white smoke he exhaled rising into the air. Even though you've tried to hide it, I guess you've already mastered some magic. Thinking back on it made Thunder reflect deeply. The worries in his heart couldn't fully dissipate. How should he explain this to him? If I say I was a dragon in a past life, he'll think I'm crazy. Besides, my hair was black when I was young and I recovered quickly. He clicked his tongue. You predicted this, but you didn't forget to curse that damn system. Probably because there's still some dragon essence left in my body. As for that strange system, now, Carden suddenly spoke, pulling Thunder out of his wandering thoughts. What I've been saying, whether you believe it or not, doesn't matter. The point is the Pureblood Guild will believe it. He kept looking at you attentively, speaking carefully. From their actions this time, it's clear the person they want to eliminate is you. Carden didn't forget to remind you, which made Thunder reflect even more. From now on, you must be more careful than others. Walking down the street, you pondered, your steps steady. Even Lindsay would struggle this way. The next person sent will surely be more formidable. Your figure silently passed through the crowd. Thunder silently told himself he couldn't just sit and wait to die. From a towering spire, a voice called out, witnessing Thunder's slow steps below. Unexpectedly, this Nancy turned out to be so useless. That was none other than GP expressing his inner frustration. Even with so many high-level equipment, he couldn't deal with this brat. His demeanor remained calm, his gaze never leaving the figure below. Thankfully, he died flawlessly. Not saying what shouldn't be said, GP's subordinate stood nearby, bowing respectfully and politely. Kay and Winford already know our target. For now, just monitor him closely. In a short time, it'll be hard to take action. He gently put on his mask, a calm glint in his eyes. It's fine, it's fine. This small matter can be overlooked. In a moment, GP transformed into an old man with silvery white beard, cloaked in mystery. He lightly placed his hand on his subordinate's shoulder. Go fetch Denbert here. He's been waiting long enough. The elder slowly descended the stairs, clearly reminding him to show loyalty. Then let him help us remove a few nails first. Draven immediately replied. Yes, twilight had already fallen, the sky was cloudy. Near the tall tower ahead, Thunder's voice rang out. I'm back. When you opened the door, Munch happily greeted you. Welcome back, Thunder, you exhaled in relief. Looking around, finally you were discharged. Kaihu observed Thunder carefully, wondering why he had so many injuries. You leaned back comfortably on the bed. I went to the martial arts club for a bit, sparred with the old man. So that's how it happened. Tan clicked his tongue, marveling, what kind of crazy club is this? Just then, Slavia entered, holding a letter. KO, you have mail. He startled, turned to pay attention, and responded. Ah, thanks. Mary followed, happily speaking upon seeing you. Thunder, you've been discharged. Slavia was overjoyed as if seeing a flower bloom. Thunder, you're home. No serious health problems, right? Thunder smiled brightly. It's fine, I'm fully recovered. Mary inspected your hair, clicking her tongue to remind you. By the way, your hair should be trimmed neatly. Tan nodded, adding, yes, maybe like mine. Shave half off, Thunder judged by looking at the other's hair. Who wants to look like you? KO cheerfully added, looks like you should follow me. Shave it all off, you helplessly refused. No need. Why are you here? Ian explained there was a vacancy in the dorm at the right time. Hasn't Nova always wanted to move here? Munch happily added. The knight also felt we could take care of each other living together. So everyone agreed to let him move here. Thunder pointed at the other, looking bewildered, speaking rather hesitantly. You don't know how noisy this guy is. KO, you don't object? You just turned and saw KO sitting in a corner. He looked unhappy, so you called him again. KO, Thunder asked with concern. KO, are you okay? But you only saw a scared face, unable to speak. A moment later, KO suddenly stood and opened the door to go out. Thunder seemed confused. What's happening? Munch called after KO. Mary didn't understand. What exactly happened? Slavia noticed something. Could it be because of the letter? Dan said with difficulty, from what I can see, he's that worked up because he must have been dumped by his girlfriend. Munch immediately waved him off. Stop making wild guesses. Don't you remember how Thunder couldn't think at all for a moment last time? Then he ran off. I'll go take a look. With his lightning-fast sprint, he quickly rushed ahead. Thunder's right eye instantly transformed into a dragon eye. Honestly, where did that kid run off to with his magical eye? He immediately noticed something unusual. A golden figure sitting on a rooftop, beneath the cloudy night sky. Beautiful, peaceful stars could sometimes be seen. That radiant figure was sitting quietly on the roof. Thunder found a way up. As soon as he saw him, he hurriedly called out. He slowly walked over and gently asked, Kyle, what happened? Everyone is really worried about you. Kyle lowered his head, his expression now almost blank. Thunder, I just received a letter. It said my sister. Amy, just from that expression, Thunder sensed that something terrible had happened. A letter about Amy, what happened to Amy? He let out a breath, then said something devastating. She's gone. Scenes from his memories appeared one after another. There was the lovely Amy, smiling mischievously and winking at him. My name is Amy. You're Thunder, right? There was the gentle Amy, always by his side, encouraging and comforting him. That small girl beneath the sunset. You don't need to care about other people's eyes. Or the times when she sat quietly alone beneath an old tree, absorbed in reading some book. Thunder, just be yourself. Dear one, her small figure carried an oversized backpack, her cloak fluttering in the evening wind. Amy, I never got the chance to thank you. Thunder remembered Amy's radiant, beautiful face when she turned back to look at him. I thought I would have the chance to tell you in person. But now, she was simply lying there motionless among beautiful pure white flowers and the sobs of a mother who had lost her daughter. Amy. Everything seemed to shatter. Those pure white flowers fell over Thunder's stunned, tear-drenched face. He still could not believe it. Amy was dead. Kyle sat hugging his knees, his back to Thunder, speaking each heavy word. You know, Thunder, I remember now. I once had a nightmare I could never shake. He gripped the paper in his hand until it crumpled, his eyes hollow. His face was filled with despair as well. I dreamed Amy was torn into 100 pieces by a vicious beast. It was at Yunnan Academy, right at Thunder's feet. Amy lay in a pool of blood, People surrounded her, but every one of them was indifferent. Under the gazes of all those nobles, she was helpless and alone. He could no longer control his emotions. He lowered his head and sobbed, saying those painful words. Each word made thunder behind him sink deeper into silence. Only now do I know that it wasn't a nightmare. Kyle's entire face was filled with the agony and pain of losing his little sister. Tears and snot streamed down without stopping. He choked out, "It was a prophecy." Thunder stood there without speaking, silently listening to every agonized word Kyle said. "My parents sent a letter. The nobles at the academy sent our family a huge sum of money and called it a donation. And then it was like this." His hand clenched the letter so tightly it trembled. The blue veins of rage, suppressed by pain, stood out on his face. Furious, he shot to his feet and slammed his fist into the wall before him, shattering it amid a heartrending scream. The more Kyle spoke, the angrier he became. His furious gaze and roaring voice grew louder and louder. In their eyes, the dead was nothing more than a country child. As long as they hand over money, everything can be settled. Thunder still stood there. His entire body kept trembling violently. Tomorrow at daybreak, those nobles will still be able to eat foie gras while casually chatting about their ideal futures. But my sister's death isn't even worthy of becoming a topic for their after-dinner conversation. Kyle was drowning in pain, despair, and grief-stricken fury toward those who had ignored Amy's death. "I won't forgive them. I absolutely can't forgive them." He turned to look at him, then shouted at Thunder through his tears. "Thunder, I have to find the murderer who killed my sister." Kyle's face looked as if it had fallen into the darkest abyss of light. "The one who caused Amy's death must pay. I have to kill him." Only then did Thunder speak. He raised his head, undisguised hatred in his eyes as well. He patted Kyle on the shoulder and said to him, "Count me in." Thunder, seeing that he wanted to go with him, Kyle immediately became even more emotional. Kyle grabbed his arm and said, "That's right, Thunder. You've awakened magical abilities. You can summon magical beasts, and you can also use fire magic. I saw it. As long as you show those skills to the elders, they should be able to transfer you to Yunnan Academy." His face darkened. His eyes seemed to be begging for help as he stammered, Then it will work." Kyle, but Thunder had already taken hold of his wrist. He still kept his reason and reminded Kyle, "You know my abilities are not normal. If I tell the elders, it will only make them control me even more tightly. Besides, even if I go to Yunnan Academy." He touched his shoulder, looked gently into his eyes with concern, and asked a question that stunned Kyle. "What about you? What are you going to do?" Beneath the moonlight, Kyle lowered his head, his sorrowful eyes lost and helpless. After hearing him, he hesitantly asked back, "We have to find a chance to leave Avril Academy together." "But how?" Kyle grew angry again. He turned his head and looked at Thunder as he walked away. He asked through gritted teeth, "If we endure until graduation, we still have to volunteer here for 2 more years. By then, I'm afraid the murderer will have long since." Thunder walked to the wall. He raised his head to look at the glittering stars in the night sky, leaving behind a lonely silhouette as he spoke to the person behind him. "The Academy exam is coming soon. If we can take one of the top spots, we can represent the Academy in the tournament of all nations." Both of them lowered their heads, hiding their sorrowful and dejected eyes in the darkness. "When that time comes, we will be able to meet people from Yunnan Academy." "The Academy tournament." Kyle regained his composure. He looked at Thunder's sorrowful back and replied, "I understand, thank you, Thunder." The scene shifts elsewhere. Dormitory 53, along a long corridor brightly lit with lamps. Harry opened the door and stepped into the room. Seeing the person inside, he looked a little surprised and asked, "Oh, are you the only one here? Where are the others?" "The others went to prepare for the Academy tournament." Harry picked up a cup of water, smiled at his roommate, and continued probing. "We've reached this point in time again. Well, do you see any hope this year?" "No hope, I know those people too well." He raised the cup to drink but then heard the other person say, "Hey." He paused for a moment. "I originally hoped Kira could fight me for 1 round, but it seems that guy was sent on a mission by the boss." "That makes sense." The roommate sat on the bed, planting his sword straight into the floor with his bulging muscle, then smiled with interest and said to Harry, "I hope a new factor appears among the second-year students." The scene shifts to the Academy training room. The trio of Thunder, Kyle, and Munch stood to one side, watching intently as Kyle practiced swordsmanship. Hale frowned in confusion and asked his 2 friends, "Why has that guy been so hardworking lately?" Beside him, Munch drank water while looking at Thunder, then asked, "Thunder, did something happen to Kyle?" Thunder looked toward him and reminded his friends with a sorrowful expression, "Let him be alone in peace." Over here, Kyle was still doing his utmost to practice swordsmanship until he was drenched in sweat. Dense sword strokes swung out one after another, but his face never relaxed. One thought kept lingering in his mind, "Damn it, it is not enough, still not enough." After training until he was exhausted, he leaned on his sword and collapsed, dropping one knee hard onto the floor as he panted heavily. Kyle gritted his teeth, his furious eyes filled with self-blame and self-torment. "Why am I so weak?" Just then Instructor Cadden passed by with a cigarette in his mouth and a bag slung over his shoulder. saying to him, "You are training pretty hard. Night Squad, follow me. I have something interesting to show you." He led the whole team to a warehouse filled with equipment, from iron armor to clubs and even barrels holding rings. Other weapons were scattered all over the floor. Someone exclaimed in shock, "Are these that guy's weapons?" Cadden puffed on his cigarette and led everyone to gather around a table. Several weapons were placed on top. "I already had people repair anything that could still be used. Each of you can choose one item for yourselves. These are Wetter's equipment and the others." Yo stared for a while, then picked up a pair of swords, while Munch tried reaching out to lift a suit of armor. "I'll take this. This armor is so light." Yo held a chain in his hand, then turned back with a beaming smile and asked Cadden, "Can I choose too? When everyone was attacked last time, I couldn't help at all." Of course, the Academy tournament is a good opportunity. Apart from first-year students, everyone has to participate. I also hope you all perform as well as possible. He shared this openly with Thunder's group, while thinking about the wealthy and powerful people standing behind the scene. According to precedent, every year at the Academy tournament, the prestigious noble families all come to attend. If you perform outstandingly in the tournament, there is a high chance you will be invited into a noble household. After leaving the Academy, you could become their bodyguards. This is quite a good job. Kyle looked at the sword in his hand, his expression still not much better, and muttered to himself, "If I perform well, I can become a bodyguard for those noble families." Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on his lips. Kyle's eyes also seemed to contain some rather unpleasant thoughts as he murmured. Coincidentally, at that moment, Thunder also picked up a long sword from the table and asked, "Is this Wetter's sword?" The sword was almost undamaged. It was just that its magical attributes had been lost. From the way it looked now, it was only an ordinary sword. He raised the sword upright toward the sky, not paying much attention to Cadden's advice beside him, and stared at the blade as he sank into his own thought. "I advise you to choose other equipment instead. I absorbed the fire element inside it, judging by how it looks now. The elemental selection button can still be used in many places." Time passed. The sun gave way to the peaceful night. The moon hung high, casting light over the scene below. In a forest, a distant light flickered, drawing attention. Thunder used his dragon eyes under the canopy. He searched alone for something in the late night. It must be nearby. He hid behind a bush, parted the dense leaves on both sides, and looked toward the cave ahead, which radiated a cold aura. Found it. In the dim space, a few small lights floated in the air, the deeper into the cave. The more numerous the lights became, their glow illuminating the space somewhat. Thunder carefully sat high above, looking down at the ice cave below. A large creature resided there, towering in size. They could stand upright on their hind legs, their faces fierce, pacing back and forth as if patrolling. Suddenly one was ambushed, and a huge explosion erupted. Smoke and fire filled a section of the ice cave. Thunder and Nova watched from above as the monsters made strange noises nonstop. Fire magic still blazed in his hands. He stood there, growling to protect Nova's master, observing the creatures with a cold gaze. With so many ice elemental beasts like this, it was worth the effort to come here. "Nova, take the left side." As soon as he spoke, the ice cave erupted with loud noises. Sparks shot out from the cave entrance. Scene shifts back to the Academy on a beautiful day. The wide courtyard was crowded with people. 3 weeks later, Avron Academy held its Academy competition. People from all over the country gathered here. In the waiting hall, students chatted happily while waiting with their weapons. Jasmine excitedly asked Harry standing before her, "Are you planning to hold back your strength this time?" "Not at all, not at all." Seeing her enthusiasm, Harry only smiled gently and replied, "I hope you'll go easy on me then." Nearby, Eric whispered quietly to Sebastian, "Everyone has already arranged themselves properly. Next, all that's left is, I know." In another corner, Lisa, carrying her bow, approached the red-haired twin brothers. "I wanted to ask before which one of you is older and which is younger. It's me." Thunder's group stood together as well. When Slavia saw Mary rushing in from outside, before she could get close, she asked, "Mary, where were you running off to?" "Hey everyone, I just heard. The rules for this year's competition seem to have changed." Isn't it supposed to be one-on-one?" She stopped, worried, looked at everyone, and slowly explained. What she said wasn't wrong, but the first round is said to be. But Mary hadn't finished sharing the info she had when the waiting hall fell silent again. Students parted to make a path for the night group led by Rose, chatting softly among themselves. "The nights have arrived. Is it starting soon? I can't wait any longer. It's about to start." Rose stopped, looking at the students in the hall, and reminded them, "Please keep quiet. Second and third year top 5 students, please step out of line." Slavia stood next to Munch. Bode slightly glanced over and whispered, "Munch, this is not good. The Knights may have plans," according to her. The group of 5 stepped forward with Kyle leading. Everyone looked confused as they advanced. As for him, he carried his spear, thinking to himself, "The top 5 are these people. If Thunder hadn't purposely given up that spot, I wouldn't have made it here. Are they all from the same dorm? Why is a red-belted student also in line?" Sebastian, seeing them step forward amid other students' curiosity, looked very jealous. He stood with arms crossed, face showing clear envy, huffing, Once they were in position, Rose frowned and asked the students. Third-year student ranked 5 quickly stepped aside. 3 girls of varying heights presented themselves to the judges. The tallest girl raised her hand to report. Reporting, Head Knight, Kira is executing her mission. Nayan is ranked 5th. Cherry is 3rd, Arthur is 4th. Rose looked down at the paper in her hand. While she reviewed it, Munch and Ian widened their eyes in shock at the girl's unusual appearance. Wow, then this student looks strong, even stronger than me. At that moment, a clear laugh rang out, making the other students turn to look. Nayan also looked at him and remarked, "What a senseless laugh." The person laughing senselessly was a muscular teenager. He leaned against a large sword, sitting casually with a wide grin. His true identity was Jay Glee. Passionate teenager confidently gave a thumbs up, as if waiting for someone to challenge him. Thunder stood in the crowd, looking at the guy radiating such energy. He also noticed him amidst the murmurs of those around. Is that the one ranked 1st? Yes, I've heard legends about him before. I didn't expect him to join the academy competition too. Kai-Ho's group felt uneasy seeing this. Kai-Ho remained silent while behind him, Tan and Munch grumbled, could it be that third-year students like us have to compete first? Feels impossible to win. The third-year students stepped closer. Both sides faced each other in the spacious waiting hall, silently assessing each other as Rose's announcement played. The following 10 students will be promoted directly and will not participate in the first elimination round. The announcement just read, all the students' eyes widened in shock, mouths agape, shouting in surprise. Breathing a sigh of relief, he muttered to Thunder beside him, I was worried the third-year students would go first. Unexpectedly, they skipped us and promoted us directly, so you can only blame yourself for not being in the top 5. Oh, who said we're all dorm brothers? Competing for ranks with them is meaningless. I'm still confident I can beat Ian. Right. Rose ignored the reactions of those around. She continued reading the information on the paper. The rule for the first elimination round is full-scale combat. Second and third-year students will compete in turns. 5 students will advance per match. Full-scale combat, could it be that we have to? After reading the announcement, she looked at Ian and gave him instructions, making Ian point at himself in confusion. The tall guy, judging by his body, isn't bad. Can you step outside? Oh, as Ian stepped into the open space, she raised her bow, fitted with a blunted arrow, aimed straight at him, leaving Ian puzzled. In the elimination round, only wooden weapons provided by the competition can be used. Each wristband gives 100 life points. If attacked, she quickly explained the rule and shot the arrow at him. The arrow hit his armor and deflected to the side. At the same time, a health bar appeared. She continued explaining that life points will decrease. While explaining, she held up the arrow, engulfed it in flames. If you increase energy while attacking, the damage value increases. Conversely, using energy to defend decreases the damage value. All students lowered their heads to check the health bars on their wrist. When life points reach 0, you're eliminated and removed from the competition. After the explanation, Rose clapped, signaling everyone to prepare. All right, second-year students, please get ready. Weapons are in the armory. Pick the most suitable weapon and head to the arena. While everyone carefully prepared their weapons, Sebastian signaled Thunder and whispered his plan to Eric. When you get to the arena, run fast, don't give him a chance. Got it. Thunder didn't know he was the target. He picked up a wooden sword. Looking at it, he said, I'll take this. The sword suits me better. At least this round won't expose me. Scene shifts outside. Blue sky stretches high with beautiful white clouds. The front door opens. Blinding sunlight hits the crowd waiting inside. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Academy competition. Now, we'll begin the first match. Thunder raised his hand to shield the dazzling light, looking ahead as the announcer shouted, let our competitors take the arena. The arena is large with a wooden floor in the center. Around it are stands forming a closed circle, groups entering from both ends. On the stands, the audience grew excited, cheering as the introduction continued. As you can see, each competitor's life points are displayed. When life points reach 0, the competitor is eliminated. Matches continue until 5 remain. Should be exciting to watch. Kel and Mary stood among the crowded students, feeling increasingly tense. Too many people, what to do? I feel nervous. On the high platform, top teachers, knights, and elders were all present to watch the competition. Competitors took their positions. Let's wait together for the match. Among the students moving to their positions, Thunder drew attention with his bright red hair, walking silently. Elder Feng noticed him. His gaze filled with high expectations for Thunder. It's time for you to show your skills, kid. Thunder stopped in his tracks. After a few minutes of preparation time passed, the referee finally shouted clearly, I hereby declare the first qualifying match. Begin. As soon as the opening words fell, a whole crowd surrounded Thunder in the center and charged at him all at once. Thunder was slightly surprised. He had not expected to become so many people's target at the same time. Sebastian seized the moment while he was distracted and struck from the left, but Thunder still blocked the blow, though he lost a little health. Just so you know, Eric held his wooden sword, glanced at the accomplices around him, then shouted to rally them. Everyone charged together, take him down. Yeah. Sebastian attacked madly like a storm, shouting loudly at Thunder as he fought. This time I'll make you pay back everything you owe me. Stop talking. But once the surprise passed, Thunder quickly took control of the situation. With one effortless strike, he knocked the sword from Sebastian's hand, causing him to lose health as well. Thunder did not stop there. He grabbed Sebastian by the collar. At that moment, Sebastian went from being on the offensive to staring in shock, terrified as he looked at Thunder's fist. What? Behind him, three of his accomplices rushed forward together, raising their weapons high, shouting as they swung down at Thunder. But their attacks all landed on Sebastian's body. It was simply because Thunder had used him as a shield. When Eric saw his boss taking the hits, he broke out in a cold sweat and shouted at the others in panic. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see the boss? Sorry, that guy is just way too fast. Sebastian, still gripped by the collar and unable to break free, was so furious that he gritted his teeth. Glancing at the side of Thunder's face, he cursed, You brat. Why do you look like some kind of monster? Thunder could not be bothered with him anymore and decisively hurled him away with a parting remark. You should consider yourself lucky you've been eliminated from the contest. Sebastian was thrown far away by Thunder. Even his whole group of underlings could only stare in disbelief as they watched him fly off. After drifting through the air for a while, he landed on the ground and slid a long distance before finally coming to a stop. Sebastian struggled to sit up. Enduring the pain, he raised his hand to check his health bar, then screamed, No, impossible. The system helped him heal, so his condition seemed to improve very quickly. But right now, his face was blank as he walked off the arena alone amid the loud announcement. At that moment, the contestant eliminated from the competition had appeared. Seeing this scene, an angry fist slammed down onto the table right then. JP, sitting behind him, silently watched what the person in front of him had just done. It was just a pity he could not see Den Bert's bitter face at that moment. Back in the arena, Thunder stood there menacingly and spoke to the remaining men. His coldness made them even more terrified. What are you waiting for? He let flames surround his body, his eyes like a ghost from hell as he looked at them and said, Come at me together. When Eric saw him, he was so scared that sweat covered his forehead. His words spun out of control and he stammered incoherently, You had better not get smug so soon. They had lost their leader, but they still shared the same goal, so rallying each other was not too difficult. They formed a circle with Thunder at the center. Brothers charged together and died, but Thunder leaped out of the encirclement as fast as lightning and in an instant reached Eric. Caught off guard by the ambush, Eric was so frightened that tears streamed down his face. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Do not come any closer. Eric swung his sword in panic, but Thunder grabbed his shoulder, twisted in midair and moved behind him. With one simple move, Eric's wrist was twisted behind his back. Almost at the same time, Thunder kicked his right leg, making Eric's cry of pain burst from his throat at full volume. Day watched Thunder's fighting style with shining eyes, observing with great interest. Meanwhile, Nain looked more arrogant, but he was also drawn in by Thunder's abilities. Thunder, that red-haired guy's strength is unbelievably dominant, but still, the way he attacks really is brutal, even vicious. The two of them watched closely as Thunder dealt with another student's arm and spoke. The purpose of this match was only to evaluate the student's techniques. I did not expect it to give him a chance to strike so ruthlessly. Nain held his chin. His face remained cold as he analyzed each of Thunder's movements. Every time he strikes, it takes off at least 20 life points. If this keeps up, someone might actually die. Slavia, Ian, and Kyle stood watching from a distance. Seeing the situation below in the arena, they were also deeply worried. Thunder, it looks like they are hurt. That is exactly what they deserve. Kyle folded his arms across his chest, his face full of displeasure as he glanced down. They used 10 people to defeat one person. Ridiculous. Down in the arena, Thunder alone was still the focus of the battle. Sebastian's remaining accomplices were still quite numerous, but they had no sense of their own limits. One after another, they had their arms dislocated by Thunder and screamed in agony. Tan and Slavia watched him easily deal with a whole group of people, shocked enough to break into a cold sweat. Are those guys not using aura? No, what they are using is only Thunder's incredible strength. At the same time, the spectators in the stands did not seem very pleased either. They whispered among themselves, Why is that child being so heavy-handed? This kind of behavior is truly ill-mannered. It is nothing like the bearing of a knight. Someone like that should never have been allowed to take part in the first place. Below, Thunder continued coldly dislocating each person's arm, then glared up at the stands, ignoring the other students he had beaten as they screamed noisily. Their health bars were also dropping rapidly with each of his movements. The people who had just made a few critical remarks were terrified by his gaze. Their faces turned pale and they clamped their mouths shut. Could he have heard us? Impossible, he is so far away. Unless that red-haired guy really is a monster. Seeing the situation, Elder Gold slightly tilted his head and asked the Grand Elder for his opinion. But Elder Feng on his right stopped him. Should we stop that child? There is no need yet. When 10 other people attacked him, I did not see anyone saying we had to stop them. Elder Rast also watched closely, his eyes never leaving the arena below as he spoke. This time is different. That kid, what if he wants to kill those students? But Elder Feng folded his arms and calmly analyzed the battle situation below. Well, from what I can see, he is probably using offensive defense after being surrounded. He is my student. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Hearing him take responsibility and stop everyone, the other two elders could only fall silent and glance at each other. Thunder paid no attention to anything outside the arena. He focused on defeating everyone who blocked his path. Elder Feng watched him, his eyes showing a trace of worry as if he was troubled by something. This child, in the stands where the third-year students were seated. Cherry cheerfully praised Thunder, while Harry beside her still seemed much more subdued. Looks like the top 5 have been decided. After saying that, she glanced at Harry beside her and said softly, "What a shame, Harry. I did not expect your younger brother to be the first one eliminated." Hearing this, he could only give a helpless smile. How should I put it? I think that is actually a good thing. Father has spoiled him too much. As for Zed, he laughed loudly with open excitement. I cannot wait any longer. I want to have a truly satisfying fight. Below, in another corner of the arena, Kel and Mary were not idle either. The two covered each other from left and right, taking down one opponent after another. The twin siblings, joyous and lazy, were not letting themselves fall too far behind either. They swept past lightly and quickly took down another student. But everyone's attention still drifted toward Thunder. He stood silently amid a group of students he had knocked down, sprawled all over the floor. On the floor, their health bars had also dropped sharply with barely anything left. It hurts. You just wait. I'll kill you, you filthy bastard. Don't let me find an opening. It won't just be you. I won't spare your parents either. Amid Eric's furious curses, the image of the lovely girl Ami and her sickly body appeared in Thunder's mind again. Thunder glared, rage surging up until veins bulged across his face. The air around him suddenly became heavy and blood-soaked. Holding his wooden sword, he slowly walked toward the loud-mouthed man who had just cursed and threatened him, making him crawl backward in fear. What are you trying to do? Thunder said nothing. He coldly reached out and grabbed the man's head under his terrified gaze. Elder Kim saw this and sprang to his feet in panic, shouting loudly, "This is bad. That child is going to kill him." But Thunder had no intention of killing anyone. He gripped the man's head and used his power to drain Eric's magic completely. His dark gaze fixed on him. "Don't even dream of becoming a knight anymore." What are you doing? The magic inside his body was pulled out, then surged straight into Thunder's body. The system also excitedly popped up a string of notifications, increasing Thunder's magic value. How does that feel? Eric had been drained of magic and his face looked somewhat withered and gaunt, but his life was not in danger. He tried to speak in broken gasps, but Thunder did not give him the chance to run his mouth. One heavy strike slammed Eric into the floor, driving his health bar down to a clean 0. He was left battered, bruised, foaming at the mouth, and unconscious. Eric's system began its healing work. Elder Kim's face darkened. His tiny eyes behind the mask keenly noticed something unusual. Only then did the Grand Elder slowly speak. Elder Feng beside him also let out a soft breath of relief. "It seems your judgment was correct. He truly did not harm the other students. At least he did not break their arms or legs." The battle below the arena was still intense. Just as Thunder dealt with another student, an arrow suddenly flew straight at him. Lisa drew the bowstring tight together with Very, aiming the arrow at him with a threatening air. Using the fact that Andy had to dodge Oscar as an excuse, he moved with extraordinary speed and avoided the arrow. Lisa pulled the bowstring tight. Only her voice was trembling slightly. Let him go." Thunder released the student and let him fall heavily onto the arena floor. He held his sword pointed down toward the floor, then turned his head to look in Lisa's direction. The student grimaced as he clutched his shoulder, lying on the floor while the system healed his wound. Then he gritted his teeth, glared at Thunder, and muttered, "Damn it." Seeing him let the person go, Lisa released the bowstring. The arrow tore through the air and shot rapidly toward Thunder. Its speed was so fast that even Thunder was surprised, but he still twisted his body and dodged successfully. Lisa did not wait or give him a chance to rest, firing 4 more arrows in rapid succession at the same time. But every one of those arrows was easily dodged by Thunder. The look he gave her grew more and more irritated. Lisa broke out in sweat and drew her bow to aim again, but confusion was already rising in her mind. What is going on with this guy? He just keeps dodging. This is impossible. Then she reached back for another arrow, only to find the quiver on her back completely empty. Not a single arrow remained. The moment Lisa touched empty air, Thunder rushed forward to attack. He leaped into the air, drew his sword behind him, and charged toward her with overwhelming momentum. One of Thunder's hands reached out, ready to seize Lisa's slender neck. He continued his old tactic, using his ability to drain the magic from Lisa's body. She grabbed his wrist and pleaded through choking sobs, "No, please don't." At that moment, a loud shout rang out from the stands amid the crowd. "Stop, you monster." Lisa's father was held back by the 2 men beside him. They tried to stop him from getting too worked up and rushing into the arena, while he continued growling in anger. "Take your hand off my daughter. Please calm down, old friend, please calm down." The match is still going on. If you rush in, Lisa will be disqualified from the battle. Thunder tilted his head and looked back. That man's voice and actions reminded him of his own childhood, when he had been by his father's side and sat on his shoulders. That man was her father. Thunder sorrowfully remembered the image of his own father. Thin and gaunt, covered in bruises, lying weakly on a sickbed. They are both fathers, so what about my father? Thunder remembered the image of his father fighting a magical beast to protect others, only to be sent flying by it. He had devoted so much strength to this country and saved so many people. The more Thunder thought about it, the tighter his grip became around the wooden sword. A current of energy coiled around the sword and stretched all the way to its tip. And what was the result? Filled with hatred, he recalled that moment. The moment his father, stricken by the dark plague, desperately begged his wife. His only wish had been to beg my mother to kill him. Please kill me. What kind of joke is this? Thunder lost control. He raised his sword, poured magic into it, and aimed it at Lisa. What kind of joke is this? But just then, a chain wrapped around the arm holding his sword in time. It stopped Thunder's next move. Theo stood at the other end of the chain, while Mary knelt on one knee with her bow drawn, shouting at him in warning, "Stop it, Thunder." He angrily glanced at the two of them. His gaze was icy, veins bulged across his face, and he asked coldly, "Why are you stopping me?" Both of their health bars had already dropped from the battle, but Kel and Mary still wanted to stop Thunder. "That girl is innocent. Do not go too far." Thunder looked carefully. She has never hurt anyone. The twin brothers, Joyous and Lazy, also stepped forward to stand in front of Lisa. Together, they tried to persuade him. "Brother, you really have gone a little too far. The people from before have already been punished. You all should be a little more gentlemanly toward women." Thunder seemed unable to hear a word they said. He slowly stepped closer to the twins and Lisa, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Why?" At that moment, familiar images surfaced in his mind again. Slavia and Mary pressing in on his left and right. Thunder. What a coincidence. Are you going to eat? Let us go together. Pulling people along with him, happily celebrating victory together in the little alley. Then promise me that, at the very least, you will make that guy's nose bleed. Of course, Thunder covered his face, his body trembling nonstop. His voice slipped through his hands as he said, "Why is it always like this?" Furious, he glared at everyone trying to stop him. "What do any of you understand?" Thunder seemed to have lost all reason. He swung the wooden sword that had fallen to the ground and roared, throwing the space around him into chaos. "What do any of you know about me?" His energy was so powerful that even the Joyous brothers became wary. Both of them drew their weapons at the same time, ready to receive his attack. At that moment, the magic within Thunder's body surged out. He could no longer control it and simply let it pour out freely. "If you insist on stopping me, then you might as well come at me and fight me." Thunder quickly grabbed the chain wrapped around him. Then he pulled it hard with all his strength. In an instant, KO was dragged toward Thunder by the chain. Mary froze and cried out, "KO." What awaited him was a full-power punch from Thunder. KO had no time to react and could only stiffen as he took the blow, instantly losing 20% of his stats. At that point, KO was like a punching bag, his body taking Thunder's earth-shaking blows one after another. Only when KO no longer had the strength to move did Thunder finally let him go. He stood upright and raised his voice. "If you want to defeat me, then train properly. Focus your energy properly." But Mary paid no attention to Thunder's words. She swiftly fired 3 arrows at Thunder. Facing those 3 arrows, he barely needed any effort to dodge. Then Thunder reached out and caught 2 arrows as they shot past him. When Mary saw it, her eyes widened in shock. She thought to herself, "What? He can catch arrows flying that fast?" However, the surprises did not end there. Thunder used Mary's 2 arrows to attack her in return. Mary nimbly jumped aside to dodge the arrows. She failed to notice the dark shadow charging straight at her and could only gasp, "Too fast." And Thunder, moving at astonishing speed, drove a powerful punch into Mary's stomach. Her stats also dropped by 20%. "If you want to defeat me, then do not hesitate." Dizzy, Mary immediately fell hard backward. The ground scraped beneath her, kicking up white smoke. Thunder calmly looked at Mary lying face down on the ground. He spoke arrogantly, "Learn to predict my actions instead of always fixating on where I am." The battle was not over yet. The twin brothers, Joyous and Lazy, had already charged forward. Joyous shouted excitedly, "Here it comes." Lazy yelled almost at the same time as his brother. And facing their attack, Thunder remained calm. At that moment, a powerful current of energy spread out around his feet. Then, Thunder raised his hand and a terrifying power like flame enveloped his entire body. It even sent Joyous and Lazy flying, brave but reckless. The two were blasted away by Thunder's power. Fortunately, they managed to steady themselves in time and avoid falling off the stage. Just then, Thunder had somehow appeared behind them. He spread his hands to both sides. "You are handing over your lives yourselves." Joyous and Lazy did not fare much better either. The two were slammed backward by Thunder until they let out cries of pain, and both of their stats dropped by 20%. Seeing that Joyous and Lazy were no longer moving, Thunder slowly turned around toward the place where Lisa stood. By now her face had gone deathly pale with fear. Trembling, Lisa screamed inwardly, "So strong, too strong," in the stand. The audience watching this was stunned. They all thought the same thing: too strong, this is pure dominance, truly monstrous. Elsewhere, the third-year students were also watching intently. Z was starting to feel a bit interested. If that red-haired guy doesn't make the top 5, then the top 5 might be even more formidable. Meanwhile, the Tiger Guard group in the stands was at a loss, unsure what to do. Ian looked at KO, wanting to ask for advice. Should we? Tone immediately cut him off. "Shut up, Ian, I know what you want to say." Munch lowered his head slightly, feeling uncomfortable being targeted. On the arena floor, Thunder's expression darkened as he slowly approached the only person left standing, Lisa. But Lisa didn't dare attack. She clutched her bow tightly. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. No way, I can't be his opponent. Facing Lisa, Thunder showed no emotion. He coldly raised the power orb in his hand. Watching this, Aiden could no longer hold back. Ignoring everyone's protests, he shouted, "Referee, where are you? Stop him now. He wants to kill my daughter," but following his steps, the power orb in Thunder's hand suddenly dimmed, leaving only a thin stream of light wrapping around his fingers. Before everyone's eyes, Thunder gently placed 2 fingers on Lisa's forehead. Her stats were reduced twice by 20%, he whispered. "Sorry, the first round is over." Before leaving in confusion, Lisa's bewildered gaze remained fixed on Thunder. Aiden was just as confused as his daughter. This Tone looked around in disbelief. "Already over," Ian quickly reassured him. "It's over." At the same time, the large screen displayed 5 people: Thunder, Joyous, Lazy, Kel, and Mary. An announcement sounded, "Ladies and gentlemen, the match results are in. Congratulations to our top 5 advancing to the next round." Mary and Kel stole glances at Thunder as he walked away. Meanwhile, the announcement continued, "Everyone, please take a short break. We will renovate the arena. This afternoon, the third-year elimination matches will resume. Please return on time and do not miss it." High above, the 6 elders continued praising Thunder's performance. "That red-haired boy is impressive," Zippy added. "Indeed, if he ever becomes determined, few could stop him." Elder Fung interjected, "Really? I believe he could save many people." Just then, Winford approached the chief elder. He quietly reported, "The doctor has examined those students. It's a symptom of mana disorder. Moreover, it seems that for a short time they cannot use their aura. Whether they can recover in the future is uncertain." The chief elder pondered briefly. After a moment, he ordered, "This matter ends here. Do not let it leak outside." His gaze never left Thunder. "That child has already worried enough." Winford immediately obeyed. The scene shifted to the training room where students were gathered and talking. One said, "Even though he's a regular, he works so hard." Another added, "Probably second year." In front of them, KO was training against a wooden dummy. Its purpose is to train students' reflexes and strength. Therefore, it continuously attacked Kai-Ho. After dodging for a while, he seemed to find an opening in the dummy. KO swiftly kicked one of its arms, then he forcefully swung at the dummy. Kai-Ho frowned and shouted, "Hit." It seemed defeated. Mechanical sounds from the dummy echoed. Level 12 passed. Kai-Ho's expression darkened as he wiped sweat from his face, yet showed no sign of satisfaction. In Kyle's mind, Thunder's image from the previous contest flashed by. He gritted his teeth. Still not enough. Next, Carden's voice rang in Kai-Ho's head. This seemed to be the target he was aiming for, following precedent. The annual student competition attracted many families. Those who excelled had a high chance of receiving invitations to leave the academy and become bodyguards for those families. It's a pretty good job. Thinking of this, Kai-Ho clenched his sword, trembling unconsciously. Not enough, still not enough. In the crowd, Cherry kept her eyes on Kai-Ho. She asked the person next to her, "That's the 5th-place second-year student. What do you think of him?" Harry understood her. He didn't answer directly but calmly said, "I prefer the other person." Hearing that, a hint of a smile crossed Cherry's face. She teased, "But he looks quite dashing. His style reminds me of you." Then she turned to Harry, her tone more serious. "You can do better, right?" Harry didn't answer. He slowly approached Kai-Ho's side. Kai-Ho was surprised to see him coming. Then, as if answering Kai-Ho's question, Harry lifted his sword. Level 12, start. The wooden dummy was pre-programmed. It obeyed immediately and rushed toward Harry. For its attack, Harry was unshaken. A slight lean allowed him to dodge, then he decisively slashed its chest. Next, Harry decisively kicked the wooden dummy in the side, making it pause for a moment. Then Harry quickly leaped high and launched the finishing blow at the wooden dummy. The wooden dummy's mechanical voice rang out. Level 12 passed. Kai-Ho, watching from the side, frowned when he saw that. He thought to himself, "This guy copied my moves, and on top of that." Harry walked over to Kai-Ho with a bright smile. "Looks like it wasn't that hard." What answered his smiling face was Kai-Ho's irritated stare. "If you want to have a match with me, just say it." Cherry eagerly watched the drama unfold. "Oh my, now this is going to be good." The crowd could not help being surprised when they heard that. Apparently, he was the top student of the second year. Just then, Slavia found Kai-Ho. She quickly walked toward him. "Kai-Ho, so this is where you were." Then Slavia firmly dragged Kai-Ho away, her voice full of urgency. "Come on, the afternoon match is about to begin. Let's find good seats first." He called out helplessly, wait a second. "Stop pulling me, Slavia. A while later, after they had left the training grounds, Kai-ho shook off Slavia's hand. All right, let go. Why did you stop me? Hearing that, Slavia grew annoyed. She sternly advised him, Kai-ho, stop doing something stupid. This competition is so important. What will you do if you get disqualified over a personal fight? Only then did Kai-ho understand. He lowered his head and his voice softened as well. Sorry, I didn't think of that. Seeing Kai-ho like that, Slavia could not bring herself to scold him anymore. She turned away. Kai-ho, I know you want to win. I also believe you have the strength. But only if you keep calm. Kai-ho nodded in response. I understand. Thank you, Slavia. And the announcement soon rang out. The afternoon match is about to begin. Third-year students, please enter the arena. Slavia asked Kai-ho in confusion. It's about to start. Come to think of it, have you seen Thunder anywhere? But Kai-ho was just like her. I don't know, that guy vanished right after his match ended. Just as the two of them were still searching, a voice suddenly rang out. Thunder, what did you say? The two followed the sound. It turned out Winford was talking to Thunder, so he was with Knight Winford. Seeing Thunder and Winford standing alone over there, Kai-ho suddenly grew a little curious. What are they doing? As if answering his question, Thunder lowered his head and said to Winford, I said I don't want to continue the competition. Hearing him say that, both Kai-ho and Slavia could not hide their shock. Winford was probably the same as the two of them. He frowned and asked in a stern voice, Thunder, are you serious? Thunder seemed to want to avoid Winford's gaze. He only answered, yes. Winford continued questioning him. Can you tell me the reason? Images of himself in the previous match flashed through Thunder's mind. But he did not want to explain any further. There is none. Hearing Thunder say that, Winford looked somewhat troubled, while the announcement sounded as if it were urging them on. Students participating in this afternoon's match have prepared to take their position. Everyone, please take your seats. Supervising knights, please move into position at once. A moment later, Winford sighed softly. He placed a hand on Thunder's shoulder, then walked away. I am going to serve as a judge. We will discuss this later. At this point, Winford's voice slowed and his eyes were full of thought. Thunder, you are capable of handling things on your own now. Thunder still kept his head lowered and did not reply. Winford continued. What I mean is, no matter what decision you make, I will respect it. At this, Thunder's heart seemed to waver. He stood dazed in the darkness, then slowly walked outside. Just then he ran into Slavia and Kyle standing there. Huh. Slavia awkwardly waved her hands. Hey, Thunder, listen to us explain. Kyle did not beat around the bush and said directly. We didn't mean to eavesdrop, but Thunder did not get angry. He asked, you heard everything? Slavia said tactfully, just a little. Kyle was more straightforward. We heard everything. Slavia's face flushed slightly. She answered awkwardly, fine, we heard it all. Hearing that, Thunder had nothing left to explain. He walked past the two of them in silence. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Just then, Kyle suddenly called out loudly, stopping Thunder in his tracks. Wait, Thunder. Hearing his name, Thunder paused for a moment, while Kyle's voice was full of agitation. Does that mean your promise to me doesn't count anymore? Teacher Thunder did not react. Kyle raised his voice. Does that mean my sister Ami's death is just going to end without any answers? Slavia froze when she heard that. Only now did Slavia partly understand the story. She looked at Kyle with pity, so it was Kyle's younger sister. No wonder Kyle had been so much quieter lately. Thunder clenched both hands, unconsciously revealing what was in his heart. How could I possibly forget? She was human and she was my first friend. Then Thunder looked at his own fist, hesitating as if there were something difficult to say. It's not that I don't want to avenge Ami, it's just that Seeing him hesitate like that, Slavia spoke on Thunder's behalf. It's just that you feel conflicted, right? Her words seemed to touch Thunder's heart. He turned his head in surprise while Slavia's voice continued to ring out. Thunder, I know you're in a lot of pain. She looked at her hands, her eyes full of deep empathy. Inside, you feel intense anger toward those who bully others with power. But the thought of harming an innocent person makes you uneasy. Slavia gently reassured, none of this is your fault. Thunder was stunned, Slavia. Then Slavia smiled softly. We want you to know that no one blames you. In her mind, the ending of the earlier fight appeared. Theo excitedly said to everyone, on the arena just now, you performed really well. Mary sighed, indeed, Thunder is amazing. We couldn't even keep up with his moves. Van's voice full of admiration, that Thunder can see through all your weaknesses at a glance. Go and train more quickly. Slavia continued, whether it's Kyle, Mary, or anyone else, everyone looks up to you. In memory. Kyle's irritated voice rang out, damn it, next time I'll definitely defeat him. Mary teased, I bet no matter how hard you try, you won't succeed. At this moment, the previously silent Kyle spoke firmly. That's right, Thunder, I know you've faced a lot of injustice in the past. He grabbed Thunder's shoulder, I trust you, you won't have to fight alone. Thunder looked in astonishment, Kyle. In Kyle's eyes was warmth and trust. He spoke gently, we'll always be your family. Thunder, you won't leave me alone either, right? Thunder seemed to understand. Now he no longer avoided Kyle's gaze. Meanwhile, the third-year students' battle was ongoing. The crowd's voices rang continuously. Go, charge, Mary watched impatiently. Why is everyone just arriving now? The match is almost over. I looked at Slavia and Thunder approaching. I didn't understand. Competitions don't have happy endings like the love story between these two. Then I turned to them. He wore a look as if he understood everything and asked, right, Thunder? Seeing Kyle move ahead, wedging between them. I reminded him, Kyle is here too. You really have a knack for butting in. He looked embarrassed, sorry about that. Slavia stepped next to Mary to avoid awkwardness. What's up, Mary? Anyone worth watching? She watched the fight and replied, the third-year students are truly impressive. Each has their own style. Mary's eyes followed Harry. A person with astonishing combat ability. That's Harry. His fighting style is extremely elegant, and he's the only one uninjured in this competition. The one wielding dual blades is Gale. He shouted, come on, Mary remarked, big physique, incredible explosive strength in terms of physicality. He can rival first-place Jay. Next is the duo Green and Corydales. These two focus on fan control skills, coordinating attacks and defense smoothly. Even siblings wouldn't necessarily coordinate this well. Mary paused. There's one more person. Where are they? Thunder quickly found them, over there. A person with fast reflexes and agility. Mary continued introducing. It's Jasmine. She sensed someone looking at her. Jasmine raised 2 fingers in greeting. Simply, Mary exclaimed. She also reached 5th place. At this point, the final match's sound rang out, announcing the results and congratulating the top 5 third-year students. Kyle looked at Harry standing on the arena floor. He thought to himself, next is the decisive match. Winford clasped his hands behind his back on the podium. He spoke seriously. After 2 rounds, we've selected 20 participants for the final. Winford's gaze swept through the crowd, stopping on Thunder. He announced, regarding the first round, second-year students' performance exceeded the judges' expectation. Under Winford's gaze, Thunder was flustered, looking down. Seeing him, Winford felt reassured. He continued, the judges have introduced a new rule for the competition. On the big screen, pairs of second-year and third-year students appear. Please look at the screen. Here are the latest matchups. Everyone was shocked and asked each other, what, second year versus third year? That's unfair, even if second years are strong. Third years have had a year more training. Another student seemed excited. Second years, I can't wait. Kyle was surprised at his opponent's name. He looked at Harry, it's him again. Kyle remembered the sparring with the wooden dummy. He smiled subtly, a knowing smile, just as I hoped. Slavia thought differently. Seeing her opponent, she was a bit worried. She had to face Jay again, recognized as the strongest in the academy. Can I do it? Among the third years, Jay sighed. Too bad I didn't get paired with him. Harry comforted, you mean Thunder? Don't worry, there will be a chance later. That kid has matured a lot. I also want a chance to fight him. Hearing this, Jay agreed, no longer regretting. True, if we want to spar with him, it doesn't have to be in this competition. Meanwhile, in the guest stands, 4 people dressed mainly in white were talking. Looks like we won't see my little sister perform today. Indeed, unfortunate. No worries, it's rare to come to Pharaoh Apartments. Asking my sister to take us for a walk would be fine. Most composed one among them spoke up. Let's talk later. I have to go meet the elder soon. The younger-looking one replied, Big brother is as busy as ever. In front of the large screen, Winford was explaining the match rules to the students. The finals will be held 1 day later. There will be no restrictions on the weapons contestants may use, so everyone is advised to prepare their own equipment. I heard that, but I did not look happy at all. Easy for them to say. We have to fight third-year students and even prepare extra equipment against them. Ian encouraged him, either way, this is not in our favor. Just think of it as special training. When Munch read the name of his opponent, he fell silent and thought to himself, Jasmine may be a black belt senior, but I want to advance. I want to defeat her. Over on Thunder's side, he was slightly surprised when he saw the face of the person he would be fighting. My opponent is someone who does not show his face, unlike the others. Thunder actually felt somewhat more relieved. It does not matter. I do not have to fight a second-year student, so instead I feel more at ease. A while later, the sky had begun to glow. With sunset clouds, beneath the sky gradually turning red, someone's voice rang out. Are none of you going home? It turned out to be Thunder and his friends. Kyle answered his question. We plan to train a little more. Thunder nodded. All right, then I will head back by myself. You should all go home early too. Even though he said that, Thunder's eyes still could not stop following Kyle's back. He thought to himself that for Kyle, this was a match he absolutely could not lose. Only after Kyle's figure faded from sight did Thunder turn and leave. In his heart, he silently prayed, Harry is truly powerful. I hope Kyle can win. Thunder suddenly remembered the moment he met Winford privately once more. I am glad you changed your mind. That lets me breathe a sigh of relief. Thunder said coldly, it is nothing. Those guys kept buzzing around my ears all day. In the memory, Thunder frowned as he looked at Winford. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Hearing that, Winford replied, I do not have much more to say. I will tell you in advance. The final 10 people left in the finals will all be qualified to represent Pharaoh Apartments Academy in the tournament of 10,000 nations. Thunder was shocked when he heard that and asked, 10 people, wasn't it supposed to be 5? But Winford only revealed a little. For now, all I can say is that it has something to do with the Pureblood Guild. After the match ends, the Elder will announce it. At the very least, I hope you will not take that opportunity for nothing. Thunder snapped, the Pureblood Guild again. Fine. I understand. Back in the present, Thunder was comfortably leaning back on his soft bed. Although he was resting, Thunder's eyes clearly showed deep thought. I never expected one match to lead to so much trouble. What will Pureblood do next? Thunder stretched out his arm, and suddenly he touched a neatly folded piece of paper on the table. Then Thunder sat up in surprise and stared closely at it. A note. Without any hesitation, Thunder opened it, his eyes quickly scanning each line of writing. Could this be a trap? It said. Tonight at 9. Meet at the arena. Night fell very quickly. Thunder walked alone through the arena. As he walked, he was absorbed in thought. Although Knight K and Winford both warned me not to act on my own. For me, acting alone makes it easier to use my abilities. When he reached the meeting place, Thunder hurriedly looked around. Whether it is the Pureblood Guild or the Dark Guild, I seem to know almost nothing about them. Then one of Thunder's eyes turned black. He had just activated his dragon eye. I need more information. Only then will I have a chance to find clues about my father. With that thought, Thunder crouched down to inspect the area. If this is a trap, I had better capture a living lead. While Thunder was searching, a powerful voice rang out. What a coincidence. I finally have a chance to talk to you alone. The person who arrived turned out to be Jay. He boldly carried the heavy sword on his shoulder and said, those guys were too annoying during the day, weren't they? Thunder probed him suspiciously. Was it you? Are you with the Pureblood Guild? Jay's expression showed confusion. The Pureblood Guild. Then he forcefully pointed the tip of his sword at Thunder, his voice full of confidence. No, do not misunderstand. I am just eager to have a match with you. Since I did not get a chance to face you in the ring, let us do it right here. But Thunder paid him no attention and simply turned around. I am not in the mood to spar right now. That is all, seriously. In his mind, he cursed silently. I thought it was a clue, but it turns out he is just an experienced martial arts maniac. Of course, Jay was not about to let Thunder go so easily. He quickly sprang forward toward him. I already came all this way, so do not leave so quickly. Realizing he was being targeted, Thunder swiftly turned around and blocked Jay's attack. Thunder gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at Jay. Are you insane? I already told you I do not want to fight. Jay, however, did not care. He even looked at his opponent with interest. I knew it. I knew a kid like you had extraordinary strength. Jay laughed happily. No one has ever been able to take my moves like you. Thunder angrily knocked Jay's sword aside. Who cares? However, Jay stubbornly refused to let it go. He said excitedly, if you want to end this sparring match, then show me what you can really do. Against someone as heavily muscled as Jay, Thunder could not afford to act on impulse. This guy's strength could already be compared to Ru Shen. He raised his two armor-clad fists in front of him. Thunder seemed to have accepted the challenge. Looks like getting through this without fighting him will not be easy. At that moment, as he slipped past, Thunder's eyes quickly caught sight of a dark figure standing behind him. He frowned. It was Jay. Saw Thunder standing right in front of him and urged him. Well, if you don't come over here, I'll have to attack from that side too, won't I? In the darkness, a mysterious masked figure stood facing this way. The flame of power within Thunder blazed up, and he guessed silently. It was the Pureblood Guild. Before Jay's astonished eyes, Thunder quickly rushed behind him and shouted, get out of the way. Seeing that Jay could not react in time, Thunder decisively pushed him aside, then swept in front of the mysterious figure and launched a fierce strike. However, contrary to Thunder's expectations, the attack was immediately blocked. Thunder sprang backward. He continued gathering magic in his hand and landed on the arena below. His gaze followed every move of the masked figure closely. That gun was somewhat strange. As the situation grew tense, Jay spoke again. Hey, where did you come from? Jay angrily pointed at his face and questioned him. Didn't anyone teach you not to get in other people's way during a match? The masked man replied coldly, get in the way. Jay flew into a rage and charged at him. If you want to fight that badly, then come on. He paid no attention to Jay. His eyes stayed fixed on Thunder as he gently raised his hand. Then a group of people in black leaped out and surrounded him in the center. In the stands, Jay attacked the masked man again and again. You even call for backup in a fight. You may not know the rules, but I like it. On Thunder's side, he disdainfully removed the armor covering his hand and drew his sword. You people are like a swarm of flies. What a nuisance. Thunder rushed into battle against the group he believed belonged to the Pureblood Guild. While Thunder dealt with the enemies in front of him, one tried to ambush him from behind. But the slash struck only empty air. The attacker lost his balance and was stopped. The men in black gathered together, looking around warily. Where did he go? Did he disappear? Another one warned them. That kid is a black belt knight. Don't underestimate him. One of the men in black seemed to sense something and quickly turned his head. Facing him was Thunder's ice-cold blade. When had he moved behind him? Thunder tightened his grip on his sword and rushed forward, unleashing a thunderous slash straight at a member of the Pureblood Guild. His teeth clenched and his face tensed as he struggled to suppress the eruption about to burst out. The sword in Thunder's hand was knocked away, spinning into the air like a bolt of lightning thrown off course. Then the Pureblood Guild members immediately surrounded him, rushing in like starving wolves and forcing him into a difficult position. Their relentless attacks came like a storm of fire, leaving Thunder no time to defend. His body swayed amid the gleaming weapons and was knocked back. He retreated hard, flying backward, his eyes never leaving the enemy. Thunder looked at his hand wrapped in demonic ice and realized these people were quite formidable. The weapons they used were no ordinary ones either. Without the demonic ice protecting him, he would have had to send his gauntlets for repair. His usual close combat techniques did not seem like they would work. Jay and the masked man charged at each other like two arrows slicing through the wind. Jay smiled with excitement, fast as lightning. He focused all his strength and unleashed a powerful blow. Don't run. The masked man also burst forth with power, thrusting his sword like a white flash straight at Jay. In an instant, his movement stopped. He stood still as if an invisible force had pinned his feet. Jay frowned, his eyes full of confusion as he watched him. Blazing red flames wrapped around his hand, radiating terrifying power. Jay stopped the sword with his bare hand. Did you really think doing that could hurt me? A fierce surge of magic power enveloped him. I am not very good at controlling it, nor is there any need to control it. He raised his sword high. When it surpasses a human's limits by this much, it becomes poison to mankind. But to me, Zagli's eyes shone brilliantly. They emitted a dazzling radiance. It was like fine wine. The masked man strained with all his might to block Zagli's frenzied attacks with his sword. Each clash rang out like thunder. As the two collided, a violent surge of power spread outward, tearing through the surrounding space like a raging storm. The relentless pressure made the masked man begin to stagger, gradually losing ground. Zagli raised his hand and smashed it hard into the man's face, the impact booming like thunder. His eyes burned with murderous intent like flames, ready to consume anyone who dared oppose him. Zagli tightened his grip on the man's head and hurled him away with all his strength, sending him flying off the ground. A brilliant explosion erupted, shaking the earth beneath their feet. Seeing this, Thunder could not help exclaiming in awe, "How terrifying. Is this really the power of a human?" Zagli rubbed his stomach. To withstand one of my attacks, I have to admit that weapon is impressive. He looked at the person lying on the ground whose mask had fallen off. Unfortunately, your strength is still not enough. He refused to yield and rose with his sword in hand. Zagli was surprised. He can still stand. His eyes widened as he stared in shock. I never expected you to be. Kira kept a calm expression, his gaze turning toward him when his name was called. Kira. Amid the scattered ruins, the two stood facing each other. Their eyes met in open challenge. Zagli smiled brightly, his sparkling gaze tilting away from Kira. Looks like you've been hiding a lot these past few years, haven't you? He clenched his teeth, looking at him with eyes that seemed ready to crush everything. Filled with murderous intent like a raging storm, Kira charged straight at him. Zagli. His blade slammed hard against Kira's sword, creating a piercing clang. Meanwhile, Thunder was struggling against 5 members of Kira's Pureblood Guild. These 5 alone were already troublesome enough. Good thing that guy is helping me hold off their leader. I guess I owe him one this time. Lexi suddenly rushed forward at breathtaking speed. Dai, another member of the Pureblood Guild, shouted. He slipped away again. He hid up high and observed, simply buying time. As long as he waited until his magic recovered, dealing with these people would be a trivial matter. The underlings below shouted, "Careful, don't let him ambush us. Where did he go? We know you can't hold out much longer. Show yourself. We can still give you a painless death." Kira leapt high into the air. Meanwhile, with fire blazing in his eyes, Zagli questioned him angrily. How long do you plan to hide? If this keeps up, dawn will break. He met the eldest one. With trembling hands, he took out a bottle of strange, glowing purple medicine. Kira deftly brushed his finger across the cap and opened it in one precise motion. Immediately afterward, white smoke began to coil around Zagli, enveloping him. Thunder suddenly realized something. Panic instantly appeared in his eyes. That thing is. Kira swallowed the purple medicine in one gulp and his body flared with a fierce new power. He was startled, his eyes widening with undisguised panic. Shadow Plague Elixir. A surge of purple energy instantly spread out, wrapping around Kira in an unstoppable vortex of power. This energy is wrong. The power inside him erupted like a burning flame, making the surrounding air tremble violently. Kira transformed into a terrifying monster. His cold iron teeth were as sharp as blades. Thunder shouted in panic. The warning echoed through the space. Careful, he flew into a rage. He shot toward Zagli with unstoppable speed and power. Seeing the attack only inches from his face, Zagli froze. What? I have to dodge. The razor-sharp sword was blocked by his hand. The force of the impact tore his clothes and wounded his chest. Kira quickly withdrew, immediately stepping back to prepare for his next move. Zagli clutched his wound. This attack power and speed are completely different from before, at least 10 times stronger. If he doesn't dodge, he won't be able to last much longer. Thunder thought anxiously. This is bad. If I don't settle this quickly, I'll fall into a passive position. Suddenly, a shout rang out. That red-haired brat over there. A member of the Pureblood Guild rushed forward, closing in on him with murderous eyes. Die! Thunder raised his hand and flames burst forth, forming a blazing fireball in his palm. I don't have time to keep wasting on you people. Thunder flashed past him like lightning, shattering the sword in his hand. He used all his strength to force him down, the pressure nearly suffocating him. Kira attacked while taunting. Looks like you're not as strong as everyone says. Zagli was forced back by his attack, his foot slamming into the ground and cracking it. Zagli struggled to get up, unaccustomed to only defending in battle. Kira laughed viciously. Even if you can still stand now. He shot toward him with flames igniting around him. Preparing to unleash the final blow, he declared, "This is your end." Kira tightened his grip on his sword and charged straight at Zagli, roaring, "Die!" Zagli gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. But his feet seemed nailed to the ground, unable to move. Just as the strike was about to hit Zagli, something suddenly blocked it. It made him freeze, his eyes bulging in shock. Thunder suddenly appeared, raising an ice-covered hand to stop the incoming sword. He turned his head, his brows furrowing slightly, doubt clearly showing on his face. "Why are you here?" Seeing his unconscious underlings lying on the ground, Kira was stunned. One person actually took down all 5 of them. Thunder tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. With a roar, snow and ice instantly covered the blade in a layer of frost. Kira's mouth fell open, his eyes filled with utter shock as he saw the sword's tip completely covered in frost. Seeing the situation turn against him, he immediately sprang far back and kept a safe distance. Zagli forced himself up through the pain, never expecting Thunder to save him. He struggled to rise despite the pain throughout his body, never expecting Thunder to save him in time. Thunder said softly, "Rest for now, leave the rest to me." Zagli reminded him, "Be careful, that guy's weapon is made from the shell armor of a heat fiend. Not only is it sharp and highly lethal, it also carries a toxin that attacks the nervous system. If it touches you, your whole body will go numb." Thunder's voice was ice cold. The answer came like a firm declaration, "I understand." Thunder shot forward like an unstoppable arrow. "In that case, end it quickly." Kira unleashed attack after attack, while he dodged lightly with lightning-fast movements. Right after that, Thunder raised his fist high, preparing to launch the decisive counterattack from behind him. Kira turned around, his lips curling into a cunning, vicious smile. I knew it. He drew out a long, icy-sharp spear and swung it. A powerful sweep sent him flying backward. Thunder fell to the ground. Damn it, that troublesome weapon can even change shape. Worry showed clearly on his face, and the armor on his body shattered. The gauntlets could no longer hold out either. One more move from them and they would break. He had to get his sword back quickly. Suddenly, the sound of a string rang out behind him. "Hey, red-haired kid, I'm sending my sword over to cover you. Need a weapon? You can borrow my treasure for now." He reached out quickly and caught the sword with absolute certainty. Holding the sword in his hand, Thunder went pale as he felt the unusual weight of the blade. It was more than he could bear, and he dropped the sword. It slammed hard into the ground with a piercing clang. Thunder had to admit it really was one heavy treasure. Jay laughed in reply. "It is a little heavy, but I think you can probably still lift it." He raised the sword high, and a fierce surge of power erupted around him. "Of course, if I can't lift it, the ones who die will be both of us." Jay's sword clashed with Kira's long spear, creating a powerful shockwave that spread through the entire space. He gripped the long spear tightly. "It's useless. My long spear is the perfect counter to this kind of weapon." A mocking smile appeared on Thunder's lips, his eyes gleaming with provocation. Really? He coated the entire sword in ice, then smiled with confidence. "Then how about this?" Kira's expression changed, his eyes widening in utter panic. "What?" Thunder struck with all his might, and the ice-cold sword sliced through the long spear in his hand, breaking it in two. Satisfaction showed clearly on his face, as if he had achieved exactly what he wanted. Sharp ice fragments whirled through the air, while Kira could only stand there watching, his mouth agape in shock, completely overwhelmed by the sight before him. Thunder gathered all his strength, his eyes blazing, then charged at him like an unstoppable arrow. The energy from his attack exploded like thunder, tearing through the air and striking Kira head-on, making him scream in pain. When Thunder defeated his opponent with one decisive blow, Jay burst out laughing. "Not bad, kid." The long ice sword, sharp as the Reaper's scythe, scraped hard against the ground. The ground shattered with each movement it made. Thunder gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand despite the pain throughout his body. Almost all his strength had gone into that move, if it had failed. After a moment, he quickly ordered the system to extract the magical power. Looking at the screen in front of him, Thunder wondered inwardly, is it because of the dark plague? Suddenly, his eyes shifted to the potion bottle lying on the ground. After he drank that thing, the energy on his body all turned dark purple, just like some people from the Dark Guild. His gaze stopped on Kira's mask, lying abandoned amid the rubble. Logically speaking, the Pureblood Guild and the Dark Guild were two different organizations. So why could someone from the Pureblood Guild obtain this suspicious potion? Could there be some more complicated connection behind all this? Suddenly, the system issued a notification. Thunder has unlocked a new skill. Another new skill. He thought to himself, come to think of it. Every time I escape death's door, I unlock a new skill. Could this be how I obtain new abilities? He knelt beside Kira's corpse, which lay motionless on the ground. The urgent task now was to deal with these bodies. Thunder picked up his potion bottle. He observed it coldly. I see. This thing definitely wasn't obtained by chance. Someone is producing it. Then he tightened one hand around the potion bottle. Flames erupted from his other hand. Right now, there were hidden dangers all around the academy. Even if Winford and the knights were trustworthy, the people around them could not be fully trusted. For all he knew, this potion might have been produced from within the academy itself. With eyes as cold as ice, Thunder did not hesitate and threw the potion bottle into the raging flames. The darkness had infiltrated deep into the academy, but the students still had no idea. This meant someone among the leadership was deliberately hiding it, possibly the Knight Commander. Or the 6 Elders. The silent night was adorned by shimmering silver moonlight shining across the vast space. He dragged Jay's sword back. Thanks for your sword. Are you still all right? He answered gently. No need to thank me. I won't die just yet. Jay took the sword. Looks like my treasure suits you really well. Are you actually a magic caster? Thunder answered indifferently. You could say I know a little. He laughed and said, even so, that was seriously cool. I've never seen any magic caster fight like you. Suddenly he folded his arms. I'll explain it to you when I have the chance. For now, I hope you can help me keep it a secret, Jay answered firmly. Of course, you even taught me just now. He gently placed a hand on his chest, his human-like face showing sincerity and determination from the bottom of his heart. From now on, my life belongs to you. No matter what I do in the future, I will risk my life for you. That won't be necessary. Thunder immediately pointed toward the magical beast behind him. Let Nova take you to the hospital. Before the official match begins, it would be better to get treated. Jay could hardly believe it. You can even summon a magical beast. His face instantly turned pale. I actually wanted to defeat you. How ridiculous. Sitting on Nova's back, Jay asked in confusion. Don't you need treatment? No need. Thunder waved his hand, showing that he was fine. My body is rather special. By tomorrow, I'll be perfectly fine. Before leaving, he instructed, Nova, when you take him there, use a secluded road. Don't let anyone else see you. The morning sky was clear. Gentle sunlight spread everywhere like a warm blanket. The shopkeeper's voice rang out. Take care, sir. You can pick it up tonight. I guarantee your armor will be repaired to its original state. At the weapon shop entrance, Thunder walked out with his hands in his pockets. All right. I understand. Whispers sounded around him. Isn't that the red-haired brat who took part in yesterday's grand tournament? Keep your voice down. Didn't you see how ruthless he was yesterday? Don't cause trouble. He turned his face, his gaze sweeping over everything around him as if inspecting it. Humans really are boring. Thunder's footsteps rang out powerfully. They created a steady rhythm in the space. He gently pulled the cloth off the mirror, his eyes fixed on the reflection inside. This should do. Thunder pressed the screen and activated the transformation magic effect. Trying out the new spell, his body was gradually covered in a dazzling light. It radiated brilliance and overwhelming power. A completely different body appeared with a sharp, cold gaze and a figure that exuded newfound strength. The scene changed. 3 figures walked through the campus together, chatting as they went. Natalie asked, the hunting mission still isn't finished. Are we still going to watch tomorrow's match? Emma replied, of course we are. We can do the mission anytime. The Academy tournament only happens once a year. Ella also agreed. Even if we don't qualify to take part in the tournament this year, we might be able to join next year. Right? So we should familiarize ourselves with the process first. Emma immediately grew excited. I told you, watching the second year's first Academy match should be pretty intense. The finals will definitely be incredibly fierce. Ella replied to her, that's right. Most importantly, we need to see what kind of knights the families will be interested in. That will also become a goal for us to strive toward in the future. Seeing that Natalie was silent, Ella turned to her. Hey, are you even listening to us? Emma was also puzzled. Where are you looking? She blushed. That person, Thunder walked coldly, ignoring the cheers of the girls. So cool, he thought to himself. Each hour of transformation consumes 5 magic points. With my current magic value, Thunder stood silently, his gaze distant. As long as I don't fight, I can maintain it for at least 8 hours. He pondered, his face as if covered in shadow. That's good. This will make it much more convenient to act on my own in the future. However, there was still something that made Thunder uneasy. That being said, many sales pitches suddenly came from around him. Sir Adventurer, I can tell at a glance that you must often take on dangerous missions. I have excellent healing medicine here. 1 jar is 998 silver coins. Take one with you. I guarantee it will keep you safe on the road. Boss, I have a batch of premium dried meat. It's been dried in the sun and wind for 3 months. It won't spoil even after half a year, perfect as travel ration. Someone even recommended an inn. Dear guest, you don't look like you're from around here. You must have come to watch the Academy tournament, right? Our inn has rooms with views where you can watch the tournament. The price is reasonable. Please come book a room at our inn. Hey brother, where do you want to go? We'll show you around. Thunder felt helpless. It seemed things were not that simple and the crowd was still chattering nonstop. Oh come on, don't push, don't push. We're all doing business here. Make some room for each other. His expression darkened. Just by changing my appearance, humans' behavior and words toward me have changed this much. What a false and sorrowful world. Thunder's gaze swept through the space, then unexpectedly stopped on Slavia. He raised his hand slightly, signaling for her to come over. Slavia, stop. Thunder was trapped in the crowd. Please make some room. Slavia was surprised. Were you calling me just now? She wondered. Have we met somewhere before? He suddenly realized, oh no, I was in such a rush that I forgot about this. Thunder said awkwardly, I know you're one of the promoted contestants. You're a member of the Hart family, right? I'm very glad to meet you here. I'm looking forward to your match tomorrow. She replied politely. Thank you. I also hope to achieve a good result. Slavia smiled and asked, you know my family. Forgive me for asking, but may I know your name? Thunder froze. Name? In an instant, his entire body seemed to turn to stone. He froze in place, unable to speak. A name? Thunder remembered the scene of himself flying through the sky. It was a dragon. It had come, hurry and hide. Back then I was called Zen. Xavier gently waved his hand, pulling him back from the thoughts crowding his mind. Mr. Thunder smiled and replied, sorry. My name is Ness. She also smiled warmly. Mr. Ness, it is a pleasure to meet you. As the two walked together, he asked in curiosity. Right, where are you headed next? Slavia replied, I am going to the weapon shop. I want to adjust the weight of this sword a little. Thunder wondered to himself, I happen to want to go to the weapon shop too. Going with Slavia should not look too suspicious, right? Then he spoke up and suggested, would you mind if I came along? I also want to choose a new set of armor. She immediately agreed, not at all. He looked at the gleaming sword. Was this sword of yours forged from a high-grade crystal beast? Slavia replied, it was made using the crystal beast core of a tigerfin beast. One night, someone from my clan suddenly brought it to me, saying it was for me to use in the match. They really did not need to go through all that trouble. Thunder fell silent in thought. So this is what clan resources are like. If it were a child from an ordinary family, they would have to struggle for years before they could obtain high-grade equipment like this. She smiled and asked, Mr. Ness is an adventurer, right? You often have to go to dangerous places, do you not? Hearing that, he glanced aside. You could say that. Sometimes, when carrying out missions, I have no choice but to go to places near the border. Slavia smiled with admiration. That sounds wonderful. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to go to places like that. Ever since I was little, my family never allowed me to do anything dangerous. A trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. Once I leave the academy, I am afraid I will have to return to my clan immediately and will not be allowed to go anywhere. I truly admire free adventurers. Hearing that, Thunder's expression turned cold. Free adventurers. Perhaps I will disappoint you, but on this land no one is truly free. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook everything around them violently. Slavia asked in confusion what happened. The crowd fled in panic. Fire, fire! Without hesitation, the two rushed toward the blaze. The flames are burning fiercely over there. Let us go take a look. The innkeeper clutched his head in despair. My room, my room, my room. Someone shouted, the inn is on fire. Slavia asked in panic what happened. The man in front replied, there was a carriage parked near the inn. It seemed to belong to a merchant carrying a wagon full of crystal beasts. Then it suddenly caught fire. Thunder asked, where is that merchant? The man replied, I do not know. Maybe he was taken to the hospital. Someone shouted, Granny, do not go near there. The woman looked into the flames in agony. My children, my 2 children are still inside. Slavia immediately rushed forward. Damn it, if we do not hurry and save them. Thunder instantly grabbed her shoulder. What are you trying to do? You cannot go inside. Slavia turned back with a determined expression. But I cannot stand by and watch them die. He stepped forward. Let me go, she asked worriedly. What, but you will get burned too, Thunder. Calm down, Slavia, do not worry, I know a little ice magic. With a simple raise of his hand, he summoned a layer of freezing ice that covered the space around him. Ice scatter. She suddenly realized that he was a mage. The fire raged fiercely. The stifling heat spread outward, scorching everything around it. Thunder rushed forward like the wind. Damn it, I have to hurry. If my magic is not enough, I will be exposed. Sweat rolled down his forehead as he clenched his jaw, unable to hide his discomfort from the burning heat. Thunder saw 2 trembling children over there. On the roof, hey you two, do not run around. A piercing explosion rang out. The flames erupted violently, blasting debris and shattered fragments into the air like a rain of fire. A large stone suddenly shot through the air, flying straight toward a panicked civilian below. A figure lightly reached out a hand and a stream of clear water immediately began to gather. Water coil. The person shouted loudly, his voice ringing through the smoke and flames as he saved the civilian from the stone. Split. Slavia immediately turned back, her face lighting up with obvious joy. Brother, Matt gave a warm smile, then gently replied, "Long time no see, little sister." Amid the surging sea of fire, Thunder spread his arms to protect the two small children and walked out despite the scorching heat. Seeing this, a woman immediately ran over, her eyes filled with worry. My children," Slavia asked Thunder with concern. "Are you all right?" He handed the children to the woman. "I am fine. I also checked while I was inside. There is no one else left in there." A voice rang out. "Brother, that was clean work." Matt rolled his eyes. "Why are you all still standing there? Hurry over and lend a hand. She wondered, you people." John replied, "Coming, coming." Mike laughed and teased him. "Brother, you are such a nag. How could we possibly run as fast as you?" Jack saw her and hurriedly greeted her. "Long time no see, little sister. You are all here." Immediately, the three of them gave their commands in unison. Water coil, Spirit Creek waterfall, rolling surge, downstream wave. The innkeeper hurriedly thanked them. "Thank you all for stepping in to help. You controlled the fire before the rescue team arrived and no one was hurt." "Not at all, it was nothing, really. If you want to thank someone, thank a mage." Matt turned around and looked around. "Where is Slavia?" She replied, "I do not know, I just saw him here." Elsewhere, Thunder struggled to catch his breath, each heavy gasp revealing his exhaustion. The system sounded, "Mana value 12%. Mana value is about to run out." He let out a breath. That really was dangerous. Thunder looked at the system. "But thank goodness, I finally understand it now." He spoke excitedly as he looked at the screen. New method of obtaining energy. Thunder raised his hand and created an endless void, forming secondary spatial magic, which can freely supply me with items when I split off an identity to act separately. The split body's equipment can all be stored inside. He reached up and straightened his collar. As for this magic, Mana Resonance, Thunder remembered using it once to save countless suffering companions. It was just that back then, my mana was almost unlimited. Then he reached behind his back and put his sword into his pouch. Although this still cannot be called a great achievement, it will be indispensable in the future. Thunder quietly stepped out of the purple space. No matter which direction the prophecy takes in the future, I must have an army of my own in order to change the world. This magic will become my stepping stone to expanding my forces. As long as I have enough mana value, everyone who follows me can become stronger. He walked on quietly. That said, it was not until I rescued those two children from the chaos that I discovered defeating a powerful opponent is not necessarily the only way to receive magic rewards from the system. Suddenly, Thunder's gaze became unshakably determined. Is saving lives enough? He was puzzled. Come to think of it, this time I gained 2 spells. Was it because I saved those 2 children? But before, when I fought the Minotaur, several people were clearly in grave danger. Yet in the end, I only gained 1 spell. What exactly determines the number of spells unlocked? In the Academy auditorium, Thunder raised a hand to his chin in thought. Unless. Is it rescuing people who are on the verge of death? I need to test this theory the next time I get the chance. He looked at the crowd in front of him. He sighed inwardly. Why are there so many people crowding around? Ian said with a smile, "Everyone's families have arrived." KO took a small breath. "It is all right, big guy. We are family too." KO stood alone in the corner, arms crossed, silent amid the two of them laughing and talking. Slavia scolded them fondly. "Honestly, you could have told me beforehand. The children have grown so tall now." Matho crossed his arms and smiled. "We wanted to surprise you." Mike rubbed her head. "That is right. It has been 2 years since we last met. Meeting normally would have been a little boring." Suddenly, her cheeks flushed red. What is it?" "I am just curious. Have you seen your friend yet?" Just then, Slavia softly called his name, Thunder. He raised a hand to greet her. "Hey," Mike laughed teasingly. "That is the kid who knocked someone out in the very first round." "That is Thunder. Slavia keeps mentioning him." Matho murmured thoughtfully. "I was wondering which lucky kid it was." She shouted guiltily, did I?" He put an arm around Thunder's shoulders. "Brother, thanks for looking after my little sister. Let us take some time to get acquainted." He looked at Mike in confusion. She shouted. "Mike." Slavia blushed and explained, "Sorry, Thunder. Mike is a little too outgoing. They are my older brothers." Matho stepped forward and held out his hand. "Although I do not care for this kid's style, he is someone my sister cares about, so I suppose I should be polite. I am Slavia's older brother. My name is Matho. Please look after my sister from now on." She shouted in embarrassment. "Brother, I can take care of myself." The moment his hand touched Thunder's, Thunder sensed it. This man is so strong. The magic in him is like a bottomless pit. He suddenly said, "Slavia was born with the bearing of a leader. From what I have seen, we are often the ones being looked after by her." Everyone burst out laughing. "Oh my," she continued, introducing them. "This is my second brother, John, and my third brother, Jace. They both serve in the military." Jace held out his hand. "Nice to meet you." John also greeted him warmly. "It is a pleasure." Next, Slavia introduced Mike. "This is Mike. He is currently studying at Yunnan Academy." He smiled. "Nice to meet you, brother. I hope you can win your match. That way we can meet in the tournament of all nations." Thunder's mouth fell open. Yunnan Academy, he asked. Do you know a girl named Ami? Mike wondered, what is this? Do you have a friend studying there too? He raised a hand to his chin and tried to remember. A girl named Ami? I am not too sure. Yunnan Academy is like Barrowed Apartments. It is a very large city. Thunder said with a worried expression. Her full name is Ami Bluebird. She recently died in an accident, if you hear anything about her. Mike answered awkwardly, I am really sorry. I do not know much about that. When I get back, I will ask around for you. If I find anything, I will have Slavia pass it on to you. Thunder spoke, his disappointment plain on his face. Is that so? All right then, thank you. Matho cut in, all right. There is not much time left. I need to speak with the Knight Commander about something. Slavia, everyone should go back and rest too. John turned back and reminded her. Do your best in tomorrow's match. We will arrive at the arena on time. Slavia waved goodbye. Okay, then Thunder and I will head back. After the match is over, I will make time to show you all around. Just before they disappeared from view, Matho suddenly turned back, his gaze sweeping over him. Unexpectedly, his face darkened as he asked coldly, Mike, weren't telling the truth just now. He stammered in reply, that's right. Brother, about that girl I'm not too sure. What do you think? Martha's gaze turned sharp as he said, I think so too. That kid is both strong and dangerous. He isn't even afraid of us. He looked at Thunder and Slavia from behind. Most importantly, we can't read his thoughts. Mike asked worriedly, does that mean we shouldn't get too close to him? Martha quietly instructed him, keep your distance for now and let's see how this story unfolds. On the day of the Academy competition finals in the contestants' lounge, KO asked in a teasing tone, nervous. Han giggled and replied, a little. Just then, Slavia spoke softly, her voice tinged with unease. Then what should I do? My match against Jay is in the first round. Feeling restless, she asked, Thunder, I'm extremely nervous right now. Do I look awful? Thunder reassured her, just act as usual, don't think too much about the match result. Then, suddenly, Slavia said, Thunder, to be honest, I hope I can take part in the All-Nations tournament. She lowered her head. As you've seen, I was born into a family of mages. All of my older brothers are mages. I'm the only one without magical talent. For a moment, sadness filled her eyes. I can't forget the disappointed looks on my parents' faces. Thunder froze for a moment, then asked in surprise, Slavia, do you really want to win this match? Slavia answered firmly, though her face was still faintly flushed. I want to prove my worth to them. I want to prove myself and become an outstanding knight, just like my brothers. Then he decisively grabbed her hand and pulled her away. All right, come with me. Slavia could only stammer, her cheeks turning bright red. Huh. KO turned back and asked, hey, where are you two going? The match is about to start. On the other side, Tar kept chewing candy. Just a few minutes before the match, and you already want to enjoy some private time together. Dim light settled over the space, creating a scene that was both quiet and dreamlike. Thunder said slowly, Slavia, I can temporarily lend you my power. But I hope that from now on, when I need it, you can become my strength. Her cheeks flushed and she shyly called his name, her voice trembling with emotion. Thunder, then she smiled happily, her eyes lighting up like newly awakened stars. I agree to become your strength. I've always wanted that. Hearing her answer, he placed his hand on Slavia's shoulder. I understand. And her body suddenly lit up. This is, Thunder instructed her. When you need it, you can use my aura, but only for 10 minutes at most. If you go beyond that time, your body will be damaged. Slavia replied playfully, I understand. Then she thought, Thunder is someone who can take power and lend it to others. I've never seen anyone use this kind of skill. I've never even heard of magic like this. She blushed deeply, a soft pink spreading across her pale skin. Just how many secrets does he have? The scene shifted and the entire arena was bustling with excitement. All contestants, please enter the field. The match is about to begin. The finals are about to start. The first match is Jay. This is quite interesting. His opponent is a second-year female student. I wonder if Jay will hold back. Images of Slavia and Jay appeared on the screen. The first match is Slavia against Jay. Any weapons or equipment may be used during the match. 2 Grand Knights will serve as referees. Slavia tightened her grip on her shield and advanced step by step with fierce momentum. If either side suffers a fatal attack, the Grand Knights will do everything they can to stop the match and issue a ruling. Stay tuned for part 2. The atmosphere seemed to explode. Next, will the 12 contestants please take your position? Munch was worried. Mary answered with a determined expression. Do you think Slavia can do it? Of course she can win. Slavia can definitely do it. You all know her strength. Tan also agreed with Munch. That's true, but her opponent is Jay. Everyone look at that powerful body. He's like an ox. Hearing that, Thunder crossed his arms. Tan wasn't wrong about that. Jay was clearly badly injured before, but now he looks as though he has fully recovered. Thunder fell into thought, even though he had shared his power with Slavia. If she wants to beat Jay unless... Jay suddenly widened his eyes. Huh, he waved, making Thunder flinch. Boss, are you planning to lose to that female student? Thunder cursed inwardly. What is that idiot doing? Jay still refused to shut up. Hey boss, can you hear me or not? Boss Tan turned around. Hey Thunder, he's calling you, right? Someone wondered. Why is he mistaking a second-year student for his boss? Who was Jay talking to? Jay kept shouting, "Boss, can you hear me?" Thunder immediately flew into a rage. Stop calling out at random and focus on the match. Tan was stunned. He really was calling you. He put his hands on his hips, looking excited. That's all I needed to hear from you. I'll give this match everything I've got. Then Jay pointed his sword at Slavia. Sorry, miss. I thought you were the boss's girlfriend or something. I was planning to go a little easy on you. She panicked. I'm not. We're just good friends, that's all. Besides, I don't need you to go easy on me. At that moment, the referee shouted and the match began. He charged in at once. Then I won't hold back. Jay's blade slammed down onto the ground. The thunderous impact shattered the earth and sent stones flying everywhere. The attack was too powerful. Watching Jay's strikes, Slavia grew secretly worried. Even if she tried to defend, she would not be able to withstand it. Slavia silently calculated in her mind that if she took the blow head-on, her arm would break. Without hesitation, Jay rushed forward. The blade sliced through the air straight toward her. With lightning-fast reflexes, Slavia leapt up, her body light as a feather, avoiding the descending blade. Slavia frowned slightly. She calculated every step. Jay had boundless strength, but he was full of openings. Even if it was a trap, she had to try. She slashed forward. The sword only touched Jay's back and caused no damage at all. Seeing this, Slavia looked utterly incredulous. How could this be? Even the Tigerfin's sword could not pierce his skin. Jay's sword clashed with her shield, sparks flying in the tense instant. With no other choice, Slavia silently apologized to Thunder in her heart. Sorry, Thunder, let me borrow your strength. With the water shield no longer able to protect her, Slavia twisted gracefully into the air and avoided the next strike. She landed smoothly. Her feet touched the ground like a warrior ready for the next move. A fierce aura erupted around Slavia. Only 10 minutes remained. Jay's smile widened, thrilled by the excitement. Oh, her aura has changed. Now this is interesting. She quickly pieced the broken shield fragments together. She turned them into a sharp and powerful weapon. Before launching them like arrows, she shot forward behind them, her gaze sharp and determined. Jay swung his sword horizontally at her shield, the sound of metal ringing through the arena. Charge! Slavia rushed toward him like lightning. Her speed seemed to freeze space itself. So fast. However, Jay calmly raised his sword. With only that, she was still far from touching him. In a flash, she slipped past his side and vanished behind him, creating an unpredictable surprise attack. Jay's eyes widened, filled with shock and confusion. What? She flew past him like a gust of wind. That caught Jay so off guard that a burning sensation spread from his stomach through his body. He froze, his eyes almost popping out. How is this possible? He smiled with excitement as the situation changed. How thrilling! Cherry's eyes widened. Did you see that? Someone really managed to hurt Jay. He smiled faintly. I never expected that girl to be so strong. I thought only second-year students could do that. It seems I underestimated their abilities. The entire stand immediately erupted. Great job! I declare Slavia my goddess. Slavia's brothers also cheered for their sister. Slavia, amazing, beat that big guy. It has only just begun. That guy hasn't used his real moves yet. Her bearing is excellent too. She really surprises me. I never thought she could fight with such agility. It looks like she is very suited to becoming a knight. Seeing this, Thunder said worriedly, Slavia's beautiful strike only drained a little of his strength. That guy's body must be made of steel. Slavia analyzed it in her mind. Jay's body is too strong. Borrowing Thunder's energy can only injure him. However, he relies too much on physical strength and does not focus on defending his weak points, so there are still openings. She silently calculated that if she stabbed the wounded spot a few more times, she would have a chance. Immediately after, Slavia forcefully struck again. The stands grew lively once more. She cut Jay again, she cut Jay again. Jay gritted his teeth and turned to look at Slavia, his eyes determined and unyielding. His sword came crashing down with tremendous force, but she deftly dodged it. The ground shook after the blow. Slavia resolved in her heart, this time I have to tear open his wound. Suddenly she felt dizzy and her vision blurred for an instant, signaling that time was up. Thunder stood still with his arms crossed, his gaze full of regret. What a shame, time is up. Even so, Slavia still tried to force herself up. Just a little longer, only a little longer. Jay powerfully knocked the sword from her hand. The weapon spun through the air and flew far away. With one decisive motion, he thrust his sword toward her with overwhelming force. It is over. Mary anxiously called her name, her trembling voice unable to hide her unease. Slavia. In that tense moment, Winford immediately reached out and blocked the attack. That is enough. Jay hurriedly stopped and apologized. I got too excited and forgot myself. It has been a long time since I met a girl this skilled. Immediately after, Winford announced to the entire arena, the winner is Jay Glee. Mary said regretfully. Slavia was already that impressive. She could fight back and forth against Jay, who is recognized as number one. What a pity. Marion comforted her. It's all right, she lost this time. But I believe that once she enters the third course, she will definitely be able to surpass Jay. Then, an announcement for the next match suddenly rang out. Thunder versus Kira. Contestants, please take your positions. Han grew worried. Thunder is in the next match already? I thought he would be in the last round. Kyle cheered. Thunder, you can do it, he replied, while secretly thinking that Kira would not show up. But I still had to go up out of courtesy. Jay saw Thunder and exclaimed, indeed, Chief, your friend is quite strong. He replied, of course I can see that too. The entire audience stirred. Has the competitor Kira arrived yet? If Kira has arrived, then hurry onto the arena. Oh, what's this? Did he oversleep? Could it be fear? It's embarrassing for the third-year students. Cherry suddenly asked Harry, hey, have you seen Kira recently? It seems he hasn't been around since before the academy tournament. He agreed, yeah, honestly, I haven't seen him for quite some time. People began losing patience. Hey, are you going to fight or not? If not, get down already, you're wasting time. Who is Kira anyway? Is it really this disorganized, making so many people wait for him? Then the referee announced that Kira could not attend for personal reasons and was disqualified from this match. Thunder Taller claimed victory. Everyone immediately protested. Was this prearranged? Cheating. Might as well let that kid take the championship outright. Unfortunately, Senza couldn't witness that kid's performance. Mike sighed, utterly bored. I also wanted to observe my potential future opponent. So the next match is Hone versus Zaijin. Joyous panicked, what should I do? I've never fought separately from Lazy before. I have no idea how to act. We've always done everything together since childhood, even shared the same toothbrush. I shouted upon hearing that. Shut your mouth, this is nauseating. Thunder suggested, let me check on Slavia. Mary teased him. Remember to ask her how she's doing. Kyo chimed in, big brother, you're the one winning in life. I also want to experience love. Kyo was speechless. These guys are in the top 10 of the second-year class. As he walked, he worried, hopefully Slavia isn't hurt. I need to regain my strength. Entering the room, seeing her, Thunder asked with concern, Slavia, are you okay? Slavia turned away, I'm sorry, Thunder. Even with your help, I still lost. He gently reassured her, Slavia, you did your best. Tears streamed down her face, I'm so useless. Thunder tried to comfort her, it's just that he's a monster. Suddenly, Slavia avoided his gaze by turning her face away. Thunder, I know you want to comfort me, but that's not an excuse for my loss. What if it had been a powerful beast like those we encountered in the forest? If I can't protect everyone, what's the point? Thunder fell silent, the space seemingly frozen in that moment. After a thoughtful pause, he said, you can't protect everyone forever. Slavia, no matter how strong you become, tears will still fall. Slavia timidly turned back, her gaze full of shyness. I just hope I can protect our team, including you. Thunder pondered, Slavia's strength is probably less than half of mine, yet she wants to protect everyone. He placed a hand on her shoulder. I've always kept my distance so you wouldn't need my protection. I want to reclaim the strength I lent you. Slavia agreed. All right, immediately Thunder withdrew the strength he had lent her. I once failed before, I don't want to experience that again. Then he turned and left. Rest well first. Don't overthink it, they're all concerned about you. Slavia replied, yes, thank you everyone. Thunder lowered his voice, carrying an unspoken emotion. By the way, also. Light shone on Thunder's face. You don't need to protect everyone, Slavia. Before leaving, he waved goodbye. That's my duty. Slavia blushed, lips tightly pressed, clearly trying to hide her embarrassment. The arena buzzed with excitement. Impressive, didn't expect the second-year class to win. This is a genuine victory. Thunder turned to ask who won. Winford raised his hand to announce. I declare the winner of this battle is Kyo. He smiled, don't forget you owe me a date. Serena blushed, can we unlock the chains now? Thunder looked incredulous. Kyo winning isn't surprising, but the date. The referee's voice rang out. Next match, Kyle versus Harry. The two competitors entered the arena and whispers spread. Kyle is our top-ranked one, right? That red-haired guy even won. This match might not be thrilling at all. Not sure that Harry is usually very humble. The noise continued, but I heard he's the son of the great knight Dan Bot. Bot really? I thought Dan Bot only had an arrogant son named Sebastian. Small mouth. Mary saw Thunder turn back and smile. Oh, you turned back? How Slavia? He replied, nothing serious, just a bit downcast. How's the battle going? Manchai replied. The Hone Ladai brothers lost as predicted. After splitting up, even moving around was very difficult for them. He suddenly said with a stunned look, but I never expected Kyle to win, and he even told his opponent that if he won, they had to go on a date with him. Han shouted, is this the power of love? Munch stood close beside Thunder. You came back just in time. The next match is Kyle. You care about this match. He suddenly wondered, Thunder, do you think Kyle can win? Thunder hesitated. Honestly, I don't know either. Thunder remembered that back in the first semester, he had been utterly defeated after fighting Harry. Since then, he had never had another chance to fight him. Back then, even though Harry claimed he was ranked 50th, He had definitely been hiding his true strength. Then Thunder silently watched Kyle's back. Kyle, for my sake, you have to win. On the other side, Kyle quietly thought to himself, his eyes filled with unshakable resolve. I will win, the referee's voice rang out. Let the match begin. Harry and Kyle immediately charged toward each other. In the middle of the arena, the two officially clashed, their swords striking sparks against each other. Harry was cold and steady, while Kyle burned with fury, creating a tense standoff. Neither gave an inch. In the middle of the tension, Harry smiled as if trying to provoke Kyle. He shouted, "Are you even using any strength? Why don't I feel anything?" In the suffocating clash, Kyle did not dare underestimate his opponent. He frowned and thought, this guy. Then, just as Harry wanted, Kyle swung the twin swords in his hands with force, making Harry retreat several steps. He roared, "Then I won't hold back anymore." With astonishing speed, Kyle shouted and swiftly slashed his sword toward Harry. Tan, who was standing beside Munch, saw this and kept praising him. That third year is being pressured hard by Kyle, as expected of the one ranked first among us. But Munch replied coldly. Is that so? Thunder was also watching the battle between Harry and Kyle. He warned them, don't celebrate too soon. Harry hasn't even truly started moving yet. Sure enough, just as Thunder said, Kyle quickly lost his advantage, and one of his swords was knocked away. At that moment, the dust on the ground gradually cleared, and Harry stood calmly in place. He provoked Kyle, how boring, is this all you're capable of? Kyle did not argue back. He had already begun to tire, his heart filled with doubt. Why do my attacks feel like they're hitting caught? Then Kyle tightened his grip on his remaining sword. As he rushed toward Harry, he thought, that last attack clearly landed on his face. Clearly, Harry dodged easily again. He looked at Kyle with disdain. Are you really the strongest first year? From what I can see, that white-haired girl is stronger than you. Seeing that his attack had not harmed Harry at all, Kyle cried out in shock, what? While Kyle was off balance after his missed strike, Harry gathered his strength and prepared to kick him. Fortunately, Kyle reacted quickly. He nimbly lowered himself and slid forward. This seemed to be exactly what Harry had expected. He sneered and poured power into his sword. The sword in Harry's hand was instantly covered in a dazzling aura, as someone with a black belt. If you still can't sense sword energy, then you're wasting my time. Kyle paused on the ground. Harry's words echoed in his mind. Sword energy. Those two words reminded Kyle of Cadden's lecture. He had once mentioned something similar to Kyle, Thunder, Munch, and Kale. The so-called sword energy was only a way to make it easier for everyone to picture. In reality, it was more like a kind of perception. In the memory, Kyle asked in surprise, perception? To answer Kyle, Cadden swung the sword in his hand with force. A slash of sword energy flashed through the air. At the same time, he said, when I swing my sword to attack the candle. Which one do you all think I am aiming for? As soon as he finished speaking, a candle behind them suddenly went out under Munch and Kale's astonished gazes. Cadden's voice continued. So which one did you think I would target? Munch looked at the extinguished candle, his voice full of admiration. Amazing. You were all fooled, Thunder understood. So it means being able to predict the opponent's attack path in advance. Cadden held a cigar in his hand, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, that's right. As your mastery of your skills increases along with training your perception, and if you have a little natural talent, you may be able to sense it. Theo asked in confusion, what? So you're saying we might not necessarily be able to sense it? Cadden continued. Of course, many people don't even believe sword energy exists because they have never seen it, and think it is merely a selective way to describe it. Moreover, the way each person senses the form of sword energy is indeed different. People also describe it differently, so it is very hard to prove. Kale crossed his arms over his chest and pouted. What? So it's mysticism. Kyle had not missed a single word from beginning to end. He asked Cadden, when did those people begin sensing sword energy? I mean, there has to be some basis for it, right? Cadden continued explaining. Oh, that is probably something that won't be the same for everyone. Cadden's voice carried a hint of mystery. He spoke of impossible things, all while teetering on the edge of life and death. Back in reality, Kyle had completely lost his advantage. He was like a punching bag, taking blow after blow. But Kyle wasn't one to give up easily. He quickly regained his balance and shouted. Not enough. Hearing this, Harry delivered several more knee strikes. Despite the pain, Kyle silently thought it still wasn't enough. In the stands, Humphrey looked down anxiously. Continuing like this wouldn't end well. Daisy thought this was a knightly duel. Why were they fighting like primitives? GP reassured her. Elder Humphrey, this is only the beginning. Don't worry, with the chief knight here, he won't cause more trouble for your hospital. On the Thunder side, Tan was equally worried. How annoying. Does he expect Kyle to give up on his own? Mary quietly called out, Kyle. Unlike everyone else, Thunder showed no emotion. He calmly spoke, no. On the floor, Kyle stood up once more with determined eyes. Thunder seemed to speak for him. He would never give up. Amid the swirling dust from their movements, Harry slowly approached Kyle. At least I admit you fight well. Pausing briefly, he shot Kyle a strange look. You still don't intend to give up. As for Kyle, his body covered in wounds, he stood firm. His eyes were full of determination. Of course, at this moment, Harry's eyes widened, raising his sword high. A powerful aura radiated and he said in a deep voice, "Then I won't waste any more time." With that, Harry decisively swung at Kyle with a fierce strike. End it. But Kyle remained unmoved. He breathed heavily, only his resolute gaze shining brightly. Facing the overwhelming force of the strike, Kyle calmly shut his eyes. Darkness immediately enveloped him, leaving only chaotic sounds around. Shouts from friends, "Kyle, watch out, move now. Hurry, he's coming." Kyle's strike. Cheers rang out, but not for him. "Victory, Chief Knight, it's over." Suddenly, the darkness in front of Kyle began to fade. A golden aura appeared and he thought, got it, not yet. Seeing what he sought, Kyle opened his eyes wide. The outcome of the fight was becoming unpredictable at this moment. Kyle did something that shocked the elders watching, Tan, Munch, and Cherry. The strike from Harry was blocked with just a slight deflection from Kyle, stopping both swords. Everyone gasped. Blocked at work, Cadden in a corner exhaled quietly, finally able to relax. Too dangerous, seems no need to intervene. The duel continued. Harry swung relentlessly at Kyle. Now golden streaks appeared before Kyle. He dodged while thinking, not bad, I see it. Kyle observed calmly. Wherever Harry's sword moved, the sword aura followed. Kyle was satisfied, this is sword energy. At this moment, he not only easily evaded Harry's attacks but also spotted an opening for a counterattack. Quickly, the opportunity came. Kyle lunged forward. Harry was stunned. What? In the blink of an eye, Kyle reversed the situation. Now he held the sword at his opponent's neck. However, Harry remained unusually calm despite the threat. He said, "Not bad, now I'm actually intrigued by you." But Kyle did not relax. He replied coldly, "Is that so? I still hate you the same." Just then, the referee's whistle marked the end of the match. "I declare the winner is Kyle Bluebird." Tan shouted with joy, "Amazing, Kyle won." Munch raised his hand excitedly. "Well done." Thunder looked at Kyle with joy. The match was over. Harry prepared to leave the floor. Kyle suddenly called him, "Hey." Harry responded, "Oh wait." Kyle turned around. He voiced his inner question. "Did you do that on purpose to let me sense your sword energy?" But Harry acted as if clueless. He quickly denied, "I don't know what you're talking about." Even in defeat, Harry laughed loudly. His face shone, "But I love fighting strong opponents. The more of them, the better." Behind him, Kyle grew even more confused. Munch really is bizarre. Before he could finish speaking, Kyle collapsed face first in exhaustion. His voice faltered. Seeing this, Munch rushed over in panic. KO Thunder quickly reassured everyone, "Don't worry." Perhaps in a short time, he expended too much inner energy sensing Harry's attack movement. The aura's coverage had expanded. If that strike had failed, Kyle might have lost by now. Only then did Munch stop worrying. "Is that so?" Thunder frowned. He said something surprising. "Why not shift your worry for Kyle to the next match?" No sooner said than the big screen displayed Mary and Cherry. The referee's voice, "Next match, Mary versus Cherry. Please, competitors, enter the floor." Mary gripped her weapon tightly. She encouraged herself, "Come on, I can do this." Munch looked over worriedly. It's Mary's turn. On the other side, Cherry, a girl with muscular arms but a very proud demeanor. Is she the archer? "Hey, lend me an archery set so no one can accuse me of bullying the weak." Before Mary stepped onto the field, Munch called out to warn her. "Mary, that third-year student seems to have incredible physical talent. You need to be careful." She smiled lightly. "Yeah, thanks, don't worry." Seeing Munch worry for Mary like that, Dan teased from beside him. "Oh my, can I smell the sourness of love here?" Munch naturally denied, "I'm not, don't talk nonsense." Meanwhile, on the arena floor, Cherry gripped her bow tightly. She looked at Mary excitedly. "You're Mary, right? I think I've heard about you. Knight Rother said you're special." Mary looked at Cherry's weapon, surprised. Her weapon is a bow. Clearly a white belt. Outwardly she stayed calm, "So, I feel like the most ordinary person here." Cherry didn't feel like chatting anymore. Then no more words wasted. "Let's go." At this moment the referee's voice rang out, "Mary versus Cherry, the match begins." First, Mary didn't unleash all her techniques. She shot one arrow to test. First, gauge her strength. On the opposite side, Cherry also began shooting arrows. She looked at her opponent with slight contempt. "Is this all your skill?" Under Mary's astonished gaze, Cherry's arrow easily pierced Mary's arrow and flew straight toward her. It seemed Mary had anticipated this. She quickly dodged to the side, then noticed the marks on the arena floor. Mary silently praised, "No wonder she's top 5 in third year, able to counter so effortlessly." The audience in the stands were stunned by the display. The atmosphere suddenly grew loud. "See that? The arrow broke in midair. How could she hit such a small target? This is basic skill at this level." But that third-year Cherry doesn't seem like a blue belt archer, probably just lucky. Seeing this, Mary decided to increase her power a bit. She jumped high and this time shot 2 arrows. But those 2 arrows were nothing against Cherry. She effortlessly crushed them and said loudly, "I think you're right, you really are the most ordinary person here." Because of Rother's words, I had unrealistic expectations. Faced with Cherry's mockery, Mary finally got angry and went all out. "This large woman, try this next move and see if you can still shoot it down." But Cherry wasn't afraid at all. She raised her bow. "You've underestimated me too much." Then an arrow with immense power was shot. It quickly clashed with Mary's arrow in midair. In the blink of an eye, Cherry's arrow pierced through Mary's and flew fiercely toward her. The scene stunned Mary. She froze in the air. "What?" Cherry Cherry's arrow had been right near her from the start. Mary was still dazed, thinking her arrow had been shot down. Seeing her frozen, a loud shout came from the crowd. "Mary, dodge!" Hearing the shout, Mary snapped back. She nimbly dodged to the side while the arrow slammed into the wall. Its terrifying speed caused an explosion that shook the arena. Mary watched the crack in the wall, breaking out in cold sweat. Mary silently said, "So dangerous." Even after observing carefully all this time, she couldn't avoid fear. Such power, this wasn't just an arrow, it was a massive strike. If it hit, it would be fatal. Munch thought the speed was too fast. He nearly lost sight of the arrow's trajectory. Later, he turned to the side. "Thunder, do you think Mary can block that arrow?" Thunder hesitated in reply. "Not sure. Honestly, I think Mary should forfeit. She can't avoid being injured." Hearing this, Munch muttered, "Forfeit." In his heart, he already knew the answer. Mary probably wouldn't quit until the very end. On the arena floor, Mary quickly regained her composure and aimed again. Can't think too much, need to focus. Facing Cherry, Mary naturally couldn't be careless. She tensed, attacking while dodging. Shoot, move. In an instant, Cherry faltered. Mary moved sideways past her. Shoot, move. But Cherry quickly noticed, blocking Mary's arrows while praising, "You're a clever kid." Mary ignored Cherry. Now all she cared about were her own hands pulling the bowstring and her aim. Focus, aim precisely. This made Cherry even more excited. She tilted her head and said incredulously, "Finally, the moment I've been waiting for." Then Cherry put all her strength into her arms. A glow surrounded her. She said coldly, "The fun ends here." As the arrow left the bowstring, Cherry shouted proudly, "It's over." Seeing this, Thunder was shocked and yelled, "Stop her fast." Munch, of course, could not just sit still. He quickly drew his weapon and rushed toward the arena. Mary Winford frowned and rushed toward the arena, her face full of worry. This was bad. Even that divine boy could not stay out of it now. He rushed over at once. "This is bad." Beside Mary, all she could see were sharp arrows glowing with dazzling power. Mary froze in place, her eyes wide, her legs stiff. "I can't dodge it. It's too fast. Am I going to die?" Just then, Munch arrived in time and bravely used his sword to block the arrow. Mary cried out in panic, while Munch in the stands was even more shocked. His eyes went wide as he shouted, "Munch, when did you get over there?" By then, only a long trail of smoke remained in the arena. No one could see anything inside that smoke anymore. Winford and Cadden had only just arrived. Winford asked anxiously, "How is he? Is he hurt?" Cadden called out directly, "Doctor, hurry, we need emergency treatment." Only Mary was still sitting there. She held Munch's body and cried, "Munch, why did you block it for me? You're such a—" With the arrow lodged straight in his chest, Munch spoke with difficulty. "Ice." Mary quickly denied it. "No, you are not going to die." Cadden sat down beside her and patted Mary on the shoulder. "Don't worry. He avoided his vital spot, so he won't die. Leave the rest to the doctor." After that, Winford announced the result of the match. Everyone fell silent. "I hereby declare the winner of this match to be Cherry." Hearing that, she turned away in disappointment. "Boring." Everyone whispered among themselves, "She's terrifying. I absolutely don't want to fight her." Another voice spoke up, "Aren't you afraid she'll hear you?" By now, Mary no longer cared about anything else. She followed Munch's stretcher anxiously. Winford's voice rang out, reminding everyone, in addition, since contestant Munch has been injured, he can no longer continue competing, so contestant Jasmine will advance automatically. I remind everyone once again to pay attention to safety and avoid any unfortunate accidents. But the competition is not over yet. Now, let us continue. For the next match, they looked toward Ian. "Ian, be careful. Safety comes first." Kyo patted Ian on the back and encouraged him. "Big guy, do your best." Ian replied, "Yes, I'll do my best." At that moment, Kyo suddenly noticed something interesting. Ian's opponent was also a big man who used twin maces. Now that I think about it, why are the two people fighting each other so similar? Look at the previous matches too. Sword against sword, bow against bow. Thunder, however, did not seem very surprised. He replied calmly, "Yes, perhaps it was arranged that way on purpose. The nation's tournament is a team competition. Only when team members can complement one another can they deal with different situations." After hearing that, Kyo nodded. "So that's how it is." The announcement echoed throughout the arena. "Contestants, take your positions." Kyo asked excitedly, "Thunder, do you think Ian has a chance to win this time?" Thunder reassured him, "Just relax and watch the match. I think Ian will surprise us this time." Without making the audience wait any longer, the official announcement rang out. "The match begins." Gale looked excitedly at Ian as he charged toward him. He smiled strangely. "You're already within range so quickly." Then Gale swiftly launched a dangerous move at Ian. Twin Blade Storm. Ian hurriedly dodged the attack. He looked at the shattered stones sent flying by Gale's attack, feeling a little shaken. That was dangerous. I almost fell into his trap. Now Ian did not dare act recklessly. He silently calculated in his mind. First, wait for his attack speed to slow down, then. Once Ian seized the opportunity, he decisively attacked Gale with his twin blades. Now is the time, critical strike, but Gale did not flinch at all. He quickly spun around and retreated into the distance. Opposite Ian, Gale slowly straightened up. seeming rather interested in him. Not bad, you're much more agile than I expected. But you can try a few more times and see if you can leave even a scratch on my armor. Before he could finish speaking, movement on his armor caught Gale's attention. A large crack had appeared in the chest plate of his armor. The people around the stands immediately burst into an uproar. The crowd cried out in shock. It broke. That tall red-haired guy shattered the armor with just one strike. Another person shouted, "My God, what kind of strength is that?" Someone else could not hide their disbelief. "Impossible. I don't believe anyone here could do something like that." Afterward, Gale took out a mysterious purple potion. He gave a grotesque smile. "Very good. Looks like I don't need to play around with you anymore. Let's end this quickly." Next, Gale tilted his head back and drank the entire potion in one gulp. He muttered, "No mistakes are allowed in this match. That great lord's order is absolute. You leave me with no other choice." Thunder from the stands recognized the potion. He cried out in horror. He drank that thing? No way. The potion bottle fell to the ground just as a strange black aura surged from Gale's body. He roared, "Come on then." Before everyone's eyes, Gale's huge body was now wrapped in a dense layer of purple magic. He shouted excitedly, "Let's keep fighting." Seeing this, Jay clenched his teeth. "That bastard Gale," Harry asked in confusion. "What's wrong? Items are allowed during the match, aren't they?" Though doing that might not look good, it did not break the rules. But Jay immediately denied it. "No, that is not the problem." After observing for a while, Jay looked toward Thunder's group, hoping for an answer. "It is still in its complete form, but I could never mistake that aura." "Boss, what are you going to do?" Thunder, however, kept his eyes fixed on the arena floor. At that moment, he was also extremely worried. Thunder calculated silently. "What should I do now? If I act in front of so many people, my abilities will definitely be exposed. Or should I wait until Winford notices?" He quickly rejected that thought because below, Gale was fiercely attacking Ian. But even now, they still had not stepped in to stop it. That proved they did not know how dangerous this thing was. Facing his madness, Ian could only keep defending for the time being. His reaction made Gale even more excited. Seeing that things were going badly, Thunder rushed down. "I cannot wait any longer." I called out in surprise after him. "Thunder, what are you doing?" "Do not be reckless." KO, standing beside him, also tried to stop him. "Ian will be disqualified." Even Cadden rushed out to block his path. "Thunder, you are not allowed to interfere in the match." But Thunder had no intention of stopping. His hand reached for the weapon on his shoulder. "I do not have time to explain." The next instant, Thunder forcefully rushed past Cadden while shouting, "Get out of the way." Cadden ignored the danger and grabbed Thunder's fist. But at the same time, he was struck so hard that he coughed up blood. Shock filled his eyes. How does this kid have so much strength? Only then did Winford arrive. He looked at the scene before him and asked in confusion, "What is going on? What are you doing?" "Thunder, get back to the stands right now." This seemed to be part of Thunder's plan. He shouted toward Jay. Jay hurried. Jay was surprised by Thunder's plan because he only said briefly, "Make him destroy himself." Z did not dare hesitate any longer either. He raised the sword in his hand and leaped into the arena. "All right, boss." Then Jay used all his strength to slash a fatal blow at the back of Gale's massive body. Everyone was stunned in shock. What is going on? Why has Jay gone crazy along with that pink-haired guy? Winford's eyes widened in disbelief. "You actually..." But he quickly realized the problem because before Winford's eyes, Gale's body had not suffered even the slightest injury. Seeing this, Jay blurted out, "What?" Then Gale slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. Gale gritted his teeth. Jay gullied. Without holding back at all, he struck at Jay. Gale cursed loudly, "You useless trash." Only then did Winford hurriedly make an announcement. "Contestant Gale, stop attacking. Otherwise, I will declare you disqualified." Although he showed nothing on the outside, he had already begun guessing inwardly. No way could this be, as if answering Winford's guess. Gale's face was gradually distorting. He roared, "Who cares?" His monstrous appearance at that moment made Winford even more certain of his guess. He blurted out in shock, "The dark plague," and things did not stop there. Arthur in the stands also began showing strange symptoms. The students watching nearby hurriedly backed away. Screams rang out one after another. "Here, someone here is mutating too. It is Arthur, a level 53 fighter, and it still was not over." On the other side, Green and Caridalus's bodies were also gradually swallowed by a strange purple aura. Everyone immediately fell into chaos. "What is going on? These guys here are also level 53 fighters. This is terrifying." Cadden could hardly believe it. Has the dark plague infected this many people? But Thunder was thinking in another direction. He said it looks like this was a plan arranged in advance. Then Cadden hurriedly urged Winford, "Hurry and protect the elder as he leaves." But Winford hesitated and did not obey. Cadden guessed what Winford was worried about. Joyce, Lazy, Kel, and Tan jumped over to protect Winford. "The elder's safety is most important. These students will help me. I am worried this will turn into a rebellion." So Winford finally felt relieved and turned to leave, leaving only his voice echoing through the space. "All right, I understand. Be careful." Ian seemed unable to resist any longer. Under Gale's terrifying spinning strike, he was instantly sent flying. Thunder cried out anxiously, Damn it, Kishika, how are your injuries? Kadin encouraged him and replied, a small wound like this is nothing to me. Thunder, saving people comes first. All right, just then, Arthur, Green, and Caridalis landed in front of Thunder. She sneered, and the situation left him unable to advance. All three of them were level 53 fighters, making them difficult to deal with. Fortunately, his three friends arrived in time, each carrying a weapon on their shoulder. They said confidently, Thunder, go help the big guy. Joyce and Letty spoke one after another. Leave this to us, go. I fixed a determined gaze on the opponent before me. Our whole match has been ruined. Let's settle victory and defeat right here. Hearing them say that, Thunder hurried away. He politely said to the four of them, sorry, I'm counting on you. Seeing Thunder about to leave, Arthur sharply swung the sword in her hand toward him. Where do you think you're going? But it was blocked by Tan's weapon. He leapt over and stood in front of her. No way, your opponent is me. By now, Green's and Corydalis's eyes had turned black. Green smiled arrogantly. You two defeated losers standing before them. The twins Joyous and Lazy had come forward to fight. Joyous replied, that was when we were apart. Things are different now. Lazy was as brief as ever different. The situation on Ian's side was getting worse and worse. He lay helplessly on the ground. Behind him, Gio was slowly closing in on that lowborn redhead. Today is the day you meet your end. Then he decisively raised the blade in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he roared, die, but Thunder arrived in time. He stood in front of Ian and shouted forcefully, stop. Instantly, a brilliant golden streak swept through the air. Gio instinctively stopped, then looked down in surprise. It turned out that the golden light was coming from Thunder's sword. He had driven the sword straight into Gio's chest. And at some point, Harry had already pierced through his back. Under the simultaneous force of the two swords, the cracks in Gio's armor instantly spread. Blood sprayed from the wound. Harry remained in that same stance. He praised Thunder's quick reaction, you moved fast. Across from him, Thunder recognized Harry's voice and answered boldly, you're not bad yourself. Then Thunder turned to look at Ian. He asked worriedly, big guy, are you all right? Ian called out softly. Thunder, just as Ian was about to say something, the announcement suddenly cut him off. Attention all knights outside. The academy is under fierce assault. Smoke and flames are everywhere. The urgent announcement rang out, we are under attack by the Dark Guild. The arena has been invaded. Inside the arena, the battle involving Tan, Joyous, and Lazy was also growing intense. The announcement rang out powerfully. All knights take up your swords. Protect your families, protect your friends, protect the injured. Winford held the sound transmission crystal in his hand. In a tense voice, he urged everyone on. The time has come to fight to the death to protect our glory. Meanwhile, Harry and Thunder were helping Ian up. The three of them still had not noticed the danger behind them and were even joking with each other. Looks like the academy is in trouble. Harry replied, I'm glad you're not the one causing it. At that moment, Gio loomed closer to the three of them, but Thunder still had not noticed. He turned to Harry and said, what are you planning to do next? Harry answered, I want to make sure my friend is safe first. As soon as he finished speaking, Gio roared from behind and raised the mace in his hand with all his strength. Only then did Thunder and Harry notice him. Fortunately, thanks to their agile movements, both of them dodged this dangerous attack. Harry stared in shock at the huge man before him. Is this guy immortal or something? But Thunder was just as confused as he was. I don't know. The last few times we ran into them, we burned them to ashes. I'm afraid this disease will make him fight until the very last second. Hearing that, Harry decided to take him on. He raised both swords in front of him. What a vile method. Go find your friend, I'll handle this guy. Thunder did not dare hesitate any longer. He quickly agreed with Harry's decision. All right, I'll leave the big guy to you. After that, Thunder swiftly leapt high into the air. Lazy called after him, boss, where are you going? Let me come with you. Thunder gave him an order. Go help Kishika, she needs you more. Looking out from high above the arena, what now lay before Thunder's eyes was a chaotic scene of fighting. Outside, right after that, Thunder quickly activated the Dragon Eye model to scout below. Dragon Eye. He scanned everywhere, and suddenly Thunder's gaze locked onto a crowd of purple figures. Oh no, the infirmary has been surrounded. Why are so many infected people gathered there? Thunder rushed straight toward it, silently praying in his heart. Kyle, Slavia, please don't let anything happen to you. In front of the infirmary, Slavia's 4 older brothers had gathered at some point. Martha lifted his chin and asked, has your Dark Guild really fallen this far? You're even working with the purebloods. The black-clad group replied, the method doesn't matter. All we need is to achieve our goal. It seemed a battle was inevitable. Martha took the initiative and attacked first, gathering a sphere of magic. Everyone get back, water slash. The leader of the Dark Guild group swung his sword to block it. He said arrogantly, stop struggling in vain. No matter what you do now, it's already too late. Realizing the situation was bad, Martha turned and urged him, Mike, go find Slavia. Mike nodded, yes, brother. The scene shifted to a tall tower, a place the Dark Guild had not yet reached. In the conference room, Winford respectfully reported to the person on the high platform. Grand Elder, I have issued the citywide warning order as you instructed. The Grand Elder did not turn around and coldly ordered Winford. All right, you are not needed here for now. Withdraw. Seeing this, Winfred froze, then hurriedly called out, Grand Elder. But the old man only asked calmly, what is it? Is there something else? Knowing he could not change the order, Winfred suppressed his agitation. He lowered his head and accepted the command. No, nothing. This subordinate will take his leave. At the same time, at the medical station, Kyle was resting on a bed in the ward. Suddenly, the ward door cracked open and someone dressed as a medical worker appeared outside, acting suspiciously. Kyle still had not noticed anything at all. He lay there calmly with his eyes shut. Damien carried a syringe filled with purple medicine, seemingly the same infectious drug as Jeho. Sensing movement, Kyle opened his eyes wide. He stared at the person before him in surprise. What are you doing? Damien instantly panicked. You're awake. As he spoke, he grabbed Kyle's hand, preparing to inject him. I'm just giving you painkillers. Relax. Kyle muttered, painkillers. Just then, Slavia flung the door open. She shouted, stop. Kyle looked at the two people at the door in confusion. Slavia, Mary. With no time to explain to Kyle, Mary rushed forward and attacked Damien. Don't think we don't know what's happening here. Meanwhile, Slavia quickly went to the other beds to check on them. She asked one person who looked pained, student, how are you? Wake up, quickly. But it seemed they had arrived too late. The remaining students had already been completely controlled by the purple energy. Damien said smugly, so what if you know? It's already too late. If you don't want to become one of us, then you can only die. Kyle quickly sprang up, grabbed his sword, and immediately entered a combat stance. I choose option 3. Hearing Kyle say that, Damien decisively ordered the infected students get them. Seeing Kyle's momentum, Slavia warned him. Wait, Kyle, these controlled people can still be saved. Mary added, don't kill them. After receiving the reminder from both of them, Kyle stopped using his sword. With a helpless expression, he decided to rely on hand-to-hand force instead. This is really passive. Damien watched the three of them act and laughed in satisfaction. That's right. You all need to remember that these students are your companions. You don't want to see them die by your own hands, do you? Then, a strange purple magical flame appeared in Damien's hand. He refused to obediently join us, but before Damien could say much more, an arrow flew over and pierced his chest. Damien's voice broke off for a moment. That precise arrow had come from Mary's bow. She said coldly, one shot, one kill. They are our companions, you are not. Slavia praised her. Well done, Mary. However, the danger was not over yet. The infected students were becoming more and more violent. Slavia warned everyone, be careful. These people are starting to lose control. Kyle turned back. He said in confusion, I feel like now isn't the time to worry about whether we hurt them or not. Slavia explained her plan. We need to restrict their movements, as long as it isn't fatal, such as breaking some of their bones. At that moment, Kyle let out a soft breath and fought with greater force. You should have said that sooner. The three of them stood back to back. Kyle wondered, can anyone tell me what exactly is going on? This was also beyond Slavia's understanding. I'm not sure either. The patient suddenly went mad. Someone is deliberately causing chaos. Let's get out of here first and talk later. Mary grew even more anxious. Find Munch first. He's in the operating room. Hearing that Munch might be in danger, Kyle grabbed his coat and rushed off. All right, follow me. Slavia nodded. Okay. Mary quickly followed. A large smear of blood stained the operating room door, as if warning the three of them that something terrible had happened. Looking at the blood stain, Mary immediately felt uneasy. Without hesitation, she opened the door and suddenly, Mary's pupils widened. Before her eyes, Munch stood in the darkness, surrounded by a blazing red aura. Mary threw herself around him without caring about anything else and cried out joyfully, thank goodness, you're all right. Munch was still panicking. I killed someone, I killed someone. Seeing Munch blame himself, Mary held his face and comforted him. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Munch called out softly, deeply moved. Mary, in the slightly tense atmosphere, Kyle suddenly spoke up and interrupted. I'm very sorry to ruin your moment, but could you hurry up? Slavia, who was holding the door with Kyle, urged Mary, we can't hold them back much longer. As soon as the words were spoken, the infected students nearly forced the door open. One of them reached toward Kyle. Outside, the battle against the infected crowd was fierce and screams rang out. Desperate screams cried help. Nain was also fighting with all her strength. In her heart, she worried as more and more people became infected. She had not expected so many third-year students to be infected. Images of Arthur, Rin, and Corydales flashed through Nain's mind, and she silently blamed herself, knowing their bloodlines were important. But she never imagined they would willingly become pawns of the Dark Guild. While Nain was lost in thought, an infected student tried to attack her from behind, but luckily, he was stopped. In front of Nain, Kyo tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. Even in this tense moment, he had not attacked her. This beauty seemed to need help. As soon as he finished speaking, Nain lashed Kyo's hand with her whip. The whip struck the face of the one trying to ambush her with perfect accuracy. After that, Nain pulled the whip back and said coldly, if you want to help others, you should protect yourself first. She looked at the one who had just fallen and praised him. Your reflexes are impressive. A strange fire ignited in Kyo's heart as he gripped his chain tightly. The more you say that, the more I want to protect you. After that, the two officially fought side by side. Kyo wondered, something seems wrong with you third-year students. Good thing you were not infected. But Nain denied it. It is hard to tell whether these infected people volunteered or not. This is clearly a riot that was planned in advance, just as they were surrounded. Powerful surge of magic swept away the violent crowd. The person's voice was full of strength. Kyo happily looked at Mike. Thanks, brother. Nain froze. Is he a mage from outside? Mike answered modestly. It was nothing. Do you know where the infirmary is? I want to find my sister. Hearing that, Kyo quickly turned around. He signaled to Mike, follow me. I happen to be looking for my friends too. The scene shifted back to the infirmary. The place was already covered in a thick purple aura. The group of 4 trapped inside the infirmary was completely surrounded. Munch cried out in terror. Why are there more and more of them? Slavia explained while fighting. They are attacking the people who have not been infected. Mary angrily cursed. Damn it, the exit is right in front of us. KO, Mary, Slavia, and Munch formed a defensive circle. Suddenly, a voice called out, Kyo, Munch, where are you? Slavia, Slavia. Hearing her name being called, Slavia shouted excitedly, that is Kyo's voice. And that voice is Mike's. Hearing this, Mary happily called toward the sound. Kyo, we are here. Slavia was just as happy. Mike, I am near the door. When Mike heard his sister's voice, he wanted to rush inside. Great, I finally found you. Facing the suffocating crowd inside, Kyo broke out in a cold sweat. Why are there so many people? Seeing this, Nain urged him. Stop standing there like an idiot and move. She stretched the whip in her hand tight and ordered. Follow the plan. Kyo instantly regained his energy. Got it. The two quickly threw the chain and whip toward the 4 of them. Kyo shouted, KO, Munch, grab them now. The full length of both weapons was put to use. Munch grabbed the whip. Got it. Meanwhile, KO firmly caught Kyo's iron chain. I have it. Only then did Nain explain the plan clearly. Pull to both sides together. Then KO and Munch pulled the 2 ropes apart in perfect coordination. The infected crowd was forced aside, creating a path for them. Seeing that the chance had come, Mike quickly waved his hand and used magic, barrier shield. The magic helped reinforce the passage a little more. Mike's urgent voice rang out, hurry, I cannot hold it much longer. After the 4 of them safely escaped, Mike continued using magic from behind. Retract, the magical barrier gradually faded away. The infected students also surged out in a flood. As they ran, Slavia asked Mike, what exactly happened here? And where are Thor and the others? He answered with a grave expression, it is the Dark Guild. They are at the arena. There's also a group from the Dark Guild there. I have to go back and help them. Hearing this, Slavia immediately agreed, all right, I will go too. Mary ran beside Kyo and Munch. She looked at Kyo in confusion. How are the others? He replied, when I arrived, everyone was fine. Except Thor, who was still badly injured. Munch repeated suspiciously, Thor was still. KO, who was running behind them, called out, what about Thunder? But Kyo was not sure either. Thunder should have come looking for you too. I thought he would arrive before me. Hearing this, worry appeared in KO's eyes. He frowned and thought to himself, Thunder, did something happen to you? The scene shifted again to the tall tower, where everything remained peaceful beneath the clear blue sky. In stark contrast to the rest of the academy, inside the Elder's council chamber, Winford's impatient voice rang out, Grand Elder. The students' lives are in danger. How much longer are we supposed to wait? But the old man remained completely calm. Winford, calm down. The attack at the arena may only be bait. If we send people out recklessly, who will protect this place? Winford still could not understand. Then at least let me go, as long as Denver and Bernardo stay behind then. Before he could finish, the Grand Elder reminded him in a deep voice, Winford, you know how important the thing I am referring to is. This startled Winford and he tried to argue. That would mean sacrificing many people. However, the Grand Elder only replied indifferently, have you been a knight for so long and still not understood this? Then the old man slowly turned his head. In his eyes, his pupils had changed color. The Grand Elder said coldly, sometimes we must sacrifice a few people in order to save many more. Her words left Winfrey momentarily stunned. He lowered his head, unsure what else to say. Every word they said had reached Thunder, who was hiding nearby. Outside, he realized something horrifying. Were they planning to leave those students to fend for themselves? Inside the room, the Grand Elder continued, I assume I do not need to repeat your mission. Winfrey seemed to have accepted reality and stopped arguing. No, your subordinate understands. At this point, Thunder did not want to hear anymore. He gritted his teeth and turned away without hesitation. Thunder stood high above, looking down. Deep in his eyes was overwhelming disappointment. It seemed that, compared to the Academy's secrets, the lives of the students were not worth mentioning. Then Thunder frowned slightly. He was so angry that he felt like screaming inside. Foolish ideas, foolish humans. Immediately afterward, powerful magical vortexes appeared around Thunder's body. He shouted, Phantom Body Technique. Instantly, Thunder's arm was covered in a layer of metal. At the same time, he said, endless void. It turned out Thunder had been secretly making plans. Now I can only fight my own way. The situation in the arena was extremely tense. Harry was already exhausted. Are there still no reinforcements? Jay, however, fought with growing excitement and thought differently. No need, no need. It is rare for me to get a chance to fight this freely. Come on, I can take on 10 of you. Meanwhile, Cadden and Martha were fighting in perfect coordination. Cadden suddenly spoke. Judging by your uniform, you are a general of the Alua Kingdom's army, correct? Martha replied, that is right. We should act quickly. If this disease reaches its second stage, it will be even harder to deal with. The sword in Cadden's hand swiftly swept through one enemy after another. He exclaimed, that is exactly what I had in mind. Next came the battle between Arthur and Tan. Arthur seemed to have the upper hand. She said arrogantly, you are too weak. Tan struggled to hold on, damn it. Suddenly, Tan's eyes revealed firm determination. He said something difficult to understand, using power that is not your own to become stronger. Your path should end here. Only then did Arthur notice something strange. She looked behind her warily, but before Arthur could understand what was happening, her neck had been pierced by an arrow. That arrow had been fired by Cherry herself. Filled with guilt, she spoke her final words to her friend, I'm sorry. Arthur, before long, Tan dispelled that feeling. He looked at Cherry with gratitude, thanks, nice archery. Cherry replied happily, it was also thanks to you distracting her. Meanwhile, on the side of the twin siblings Joyce and Lazy, the fight had reached its end. Green lay flat on the ground in shock. What? How is this possible? You? Beside her, that Corydallis lay sprawled out, completely exhausted. They had clearly been so weak during the match. Joyce, standing like a victor, answered them. Is that so? During the match, we just had to fight separately, so there was nothing we could do. Lazy continued, but as long as we fight together, we will win every battle. Just then, Slavia's group finally arrived. Munch hurriedly asked, hey, is everyone all right? Slavia shouted, brother. Seeing that she was safe, Martha was finally somewhat relieved. Slavia looked joyfully at Munch, Keo, and the others. Thank goodness everyone is. Her words suddenly trailed off. Safe. Because it was not only Slavia's group advancing toward Tan, but also a massive army of infected people surging toward them. Tan had not even had time to rest before he had to keep fighting. His resentment was written all over his face. Damn it, it was hard enough to defeat them. Why are more coming? Martha calmly commanded, the wounded fall back quickly. On this side, Cadden quickly gave orders to those who had not been infected. Everyone form a line. Do not let them get through. Just then, Slavia spoke up to remind everyone, do not kill them. They are all infected students and they can still be saved. Hearing this, Cadden froze and thought to himself, is this also part of HAM Guild's plan? With this many people, avoiding accidental injuries will be very difficult. But Mather had already rushed forward. Then he said to John and Alex, create water waves, then let me control them. The two shouted in unison, understood. As for Mather, he gathered all his magic into his hand. From it, he created an orb of power, and Mather softly chanted a spell. Withdraw. The water waves created by John and Alex under Mather's control pierced into the bodies of the infected students. They instinctively came to a stop. Seeing that the method was temporarily effective, Mather continued pouring magic into the orb of power. Before everyone's astonished eyes, streams of purple mist escaped from the infected students' bodies. Everyone cheered excitedly. This is the drug that infected them. It is being separated out. They stopped. It is working. Ignoring the cheers around him, Mather continued his work, just a little more. Through his efforts, the powerful water waves pierced through more and more people. But Mather had also reached his limit by then, and he collapsed to his knees. John, Alex, and Slavia hurried over. Brother, are you all right? Big bro, Cadden had been standing to one side, observing all along. He secretly admired him. It was no easy feat to control magic so precisely over so many people at the same time. This man was terrifyingly powerful. Mather had now been helped up by Slavia. He comforted her, it's all right. I only used up too much magic power at once. A few days of rest will be enough. Slavia looked at her brother with emotion. Brother, thank you. The battle could now be considered over. Cadden immediately assigned everyone their tasks. Kyle, Munch, take a few others and count the wounded. Then bring them all to one place. Kel, take a few others and check how the infected are recovering their consciousness. All three answered in unison. Understood. Once the battlefield cleanup had been assigned, Cadden quietly calculated the situation. It seemed the number of casualties was still within an acceptable range. That was also thanks to these mages. Once everything settled down, the academy ought to thank them properly. Just then, the sky, which had seemed peaceful again, suddenly darkened. Several strange bolts of lightning shot down from above. Cadden, Kyle, and Kel were the first to notice something was wrong. All three were stunned in shock. Before everyone's astonished eyes, the bizarre lightning bolts struck the ground one after another. Wherever they landed, the earth shattered at once. Slavia was helping Mather inside at that moment. She stared blankly up at the sky. What is that? Amid the dust and smoke from the broken earth and stone, a tall figure slowly walked toward them. Everyone cried out in fear. Is that a person? As Moffland gradually appeared before him, Cadden broke out in a cold sweat. Kyle asked in confusion, Sir Cadden, do you know him? As if answering his question, Moffland walked straight toward Cadden and called his name. Long time no see. Cadden, hearing him dare to call his name, Cadden showed clear anger. He growled, you have no right to call me by that name. Mather seemed to have recognized the person before them as well. He said, I never expected him to be Moffland. When Slavia heard that name, she cried out in horror. What, he is Moffland? At this point, Moffland's identity gradually became clear, the former elder of Farud Academy. Appetence, the leader of the Dark Guild, Moffland. Immediately afterward, Mather gave John, Alex, and Munch a signal with his eyes without hesitation. Then the three of them launched magical attacks at the same time, aiming straight at Moffland's massive body. Hand slash. Even though he was engulfed by the fierce magical power, Moffland said calmly, it is useless. As soon as he finished speaking, his body returned to its original state, completely unharmed before John, Alex, and Slavia. Mather stared at Moffland's every movement in a daze, no longer able to believe his eyes. Then Moffland gathered lightning magic in the palm of his hand. He gave a ghastly smile and once again threw the gathered magic at John and Alex. The two of them were instantly shocked numb. Seeing both of them defeated at his feet, while he himself had yet to recover his magic power, Mather did not know what to do for a moment. At this moment, Cadden's face had gone pale. He clenched his teeth so hard that he crushed the cigar in his mouth. I have never seen anyone able to use lightning elemental magic. Such a powerful element only appears in legendary magical beasts. And Moffland, I have never heard that he had this ability either. How exactly did he do it? Seeing them all standing frozen in place, Moffland spoke coldly. I regret that I could not come here from the very beginning, but I suppose those elders will not appear, even if I kill everyone here. Cherry was the first to react. She immediately drew her bow and fired an arrow at Moffland. We still do not know who will take whose life. Unfortunately, he easily blocked it. Moffland spoke as if mocking Cherry. Too slow, right after Cherry, Jay leaped up, poured all his strength into the sword in his hand and slashed at Moffland. But he did not waver in the slightest. Moffland merely pointed one finger at Jay's chest. That seemingly harmless action sent him flying into the wall. Moffland sneered, foolish brat. After the impact, Jay lost consciousness on the spot and everyone cried out his name in panic. Jay. Moffland continued walking toward Cadden and asked, what do these students call you now? Cadden answered directly, what do you want? Come at me. Moffland turned his head back and his strange voice rang out again. Nothing much, I am giving you a choice. Hearing that, Cadden became even more unable to understand. He muttered the word again, a choice. Moffland turned his gaze toward the students lying motionless on the ground. He threatened, you can leave now and go ask those elders for help. But I will kill one person every minute. How many you can save will depend on you. Cadden's hand, hidden behind his back, suddenly made a signal while he continued stalling for time. What is the other choice? Receiving Cadden's signal, the group immediately knew what to do. Kyle nodded at Kel. Then Kel and Munch took advantage of Moffland still being busy talking, and circled around to both sides of him. Your only other choice is to stay here and watch me kill them one by one. As soon as Moffland finished speaking, Cadden shouted. In your dreams, then he leapt up with Munch and Kel to attack. Moffland looked helplessly at Cadden, his voice tinged with regret. So this is your choice. Just as Cadden slashed down at Moffland, his body suddenly vanished. The sight startled Slavia and her eyes widened in horror. He disappeared. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out, and Cadden immediately looked toward where the sound had come from. It turned out Moffland had already begun attacking. He tightened his grip around Cherry's throat and lifted her high into the air. Say nothing. You must watch me kill them one by one. Seeing her in danger, Nain hurriedly rushed forward. She swung her whip hard and roared, you bastard, let Cherry go. Hearing that only made Moffland even more excited. He swung his arm and hurled Cherry far away, while his other hand grabbed Nain's whip. That is not a good idea. From Moffland's hand, the whip became a bridge that sent electricity surging through Nain's entire body. She screamed from the shock, realizing something was wrong. Cadden lunged forward in time and cut the cord to save Nain. Nain lost her balance and fell into Munch's arms. Careful, are you all right? Still shaken, she answered unconsciously. I'm fine, thank you. Just as Moffland was not paying attention, an iron chain wrapped tightly around his body. Moffland looked in disgust toward Kyo, who was pulling hard on the chain. He said coldly, it seems you still have not learned your lesson. However, Gao suddenly threw the end of the chain to the ground, and the tip sank deep into the earth. He shouted Kai-Ho. Receiving the signal, Kai-Ho quickly lunged forward. At that moment, Harry also rushed after him excitedly. Me too. Then the two of them reached the end of the chain. Harry arrived first and pressed his sword close against the iron chain. Kai-Ho arrived after him and did the same as Harry. Now the two swords formed a pincer around the iron chain. Moffland looked on in disgust, unable to understand what the two of them were trying to do. Whatever it was, Moffland would not allow it to happen. He frantically gathered an enormous magic sphere in his hand. You little brats are starting to anger me. Seeing this, Slavia hurriedly rushed out and pushed Kyo and Harry aside. She shouted, "Watch out." Flavia's action planted the seed of doubt in Moflin's heart. That child can predict my attacks. While he was still distracted by the scene before him, Mary quickly raised the bow in her hand. Perhaps this is my only chance. I hope that large woman's move can have some effect. Mary decisively fired a powerful arrow straight at Moflin's back. In her heart, she silently hoped hit him, but the arrow pierced only empty air. Because Moflin had vanished before their eyes once again, Mary could not believe what she was seeing. She collapsed to the ground in despair. "No, we cannot catch him." Just as Mary was still confused, Slavia shouted a warning to her. "Mary, watch out, he is right in front of you." Right then, Mary reacted quickly and hurriedly sprang to another spot. The place where Mary had just been had become a pit. A terrifying pit. Moflin looked at Slavia and thought, it is no coincidence. Of course, he would leave behind no seed that could threaten him. Moflin rushed towards Slavia with astonishing speed, cruelty flashing in his eyes. I must eliminate her. At that moment, Mather jumped out in front of Slavia, then joined Mike in creating a powerful wave of magic. Water slash. The supreme magic attack immediately struck straight into Moflin's body. Because he was hit, his speed slowed slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ta quickly hurled the spear in his hand at Moflin. It shot toward Moflin's body, but only struck his shoulder lightly before bouncing backward. This time it was Ta's turn to widen his eyes, his face turning deathly pale. His voice was full of terror. How is that possible? That attack nearly used up all my energy." At this point, Moflin raised his hand. He looked at his palm and spoke. "I am starting to grow tired of this meaningless battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Moflin raised both hands high. From above, he frantically gathered magic. A great gale rose, and earth and stones were swept up with it. Moflin hissed, "Now all of you die." Seeing the magic sphere grow larger and stronger, everyone encouraged themselves, hoping to stop it. Then Kai-Ho was the first to strike. He jumped up and swung his sword hard into Moflin's shoulder. Although the slash hit a vital spot, Moflin was completely unharmed. He laughed heartily. It seems apartments can still teach a few special children. Then Moflin used magic to send Kai-Ho flying far away, and he roared viciously. "Unfortunately, all of you must die." The magic sphere in his hand had reached its peak, sending dazzling light throughout the entire space from its center. Moflin crazily pulled each person toward himself, and bolts of lightning fell with his movements as if to destroy everything. The terrifying power he released was so great that it forced Cadden to struggle against it. Stunned, how could that man have become so powerful? Amid the chaotic space of rocks, dirt, and smoke, Moflin calmly walked toward him. Cadden calculated silently. Right now, perhaps only the sixth elder could stop him. Seeing him kneel before him once more, Moflin smiled mockingly. "Cadden, it seems my plan hasn't gone very smoothly. Just to keep those things buried underground forever, those elders abandoned all of you." Cadden raised his eyes. He seemed to have realized something. "So that's what you want." Then Cadden shouted, "Stop dreaming, you madman." Immediately afterward, Moflin conjured a bit of magic in front of Cadden's forehead. Then he stood upright, staring darkly at Cadden, his movements still not slowing. "No matter, I have no shortage of other methods. But either way, I can't go back empty-handed today." At those words, cruelty flashed in Moflin's eyes. He slowly emphasized each word. Then, "Farewell." Just when everything seemed to be over, a streak of light suddenly flew in from nowhere and interrupted Moflin. The small streak of light quickly turned into a golden current of energy that slashed across his leg. Moflin calmly dodged the attack. He looked at the spear embedded where he had just stood. Then he turned around and said, "It's you." It turned out Jay had arrived just in time. He stood firmly in front of Cadden. "Not just anyone can take me down." Cadden was delighted to see Jay. "Jay, you're all right." Jay's return was rather unexpected to Moflin. "You're not dead." He slung the sword over his shoulder and replied proudly, "A small wound like this is nothing." Then Moflin pulled the spear from the ground, a hint of approval flashing through his eyes. "It seems there is still someone with decent combat ability." Moflin studied the weapon in his hand, and his cold voice rang out at the same time. "Unfortunately, you have to face me." Then he charged straight at Jay with astonishing speed. The spear pierced through Jay's body. "You think far too highly of yourself." Jay strained with all his might to stop, digging the tips of his feet so hard into the ground that they sank into it. Jay gripped the spear tightly with both hands. Meanwhile, Moflin still observed the surroundings calmly. "You're the last one who can still move, aren't you?" Then his gaze fixed on Cadden, who was kneeling helplessly in place. Moflin said cruelly, "Next, I'll send each of you on your way one by one." Suddenly, movement under his hand startled him. Moflin turned his head in surprise and looked down. Jay's whole body trembled with effort as he clutched the shaft of the spear and roared, "Don't think you can defeat us." He clenched his teeth so hard they bled. Veins stood out clearly across Jay's face. He hissed something hard to understand. "My boss will kick you to death." Hearing that, Moflin was somewhat surprised as well. He asked coldly, not noticing that a dark figure was rushing toward him from behind. "Your boss, is that so? Where is he?" That dark figure swiftly approached Moflin. A bold, powerful voice rang out, answering for Jay, "Right here." As soon as the words fell, Mothland was thrown far away. He unexpectedly coughed dryly. It seemed this move had caused Mothland some damage. His entire body slammed against the wall behind him. From within the white smoke created by the throw just now, Slavia struggled to stand up. That person appeared before her. He was now a young man with black hair. Slavia cried out in surprise. Thunder in Nest's form quickly slashed across the spear lodged in Jay's body. Jay frowned slightly from the pain. Then Thunder grabbed the pointed end. He said calmly to Jay, "Bear with it, this will hurt a little." Jay said in a low voice, "It's fine, pull it out, I can take it." Seeing that he was ready, Thunder decisively pulled out the remaining part. Jay leaned forward in pain. Though it hurt, Jay's body felt much better now. He looked gratefully at Thunder in the unfamiliar form before him. "Thank you." "No problem, brother," Thunder replied. "You already owed me one life before." He calmly continued, "Now it's two." Only then did Jay realize who was in front of him. He whispered, "You're Thunder," but Thunder signaled to Jay. "You have to keep this a secret for me." Jay quickly nodded. "All right, even if I die I won't say a word." While they were talking, a huge boulder flew straight toward them. Noticing the movement, Thunder reacted at once. He quickly pushed Jay away. Focusing on the opposite side, Mothland slowly stood up and looked at him with disdain. "Lies just keep coming to waste my time." Then he forcefully absorbed the magical power around him. Mothland roared furiously, "I'm very angry right now." But Mothland's opponent now was Thunder. His face darkened as Thunder slowly stroked his iron hand and answered, "Perfect, I'm also very angry today, and I didn't know how to let it out." Next, Thunder's eyes turned black. He had activated his dragon eyes and was ready to fight. Come on. Now a fierce battle was inevitable. Mothland flew high into the air, surrounded by lightning that gave off a terrifying, ominous presence. On this side, Slavia was still injured. She tried to warn Thunder, "Nest, be careful of his lightning," before Slavia's eyes. A bolt of lightning struck straight down at Thunder. He blocked it with his metal hand and continued charging toward Mothland. From high above, Mothland stared in stunned silence. What was happening before his eyes was clearly beyond anything he had expected. In the distance, Slavia was also stunned by the scene. She blurted out instinctively, "How is that possible?" Her mind was filled with doubts. Even someone with a strong physique like Jay had been sent flying so easily, yet Nesk was completely unharmed. Mothland quickly regained his composure. This time he unleashed an even more terrifying bolt of lightning than before. Go! But it still failed to harm Thunder in the slightest. His speed did not slow at all. Thunder turned his head slightly and looked at the lightning bolt that had just struck beside him. He had already made his calculations. This kind of lightning magic really was unusual. Good thing I prepared in advance. The scene shifted back to the Academy's high tower. The sky there was already covered in an eerie purple hue. Outside the conference room, a knight hurried over to Winford and called out anxiously. "Lord Winford," he answered, "what happened?" The knight hurriedly reported urgent news. A squad assigned to protect our elder's residence was suddenly attacked. Hearing this, Winford's expression darkened. He asked in a low voice, "Attack? What are the casualties and how many enemies were there?" The knight slowly recalled the moment he discovered his injured comrades. "Hey, what happened to you? Wake up now." He urgently reported the situation outside to Winford. "Well, more than 50 people are unconscious," and those who woke up said. They could not see who the enemy was, they only knew the other side had just one person. At this point, the knight hesitated. Their lives are not in danger. There are no injuries on their bodies either, it's just— Winford frowned and pressed him, "Just what?" The knight slowly raised his hand, his words filled with terror. After waking up, they discovered they could no longer use their energy. It was as if they had contracted magic loss syndrome. Hearing this, Winford's expression grew even worse. In his heart, he seemed to already have an answer. Magic loss syndrome. Could it be? At the same time at the arena, bolts of lightning continued to crash down violently. Thunder was resisting each of Mothland's attacks. Without realizing it, Winford seemed to call out his name, Thunder. After pausing briefly, Thunder turned his gaze toward Mothland. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief, thankful he had gathered a great deal of mana from those knights. Otherwise, he could only have waited to be beat. Although Thunder could withstand Mothland's attacks, it was extremely draining. At that moment, Thunder cried out inwardly in exhaustion. It took 100 mana points converted into aura just to block that attack. I have to keep 20 mana points for the transformation spell. This guy truly lives up to his reputation as a monster. Across from him, Mothland grew more excited the longer he fought. He gathered an even larger magic sphere. "No one can stop my power of erosion." A faint bead of sweat formed on Thunder's forehead. His eyes clearly revealed his tension in the face of Mothland's madness. Before his eyes, Mothland hurled the sphere straight at Thunder. Luckily, he reacted in time, and Thunder leapt up to avoid its devastating force. Cadden watched without blinking. Thunder's movements made him start to doubt what he was seeing. That just now was Knight Daiden's movement technique. Who exactly is that child? Mofland, however, showed no emotion at all. He used magic to gather even more spheres of power in the sky. Is that all your petty skill amounts to? Let me see how long you can keep dodging. Under their relentless assault, Thunder nimbly launched himself through the air to evade them. He calculated silently. These attacks were different from before. Their speed and power were several times stronger, so he could not face them head-on. If he were hit a few times then. Before Thunder could finish that thought, a bolt of lightning struck his body directly. Fortunately, Thunder had prepared in advance, so he did not suffer too much pain. He retreated backward to defend. Thunder's feet scraped across the ground, kicking up wisps of white smoke. He sighed inwardly. This is getting difficult. Seeing Thunder withstand that blow, Mofland remained strangely calm. He looked contemptuously at Thunder's movements. You think that worthless trick can block my attack? How laughable. Thunder ignored Mofland's words. He focused on creating a block of ice. Ice element. Seeing this, Mofland's eyes finally flickered slightly. He said with interest, so you are a mage. You have surprised me a little. Then Mofland continued condensing magic. A sphere containing terrifying power appeared in the sky. He said arrogantly, but you should know that the gap between mages can be enormous. Behind the ice wall, Thunder still paid him no attention. He raised his hand and created something purple. Endless void. Then Mofland used the magic sphere to attack Thunder. He hissed, attack. Let's see if your mana can withstand this. The ice wall was quickly shattered by a terrifying force. Slavia cried out his name in fear. Unexpectedly, the magic sphere with world-destroying power bounced back toward Mofland instead. It all happened in an instant, and Mofland had no time to react. He took the full force of its energy head-on, just as the dust and smoke cleared. Thunder quickly charged forward with his spear in hand. In midair, Thunder put all his strength into a powerful strike against Mofland's chest. A dazzling golden light radiated from the spear, and Mofland looked utterly fascinated. Then the golden light rapidly expanded into a massive surge of power. It sent him flying backward, but Mofland quickly shifted elsewhere. He looked with interest at the weapon in Thunder's hand. That spear is quite a fine weapon. It deserves a place in my collection. Seeing Mofland appear there, Thunder was somewhat startled. This is his movement technique. At that moment, he was extremely anxious. At this rate, he definitely could not defeat him. Outwardly, Thunder still appeared calm. He deliberately stalled for time to think of a way. Is that so? I think the eyeball on your armor is not bad either. Why not trade it with me? Mofland did not respond to Thunder's proposal. He quickly shifted away again, seeing Mofland use it so casually. Thunder boldly formed a guess in his mind. Come to think of it, this technique must have a weakness. He cannot possibly use it freely without limits. Is it the timing of the attack? Just then, Slavia's voice rang out, interrupting Thunder's thoughts. Next, watch your back. Upon receiving the warning, he quickly sprang up to dodge the move, exclaiming inwardly that was close. After that, Thunder adapted on the spot, focusing mainly on evasion. As he rushed toward Mofland, he calculated. Knight Daiden's movement technique is essentially the act of blending one's own aura into the surrounding environment, combined with special footwork, allowing the user to hide in the enemy's blind spots. He uses magic, but there must still be something similar. Thinking of this, one of Thunder's dragon eyes lit up. Before him, lightning shot toward him. Slavia's perception ability is the best among us. If she noticed it, then Dragon Eye. Thunder grew tense, not daring to let his guard down for even a second. He forced himself to stay calm and search Mofland for an opening. There has to be one. There must be some tiny flaw. At the exact moment Mofland jumped in front of him, Thunder suddenly realized what that is. Seeing it, Thunder's eyes filled with determination. Taking a reckless gamble, he charged forward to test it, but Thunder did not attack Mofland directly. Instead, he aimed his move straight at another strange black streak in that direction. Attack in that direction. Before the magical force Thunder just unleashed, Mofland suddenly materialized, stunned and unable to react. Then Mofland was hit, his entire body thrown backward. Thunder exclaimed, got him, confirming his own deduction. Exactly, he moves by harnessing lightning. Fast but not untraceable. A thought flashed through Thunder's mind. Animals can sense lightning about to strike because they detect irregular electrical charges on the ground. Confidently, he raised his metal fist and thought, that one is the same. The spot where he will land shows tiny electric arcs. Mofland, hurt by the strike, went berserk, roaring with fury. You dare use my own technique against me? The power radiating around him grew stronger. He clenched his fist, resolved, you and that girl are alike. If not eliminated soon, disaster will follow. Even though Thunder successfully discerned Mofland's pattern, he did not relax. This magic is formidable. Even finding a flaw, distinguishing between the electric arcs and attacks in such a short time is extremely difficult. In response to Thunder's attack, Mofland condensed his magical power even more intensely. Don't think that discovering my flaw can stop me. You think I haven't discovered yours. He seemed to have noticed. If capable, use your own magic against me. Hearing this, Thunder panicked internally. Exposed, now I have no magical energy left. Just then Slavia's voice reminded Thunder. Next, dodge quickly. But this time Mufflin allowed no reaction. He directed a lightning bolt straight at Thunder, exulting. Too late. Thunder dodged, but his body was struck by another bolt. The lightning immediately paralyzed Thunder. He struggled to stand, helplessness clear on his face. He could not move. Mufflin seemed to read his thoughts, rushing forward. Then die. Thunder had no strength left to flee. In front of him, the dazzling light from Mufflin's magical orb drew closer. Thunder was thrown, crushed to the ground by that force. Flavia, seeing this, shouted in despair. Nessie. Thunder spat blood in pain. Seeing him sprawled, Day rushed to his injured body. Brother, are you all right? Thunder had no strength to answer. Day helped him up, his mind filled with confusion. Damn it. Even with 100 points of magic transformed from energy, it cannot be resisted. What kind of monster is this? However, Thunder's physical resilience also surprised Mufflin. He curiously looked. You can still move. Astonishing, what is his true origin? I've never heard of anyone like this in Pharaoh Apartments. Seeing Thunder seriously wounded, Jay spoke with concern. Thunder, you fought that one so long, yet his armor isn't even scratched. The gap in power is too great. At this rate, I fear, but Thunder said something puzzling. Jay, you came at just the right time. He made a request to Jay. Jay, lend me your strength for a moment, will you? Without hesitation, Jay sincerely replied, take it even if it means my life. I am with you, leader. Receiving consent, Thunder got to work. He muttered incantations, absorbing magical power. Now, Mufflin could no longer stay still, continuing to hurl lightning at Thunder. What are you playing at? Immediately, a brilliant aura surrounded him. Thunder lightly used his hand to block the attacking lightning. With Jay's power added, Thunder's magic surged anew. He stood boldly beside Jay, who lay collapsed, silently thinking. Jay, rest a moment, as Thunder's oppressive aura filled the space. Mufflin stared in astonishment as Thunder slowly advanced. No, this aura seems doubled in an instant. How did he manage that? Then Thunder, his body enveloped in golden power, leapt and struck Mufflin's face with a punch. Not stopping there, Thunder rapidly assaulted around Mufflin's body, moving so fast that only streaks of golden light remained in the air. Then with a simple flick of his hand, Thunder sent Mufflin flying high. The scene left Slavia in disbelief, muttering in shock. Even Martha, who had experienced countless battles, could not hide the amazement in her eyes. How does he still have strength? Cadden was equally surprised. He murmured, incredible, his current power nearly matches the Elder's. Facing an opponent like Thunder, Mufflin began to feel intrigued. He could not deny it. As soon as he finished speaking, from the air he summoned more lightning to surround himself. Mufflin roared, you've truly angered me. But Thunder no longer intended to stand idle. He clenched his spear and silently chanted. Endless void. Morphlin quickly gathered all his power and attacked Thunder. He roared with force, turned to dust. At the same time, Thunder had finished building up momentum. Thunder's eyes were filled with determination. He gritted his teeth. You. In midair, Thunder's spearhead clashed against Morphlin's magical power. He shouted, get lost. Flavia called out worriedly, next. Behind him, Jay had regained consciousness and shouted, boss. Morphlin remained standing motionless in the air. He calmly looked down at the explosion created by the collision of those two terrifying forces. Suddenly, Morphlin took out an object filled with magical power. He thought to himself, this little brat of unknown origin can still hold out. Do I have to use it? It was no wonder Morphlin looked uneasy, because Thunder had walked out of that explosion without a single injury. At that moment, the object Morphlin held in his hand seemed far superior to all his previous techniques. He told himself, it seems those elders will not appear no matter what. Then I will use it on this one. Thunder calmly looked at Morphlin. Even so, it seemed he had also reached his limit. Borrowing so much energy in an instant had already begun to harm his body. Thinking this, Thunder frowned slightly. He secretly made up his mind, I have to end this quickly. Just as Morphlin was condensing his magical power, an unexpected voice rang out. Once again, my lord, he replied coldly, what is it? The other person continued through telepathy. There is a lead on the task you assign. I have found that path. Hearing this, Morphlin's eyes instantly wavered. Immediately afterward, he gave up on eliminating Thunder. Morphlin said to the other person, very good, come to the old place and find me at once. The voice replied. Under Thunder's puzzled gaze, the sky suddenly became clear again. Morphlin said arrogantly to Thunder, your name is Nex, right? I will definitely remember it. From today onward, your name will appear on the Dark Guild's bounty list. He sneered in response, should I feel honored? Thunder was not afraid. Instead, he told Morphlin, remember to set the bounty a little higher. Immediately afterward, dark clouds slowly covered Morphlin's body. He called out loudly, see you again, young man. Enjoy the few peaceful days you have left. From high above, a blinding beam of light shone straight down to the ground. Morphlin also disappeared behind that beam of light. The surrounding scene suddenly returned to normal. Flavia slowly opened her eyes. He is gone. Jay quickly went over to Thunder and asked with concern, boss, are you hurt? He answered softly, no, I am fine. In truth, Thunder was about to collapse. Good thing he left, my body almost could not take it anymore. Seeing Jay arrive, Thunder requested, Jay, we need to leave this place quickly. Jay Jay quickly grabbed Thunder's arm and helped him leave. "All right, boss." At that moment, violent coughing came from the ground. It turned out that Munch and KO had regained consciousness. KO sat up trembling. "I am still alive." Only Slavia remained standing in place. Her gaze lifted toward the distance, her heart uneasy. "Is everything over?" Just then Martha's voice woke Slavia from her thoughts. "Slavia, where did that young man go?" Seeing that Martha's body was still weak, Slavia hurriedly reminded him, "Brother, lie there and do not move." Then she went over to support Martha, but her eyes remained fixed on the place where Thunder's back had disappeared. Slavia's voice carried a trace of regret. "He left again." Just like last time, a sudden breeze blew her hair in the sunset glow. Slavia gently raised her hand and tucked her hair back. A hint of expectation appeared deep in her eyes. "But I feel we will meet him again." In the sky above Pharaoh Academy, the peaceful twilight was slowly descending. After the battle, the knights also hunted down the members of the Dark Guild. The Dark Guild's attack ended with Morphlin's retreat. The knights arrived one after another to wipe out the guild's remnants and regain control of the academy. Relief work and battlefield cleanup after the battle were also quickly assigned. Medical personnel began rescuing the injured, but regrettably, nearly 30 students did not survive. The most painful loss for Thunder's group was probably the loss of their friends, including Ian, who had suffered the gravest injuries. Thunder was currently receiving treatment together with Jay. Jay's injuries this time were quite severe. In addition to the students who died, nearly half the students were gravely wounded. They could no longer become knights. That battle temporarily prevented the academy from returning to its golden age. After that day, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the academy. Vigilance and defense became the top priority. Everyone was extremely cautious, fearing they might become the next target of an attack. Thunder stood high above, observing the heavily guarded academy. His heart was filled with resentment. That day, if the reinforcements had arrived a little earlier, if Knight K and Winford had not stopped him from interfering in the match, if Ian had not had red hair. Thinking of Ian, sadness showed in Thunder's eyes and his face darkened. Then Thunder clenched his fist. He angrily gritted his teeth. This was not Ian's fault. At that moment, the system suddenly appeared in midair, and Thunder raised his hand as if he had made up his mind. "This academy, this world is so twisted. Then I will reshape it the way I want." His eyes scanned the lines on the screen. Receive. New ability unlocked. Rewards: Fire Ancestral Orb, Ice Ancestral Orb, Frozen Bone Ice Clone. True form of the Dragon Roar contract line. Suddenly Thunder's eyes locked onto the final line. He read it aloud, contract. Without another thought, Thunder tapped that line with his finger. "It is time to form my own team." The system screen immediately displayed information about the contract. Initiate contract. Once the contract begins, if the other party accepts, the recipient will become completely dependent on the sender. Once the contract is formed, the sender may use skills such as absorbing mana from or sharing mana with the recipient. Regardless of distance, when the recipient violates the contract, the sender has the right to terminate the contract or terminate the recipient's life. A while later, Jay arrived on the rooftop as Thunder had asked, "Boss, were you looking for me?" Jay asked him excitedly, "Have you come up with some earth-shaking plan?" "No," but Thunder did not rush into the main topic. "Wait a moment, 2 more people are coming. Once everyone is here, I will tell you all at once." He brought up another matter. "I need to say this first. You are the only one who knows about Ness. You must help me keep this secret." Absolute obedience appeared on Jay's face. "Do not worry, boss. I would die before telling anyone." Thunder had not expected him to agree so quickly. "He really does exactly what I say." Before, when I told him to stop Geo, he charged in without the slightest hesitation. "It seems he is determined to follow me." Just then, the twin brothers Joyous and Lazy also found the place. Joyous snapped, "Thunder, tell me, why are they being so unreasonable? Why are they putting all the blame on us? We were victims too. We even saved so many people, so why are we the only ones being treated differently?" Lazy sighed, redhead. After listening to them complain for a while, Thunder spoke in a stern voice and cut them off. "All right, this is exactly why I called you here." Then Thunder stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. "To be honest, I do not like the current situation. I think you feel the same, so I have joined a team working to change this status quo. To change this world. So if you think the same way I do, I want to invite you to join." Of course, Jay did not need Thunder to ask a second time. He was already excited. I will join, a team." Joyous was rather surprised by Thunder's proposal. "I thought you were the type who liked acting alone. I did not expect you to want to work with others too." Hearing that, he gave a very reasonable-sounding explanation. "That is right, because the leader of this team is Ness. I acknowledge his ideal. Besides, after that battle, the Dark Guild will definitely return. After joining the team, I will be able to receive mana sharing from him. I can also protect myself." So out of the 3 of them, only Jay knew the truth. That suited him even more, so it is the boss's team. This is amazing. Joyous happily asked his younger brother for his opinion. "So it is the one who fought Mufflin and even forced him to flee. so he is recruiting people. And he is not prejudiced against red-haired people either. It seems like a pretty good idea. What do you think? Lazy was as brief as ever. Good, only then did Thunder announce the rules. I need to remind you that after signing the contract, anyone who betrays the team will die. You agree? Of course, Jay had no objection. I agree. Joyous made his stance clear. Just by looking at me, you should know I would never betray my companion. Besides, if you and Jay both agree, then I agree too. Lazy wasted no words and said directly, agreed. Seeing that none of them objected, Thunder summoned a magic circle. But if you all agree, then stand before the mark. Jay stared at it and blinked. Magic, Joyous exclaimed in shock. Damn, what is this? Then the three of them stepped up to the magic circle and placed their hands on it together. In an instant, a powerful surge of red magic wrapped around their bodies through their hands. Joyous quickly pulled down one side of his shirt. A red mark was clearly visible on his shoulder. Joyous was stunned. Seeing that he still did not understand, Thunder raised his hand in front of him and explained, "This is the symbol of our organization. From now on, we will be called Crimson Wing." But that was not what Joyous cared about. The name does not matter. He was puzzled about something else. Is it really just the few of us? Kyle is a red-haired member too. Thunder replied, you know he cannot keep a secret. For now, we will operate in secret. When the time is right, I will tell him. Joyous did not deny what he said. That is true. Then what about KO? We can trust KO. Lazy nodded. We can trust him. Under Joyous's doubtful gaze, Thunder hesitated and did not want to answer. The sky above the academy gradually turned to night. The lights in the dormitory had already come on at some point. In the room, Thunder looked at KO anxiously. Ever since learning that the All-Nations tournament had been suspended indefinitely, Kyle had been in a terrible mood. It meant he had lost his chance to investigate the cause of Amy's death. In truth, Thunder was still hesitant to tell Kyle, not because he did not trust him, but because he was afraid that after Kyle learned he had this power, he would stop at nothing to use it to avenge Amy. His gaze fixed on Kyle's face, half hidden in darkness. Thunder seemed to be asking him, Kyle, what are you planning? Time passed in a flash, and a week later, the students were actively sparring on the training ground. Thunder had just finished training and was resting when Kyle suddenly came over and invited him. Thunder, after training today, come to the library with me. Thunder asked doubtfully, the library? The library you two are talking about is the library of Pharaoh Departments, which holds the greatest treasury of knowledge on the continent. Inside the library, Thunder watched Kyle search the shelves in boredom. It is rare for you to invite me to a place like this. Is there something you need to investigate? Kyle kept moving as he answered, yes, lately I have started dreaming again. In the dreams, there is a voice that keeps speaking to me. What he said caught Thunder's attention and he grew serious. Started again? Can you remember what happened in the dream? Kyle recalled it in a daze. In the dream, his body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of golden radiance. I cannot remember the exact words, but I know I kept walking forward toward that voice. Every night I kept walking and walking through the darkness. Remembering this, Kyle suddenly raised his voice and said with certainty, guided by that voice, I reached a place filled with light. That feeling was incredible, both warm and powerful. I yearned for that light and prayed for strength. It answered me. Then Kyle unconsciously tightened his grip on the book in his hand. He emphasized to Thunder, Thunder, in my dream I met a god. Thunder's eyes quickly swept across the title on the book cover and he murmured, Journey of the Dragon Knights. At that moment, Kyle opened the book. He found a page, read it intently, and exclaimed, I once heard a legend that the 5 dragon knights of the academy all met a god before they awakened. Their power was bestowed by that god. Thunder hesitantly repeated, a god? Kyle's eyes suddenly lit up and he cried out, so it really is true. Then Kyle turned the book around for Thunder to see. He pointed at a page and said excitedly, this book records in detail what happened before the Dragon Knights awakened, and each of them experienced almost the same thing. Hearing this, Thunder leaned closer curiously, while Kyle could not wait any longer and read aloud. For several nights in a row, I heard a voice from within the darkness. I followed that voice toward the light. In the end, I met a god. She drove the lingering thoughts from my heart and bestowed power upon me. She showed me my mission and the future of this world. Thunder looked at Kyle in shock. So you mean? Kyle said with absolute certainty that Thunder was the prison behind that red door. Everyone thinks the god is at Yunnan Academy, but in reality, the true god may be right beneath Pharaoh Departments. In Thunder's memory, the words the Grand Elder had spoken to Winford suddenly echoed. You see, the god beneath Pharaoh Departments. Seeing that Thunder was still stunned, Kyle hurriedly grabbed his shoulders and said joyfully, as long as we find the god, we can receive power from her. Facing Kyle's expectant gaze, Thunder kept his doubts to himself. This was indeed somewhat suspicious. The Elder's earlier words had hinted at it. Something important was indeed hidden beneath the academy, something they would sacrifice students to protect. Could it really be related to the god, as Kyle suspected? However, finding out the truth would not be easy. Thunder expressed his concern. I understand what you mean, but ever since that incident, the entire prison has had its manpower increased. We no longer have any way to sneak in quietly. At this point, Kyle seemed to have guessed Thunder's concern. He said, honestly, I did not have time to tell you this yet. His memory shifted to the scene of Jasmine coming to see Kyle. 2 days ago, Jasmine came to find me. She said she had also been dreaming about many strange things before, and they sounded similar to mine. An image appeared before Kyle's eyes of Jasmine, peering into a cave behind the mountain. The difference was that after Jasmine woke up, she could still remember the exact path there. After waking, she searched based on her memory, and in the end, she really found a path leading underground on the outskirts. Thunder exclaimed in surprise. A new path, then did she meet the god? Kyle's voice carried a hint of regret as he continued. No, she did not. Just like the prison at Pharaoh Apartments, after she went a short distance inside, she was blocked by a door. At this point, Kyle suddenly patted Thunder on the shoulder. He looked at him expectantly. This is exactly why I came to you, Thunder. I am not an idiot. I know you were the one who opened that prison door. I need your help. Come with me one more time. A hint of hesitation flashed through Thunder's eyes. Kyle, even you do not dare risk going to such a mysterious place with your current strength. Even if we run into a king-tier magical beast, we could still escape. But we know absolutely nothing about the situation underground, so there's no telling what other dangers we might encounter. But Thunder quickly rejected that thought himself. He thought to himself, but if Kyle is right, if a god really does exist beneath Pharaoh Academy Apartments, then I have a lot of questions I need to ask her about my rebirth, and the prophecy, the meaning of the Dragon Knight, and what happened with my father and Amy. That thought seemed to have given Thunder his answer. He quickly nodded to Kyle. All right, I agree, but this time we need to prepare properly. If we run into danger again, Kyle was so delighted that he cut him off. That's amazing, thank you, Thunder. Then Kyle decisively dragged Thunder away. Let's go find Jasmine now, Thunder asked in surprise. Right now. The scene shifted to a lovely little house bathed in soft sunlight. The house looked warm and secluded. As soon as they arrived, Kyle could not hide his confusion. He asked loudly, Jasmine, didn't we say to only tell Munch? As it turned out, Jasmine was not the only one in the room. Ko, Mary, Slavia, Munch, and Tan were already waiting there. Why are there so many people? Hearing his accusation, Jasmine put on an innocent expression. She looked apologetically at Ko. You can't blame me for this. I really only notified Munch. Kyle immediately understood the problem. He rushed over and grabbed Munch by the collar. How can you be even worse at keeping your mouth shut than Ko? When Ko heard himself being dragged into it, he immediately retorted, Hey, scold him if you want. Why drag me into this too? Munch replied awkwardly. Well, I couldn't help it. Mary pressured me. She said lovers shouldn't keep secrets from each other. At this, Ko's ears flushed slightly and he repeated, stammering. Lovers, you? Thunder was no less shocked than Mary. He looked at Munch with admiration. I didn't think you would actually dare to say it out loud like that. Ko chimed in, Yeah, you've surprised me. Slavia calmly made her demand. All right, in short, we already know about this plan of yours. We will keep it a secret on the condition that you take us with you. A trace of sadness flashed through Slavia's eyes, and she lowered her face slightly. We know strange things have been happening at this academy, and besides, I won't lose another friend again. Seeing this, Thunder also felt a little uneasy. Slavia, suddenly he turned around warily, Thunder's gaze fixed behind him. Then he raised a finger to his lips and signaled to the group. I think someone's coming. After that, Thunder lightly rose onto his toes and crept over to the door to listen for movement outside. We're being watched. Could there still be people from the Dark Guild hiding in the city? After a while, the group decided to go outside and check. Thunder looked in confusion at the completely empty corridor. Or was I imagining it? Ko felt the same. I don't see anyone. It was the same on Munch's side. Nothing on this side either. Maybe some animal made the noise. Although they had not found anything, Thunder still turned back and warned the group. The current situation is very tense. We have to act carefully. First, let's listen to Jasmine's experience, then make a plan. The sky gradually darkened into night, and the torrential night rain seemed ready to drown the entire academy. In front of the Forbidden Hall, 2 guards stood watch at the gate. Even soaked by the rain, they did not abandon their posts. Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out. Help, please help. One guard raised his spear and looked around. What was that sound? The other knight replied, Someone's calling for help in front of them. Through the freezing rain, Joyce was rushing over with a panicked expression. Help. The guard, who seemed more experienced, comforted him. Don't panic, speak slowly. Joyce rushed over and grabbed his hand. He pleaded desperately, Please help me, my little brother. My little brother was taken by a magical beast. Hearing this, the watch captain urgently asked, A magical beast? Joyce pointed toward a red wolf carrying lazy sideways in its jaws. A magical beast got into the city. That's right, it's a wolf-shaped magical beast. It's right, the knight hurriedly signaled to his companions. Over here, seeing that scene, Joyce cried out in agony. My brother, after confirming the situation, the watch captain turned to the other man and said, "Don't worry, it's carrying someone so it won't be able to run fast. Immediately notify the checkpoints along the route and have them prepare to block the way. We'll split into 2 teams and surround it." The knight immediately accepted the order. Understood. At this moment, Thunder's group was hiding in the bushes nearby. He whispered, "Don't rush. Wait until they run a little farther before we come out." Seeing that they had gone far enough, Thunder finally stepped out and signaled to the group, "All right, let's go." Next, Thunder and Jay nimbly grabbed the 2 iron chains on either side of the gate. Their movement successfully lowered a drawbridge, and the group cautiously entered. Thunder turned back and reminded the person who would be guarding the gate for everyone, "Jay, pull the bridge back up, and remember to close the city gate. If anything unusual happens, you know how to contact me." He nodded. "Don't worry, boss." Then Thunder turned to KO. Their eyes met. KO said in a low voice, "Call those 3 over to handle this." Behind them, the prison door closed tightly again as if nothing had happened. Once he saw the door was shut, Thunder finally felt at ease and looked toward Jasmine. "Jasmine, lead the way." After that, Jasmine walked ahead, leading the group along a dark path. She reminded them, "The entrance is near the foot of the mountain. We still have a little farther to go. Everyone keep up." The rain was growing heavier, and a gloomy atmosphere covered the silent surroundings. The path led them into a vast forest, where strange white vapors nearly blanketed the entire area. After walking for a while, Munch gently rubbed both shoulders with his hands. "The farther we go, the colder it gets." "Mary, are you still all right?" she replied. "Yeah, I'm fine." Just then, Tan stepped between the 2 of them. His voice carried a trace of jealousy. "I have something to say. I don't want to see you 2 acting all lovey-dovey anymore." Before long, the group arrived before a part of the forest covered in ice and snow. Tan Hwiney looked into the area. "It's snowing up ahead." But Mary quickly noticed something strange and raised her bow. "I've never seen snow that can move before." Munch hurriedly warned the group. "Everyone be careful." A massive magic beast appeared before them. Its entire body was wrapped in an icy layer, and Munch's voice gradually grew serious. "It's an ice phantom colossus, and it looks like there isn't just one. At least 2 more have appeared behind it." At that moment, Slavia discovered another terrible thing. "Everyone, we have more uninvited guests over here." Walking toward them now were rabbits with bizarre appearances, their eyes as red as blood. Slavia's voice faltered. "Rage rabbits, how awful." Thunder gripped the sword in his hand, his mind filled with doubt. There seemed to be so many magic beasts. What made Thunder suspicious did not stop there. Jasmine was also someone he could not understand. How did Jasmine manage to pass through here alone without a scratch? Could she still be hiding something else from us? For people who had trained and experienced real combat like them, dealing with a few magic beasts was not difficult. On the contrary, it was quite a good opportunity. For example, Tan was happily holding a crystal in his arms. "What luck! A general-grade beast soul." Kyo looked on with envy. What kind of luck do you have?" Neither of the 2 on my side had one. This was also heaven-sent luck for Thunder, and he looked at the information on the system panel with satisfaction. He had already collected 79 points from general-grade beast souls. He was about to reach the next level. Seeing that everyone was still busy collecting crystals, Jasmine hurriedly reminded them, "Once everyone is done collecting, let's hurry and move out. We still have to return before dawn." Hearing that, the group immediately returned to the main matter. Jasmine led everyone to the entrance of a pitch-black cave. The 7 of them stopped before it. Jasmine turned to Thunder and said, "This is the place." A series of strange sounds suddenly reached Thunder's ears. He looked inside in confusion. That sound. But before he had time to think, Kyo had already moved ahead and led the group inside. "Let's go." The cave was extremely vast. After walking for a while, Jasmine signaled for everyone to stop. "This is as far as I could get last time." What appeared before them now was a gigantic stone gate. Kyo was shocked. "It's so tall." Tan froze. "Who knows when this thing was built? Are we sure it can be opened?" "When something is difficult, Thunder can handle it." Kyle turned around and quietly asked for help. "Thunder, we're counting on you." Thunder walked up to the gate and placed his hand on it. A notification panel appeared. "Open the gate, yes, no." Thunder, of course, chose yes. In an instant, the heavy stone gate slowly opened. Slavia cried out in surprise, "It's moving." Mary was just as astonished. Thunder really opened it. Munch, however, seemed already used to it, just like last time. Tan Situ placed a finger on his chin and thought, why did the gate open as soon as Thunder pushed it? Io excitedly followed behind. Maybe the prophecy is true. Thunder really is the chosen child of heaven. Hearing that, Slavia was somewhat confused. Prophecy? What prophecy? Kyo quickly tried to explain. Oh right, you guys don't know. Listen to me, we are actually. Seeing that his mouth was going too far, Thunder spoke up to stop him. All right, Kyo. Thunder sighed softly. He reassured everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Lately, he's just been daydreaming too much about becoming a hero. Thunder inwardly felt helpless. This blabbermouth really shouldn't have been brought along. After that, he cautiously pushed open the stone gate. Strange currents of air drifted out from inside. Slavia stood timidly beside Thunder, her eyes filled with many thoughts. Thunder, why do I feel like the distance between me and him is growing wider and wider? At that moment, the stone gate was almost completely open. Thunder looked at the deep staircase and said, "Looks like we still have a long way to go." Now that they had made it this far, the group boldly followed the staircase downward. Munch wondered, where does this path lead? Are we going back beneath the academy? Jasmine answered vaguely, I feel like that might be possible. Meanwhile, carefree Cairo fell into quiet thought. He cared about another matter. I wonder what a god looks like. If we really meet a god later, what are you all planning to say? Mary had a different thought. I don't know, but I think she must be a gentle and beautiful goddess. It would be wonderful if I could become like her too. Tan asked her in surprise, how do you know the god is female? In response to Tan's question, Mary unexpectedly challenged him. Then how do you know the god is male? He argued persuasively. Come on, the god protects the continent. Drive away magical beasts and even grant power to the knights. You could say she's so powerful she's practically omnipotent. How could she be a woman? Hearing him say that, Mary mocked him. Oh, is that so? But I don't remember you ever ranking higher than Slavia in any competition, even though you're such a strong man. His face turned bright red with embarrassment. You, Slavia had to step in again to mediate. All right, stop arguing, the exit is just ahead. After they reached the bottom of the stairs, what appeared before them was a massive structure. Someone wondered, another door. Someone else was quite surprised. There's actually a place like this underground. The group quickly stepped inside. Thunder looked around. Don't you think it feels a little strange? Cairo followed his gaze curiously. What exactly is it used for? Someone guessed, maybe it's a cathedral. Thunder's eyes suddenly widened. He looked up in shock. There, right in front of Thunder, stood a gigantic stone statue of a woman. Thunder stared in a daze. The person carved here. Thunder's gaze stopped on the statue's face. It gave him a feeling of strange familiarity. I feel like I've seen her before. Meanwhile, Munch, Tan, Jasmine, and Kai-Ho had scattered around to investigate. Ko asked, did you guys find anything over there? Jasmine raised her hand and replied, nothing at all. Tan guessed, looks like there isn't another exit. Hearing that, Munch cried out in surprise, have we reached the end already? Noticing Thunder's focused stare, Slavia felt a little jealous inside. She reminded him, Thunder, I know she's beautiful, but she's still just a statue. He turned around and asked Slavia, do you know who she is? But Slavia only offered another guess. I don't know, maybe she is the deity. Hearing that, Thunder turned back. His thoughtful gaze remained fixed on the statue. Is that so? Thunder tried to remember. He believed his intuition was not wrong. Strange, I'm sure I've seen her before. Where exactly was it? Mary was now examining the base of the statue. She cried out in surprise. Everyone, it seems like the area below this is hollow inside. Kai-Ho hurried over. Is it a secret passage? Hearing that, Tan grew curious. Shu Fang led the way, pushing with all his strength as he said, we'll know once we push it open. Damn it, why is this thing so heavy? Come help me. Ko responded enthusiastically. Coming, but pushing it open was not easy at all. Munch shouted. Are you guys actually pushing? Kai-Ho strained so hard his whole body trembled. Nonsense, I've been pushing the whole time. Ko forced out a question, has it moved at all? Seeing this, a bold guess suddenly formed in Thunder's mind. He walked over and placed his hand on the stone surface. Could it be? The notification screen appeared again. Enter. Yes, no, Thunder had his answer, just as expected. Thunder quickly chose yes. The entire statue immediately moved, revealing a hidden passage. Tan cheered happily, it moved, it moved. Kai-Ho looked down below. It's a secret passage. Driven by curiosity, the whole group stepped inside without hesitation. Before them was a shimmering space filled with a mysterious blue glow. Munch shouted excitedly. Looks like we're really about to meet the deity. Mary looked around in surprise. This place is so beautiful. At that moment, Slavia's gaze was drawn to the blue crystal formations on the wall. Are those things embedded in the wall magic crystals? As they went deeper inside, a gigantic blue crystal emitted a brilliant light as if inviting them closer. Ko wondered, was something glowing earlier? Xavier softly guessed, could that be? The entire group's gaze fell on the crystal at the same time. They all shared the same thought, that's right, it must be it. Thinking this, Ko slowly approached the crystal, his face extremely tense. As if sensing someone nearby, the crystal released increasingly powerful energy. Seeing this, the whole group became even more certain. It is the deity. The 7 of them were drawn in by the crystal's light. The whole group stood dumbfounded before the object they believed to be the deity. Suddenly, Ko's disappointed voice rang out. No way, this is the deity. Tan was dejected. Its appearance is kind of unexpected. At this rate, you can't even tell whether it's male or female. Hearing them say that, Mary hurriedly reminded them, Tan, you must not speak disrespectfully to the deity. Munch, however, was distracted by something else. It really is beneath Pharaoh apartment. As for Ko, the one who had those strange dreams, he could not take his eyes off the crystal. He murmured, it's real, all of it is real, while everyone was still looking up. The ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. Everyone except Thunder instinctively dropped flat to the ground. Jasmine was shocked. What is going on? Mary screamed in panic. The deity is angry. Hearing that, KO immediately blamed him. Tan, this is all because you were talking nonsense. Tan kept kowtowing. I'm sorry, great deity. I didn't mean it, but Thunder was different. He struggled to keep his body balanced. Thunder's heart was filled with doubt. Is this the power of a deity? It feels as if the strength in my body is being drained away. Just then, golden rays of light suddenly appeared around his body. Thunder unconsciously looked up at the sky. He thought, do you want to show me something? As this thought crossed his mind, Thunder's pupils immediately changed. He calmly replied, all right. In Thunder's subconscious, the form from his previous life appeared. His body flew forward, then take me to see it. A horrifying scene appeared before him, gloomy and hellish. Thunder cried out in shock. This is how it looked at the beginning. The scene shifted to a crowd of people infected by the plague of darkness. Thunder saw that so many people had been infected by the plague of darkness. At that moment, Jasmine's figure suddenly appeared before Thunder's eyes, her eyes glowing strangely. That person was thrusting a sword toward Thunder's body in the real world. In reality, Thunder was stabbed and immediately fell. KO asked with concern, Thunder, what's wrong? Thunder clutched his painful body as he lay on the ground. A chilling laugh echoed through the space. That laugh belonged to none other than Jasmine. At last she revealed her true colors. It finally succeeded. That great lord will definitely reward me handsomely. Thunder clutched his body in the worst pain. He struggled to ask Jasmine, what are you doing? Be careful, she's been infected. But Jasmine no longer cared about anything. She raised the sword in her hand and shouted, go die. Fortunately, the blade arrived just in time. Her eyes revealed an unusually domineering look. Half of Kyle's face sank into shadow. He whispered, Jasmine, I'm sorry. The injured Thunder quickly lost consciousness. His ears rang with the sound of people calling out. His body went numb. Don't sleep, hurry, go get help. Thunder only managed to remind them, go find Winford. Brother Knight, then he slowly drifted off amid those cries. When Thunder opened his eyes again, an unfamiliar voice was already speaking beside him. How is his condition? In front of him, two people dressed as medics were talking. The director looked at the report sheet and said, for now, all his indicators are within a controllable range. His body is recovering. I have never seen anyone survive this kind of neurotoxin before. The nurse beside him praised him. Director, you really are incredible. He replied modestly, this is not my achievement. This kid's body is as tough as a wild beast. To poison him to death, they would probably have to increase the toxin dose several times over. At his current recovery speed, I think it will not be long before he can. By the time the director turned back, Thunder had already opened both eyes. He was surprised, you're awake. Thunder had not fully regained his senses yet. His broken voice rang out, how long was I unconscious? Is everyone all right? The director answered calmly, it has been a few days. Your friends are all fine except for the girl named Jasmine. Hearing this, Thunder moved slightly and tried to sit up. So, it wasn't because I was hallucinating. After that, the director bent down to examine him. He answered with a worried expression. Yes, you and your friends have gotten yourselves into serious trouble. You clearly knew that place was forbidden ground. You should not have barged in. Hearing this, Thunder suddenly fell silent, pressing his lips together as if thinking about something. The director's voice rang out, cutting through Thunder's thoughts. The Grand Elder has already called an emergency meeting. We will discuss how to punish you. Thunder asked in surprise, what is the Academy planning to do? But the director did not dare speak recklessly either. He lowered his head slightly, his gaze distant. I do not know. This matter depends on the Elder's decision. Then the director turned and walked away, reminding him, just focus on recovering for now. We can discuss everything else after you are discharged. Thunder said nothing more. His eyes were filled with disappointment and regret. It had not been easy to get close to the truth. That deity must have had something to tell him. Damn it. Such a good opportunity would be hard to encounter again. At the same time, in the Academy's high tower, the elders were discussing the matter. Elders, reality has proven that we were wrong. From the very beginning, we should have closely monitored every student's actions. In the conference room, Winford slammed the table and stood up. More and more evidence shows that the prophecy is credible. We should not have left them to develop freely. We must avoid causing irreversible consequences. The elder sitting across from him immediately refuted him. Winford, why do I feel like you are trying to scare us? Those students deceived the guards and sneaked into the forbidden shrine. What we should do is punish them and those guards severely. Only then can we set an example and warn the other students. Only then did Dan Bird speak. Elder GP's words are very reasonable. However, I also feel that Winford's words have some truth to them. Dan Bird, the elder, leaned closer. What do you mean? Dan Bird continued calmly. What I mean is, if we believe those red-haired youths may bring destruction to the world, then we should deal with them right now. At this point, a cruel look appeared in his eyes. Dan Bird emphasized coldly, that way we can avoid creating consequences beyond repair. Elder Ratch did not object after hearing this. I agree with that idea. But Winford became even angrier. He shouted, Dan Bird, you are not allowed to twist my meaning like that. We should be protecting them, not severely punishing those children. Just then, the Grand Elder's voice rang out, interrupting the argument. Enough, you are night magic. masters, you must not act on emotion. I need to remind everyone once again. Thunder is very likely the child mentioned in the prophecy. That is why I summoned everyone here to discuss this together. This is a major matter concerning the safety of the world. We must treat it with caution. Elder Ratch looked to the side with disdain. Since when have we knights needed to count on a child to save us? Elder Feng answered as if deliberately provoking him. Is that not already the reality? While we were avoiding the battle with Mufflin, were those children not the ones who fought? Humphrey suddenly spoke up. My opinion is that, at the very least, we should keep Thunder in the academy. He is extremely important to us. Winford panicked. Then what about the others? At this moment the Grand Elder spoke again, each word seeming to push people into an abyss. As stipulated, they are to be permanently expelled from the academy. In a building within the academy, inside the academy's hearing chamber, a voice rang out like a verdict. All students involved in the incident are present, correct? Thunder's friends stood before the council, listening to the verdict after the academy's deliberation. For violating academy rules and trespassing into the forbidden grounds, I will now announce the decision on your punishment. The verdict was read aloud. It left him in a daze. Thunder feared he would be placed under supervision at the academy, and the people around him seemed to agree. Not bad. The Grand Elder did not stop there. He gave the next ruling. As for the rest, Pharaoh Department's academy expels you. You are permanently expelled. As soon as the decision was spoken, the crowd below erupted into noise. Everyone protested fiercely. What, you cannot do this? We once fought to protect the academy. That's right, this is unfair. Flavia seemed unconvinced. She raised her head high, her voice growing choked. If the academy insists on punishing us this way, the Hart family will absolutely not accept it. Humphrey, seated among the judges, spoke up. The girl is not wrong. The Hart family is a great family, and their people also helped us resist the invasion. Hearing this, the Grand Elder fell silent. Suddenly, a hand slammed hard onto the hearing table, and a clear voice rang out. No matter what background one has, rules are rules. There are no exceptions. Beside him, GP objected on his behalf. That place is the Forbidden Hall. Only academy elders are qualified to enter. No one else may enter, no matter what great family they belong to. As GP spoke, he opened his palm, raised it high, then clenched his fingers tight. Of course, there is still someone enjoying special treatment right now. His voice aimed straight at Thunder, leaving him rather confused. After all, not everyone has the chance to become the chosen red-haired one. Though Thunder had been chosen, he felt deeply uncomfortable. His whole body and hand clenched tight. He trembled with anger. Please wait a moment. From the row of judgment seats, the Grand Elder gave an order. Elder Feng, do you have an opinion? The man seated beside him spoke shyly. Yes, I have a few words to say. As Elder Feng moved past GP, he stated his view. Of course, we cannot violate the rules. I agree with Elder GP's point on this. His way of thinking made GP smile faintly, his eyes filled with excitement. A moment later, Elder Feng moved over and stood with the group of students below. As Elder GP said, according to the rules, only elders may enter without needing any permission. The Grand Elder also seemed to understand something and asked softly. Therefore, without hesitation, Elder Feng placed his hand on Kyle's shoulder, leaving Kyle himself stunned. Therefore, I wish to give up my title as elder and transfer it to this young man. Denver and his group, standing outside and hearing this information, all widened their eyes. What? One of the judges above saw Elder Feng's decision and angrily rebuked him. Have you lost your mind? Just for these children. Elder Zola, seated in his chair, was stunned when he heard it. Grand Elder, this is far too reckless. Elder Kim also agreed with his view. Exactly, the elders hold many of the academy's secrets. Passing the position on so casually is completely improper. The Grand Elder still gave Elder Feng a chance to reconsider his final decision. Elder Feng, are you serious? Standing below, he no longer needed to think and declared bluntly, of course. As I recall, according to the rules, if an elder voluntarily transfers his position to anyone within the academy, only the approval of the Grandmaster level knights is required. Elder Feng even reached out to rest his hand on Kyle's shoulder. Asking about his background, he said, Sorry, child, what is your name? Kyle did not hide it and introduced himself. Kyle Bluebird. As soon as he learned Kyle's name, he declared, I now voluntarily transfer my position as elder to Kyle Bluebird. Members of the Knight Order, please cast your votes. Denver heard this and clenched his teeth in frustration. Seeing the unexpected decision, GP smiled with interest. Elder Feng could no longer hold back his emotion. He angrily shouted his rebuke. This is far too reckless. Even if an elder volunteers, we cannot agree to something like this. Winford was different. Contrary to Denver, he accepted it. No, I agree. Seeing his friend act this way, Denver grew furious. He looked at Winford and scolded him. Winford, how can you agree to let such a country bumpkin become an elder? With a cigar in his mouth, he blew out smoke. Cadden spoke up. I agree as well. Seeing everyone go against his opinion, Denver was enraged, his teeth grinding loudly. Gritting his teeth, only Ross stood on Denver's side. I object. Changing an elder is a major matter. I am very sorry, but I cannot accept such a willful action. Denver still held onto a little hope and looked toward Bernardo beside him, who remained silent. Bernardo, you will not agree to something so absurd, will you? Before he could make a decision, Winfred rushed over to remind him. Bernardo, these children helped us at our most difficult moment. They lost many friends in the war, just as we lost many friends. We did nothing at all. Now we only need to do one small thing to make it up to them. This is what we owe those children. Your attitude stunned Bernardo. His eyes went wide. At last, after an inner struggle, Bernardo happily made his decision. I agree. Seeing that he could not persuade him, Davenport helplessly folded his arms and turned away. Absurd. Changing an agreed decision. The Grand Elder spoke. Since Feng has transferred his elder position to Kyle Bruber, the charge of trespassing in the Forbidden Hall will be dismissed. The others were surprised. Someone raised a hand high and a voice cut through the hall. Please wait a moment. It was Kyle who spoke. He pulled Tan forward with his hand. I voluntarily transfer the elder position to Tan. Please have the members of the Knight Order vote. No matter who took over the position, Bernardo, Winfred, and Carden all approved. I agree. Their reaction made Rose do nothing but shake her head. She looked utterly helpless. This is complete nonsense. The decision passed, and the Judicial Council declared that since Kyle had transferred the elder position to Tan, the charge of trespassing in the Forbidden Hall would be dismissed. An idea flashed through Tan's mind, and he raised his hand to propose. Then I will also transfer the elder position to Munchie. Please have the members of the Knight Order vote. Thunder stood outside watching. He kept thinking, strange. Why after that man gave up the elder position? Is that fake old man GP no longer angry? Thunder's gaze went straight to GP, who sat alone at the trial bench. What exactly is he plotting? The two girls, Slavia and Mary, held each other's hands tightly when they heard the verdict. Since Mary E. Oldwood has transferred the elder position to Slavia H. Excellent, then the charge of trespassing in the forbidden grounds against Slavia H will be dismissed. Seeing that everything had been settled peacefully, the Grand Elder spoke. Since matters have reached this point, there is no need for further discussion. Rules are rules. His declaration made Slavia look back as she suddenly remembered something. This matter is over. The meeting is adjourned. Slavia immediately ran over and shouted loudly, "Please wait a moment. I voluntarily give up the elder position." But Elder Feng spoke up and stopped her. "Let it go, little girl." He began explaining each issue one by one, leaving her completely bewildered. "I forgot to mention this earlier. Once the elder position has been transferred, it can never be taken back. That is also a rule." The final words Elder Feng spoke made Slavia cover her face with both hands, her head spinning as if she were about to faint. From this day forward, the girl would officially be one of the elders of Farud Academy. Apartments. That evening, inside the residential building, someone's voice echoed loudly and noisily. "This is unbelievable. How did it turn out like this? Who knew Elder Feng would be so reckless?" "Tan, what do you mean? What is wrong with Slavia becoming an elder? I think it makes perfect sense. After all, sooner or later, it would have been her turn." Outside the room, two soldiers in armor stood guard, spears in hand. "Come on, how old is Slavia? The ages of those elders added together are 10 times her." "How can you say that?" Seeing everyone keep arguing about the matter, Xavier walked over and spoke. "All right, stop fighting." Mary also nodded in agreement with her. Now no one has been expelled, and Slavia has even received an elder position. Maybe things will gradually get better from now on. As soon as she finished speaking, Kyle slowly walked over and offered his own view. "Better, I do not think receiving an elder position will change anything. If Elder Feng had not stepped forward today, the Academy definitely would have expelled us." Kyle did not stop there. He straightened his back and continued describing the problem he had noticed. "Even Jasmine has been infected with the plague of shadows. There is definitely something wrong with this academy. I even suspect that someone in the Council of Elders belongs to the Purebloods or the Dark Guild." On this side, looking towards Slavia, Munchie's face darkened. He assured them, "Right now, everyone is watching us. None of you should get too worked up. If things are as Kyle suspects, then Slavia is the one in the most danger right now." The sudden words left her stunned. I lay on the bed. After listening to each opinion, Thunder finally spoke. "I agree with Munchie." He placed both hands lightly behind his head and began analyzing the problem. The other elders are not biased toward students the way Elder Feng is. Most of them still maintain a neutral attitude. Slavia is an anomaly, and she will become a thorn in their eyes. Hearing this, Tan grew quite worried for his friend and spoke up. "Then what should we do?" Mary remained calm and suggested, "We need to protect her together." But the moment they began talking about finding a way, Thunder turned over and buried his face in the bed. "Forget it. We cannot do anything today. Go to sleep now. We can discuss tomorrow's matters tomorrow." Kyle stretched as he spoke. "What? I thought Thunder always had a solution." But Kyle stepped forward to defend him. "He already has enough to think about. Everyone should rest first." The boy lay face down on the bed. His body was exhausted, but he still had not fallen asleep. His distant gaze drifted as he thought. No wonder after that old man gave up the elder position first. GP became very quiet. He must think Slavia is easier to deal with than that old man. But today, the Council of Elders also revealed that there are divisions within their ranks. The opinions of the knights, masters, and elders are not completely aligned. The lights in the students' room had gone out, and they had fallen asleep. Only he was still awake, lost in thought. This may be my chance to expand Red Elixir's influence. At midnight, through the window, a sinister-looking stream of black spiritual energy drifted inside. That energy headed straight for the single bed where Thunder was lying. Jack revealed his true form and hovered above his head. The target has been found. Jack raised his clawed hand and gently stroked Thunder's face. Found you. His spiritual energy even transformed into ordinary cords, binding his body tightly. Seeing Thunder struggle wildly only made Jack more excited. He muttered, "Your movements are too slow." The cords of spiritual energy crept closer and closer to Thunder's neck, making his eyes bulge as he struggled to breathe. The commotion woke the room. Kyle sprang up in panic and shouted, "Who is it?" Meanwhile, the two girls were startled awake by the noise as well. Slavia called out, "Thunder, it looks like Jack's power is still inferior." Thunder jerked his body hard and broke free from the attack. Without hesitation, to save his life, he grabbed a sharp sword and rushed over. Thunder stood there with a spear in his hand. "What is this?" Munchie immediately explained from beside him. "It's the Shadow Plague," with the weapon in hand. He leaped down from the bed and loudly guessed, "This thief came in through the window." Not wanting to waste words, Kyle gripped his sharp sword and charged forward. "Let's see where you can run." From behind, he had no time to react. Someone shouted a warning, "Wait," but Kyle was too weak and was struck by a violent backhand from Jack. He lost his balance and fell backward. Luckily, Kyle was there and caught him in time. "I've got you, brother, thanks." With his guard down, Jack failed to notice. From above, Slavia charged straight down with a sharp sword. Her slash lightly split the black spiritual energy mixed with Jack's smooth skin. Seeing the exposed piece of skin, Slavia froze in shock. "Everyone, he's human." His identity exposed, Jack hurriedly fled straight through the room's main door without leaving a trace. "Where do you think you're going, intruder?" Seeing Jack escape safely, Han shouted angrily, "Hey, why did you let him get away?" The others did not seem to care much. Xavier placed a hand on Thunder's chest and asked after him, "Thunder, are you all right?" He regained his senses and answered breathlessly, "I'm fine." Kyle also asked worriedly, "Thunder, why did that happen just now?" A sturdy arm appeared, its hand lightly resting on the door handle before stepping inside. What happened? It was none other than Winford, with Carden following behind. They had received the news and came to check the situation. "Is anyone hurt?" Hearing the question, Slavia turned back and answered on behalf of everyone, "No, only Thunder was attacked, but luckily he reacted quickly. He was not injured." Carden took a drag on his cigar, smoke billowing around him. He asked Thunder, "Do you know who that person was?" But all he received was Thunder lowering his head, hesitation flickering in his eyes. "No, I didn't see clearly." Seeing that the situation was still somewhat dangerous, Winford pointed and ordered the guards and soldiers, "Report the attack to the elders immediately. Arrange 2 squads to pursue the culprit's trail. Also, send an extra patrol outside the dormitory to ensure the students' safety." Everyone accepted the order with a loud response, only he did not seem to care much. He lowered his face slightly toward the ground, thoughts racing. "Although I didn't see his face clearly, the moment I heard his voice I knew the image of him when he was corrupted." And his usual face flickered in Thunder's subconscious. "That's right, that person." Without hesitation, his gaze turned serious and his brows furrowed slightly. "You are certain it was old Chadden?" Facing Carden, Winford stroked his chin, his eyes distant as he analyzed what they had just described. "The situation may be worse than we imagine." Leaning against the wall, Carden smoked his cigar and nodded in agreement. "That's right, it sounds like they aren't ordinary infected people, but shadow doubles." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression grew tense and pale, and he lowered his head slightly. "The war situation on the front lines is also becoming increasingly tense. I've received quite a few reports about attacks by shadow beasts." Carden looked at Winford with some hesitation. "So, what do you think about this?" An idea flashed through Winford's mind and he suggested, "Right now, opinions within the academy are also divided. We don't know who can truly be trusted, so for now, we should do nothing and see whether anyone reveals a clue." It was already midnight. The entire academy was wrapped in a mysterious night with stars glittering above. "Boss, why did you call me out so late?" Thunder stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. "Rope, notify the twins. From now on, you may invite anyone you trust to join Red Elixir." The news came too suddenly, leaving Rope stunned. He asked blankly, "We can invite teammates now?" Without the slightest delay, Thunder's face darkened as he lowered his voice and announced, "I will give you the authority to sign contracts on my behalf. I want Red Elixir's wings to spread quickly." His eyes widened and he turned completely around as he demanded, "I need enough strength to face the changes ahead." The next morning at a new place in the academy, Thunder attended the Elder's office. Inside the spacious room, a voice echoed all around, Shadow Wraiths, Slavia began taking on her role. Sitting in her chair, she said, I don't think I've ever heard that term before. Elder Feng, standing beside her, cut in. It's normal that you haven't. In my short life, I can count the number of times I've encountered shadow wraiths on one hand. He lowered his head, looked at the bewildered Slavia, and explained, shadow wraiths. Unlike those infected by the drug, they are true weapons controlled by the dark plague. Specifically, if an ordinary person is exposed to the purple miasma for too long, they will become corrupted. If someone with an exceptional constitution is infected by the dark plague and does not die within a year, then in the years that follow, they will gradually lose their will under the torment of the dark plague and become true puppets. These corrupted people move swiftly and attack ordinary people, moving like demons. They are difficult to track down and are natural assassins. Their bodies are shrouded in darkness, making them nearly resistant to all damage. Their eyes are always surrounded by a dense, dark purple corrupted spiritual aura. These people are the shadow wraiths. After listening to the description for a while, Slavia also understood the situation. If that's the case, there must be very few shadow wraiths. If they were assigned a mission, it certainly wouldn't be anything ordinary. At this, Elder Feng nodded and continued, that's right. Thunder may only be one of their targets. Clearly, they also know about the prophecy. Besides, if there is something even more important, his next piece of information made Slavia's eyes widen as sweat poured down her face. They are targeting the god. We should immediately notify the elders and knights. Her sudden attitude left Elder Feng momentarily speechless. He calmed down and said, little girl, you are an elder now. After being reminded, Slavia blushed and covered her mouth with both hands. Sorry, I still haven't gotten used to this identity. Then what should we do now? Seeing how adorable she was, he did not blame her. He raised one finger as a signal. There is no need to apologize. This is why I exist. The other elders already know about what happened last night. I think they have also guessed the Shadow Wraith's target, but on the surface, none of them has taken action. Sitting in her chair and listening carefully to Elder Feng's words, Slavia guessed in haste, you mean the elders actually all have their own plan. Afraid of influencing her too much, he kept his words brief. I don't want to say too much about this and affect your judgment, but I can give you the best suggestion. Gather the people you trust as quickly as possible. Turning slightly, Elder Feng gazed into the distance and advised, the strength of a team surpasses that of an individual. No matter what you plan to do next, you will need your own team. Hearing this, she glanced down at the floor and pondered. Her own team. Suddenly, he announced that someone had arrived. Slavia was a little flustered and called out loudly. Come in. A familiar face entered through the door. Thunder had come alone. Thunder? He looked at Elder Feng with slight surprise. That old man is here too. Seeing Thunder appear, the elder remembered something he needed to handle and left. You're here, the two of us just need to go meet the Grand Elder to handle some work. You two talk first. As his back gradually moved farther away, Elder Feng raised his arm and casually reminded him, Kid, remember to come find me at the martial arts club when you have time. There are still many things I want to teach you. Thunder was slightly annoyed and turned his head a little to reply, Got it, old man. Seeing Thunder there, Slavia was extremely puzzled and hurriedly asked, Thunder, did you come here to find me? Standing opposite her, he stated the matter he needed help with. There's something I want to ask of you. I want you to help me leave the city. Hearing this, Slavia's eyes widened, sweat beading on her face. Leave the city? Why? She seemed to disagree and sprang up from her chair. You were just attacked yesterday, and now there are a lot of people watching you. I don't think that's a good idea. Because of that, Thunder insisted on asking for help. That's exactly why I need your help. He looked at Slavia and explained why he needed to leave the city. You know I have some special abilities. I have to hunt more magical beasts to become stronger. This made her a little confused. Thunder continued reasoning with her. If I stop because of the enemy's actions, that would be what truly puts me in danger. His eyes filled with tenderness, he lowered his head slightly and spoke with a pleading tone. Please. Thunder's actions left Slavia at a complete loss. She became flustered, her face turning red. She should avoid his gaze. Slavia looked down at the table leg and stammered her agreement. All right. I'll arrange it for you, but you have to promise me that you will definitely come back before sunset. Her agreement made Thunder overjoyed. All right, thank you so much. Deep inside, he was filled with guilt for lying to Slavia. I'm sorry, I don't want to deceive you. But right now, finding father before anyone else is more important. Outwardly, however, Thunder still forced a smile and kept praising her. I knew coming to you was the right choice. He recalled the moment earlier when he had reached the door in front of the office. At first, he had planned to invite Slavia to join Red Wings, but he accidentally overheard her conversation with the old man. Father is targeting the deity. After Slavia gave him permission, Thunder began walking down the steps to leave the city. By now, the entrance inside the city was surely under heavy guard. The cave outside the city was the only place he could enter from. His gaze was strangely resolute as he lifted his head and prayed, Father, wait for me. Back with her, Slavia seemed extremely anxious, pacing back and forth without rest. Outside the door, Elder Feng walked in with a book in his hand. Thunder has already left. Seeing him, she said, he has returned. I was just about to ask you. Slavia lightly braced one hand on the edge of the table as she spoke. Can you order part of the other soldiers away from the prison? The sudden question made Elder Feng guess at her intent. Have you thought of a plan? She explained. If the Phantom's target is the deity, we can lure him in. Slavia's brows were furrowed, her eyes more worried than ever. But I want to know, if we find him, is there any way to kill him? Hearing that, he closed his eyes and gently stroked his beard and thought. Although it will be very difficult, it is not impossible, she replied. She was quite delighted. Good, I will gather my teammates. Slavia hurriedly turned to gather her companions while pleading. Once again, please tell us how to kill the Phantom. Elder Feng was won over by her attitude. If you have made up your mind, then go ahead and do it. Slavia's entire face flushed red as she thought about her position and made her decision. Thunder, I am sorry. I cannot keep letting you protect me forever. I am an elder now. I will protect everyone in my own way. Back with Thunder, he pulled a black hood tightly over his head and hid behind a wall. From the wall, he observed the guards at the gate. Seeing the heavily armored guards standing watch, Thunder realized that it might not have needed to be this troublesome at first. But after several incidents in a row, the city's defenses had grown tighter and tighter. A merchant coming out of the city was stopped by the soldiers. Please present your temporary pass and travel permit. He took a card from his pocket and handed it forward. All right, here, everything is here. This is the pass I just applied for from the knights. They were not only checking travel permits but also inspecting goods. What is inside? The merchant pointed toward the horse and reported with a smile. It is all medicine and weapons made from beast crystal. The soldiers continued asking. Purpose for leaving the city and for how long? He answered honestly. Rainy town, about 20 days for the round trip. Hiding by the wall and listening to the whole exchange. Thunder thought to himself that it seemed using transformation magic to change his appearance and leave the city would no longer work. Suddenly a carriage appeared. The horse pulling it stopped abruptly, its hooves striking the ground hard. A young man held the reins in his hands. He asked the crouching boy below, "Excuse me, are you Sir Thunder?" Thunder lifted his head and replied, "Yes." The man answered without hesitation. "Please get in. Lady Slavia ordered me to escort you out of the city." Back with Slavia, she stood before her friends and teammates and said, "As I said earlier, this is a very dangerous mission. Have you all thought it through?" Tiger's gaze was sharp. He spoke in a determined tone. "Of course. I still have business with the deity too. Besides, that Phantom wants to kill Thunder. We absolutely cannot let him succeed." Beside him, carried by the same momentum, Munch spoke up. "If we can trap him underground, then even if we cannot kill him, we will not let him escape easily." Next to him, Tan was still somewhat hesitant as he confessed, "But are we really not telling Thunder about this?" Hearing the question, Mary nodded and voiced her thoughts on the decision. "I think it is better not to tell him. If that assassin meets him again, would that not be extremely dangerous?" Seeing everyone looking panicked because of Thunder, KO raised his head slightly and smiled until his eyes narrowed. "I think you are all worrying too much. Thunder is the strongest one among us, is he not?" Seeing everyone united in their determination to fight, Xavier spoke happily. "That is why we must join forces this time." As Mr. Feng said, in theory, the Phantom also has a weakness. As long as our attacks are effective, we have a chance to kill him. Over here, Elder Feng was also won over by their attitude. "That is right, but you must also remember, if the attack does not go smoothly, then you must carry out the second plan. I will meet you outside the Red Gate. As long as you leave the underground area, you will be safe." After hearing the plan he had laid out, everyone cheered, understood. Back on Thunder's side, the carriage had pulled into a corner at the edge of the shaded forest. "You may get out now. Before sunset, I will return here to pick you up." Hearing the person sent by Slavia say this, he stepped down from the carriage. He raised a hand in acknowledgement. "All right, I understand. Thank you." Thunder was captivated by the scenery and lifted his head to breathe in the air. Before sunset, time is a little tight. After grumbling softly a few times, he immediately ran quickly into the depths of the forest. "Dad, I hope you have not been running around." As if guided by a third sense, Thunder sensed something and turned his head to the side. He circulated his inner power and activated his skill. One of his eyes became human yet dragon-like. The dragon eye appeared in his pupil. Using it to observe, Thunder saw two people fighting a long, snake-like monster. Someone was hunting. Candy held her sword, looking at Jerry in front of her with concern. "I told you we shouldn't go deeper into the forest." The boy saw this and quickly reassured his little sister. "It's okay, step back slowly, I'll watch over it." Suddenly, the monster arched its body slightly, using its massive frame to fling both of them far away. Fortunately, Jerry and Candy were caught by someone's grab, their backs looking strong and muscular. Thinking they were done for, both of them were stunned. We were saved." Thunder called from behind, "You two shouldn't be in a place like this." Afraid of more trouble, Jerry suggested, "We better get out of here. That battle serpent is a mid-tier magic beast. There's no need to fight it." But Candy was still captivated by him, standing frozen. "Thank you. Are you an adventurer?" His arms were wrapped in fists. Thunder instructed. "All right, quiet for a moment." With that, he lifted one leg, took a running start, and dashed forward like the wind. Thunder's hands were clenched in fists. He boldly punched straight into the monster's belly. It howled in pain, wrapping its long body tightly around Thunder. He was trapped. This is it, he's probably dead this time. Seeing him like that, Jerry scolded her little sister. See, I told you it would be better to find a chance to escape. Candy, grateful to her savior, urged him, don't say harsh words, we have to find a way to save him. Thinking that binding him would fully restrain him, the monster didn't expect Thunder to be completely fearless. Is that all? He once again struck the lower side of the monster with a strong punch, making it scream in pain. Watching the monster like a snake being crushed, the siblings gaped in amazement. He squeezed the serpent to death. Amazing, he must be a high-level adventurer. After finishing, Thunder looked serious and questioned them. What are your names and why are you here? The boy spoke for his sister, introducing themselves. Here's the background. I'm Jerry, this is my little sister, Candy. We're both adventurers. We live in a village not far from Avron City. We came here to hunt. Without saying anything out loud, Thunder carefully studied their condition. Their weapons, his silent assessment. Adventurers that young and that poor. Judging by the kids' gear, their family probably was not well off. Was Amy anything like them when she was this age? Feeling some sympathy for the children's situation, he summoned the black hole. 2 weapons appeared. Next time you go hunting, do not wander too far. Here, these are for you, hurry back to the village. Jerry and Candy took the weapons, their faces lighting up with huge smiles. You're giving them to us, is that really okay? These are too valuable. Thunder was afraid the kids would not dare accept them, so he quickly reassured them. They are not worth much. I cannot use them anymore anyway. They suit you better. Seeing him leave, the boy immediately chased after him to ask who their benefactor was. Thank you so much. May I ask your name? Thunder looked back and casually gave them a name. Just call me Ness. I still have things to do. You two hurry home. Before he could keep walking, the girl called out to him, Brother Ness. He was somewhat annoyed at being interrupted, but he kept his expression normal. What is it now? Candy stepped closer and reminded him, her body stiff at first. Something is wrong in the forest today. The monsters are all restless. You should not go too far either. The useful new information surprised him. You mean the situation in the forest suddenly became strange today? It did not stop there. Candy and Jerry fearfully told him what had happened. That's right, do not judge us by how we look. We are adventurers who often operate near the forest too. Before, we would only run into a few groups of low-level monsters at most, but today, for some reason. After getting the information, Thunder moved forward, not forgetting to turn back and say goodbye to them. All right, thanks for the warning. They stood behind him and waved goodbye. The boy suggested, if you ever get the chance, remember to visit us in the western village. Got it? Not long after leaving the 2 children behind, Thunder lowered his head and dashed forward like the wind. If the monsters were acting strangely, it had to be because something foreign had entered the forest. His feet darted swiftly past clumps of grass and his hand clenched tightly into a fist. Is it father? Avron prison. Even late at night, the 2 guards still stood straight, keeping constant watch. They grumbled loudly without noticing the wall above the gate. A dark figure appeared there. One guard said, look, what are the people above even thinking? One moment they tell us to strengthen security and the next they tell us to help someone leave. Forget it, do not worry about it too much. Whatever the higher-ups tell us to do, we just do it. Seeing the familiar figure, both of them stammered. A stream of dark purple spiritual energy took the opportunity to slip through the gap in the gate. Elder Feng is here. He is no longer an elder. One of the soldiers reported that they had carried out his request. Chief Feng. Mr. Feng, as you requested, everyone has been withdrawn. Elder Feng walked forward while praising them. Good, you two should go rest as well. His request made both of them break into a cold sweat, their mouths hanging open in shock. Knowing how they felt, Elder Feng gently patted their shoulders and reassured them. Do not worry, these are all my orders. You only need to carry them out. As he spoke, he grabbed the robe on his body, yanked it off, and held it in his hand. This old body is still of some use, no matter what happens. Elder Feng's expression suddenly darkened, and his tone became much heavier than before. If you are not here, it will be easier for me to work. That is all. The 2 rather loyal soldiers obeyed, followed the order, and stood not far away. The group led by Slavia was waiting for the chance to sneak in. The guards have all withdrawn. Let's go. A familiar voice rang out. It made the big man turn his head and stare wide-eyed. Oh, just as expected. It was none other than the giant blade wielder. Walking ahead were Lazy and Goyos, who had been sent over as requested. Thunder, and you too as well. Why are you here? He did not hide anything and told the truth. Boss told me to follow you. He said you might need our help. Mary was quite surprised by how Thunder could read everyone's thoughts and predict where they would go. Thunder, how did he guess that? Slavia, on the other hand, blushed with surprise. Thunder, in the end, you always wanted to protect everyone. Seeing that they were still hesitant, Goyos spoke decisively. We are friends. You are being far too polite. Next time there is an operation like this, tell me in advance. Lazy nodded and agreed. Let us know. Their attitude made Tan happy. The others also chimed in. You are really loyal friends to avoid wasting time. She suggested, all right, having extra support right now is even better. To make sure the whole group understood the plan, Slavia knelt on the ground. She gathered everyone around her. Everyone come closer. Since we have new teammates, we need to redistribute the combat tasks. It was already midnight. The prison had fallen silent. Everything around them was shrouded in gloom. The gate that the soldiers had been guarding earlier was now half open, as if someone had broken in. It was none other than Slavia, holding a candle to lead the way for everyone. Together with Elder Feng, everyone prepared their communication devices and light gems. If we get separated, return along the original path. Mr. Feng will meet us here. He walked to the railing, lightly rested his hand on it and gazed into the distance. If nothing unexpected happens, the Shadow Walker should be close to reaching the god by now. But you do not need to rush. There are still several grand mages around the god maintaining the barrier. It cannot be breached in a short time. Elder Feng looked down into the depths below and reminded them again. Remember, darkness is the Shadow Walker's home ground. You must act according to the plan. Don't rush, yes. Descending the staircase, Dai spoke up. After 3 years at the academy, I still didn't realize this place actually connects underground. Joyous glanced back and asked him, there's a strange scent. Ladai responded in place of Dai, a plot. And so the staircase echoed with the voices of the four. Mary, Manch, and Slavia. You guys tell me, will we be reprimanded by the elders for sneaking in this time? This time, we have Slavia's permission. No problem. I suddenly remembered, without thunder. How would we open the door down here? Don't worry, Mr. Feng already told me how to open the large door. Remembering something, Manch added, right, Slavia is now the elder. She has the right to know. Kai-Ho, enlightened by this information, immediately asked, right, Slavia, do you know why the deity was placed beneath the city of Avril? But all she received was a pause and a long-winded response. Sorry, although Mr. Feng brought me many documents. The content was too much and I haven't had time to verify each one upon returning. After a while, the door in front of them opened and a cold wind swept through. Look, the door is open. Surprised, Manch jumped and guessed who did this. Was it Thunder? But Slavia refuted it. Impossible, Thunder has left the city. There must be someone else. She looked at the open entrance, bewildered by the lack of stopping points. Strange, Mr. Feng said only the elder knows how to unlock this door. How could this be? Without hesitation, Kai-Ho stepped in first. Everyone, prepare your weapons. We need to be more careful from here. Following the passage, the group advanced deeper. We're approaching the place we visited last time. Won't there be king-level beasts like that stray bull? Kai-Ho went ahead, hesitated briefly at the question, then explained. Hard to say. Last time we saw many cages, but they weren't suitable for holding people. Joyous followed behind, astonished. Isn't this a prison? Not meant for confining people. Just then, Tan raised his weapon, ready to leap as if something had touched him. Attack, be careful, what's wrong? Something just touched us. He quickly drew his sword, eyes fixed on the glowing red eyes in the darkness. See, maybe these cages were meant for containing such beasts. Dai, wielding a huge blade, shouted, let me handle this. He raised the blade high, slashing straight into its stone-like scale. It was a clawed beast, still a high-level monster. Slavia stood nearby. Than cautioned, be careful, it's infected too, but it seems to be in the early stage. Mary, bow in hand, proposed. Then deal with it quickly. The clawed beast, unguarded, took a direct arrow from her, charging straight toward the scaled body. Pain and anger fueled it as it lunged at Jay. Well done, are you the only strong one? But it was struck down by his slash. Jay defeated the clawed beast, throwing it far away. Witnessing this, my eyes widened, never knowing Jay's true limits. Io nodded in agreement. Indeed, but there's a third sense. Slavia, furious, widened her eyes, sensing those gazes. Slavia turned toward the clawed beasts. She shouted, everyone, don't underestimate them, more are coming. The cave outside the city leads underground. Thunderman alone followed the forest down here. A sudden notification appeared, making him widen his eyes. The status information had changed. A system panel floated in midair, clearly showing Jay's current power level. Jay's energy was rapidly depleting. Are they in trouble? Those pointed claw beasts were thrown aside by a critical slash infused with Jay's golden spiritual energy. He gripped the blade tightly. Pleased with the scene, high-level demon beasts seems interesting. Seeing Jay overconfidently exert his strength, Kai-Ho grew worried behind. We didn't come here to hunt. Mancho, drenched in sweat, agreed. Right, we can't waste too much energy here. Tan next to him was also exhausted. Gasping, he continued. Easy to say, but how do we deal with this horde of demon beasts? Slavia continued attacking, loudly calling her name. Mary, follow the order. Mary raised her bow, aiming straight behind. Take this. A perfectly aimed arrow hit a clawed beast gripping Slavia's weapon. As it approached, she looked down and noticed a problem. They were all bound with iron chains. Mary was startled, eyes wide. Someone brought them here, Joyous, weapon in hand, panicked. Why capture these beasts? The Dai beside him spoke up, halting the panic. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice whisper near his ear. Are you all in trouble? Joyous, overjoyed to hear Thunderness' voice. Excellent, you can still sense our situation. Ladai also whispered to him, trouble's coming. Though absent, Thunder sensed it and reassured. Don't panic. I will transfer my power to you. Indeed, a stream of golden spiritual energy flowed into Joyous. A wave of energy filled our bodies, truly miraculous. Even Ladai received it unceasingly. He also transferred part of his strength to the one who had been commanded, Jay, the Elder. Thank you, Elder, for your help. Not finished yet. Suddenly, near Kai-Ho, a red spiritual aura enveloped the group, accompanied by a chilling sound. The roar blocked the attack of the clawed beasts. Tan, confused, what was that sound? Munch, sweaty, explained from behind. It seems there is something even more terrifying. A beast on this side was struck by Jay's two swords, cutting it in a powerful X and obliterating it. After finishing it off, he widened his eyes at the weapon in his hands, as if contemplating something. After a while, with thunder transferring power to him, Jay's strength reached absolute levels. Smirking with satisfaction, perfect, more power. I've gained even more strength. Lifting one leg lightly, Jay launched into the air, raising his sword straight at two clawed beasts. One strike wiped out both, with their bodies and heads scattered apart. Come on, Slavia was startled by him. What's wrong with Jay? Mary stood behind, stammering, too strong like a wild beast. Back to the remaining ones, Kyo attacked while assessing. Why do these ghost beasts feel weaker? Joyous nodded in agreement. Exactly, now it's much easier. Ladai also agreed, easy. Shortly after, all the clawed beasts were destroyed, lying scattered on the ground. If we're lucky, these high-level ghost beasts might drop some valuable items. Consider it the Academy's achievement for us. Don't get too excited. Don't forget our goal. Among them, one still had some strength left. Suddenly collapsing, its body emitted a strange purple aura. I stood there in suspense. Only Jay understood the situation and shouted an alert. Came a purple aura being released, completely separating from the clawed beast's body. In an instant, it rushed straight toward Day as if to attack and take revenge for earlier. Careful, Day looked vulnerable. Thrown off balance by the immense power, he fell backward to the ground. The spirit appeared, slowly advancing toward him lying on the floor. Bearing sharp teeth, its youthful body was exactly what I needed. Slavia realized the situation was going wrong and shouted the prearranged command for the group. Stick to the plan. The spirit had no idea, still smiling arrogantly, lightly turning its head in challenge. Come here, I'll give you a gift. Joyce, seeing that arrogance, angrily emphasized, we don't need any cursed gifts, then returned to a serious stance. The spirit lowered its face slightly, speaking very slowly. So, you want to kill me? Try if you dare. Challenged, the group showed no fear, each rushing forward with a weapon. The spirit didn't move. It stood still, lightly observing everything. One strike should be gentle. It had tossed everything aside. Kai-Ho's group rushed in, unable to react in time. The brothers, Joyous and Lazy, charged together. Brothers, our turn, go. Each with a weapon tipped with a spike, they thrust straight into the spirit's stomach. It felt no pain and didn't falter. This confused both of them. It had no effect, completely useless. Slavia observed silently, continuously thinking about the plan. So far, everything went as predicted. Next was your turn. The next person Slavia assigned in the plan was Tan, wielding a sharp spear. The scene reverted to the moment they stood with Elder Feng. He looked at Slavia and said, to kill the illusion, you must strike the controlled body. But its body was covered with the plague illusion. Ordinary weapons could barely pierce it. Even if pierced, it would quickly recover. As he spoke, he took out a glowing stone. Its light was intense, blinding. Elder Feng looked down at the stone in his hand. So you need this, the light stone. Tan affixed it to his spear tip. At this crucial moment, he raised it high. The light stone and the plague illusion are completely opposing forces. It can temporarily break the protective layer on the illusion's body, giving a single chance. Slavia saw it and remembered Elder Feng's words. Her face darkened, biting her lip, reluctant to look, lowering her head. Hell's group continued attacking from all sides, trying to restrict its movement, needing to attack simultaneously from both flanks. Not giving it time to counterattack, their plan was in place. The brothers Joyous and Lazy gave the illusion no chance. They kept charging to disrupt it, forcing the illusion to focus on defense. The arrows fired were deflected, none able to cause damage. It still moved freely. Day raised his sword, attacking simultaneously from both sides, activating the illusion's defensive barrier. Every reminder echoed in their minds. Tan, holding the spear with the light stone, jumped behind it, ready to strike. A sneak attack while it was distracted by Day. When any part of its body became vulnerable, that was the best time, but the illusion still sensed danger. It turned its head back. Tan shouted, thrusting the spear straight into the illusion's back. The plague illusion was also expelled by that strike. Light stone, it screamed in pain, spitting water, veins bulging, eyes blazing bright. But the light stone on Tan's spear silently shattered immediately afterward. The plague illusion quickly reclaimed its body. Its entire form turned black again. Tan was thrown back by the illusion's force. He gritted his teeth, looking at the body that had escaped his spear, unable to pierce through. The whole group quickly regained their composure. Xavier remembered the instructions, grabbed his sword and charged straight in. If the light god could not land a fatal blow on the phantom, Then someone had to follow up immediately. While the phantom had not fully stabilized yet, she quietly leaped up and swung her sword at his back. This would be the final chance. Jay gritted his teeth, still trying to draw the phantom's attention while holding back the dark current in front of him. Mary was sweating too, silently waiting. Please, Slavia. Io and Munch also held their breath. Both of them waited nervously for Slavia's decisive strike. She felt the pressure of everyone's hopes resting on this one attack, so Slavia's mind was stretched to its limit. Please. Her sword came slicing down, and the light from her power was so intense that it completely obscured the phantom's head. The dark, plague-like illusion fragments scattered down to the ground. The phantom stood completely still. Kyo, covered in scrapes, stared tensely at Slavia and the phantom. He and Mary did not dare look away. Did it work? But the result did not seem promising because Slavia's face was filled with panic. Her eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down as she cried out, "No." The light from the slash faded and the phantom still stood there completely unharmed. What Slavia had struck down was actually an infected high-level monster. They had failed. The phantom had completely stabilized again. He turned his head and looked dangerously at the dead monster lying on the ground. Kyo panicked, his face turning pale. His eyes were filled with extreme tension as he shouted, "Plan 2." At his cry, the entire team quickly turned and fled as fast as they could. Retreat now. Elder Feng had said that once they failed, their only option was to retreat. Everything that followed would depend entirely on him. But the phantom had already seen them. He stretched out his hand, releasing a stream of black-purple energy. His eyes lit up as he wore a terrifying smile and growled. "Where do you think you're going?" The phantom's overwhelming pressure made Kyle the first to freeze. His face was full of fear and panic. Then the rest of the group collapsed one after another. "What is happening?" "He can control our movements. The pressure is too strong." The phantom kept pouring out energy, twisting it into a vortex. It spread wider and wider, and then he smiled at Slavia's group. "You still have not accepted my gift." His energy surged straight towards Slavia. She sat helplessly on the ground, staring at the thing about to strike her down as she thought to herself, "I'm sorry, Thunder." She pressed her lips together and shut her eyes tightly, as if accepting the fate that was calling to her. "This is as far as I can help." But at that life-or-death moment, Thunder rushed in from nowhere and shattered the stream of energy with a single move, leaving Slavia stunned. Thunder stayed silent, his face expressionless, his eyes hidden beneath his red bangs. Only when he stood in front of her did Slavia get up and ask in confusion, "Huh, Thunder, why are you here? Did you not already leave the city?" But Thunder did not answer her. He silently rushed forward to fight the phantom as Slavia called out in worry, "Wait, Thunder." He did not stop at all. He decisively knocked away each attack the phantom launched, his face showing no emotion. When the phantom saw that the newcomer was Thunder, he grinned, baring his bright white teeth. His eyes fixed on him as he said, "It is you, perfect timing." Thunder ignored his words and continued gripping his sword, decisively cutting apart every wave of energy sent at him. When Kyle saw that the one who had come to save them was Thunder, he pushed himself up from the ground and tried to shout a warning, "Thunder, do not face him head-on." Thunder heard him, but his expression remained utterly calm. He flipped through the air, dodging the phantom's slashes, then braced his fingertips against the ground. Energy gathered and used its force to propel Thunder's body upward. His weakness is on his back. Thunder flipped through the air and struck 2 spots on the phantom's back. He was so fast that the phantom had no time to react or block. Thunder's sword slashed toward his back, but the phantom had already noticed his movement. He turned his head with a sinister grin, then controlled the shadows on his body to wrap around Thunder's blade. Thunder showed no emotion. He immediately threw the sword away. Even barehanded, he still launched himself toward the phantom. His decisiveness startled the phantom. But the phantom quickly reacted as well, using the shadows on his body to coil around the necks of 2 nearby high-level monsters. When Thunder saw this, he frowned. Only at this moment did a trace of emotion appear on his face. The phantom's voice sounded as if it came from hell. He controlled the 2 monsters to seize Thunder's body. "Either become mine or," he laughed arrogantly. Holding Thunder's sword, he looked at him under his control and sneered, "Die." When Kyo saw that scene, he panicked, his brows knitting tightly together. Unable to hide his tension, he shouted, "Thunder!" The phantom had taken Thunder's sword. He held it and raised it with the smug smile of someone certain of victory. A purple light slashed downward, and the sound that followed echoed throughout the room. Gao shouted in shock, while Slavia stared toward the battle in disbelief. Thunder, but unexpectedly, the sword stopped right before it could touch him. Even the phantom could not believe what was happening before his eyes. He stood there blankly, utterly confused. Some invisible power came from the tip of the blade, and the sword trembled non-stop. It made even the fake sword arm tremble. He had to grab his right arm with his other hand, yet he still could not stop the shock. He stared down at his own hand in astonishment, wondering what. Thunder stood there, his face still indifferent and emotionless. Only the blue gem hanging from his neck was giving off a shimmering light. That light drew the fake's gaze. He stared in disbelief as his dark shadows were forced back by Thunder's pendant. Oh, this light! He stood there, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of black liquid. He looked far from comfortable. Once the agony passed, he stood there in a daze, thinking about something. At that moment, his heart was being gripped by a hand. Behind him stood the real Thunder, cold and silent. He asked himself who he really was. Slavia was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened, and in disbelief she shouted, "That person is Thunder," appearing in his cold, black-haired form. At some unknown moment, he had appeared behind the fake. Nessie tried to brace herself on one knee and stand, her eyes fixed on what was happening. Beside her, KO was also dazed. "What is going on?" "It worked." Joy spread across Jay's face. He smiled happily, his eyes filled with pride, and shouted, "Boss, is that you, boss?" The fake strained himself, trying to turn his head and see who had attacked him from behind. Just who was it? Thunder gritted his teeth as 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. In pain, he whispered, "I'm sorry, father. You won't have to suffer anymore." The red-haired Thunder struck decisively with one slash. The fake's head was instantly severed from his body. His head left his neck, falling heavily onto the icy stone floor, the astonishment still not gone from his face. Thunder, in his transformed state, still could not stop crying. But his hand still held tightly to the fake's heart, now stained black as he spoke. "I'm sorry." He stood there, lowering his head in solemn silence before the corpse on the ground as smoke rose from it, his thoughts unknown. Just then Munch suddenly noticed the shaking and spoke up, "It's an earthquake." Mary raised her hand high, her face full of worry. "I've never heard of this place having earthquakes." As the place shook, those dense black remnants gathered together again on the roof, drawing the attention of the Joyce sibling. "The uncontrolled shadow phantoms are gathering again. Get out of the way." Amid the chaos, Kai still tried to call out loudly to the person who had not spoken all this time. "Thunder." He quickly turned around and flew off with everyone toward the exit. He left the transformed Thunder behind there with his father's body. Thunder stood motionless, solemnly watching him, even as Slavia tried to shout loudly, "Ness, hurry and come with us." Thunder formed a flame in his left hand and without turning back said to her, "You all go first. I still have something to take care of." After that, he sent a telepathic order to Jay, who was still standing in the room. The sudden voice startled him slightly. "Jay, lead them out." "Got it, boss, be careful." He accepted his boss's order, immediately shouldered his greatsword, grabbed Slavia's hand with his other hand, and ran away from this place. "Let's go, don't worry about him, he's much stronger than we are." But Thunder pressed the flame downward. His eyes still brimming with tears, he pressed his lips tightly together, closed his eyes and kept himself from becoming even more emotional. Filled with endless remorse, he called softly, "Father, mother." Then that flame flared up, enveloping his father's body and sending him on his final journey. At that moment, he recalled the image of his mother, with her long hair clutching the necklace tightly in her hand, her sorrowful eyes wanting to give it to him. "Thunder. Take this." She carefully placed it around his neck, straightened the pendant, and it shone with light. "I always thought I could protect my parents. I hope it will bring you luck." The red-haired Thunder still ran silently after everyone. He lowered his head in silence like a shadow, trying to hold back his own emotion. "But today, I finally realized that the 2 of you were still protecting me." Just as everyone left the room one after another, KO followed behind the red-haired Thunder. He closed one eye in surprise when a drop of water suddenly touched his cheek. KO asked himself, where did this water come from? It turned out that the water was Thunder's tears. At that moment, Thunder had his head lowered and was crying, but he still bit his lip, trying not to let out his choked sobs. Behind him, where Thunder in his transformed form remained, he stood beside the great fire, burning his father to ashes, and cried like a child. "I'm sorry, father. I failed to keep my promise to mother. I couldn't bring you home." The fire gradually died down, leaving only a few embers still smoldering over the last of his body, now turned to ash. "Thank you, father." The scene shifts to outside the tower. Elder Feng stood watchfully on the high city wall. "Farewell, father." Kyle led the way and shouted, fear plain on his face as he rushed outside. "We're back." The whole group ran quickly behind Elder Feng. Seeing that they had passed safely, he stood there alone to block the way and heard the group's voices. "Elder Feng, the shadow phantoms are chasing us." He prepared his energy, standing there as he waited for the shadow phantoms to get closer, not forgetting to remind his young ones, "Don't worry, you all get outside." The shadow phantoms rushed in, turning into twisted, grief-stricken, ferocious faces with mouths wide open as they screamed. He did not flinch in the slightest and threw out a punch. A crushing force burst into the raging shadow phantom. "Leave this to me." His power was strong enough to suppress them, frightening them into retreating back inside the room. Seeing this, Elder Feng let out a sigh of relief, raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and thought, "We push them back for now." The scene shifted to Kyle's group, who had escaped outside the main gate. Some of them lay flat on the ground, while others knelt, panting heavily. One person clung to the gate and gasped, "I really thought we were about to die." Munch sat right beside Kyle. As he steadied his breathing, he wondered, how did Ness get in? But Kyle paid no attention to his question and said, Only today did I learn that the shadow is this hard to deal with. Tan braced his hand against the door and looked at the two of them, still breathing hard. I don't know, could Elder Feng have let him in? Meanwhile, Jay leaned close to the red-haired Thunder, whispering as he tried to talk to him, but KO behind him suddenly stood up. Boss, can you hear me? What now? Should I get you out of here? When the corner of his eye caught sight of Kyle approaching, he became even more anxious. His muscular body seemed a little flustered. What do we do? Kyle is coming. Thunder, just then, a golden light enveloped the red-haired Thunder's body. Without a sound, something returned to his body. Composite magic. Instant teleportation. Kyle came closer and closer, then looked at Thunder seriously and asked, Thunder, why did you suddenly appear underground? Jay turned and stood between him and Kyle, trying to stall for time. Hey Kyle, let the boss rest for a bit. He's completely exhausted. Thunder pushed him aside, a trace of fatigue showing on his face, and looked at the two of them as he said, It's fine. Let Kyle and me talk alone, head down. The moon hung high in the sky. It was another night with a very round, bright moon. Thunder sat alone in deep thought, gazing into the distance, no one knowing what he was thinking. At that moment, Kyle walked over to him. As soon as he reached his side, he told him about the current situation. Jay and Slavia told everyone to head back first. Elder Feng and Sidaten are handling what comes next, so there's no need to worry. He did not sit down but stood behind him instead. Looking at Thunder's back, he asked, Right now it's just the two of us. You want to share your secret? Kyle, when you learned that Ami had died, how did you get through your emotions? Hearing that seemingly unrelated question, he froze and looked at him in silence, not knowing how to answer. After a moment, Kyle took a few steps forward. Thunder glanced at his movement and Kyle said, No, Thunder, I have never gotten through it. Never. He stood there, his sorrowful eyes looking up at the night sky as he sighed. Even though my life seems unchained, even though the gears of this city keep turning as usual, I think about revenge every single day. Ever since I learned that Ami died, my heart has felt hollow. Kyle's hand clenched tightly over the left side of his chest. Blue veins bulged across the back of his hand. He frowned and turned to look at Thunder. Maybe killing the enemy with my own hands will make me feel better, but I don't know whether my heart can ever recover. At that moment, Thunder sat there, watching him overcome with emotion, and gently said two words. Is that so? Then he lowered his head, his face filled with endless sorrow. Lonely and alone, he murmured. It seems I also have to complete my revenge before I can be set free. Kyle watched him push himself up from his knee in confusion. He turned with Thunder's movement and asked, Why are you suddenly saying that? It's nothing. I'll have a chance to tell you the full reason behind all this, but before that, I want to invite you to join an organization and help me. Thunder suddenly became fiercer. His gaze turned cold, carrying a hint of hatred. His upturned hand seemed to seize power. Help us defeat the shadow. Hearing him say that, Kyle was briefly surprised and asked, An organization? Don't tell me Jay and the twins have already. Thunder was honest with him now. That's right, they have all joined. Ness is our leader. No wonder you have all been inseparable lately. He let out a soft breath. The corner of his mouth curved slightly and he said to him, But forget it. Take back your lie, Thunder. I know you are Nessie. Thunder was shocked. His face froze like an idiot's as he shouted right next to Kyle's ear. What? You already knew since when? I wasn't very sure at first. But judging by your reaction, it really is true. He raised one finger, his expression much brighter now, and said, Detonite combat techniques are already rare. And on top of that, you can use magic. I am certain that not only in Pharaoh Academy, but in the entire Arrow Kingdom, there isn't a second person like that. After saying that, he put an arm around Thunder's shoulders, laughing and chatting with him in an extremely friendly way. So, buddy, can you tell me your plan now? Fine, I owe you one this time. The two walked and talked, sharing all their information with each other. What I'm about to say is going to be a bit long. The scene shifted to the Academy Castle. The star-filled night sky made the entire castle look even more solemn and beautiful. Inside the office, Hardin and Winford were both beyond shocked after hearing Elder Feng explain everything. The Shadow Wraith has been destroyed. It went that smoothly. Ness did it alone. More or less, according to the students' descriptions, Thunder helped a little too. The two of them were both surprised and unconvinced, while also curious about Thunder's talent and could not help praising him. Do you know what his background is? I sent people to investigate his information before, but we found absolutely no leads. First came the great battle with Mufflin. Then he killed the fake Shadow again. What a formidable young man. Is that so? I have heard a bit of news. Seeing that both of them wanted to know Thunder's background, he raised his hand and conjured it. The organization is called Red Wing. They are currently recruiting soldiers, and as far as I know, quite a few of your outstanding students have joined them. For example, Jay and Thunder. For now, it seems they are getting along quite well. When Teacher Cadden heard Thunder's name, he was rather surprised, and with a cigarette still in his mouth, he asked loudly. Thunder joined too. Winford beside him was just as shocked. He is very well known at the academy. If things keep developing like this, I fear the reaction from above will not be good. Elder Feng, however, seemed much calmer than the two of them. He slowly stroked his beard, his gaze drifting elsewhere. I understand your concerns, so the next time Red Wing holds a gathering, I will go see it for myself. After saying that, he turned to leave, but the corner of his eye glanced toward Winford as he said, by the way, I would also like to have a proper conversation with the young man named Nesla. Hearing this, Winford immediately objected. That would not be appropriate. After all, you are, but Elder Feng had no desire to hear any discouragement. He calmly waved goodbye and walked away. I am only a civilian now. There is nothing inappropriate about it. As for you, remember to report the matter of the fake shadow to the Grand Elder. Do not let the truth be distorted by others. The scene shifts to a small, secluded house. On the dirt road, a figure is sprinting toward the house in the outskirts. As Bernardo pushed open the wooden door, he looked through the narrow gap and shouted, "Why did you suddenly call me out here? Did something happen?" Inside the simple wooden house, Dan Bird and Rose frowned as soon as they saw him and said, "That's right, old friend. We have run into trouble tonight. The Dragon Knight Tomb is the place guarded by your night squad, correct?" "Yes. Tell me what is going on." Voss looked extremely grave and quickly explained the urgent matter. "We received secret information that tonight the city will once again be attacked by the Dark Guild." Dan Bird frowned, thinking of the tomb area protected by 5 imposing knight statues, and the Dragon Knight Tomb will be the first place attacked. Hearing this, Bernardo was utterly shocked. He loudly questioned his 2 old comrades. "What? Then what are we waiting for? We must immediately issue a warning throughout the entire city." But just as he turned to run outside, Rose slammed the door shut behind him and stopped him. Wait, seeing her strange behavior, Bernardo's face darkened. He could not understand what the two of them were doing. "What do you mean by this?" At that moment, Dan Bird behind him glanced at him with a terrifying gaze. With a solemn expression, he continued explaining the reason. "Old friend, you know our situation very well. Our forces have been scattered across the village fronts and the mountain passes. We do not have enough troops to confront the Dark Guild." Rose also followed up, looking at him anxiously as she spoke in a rush. "And we must obey the Elder's orders. You saw what happened during the last attack too. We cannot protect the entire academy. So what you mean is..." Dan Bird's face looked frightening as he looked down at Bernardo, who was shorter than him. "That is why I made a deal with the Dark Guild. We will let them into the city and give them 2 seats on the Council of Elders. As long as they integrate into Faraud and become part of us, they will not harm anyone else." Hearing his words, Bernardo panicked, his face darkening as he shouted, "You have gone mad making a deal with those beasts. If they enter the city, they will wipe us all out. Once the city gates open, rivers of blood will flow. Have you been a knight all these years and still not understood that?" Bernardo turned toward the door, looked at Rose still blocking it, and said, "I have had enough of your madness. Move aside, I am going to see the Grand Elder." The moment Dan Bird heard that he intended to report the situation, his patience ran out. He silently reached back and drew the sword hidden behind his back, glaring at Bernardo's back. "Of course I understand that, old friend." Then he mercilessly thrust the tip of his sword straight into Bernardo's body. Caught completely off guard, Bernardo was ambushed by his old comrade and coughed up blood. Bernardo looked back at the man who had stabbed him, bloodshot veins appearing in his widened eyes. "You." Behind him, Dan Bird gave a vicious smile and cut him off. "War means bloodshed." His eyes filled with cruelty and his pupils were gradually swallowed by darkness. "It just will not be my blood." Outside, the moon still hung high, but its light had gradually dimmed, no longer able to illuminate the wooden house. He can only blame himself for not listening to my advice. Inside the house, Bernardo, who had been ambushed, lay unconscious on the floor, his fate uncertain. Dan Bird stood there wiping the blood from his sword, looking at the body of his old comrade as he answered Rose. Bernardo should feel fortunate. At least his men will not have to die in vain. After everything was handled, the two of them left the wooden house one after the other. As he walked, he gave orders to Rose behind him. "I will leave Bernardo's men for you to handle. I have to go meet Lord GP to report. I hope they will listen." But they had no idea that everything they had just said was accidentally overheard by Harry, who was standing behind the door. He closed one eye and peered through the hole in the wall, thinking anxiously, "Lord Bernardo is dead. What exactly is father doing? Father." The scene shifted back to the academy, where several rooms in the castle were still lit. Kyle and Thunder walked together along the main road in the night, talking as they went. "So you came from the cave outside the city, but this time you did not encounter that deity." "That is right, I was surprised too, unless the deity had already been moved away beforehand." Thunder looked at him seriously and continued, "Based on when the battle happened, I think the infected man's father must have sneaked in from the prison." He told Kaiho what he had discovered about the entrance beneath the towering stone statue being open, but but when I entered the cave, the iron gate and the entrance from the church were already open. Hearing this, Kaiho was shocked. He turned fully toward Thunder and said anxiously, the prison entrance was the same. When I went down, the door was already open. I thought the shadow had done it. Before entering the cave, I also met two adventurers. They said the beasts in the forest were restless. It was clearly a sign that an outsider had broken in. If it was not the infected man, then who else could it be? The two exchanged information back and forth. At that moment, Kaiho suddenly turned serious and asked him, this time when you were beneath the church, what did you see? Thunder honestly told him everything he had seen. The place where the deity was once kept is empty now. There is nothing left. I went a little farther and found countless cave entrances in the Great Hall. I suspect the deity may have been moved to another cave. He had redrawn the entire cave system in his mind as a miniature map. It looked like a maze, like a giant anthill. Without a map, it would be extremely difficult to move forward. There were countless tunnels crisscrossing inside, and under the protection of the magic barrier, he had no idea where those passages led. Kyle was glad for him as he listened. He smiled faintly and said, it is a good thing you still managed to find us in that situation. Fortunately, I could sense Jay's location and everyone else's. Otherwise, even if I had been lost underground for 3 days, I probably still would not have found you. Just then, a strange sound suddenly rang out again. That sound interrupted their conversation. Both of them turned at the same time toward the source of the noise, standing off to the side as they watched armored knights run past quickly. They ran in one direction. It is so late. What are they doing? I hope nothing bad has happened. Suddenly, Thunder noticed something. He frowned, startled and alert. His sharp eyes lifted warily. In the late night which had fallen quiet again, Thunder looked in one direction and called out, come out. I have already found you. Harry had been discovered by him and slowly emerged from a small corner as Kyle spoke in surprise. Harry, seeing who it was, Kyle immediately drew his twin swords and took a defensive stance. It is you. Why are you following us? Sorry, I did not mean to follow you, but that group of people. Kyle flared up, unwilling to listen to anything from him. Do you think I will believe your lies? But Thunder was calmer than him. He stood in front of Kyle, looked at Harry with a grave expression, and asked him, why are you following them? Harry frowned, his face twisted as if something was very hard to say. Whether you believe it or not, something even worse is about to happen. The scene shifted to the knights who had just been mobilized. They gathered together and listened as Rose opened some kind of scroll and read from it. A Dragon Knight Assembly. We have just received orders from Lord Bernardo. Tonight, the Dragon Knight tomb will be guarded by us. You may return to the barracks. Orders? One knight questioned this sudden new command. But before we left tonight, Lord Bernardo specifically told us that without an order from him personally, we were not to leave our guard posts. Lady Rose, perhaps we should wait for Lord Bernardo to come and give the order himself. Rose stepped closer to him, her expression serious as she stared at the knight and threatened him sternly. Are you intending to disobey a military order? Unless Lord Bernardo gives the order personally, this subordinate cannot obey. Without saying another word, she coldly and ruthlessly drove her sword straight through his body. What a waste of Bernardo's kindness. The blade pierced his heart. The knight stared down in shock at the place where her hand withdrew from his chest, then cried out in agony. When the others saw this, they hurriedly rushed forward. All of them were caught off guard by Rose's actions and had no time to react. Commander, what are you trying to do? The knights Rose had brought immediately raised their bows and aimed straight at them at her command. Lord Bernardo will not let this pass. A sharp voice rang out. Each arrow was fired with precision, eliminating all the remaining men. Ready, fire! After dealing with them, one knight turned to ask Rose for instructions. Lady Rose, what should we do with the bodies? No need to bother. By tomorrow morning, it will be the same anyway. Focus on the main task. They received the order. One person gave commands while two others pushed the towering stone statue in the center. Hurry, follow Lord George's instructions. The passage leading down into the tomb opened. Wind rushed in endlessly along with it. Rose stood right at the edge of the entrance, staring intently below. Her expression was strangely calm, her eyes fixed on the entrance, even as the strong wind continued to be sucked downward. Several dark figures emerged from the hazy smoke. As soon as they saw her, they immediately praised her. Well done, Rose, you flatter me. This is only my duty. The members of the Dark Guild walked out of the tomb, and the one leading them stood there speaking with Rose. The ones behind them were gripping both ends of an iron chain, dragging something up from the ground. I have to admit, dragging these huge things through the dark underground took quite a lot of effort. I think Lord Moffland will reward those who deserve it. The long chain stretched on, clanking heavily. The sound of armor scraping echoed as they pulled the things from deep below up here. The other end of the chain was locked around high-level beasts that had already been subdued. Under their control, the beasts lumbered up the stairs one step at a time. Do not rush, you will soon get to enjoy freedom. Kyle suddenly kicked the door open and rushed in. Everyone wake up, stop sleeping. Tan shot upright. What happened? I had only just lain down. Munch also asked in a panic. What is going on? Slavia thought of Thunder. Thunder, did something happen to Thunder? He opened the door and walked in. Hearing her worry about him, he answered softly, "Thank you, I am fine." Kyle said anxiously, "Stop talking. We are about to be in trouble." Mary asked back, "What exactly happened?" Thunder answered her, "Knight Bernardo has been murdered. Everyone grab your weapons and put on your armor now." His face darkened, his eyes like storm clouds. The Dark Guild has returned. Everyone froze, their faces turning pale. Slavia was the first to speak, asking in disbelief, "What?" Early in the morning, two knights in silver armor stood tall before the city gate. They were like two living statues guarding the entrance. Suddenly, purple vines shot out of nowhere and wrapped tightly around the two knights. "What is this?" "Shadow wraiths, they are shadow wraiths." In the blink of an eye, both knights were completely taken out, blood splattering all over the walls. After that, the Dark Guild members silently appeared, moved. They climbed over the city wall like ghosts, then vanished into the night. The Grand Elder sat at his desk. His fingers lightly tapped the tabletop as if he were waiting for something. The knight beside him spoke in a grave voice. "Grand Elder," he replied flatly, "I know." The Dark Guild members burst in. "Elder, I did not expect you to be such a light sleeper." One of them laughed mockingly. "What exactly has kept you awake all night?" He smiled and replied, "When you reach my age, you will understand. Sleep is like life itself. Every day it slips farther away from me. As for you young people, you should take the chance to sleep more while you can." The Grand Elder asked calmly, "Then I would like to ask, what exactly made you go through so much trouble to come looking for this old man so early in the morning?" The man answered somewhat indifferently, "You already know why we came, and I do not like talking in circles. The deity has been moved. You must know where she is, of course." The old man seemed to have expected it. "Of course you came for the deity." The Grand Elder raised a hand and stroked his beard. "Let me think. I believe I arranged for her to be somewhere." Then the old man pretended to lose his memory. "Oh, look at that. How inconvenient. Where did I send her again?" The knight standing beside him answered him. "This subordinate does not know." The Grand Elder raised both hands and shrugged. "Sorry, everyone, it seems I cannot help you after all." One member of the Dark Guild replied coldly, "In that case, we will have to help you remember." In an instant, they all charged straight at him, giving the Grand Elder no chance to escape. In that split second, the knight raised his sword and blocked them. He stood like an inviolable steel shield, just as outside the window. A group of Dark Guild members gathered, their gazes sharp as they prepared to attack. The Grand Elder said calmly, "It seems the Dark Guild came well prepared this time." Shards of glass flew everywhere as they stormed in like unstoppable gales. The old man's face suddenly darkened and he said coldly, "Unfortunately for you, this is an extremely difficult mission." The scene shifted. Night covered everything with only faint flames flickering in the darkness. Winford reached out and tossed the map into the burning fire. Light flared and the paper burned to ash. He said calmly, "The map has been burned too. Now no one can say for sure where the deity was hidden." Haddon put his hands in his pockets. "Right, unless we personally take the elder there." He looked calmly downward, "But at the very least we need to remember the way back." Gordon suddenly asked, "How do you think things will develop from here?" "Hard to say," he replied. "If Mofflund has infiltrated the academy, he will not leave easily before achieving his goal." Then, Winford continued, "That day he clearly had the chance to kill everyone, but it seemed something more important stopped him." Gordon held a cigarette in his mouth, speaking without noticing what was behind him. "Yes, I also think he will come back." From the ground, sticky green slime slowly crept up his legs from behind. Haddon suddenly sensed something strange and immediately shouted to Winford. "Winford," he answered. "Yeah." The two of them sprang into the air. They dodged the attack with astonishing speed. The slime snake landed on the wall and instantly released its corrosive power, making the wall seem to melt under its acid. Invisibility. From the pitch-black night, a group of people gradually appeared in hazy outlines. Winford recognized them at once and shouted in shock, "Why are you here?" From the darkness, Draven and his subordinates silently stepped out, carrying an air of danger. "We have been waiting for you two for a very long time." Seeing this, Winford shouted in shock, "Black-armored knights, you were supposed to be protecting the elders." Right after that, he cried out, his face full of confusion. "Why are you here?" Draven smiled cruelly. "Very simple. The elders no longer need our service right now." Haddon did not bother hiding his irritation. He rolled his eyes and snapped angrily. "You truly disgrace the honor of knights." Draven immediately drew his sword. "Prepare to fight." "No, we are fighting for honor." The entire fortress shook amid chaotic screams as everyone panicked like a disturbed hive. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Everyone began fleeing in panic. "Magical beasts have entered the city. There are some here too. Call for reinforcements. There are some here too. Call for reinforcements." A soldier lay trembling on the ground, his terrified eyes fixed on the horrifying magical beast in front of him. With brutal force, it struck the trembling soldier on the ground without the slightest mercy. Thunder and his friends were hiding high above. They carefully observed the situation below. Slavia could not hold back and was about to go down, but Kyle stopped her. "Do not act rashly. There are too many enemies." She shouted, "We cannot just stand here and watch." He immediately turned toward Thunder, who stood with his arms crossed on a tall tree trunk. Thunder, how does the situation look? Hearing this, Thunder lowered his voice and replied. Kyle is right, they came in through the tomb of the Dragon Rider. Kyle asked, do you have a plan? Thunder jumped down. We have to destroy the passage before we can safely deal with the enemies in the city. He reached out and asked, are you two willing to come with me? Jay rubbed his muscle. Boss, you know I will always follow you. Kyle answered as if it were obvious. We are brothers. Do you even need to ask? Seeing that Thunder had not mentioned her, Slavia kept asking timidly. What about us? Let us go with you too, Thunder. He answered firmly. No, Slavia, you all have to stay outside, Thunder explained. We need people to help distract the enemies in the base. You cannot let them advance too easily. Mary agreed as well. Thunder is right. The fighting knights also need you to command them. Slavia blushed. I understand, then all of you must be careful. After that, Thunder suggested, I suspect there are still other underground entrances leading into the academy. You must know how to handle this. Tan, go find Old Feng and tell him about our situation. Kel, go find Winford and Knight K. They are the two people we can trust. We need the help of the Grand Knights, the two answered in unison. Got it. Thunder raised his hand to activate the contract magic circle. I am truly sorry. I originally planned to find a better time to explain this to everyone. Now it seems I have no choice but to ask you all to decide immediately. He asked everyone, are you willing to join Crimson Herb? Slavia looked at the circle filled with countless symbols before her. Mary continued, this is contract magic. The scene shifted. Members of the Dark Guild were struggling to drag a gigantic monster from the bottomless depths of the dungeon up to the surface. Hurry, hurry. Do not let this monster get stuck here. Move, hurry. From within the air, an arrow shot forward, piercing through space like a blade of light. The arrow struck the monster directly in the eye, making it howl in pain. Enemy attack from the southeast. The monster began losing control and struggled wildly. Hurry and restrain it. Do not let it rampage here. The Dark Guild members hurriedly chased after the troublemaker. I see her, over there, catch her. Mary sprinted away while slightly turning her body, her sharp eyes sweeping across everything behind her. From nowhere, countless arrows of light shot out and ambushed them. They have an ambush. Turning nimbly, she drew her bowstring and fired a barrage of sharp arrows. While they were still standing there in a daze, a sudden pink light appeared and changed the direction of the arrow. Mary widened her eyes, her face turning pale with shock at the sight. Rose stepped in, gripping her bow tightly as she looked at her coldly. You are my most talented student. Her expression darkened, revealing clear anger and disappointment. Unfortunately, Slavia suddenly appeared. She rushed from behind Voss with fierce speed. Look here. Rose turned her face away, her bowstring drawn tight, ready to fire razor-sharp arrows. Then an arrow grazed Slavia's cheek, sending a brief sting of pain through her. A cold blade flashed past, shrieking through the air like a deadly warning. Slavia drove her sword hard into Rose's neck. Rose was stunned and had no time to react. Her eyes widened as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Rose had been completely defeated. With a determined gaze, Slavia spoke without the slightest hesitation. Farewell, knight. The scene shifted. As the dust cloud finally cleared, the Dark Guild members fell into chaos. They shouted in confusion. Where are they? Find them quickly. Stay close, hurry, the moment chaos erupted. Thunder suddenly appeared and launched an ambush at them. Kyle asked worriedly, are we destroying this exit too? Thunder immediately began smashing it. No, they still have king-class magical beasts in their hands. A few broken pieces will not hold them back for long. We have to make sure this path is completely sealed, and I think. The Dark Guild members began pouring up from the stairs, their eyes blazing and their weapons gleaming in their hands. They will not want to let us succeed. Raising his sword high, Jay launched himself through the air, aiming straight at them. Boss, leave this to me. In panic, Thunder called out his name. Jay, Kyle is powerless. How does this guy get so hyped up whenever he fights? Thunder quickly turns to KO, gives a brief instruction, and charges straight into battle. Go ahead, I'll cover you from behind, you take the other side. Thunder immediately replies, got it. Jay swings his greatsword down to the ground. The earth cracks under the immense force, sending a Dark Guild member flying. On the other side, Kyle is fiercely fighting another Dark Guild member. Fighting like this won't work. Who knows how many more enemies are behind us? Thunder's eyes instantly flare, taking on a cold, sharp edge like a blade. Dragon's Gaze. With Dragon's Gaze, he can see through every corner, easily tracking every step of the enemy. The enemies behind haven't caught up yet. Now is the chance. Thunder's gaze suddenly stops, focused on the wall ahead. He rushes to Jay's back. Jay, I'll give you power, help us break through. He immediately clenches his fists, gathering all his inner strength. No problem, I can feel it getting stronger. The Dark Guild members stop at the loud noise. What's that? A monster. One lowers his voice. Ah, I know this monster. He's a werewolf. Jay transforms into a giant werewolf. Bulging muscles and thick fur ripple with each movement. He grabs one enemy with his huge hand. You filthy beast, let go of me. The Dark Guild members start to panic. Don't be afraid, he's just a shape-shifting beast. His fur is even thicker than armor. No, we can't kill him. Jay keeps attacking, each strike strong enough to send enemies flying. Kyle turns, worried, asking Thunder, how far do we chase them? He replies, almost there. Thanks to Jay's superior strength, throwing enemies aside. The two easily advance forward. KO is wide-eyed, stunned. Didn't expect such a large ravine underground. Thunder's eyes. Stay firmly, just destroy the bridge and we can stop their advance. In werewolf form, Jay keeps fiercely pursuing the Dark Guild members without pause. Thunder calls to him, don't chase. He places his hand on Jay's shoulder. His praise feels like deep encouragement. Jay, well done. Jay only responds with a grunt. Then Kyle hears him. Utterlessly, I don't understand what he's saying. Jay clenches his fists, shouting to release all his power, almost back to human form. As he returns to human form, Thunder quickly hugs him. KO can't believe it. No way, this big guy already passed out. He instructs could be a side effect of the transformation. Take care of him. He should wake up soon. Thunder immediately summons a magic contract to send an alert. I've spotted the enemies behind us. Good thing we're faster. Suddenly, his dragon's gaze detects something unusual. What is it? On the other side, Cadden and Winfrey keep blocking relentless attacks from the Dark Guild members. Winfred grits his teeth. This isn't good. The exhausting fight against 3 black-armored knights isn't in our favor. If we don't come up with a plan, suddenly, Cadden shouts his name. The tension rises. Winfred. His shout carries extreme tension. We're surrounded. Draven laughs wickedly. Winfrey, you're truly unlucky. Now lead us to the god, maybe you'll survive. Cadden clenches the cigarette in his mouth. So many from the Dark Guild. Target is the academy. Winfred worries, looks like we won't survive getting out of here. Suddenly, a subordinate speaks, Master, sir. We've encountered, he shouts, deal with them first. The subordinate stammers, but in the moment of silence. A spark suddenly shoots toward Draven. Frozen in place, he glances around, then suddenly opens his eyes wide in shock. Flames erupt violently, engulfing Draven's subordinates like a massive fire wave. Help, it's too hot. Thunder suddenly appears, urgently shouting. Run, Winfred wonders, Thunder, why are you here? With eyes full of surprise, he asks, you can use magic. Draven laughs maliciously and charges with murderous intent. Thunder Taylor, prioritize him first. He turns and shouts to Winfred. Move to your right, he calls his name, Thunder. With explosive power, Thunder punches the heavily armored knight. The knight is knocked back by the powerful punch, bracing himself. Thunder uses fire magic like a torrent, relentlessly attacking him. This is bad, run now. These black-armored knights are stronger than expected, can't face them head-on. Thunder, Carden, and Winfred sprint forward quickly. While running, he sees Kyle and quickly calls out his name. Kyle, he clutches the red stone, shouting as he sees all 3. My knight and Sir Winfred. Draven swings his sword at Thunder. Don't worry about others, kill that red-haired kid. Seeing this, Winfred called out anxiously, Thunder. Carden shouted, what are you doing? Winfred hurried over, but Kyle stopped him. We have to help him. He reassured him there's no need. Thunder has a strategy. Stunned, Carden looked up and asked again, his eyes wide with shock. A strategy? Thunder's hand gripped Draven's sword tightly. Not giving his opponent a chance to struggle, he immediately released his clones, splitting into multiple versions that appeared at once. Clone magic. With a surprised look, Carden continued for him. Thunder's magic clones. Not to be outdone, Draven froze the sword tip, forming a sharp layer of icy frost. Ice magic, frozen bone bind. Thunder shouted as he seized the perfect moment. Kyle now, without hesitation, he immediately threw the red stone straight at him. Explosive stone. The moment the stone exploded, a violent force blasted Thunder's clones away. His eyes widened, his face filled with shock. So strong, the clones have been scattered from within the darkness. Draven rushed out and kicked Thunder with tremendous force. He had no time to react, was sent flying, and crashed hard onto the ground several meters away. He rushed forward and pointed his sword at Thunder. Lord Zippy sends his regards. Right after that, Draven viciously stabbed his sword into him without the slightest hesitation. Without warning, a thunderous explosion rang out, shaking the ground. Thunder. Draven and Thunder fell together. If the fall doesn't kill you, I'll personally torture you down there. Although injured, Thunder still gave a provocative smile and did not forget to taunt him. Is that so? Too bad I can't go with you. Suddenly his whole body began to glow. Position swap. Draven started to panic. He turned into a clone. His desperate scream rang out as his body plunged straight into the bottomless abyss. The entire ground shook violently, and boulders split apart with terrifying cracking sounds. Without hesitation, Winfred reached out to support the injured Thunder. Holding him steady so he would not fall, Thunder forced himself to say, I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while. Carden asked in confusion, why are you all here? Kyle replied, the Dark Guild has infiltrated the academy again. We came to block their advance route, Winfred said. They're targeting the underground passage of the Dragon Knight's tomb. It looks like Bernardo is facing a difficult battle. Suddenly Kyle lowered his voice, his eyes sorrowful. About Lord Bernardo we received word, Winfred asked in panic. What happened to him? He spoke in a low voice, slowly revealing news that left him stunned. He was killed by beasts. On the other side, the Grand Elder and his subordinates had completely wiped out those people. The The members of the Dark Guild. The old man opened the door and stepped inside, his voice echoing throughout the space. Zola, what appeared before the Grand Elder was Elder Zola covered in blood. His eyes widened and he immediately dealt with the person. The subordinate beside him shouted, "Elder Zola has been killed." Elder Gold staggered toward the Grand Elder. Seeing this, the old man asked anxiously, "Elder Gold, you're still alive." The Grand Elder rushed over. "Who did this?" he replied. "It was my black-armored knight." He followed GP's orders. Being attacked by his own close guard was truly hard to believe. He held Elder Gold's hand and said with guilt, "GP, I thought he was merely someone who defended Bloodline theory. I never expected him to go this far. This is my fault," the Grand Elder suggested. "Let my guards take you somewhere safe first. I will go find GP myself." He awkwardly refused. "No, there's no need." The old man gripped Elder Gold's hand tightly. Now is still not the time to give up. But he did not know that purple flames had already flared in Elder Gold's hand. The Grand Elder's eyes flew wide open, unable to hide his shock. His whole body seemed to turn to stone. Purple lightning flashed from Elder Gold's hand. Carrying heaven-shaking power, it swept both the old man and his subordinates away. Knocked into the air, the two crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a deep, resounding impact. The Grand Elder trembled as he lay on the ground. "I never expected you. You were always," his voice was filled with shock. Mifflin Han removed his mask and laughed cruelly. "That's right, I was here all along." Putting the mask back on, he said, "After you expelled me from the academy back then, I returned not long after. The position of Elder is a valuable asset. I am truly glad I managed to keep it." The Grand Elder was stunned. Elder Gold, hearing this, he merely replied calmly. Elder Gold was someone with little presence. I simply sent him where he was meant to go. Mifflin did not hesitate and immediately drew on all the spiritual power in his body. "All right, old man, you don't have much time left. Tell me where you hid the divine artifact." Even in this situation, the Grand Elder answered firmly, "You know it yourself. There is no way you will hear it from my mouth." He brought his hand, covered in deep purple lightning, close to the old man. Countless arcs of lightning flashed with murderous intent. That's right. A thunderous explosion rang out and brilliant purple light erupted, enveloping the entire academy. The space shook violently. The surge of purple lightning struck straight ahead, rushing forward wildly. The scene shifted and Kyle saw it. "Then you woke up at just the right time," he said awkwardly. "Sorry, sometimes I can't control myself. Looks like I missed the most exciting battle." The two of them slowly moved forward. Kyle gently raised a hand to shield his head. "No, I don't think you did." The members of the Dark Guild wore black armor, wielding swords and countless sinister weapons. They stood waiting ahead. Thunder put a hand to his ear. "Slavia, can you hear me? We're outside now. What's the situation?" Her voice came urgently. "Thunder, is that you?" "Great, you're all okay." "The situation isn't good. Besides the Dragon Knight tomb, the Dark Guild has also attacked 2 more underground passages." Slavia's shout rang in his ear, leaving him frozen in place. Pharaoh is about to fall. Thunder put a hand to his ear. His voice was urgent. "Slavia has told me your location. We'll head there right away." Kyle looked over at Carden and Winford. "What about you?" the black-armored traitor knight said. "We must confirm the Elder's safety first." "Be careful, all of you, before they split up," Carden shouted. "After that, we'll find a way to meet up with you again." He replied, "Understood." The two of them were surrounded by members of the Dark Guild, and he shouted, "Winford, stop wasting time with them." Winford said helplessly, "It's not like I want to. It took a little time, but in the end, the two of them defeated them." All the lackeys who had just rushed in. Winford suddenly froze, stunned by the sight before him. Cadden ran up from behind. "What is it?" Harry collapsed to his knees, his eyes filled with despair. "We're too late." Unable to hold back his anger, Winford demanded through gritted teeth, "Did you kill him?" With tears in his eyes, he gave a terse reply, "I didn't want this either." Then Harry looked completely helpless. "But my father made the wrong choice, causing consequences that can never be undone." Even the Grand Elder and his subordinates were attacked. Their bodies lay collapsed on the floor. Grand Elder. Elsewhere, Slavia's group was surrounded. Mary shouted, "We're surrounded." Slavia instructed them, "Hold out as long as you can." Tan went to get help, so he should be back soon. Munch replied anxiously, "He'd better hurry." The earth-shaking sound of a sudden explosion rang out behind them, startling everyone. Suddenly, a gigantic monster appeared behind Slavia, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Watch out!" At the critical moment, Thunder rushed in just in time to save her from danger. Slavia happily called his name, her bright eyes unable to hide her joy. "Thunder." Kyle charged forward with his sword. "We're here now." Jay also checked on them. "Is anyone hurt?" Tan and the reinforcements had also arrived. "We're here too." Munch shouted, "It's Tan," along with Mr. Fung and the elders. A figure stood high above, his shout echoing through the entire space. "Everyone, put down your weapons." He said smugly, "Stop, don't resist in vain anymore. From this day on, this academy will welcome a new rebirth." The people below began to waver. "Is that Elder Jippy? Why is he telling us to stop?" "You fool, he's with the enemy." Jippy continued in a lofty tone, "The bloodline of knights has been noble since birth. Pharaoh Academy exists to train knights, not farmers." The knights erupted into murmurs. Damn it, there are still that many traitors. I think what he said makes some sense. He continued, reform always comes with bloodshed. Those filthy bloodlines cannot exist in my academy. Thunder suddenly spoke up. In a moment, take me to him, leave it to me. The man laughed wickedly, his eyes gleaming with schemes. From this day on, change is necessary. Kill all those inferiors. Mary drew her bowstring, aiming straight at the underlings, each arrow striking with precision. Kyle and Munch were no less impressive, each using his sword to swiftly cut down their opponent. Jay suddenly transformed, fur growing all over his body as he became a ferocious werewolf. What is that? A monster. With a lightning-fast swipe of his hand, the underlings were sent flying into the air, unable to fight back. Slavia was stunned. Jay is a werewolf. Mary was also surprised. Incredible. I've only ever seen this in books. Munch replied, no wonder this guy has such unusual strength. Jippy ordered cruelly, show no mercy. I never expected there to be a monster like this in the academy. Hurry, kill him for me. Jay immediately rolled his eyes. Boss Thunder had already taken his stance. I'm counting on you. He sprang upward, his terrifying speed like an arrow released from a bow. Jippy roared, his shout sounding like an order that could not be refused. Stop him. Thunder swept through the underlings like a raging storm, then shot forward to face him. Jippy trembled, unable to hide his panic. You don't come any closer. Thunder gripped his sleeve tightly, giving him no chance to resist. Then Thunder left Jippy suspended in midair, making him scream. No, Thunder's eyes suddenly darkened, filled with gloom. I have something to ask you. Jippy trembled as he replied, let me down and I promise I'll spare your life. Thunder said coldly, save those words for the souls of the dead. The man immediately begged, please, what do you want? I can give you everything. Do you want the position of elder? I can even give you a seat. Thunder shouted, tell me, who is the leader of the purebloods? Jippy answered fearfully, I don't know, I've never seen that person's face. Thunder's eyes suddenly blazed with purple light. What a waste of time. Dragon's true magic. He was completely hypnotized by that godly gaze. Who is the pureblood leader? Zippy answered honestly, it's me. Thunder angrily asked, did you send the shadow assassin to kill me? GP replied, no, I only carried out the orders of the Dark Guild. Thunder froze, Dark Guild, so they are connected. He continued, is Mufflon the leader of the Dark Guild? What do they have to do with the Shadow Plague? Vippy answered honestly, I've never seen the leader of the Dark Guild and I don't know what the Shadow Plague truly is. It's an entity far stronger than humans. I only follow orders. Thunder reflected, the Pureblood Guild are just puppets. He said casually and let go, then you have no value to me anymore. The free-fall sensation made him scream in terror. No, the subordinates below were shocked and asked, has Master GP died? Even the knights could not hide their fear. So easily defeated by that red-haired kid. The headmaster had to admit he had raised an extraordinary child. Bung Elder replied, it's hard to say it was something I could teach. Slavia suddenly charged with her sword and Mary anxiously asked, Slavia, what are you doing? Standing above, she clenched her fists. Knights, you see, the pureblood leader is just a coward. We can defeat them. Io called her name, Slavia, she said firmly. A few months ago, we went through a terrible attack. Our friends and loved ones sacrificed themselves in the battle, and today we face a similar situation. A knight gritted his teeth. Damn it, but I want to tell everyone that, even though last time only part of us fought, we still defeated them. Flavia continued to encourage. They aren't scary, they are just cowards who don't dare face us directly. And launch a proper challenge. This time we can still defeat them. Filled with power, Slavia raised her sword decisively. This time who will stand with us? The knights shouted in unison, their momentum like huge waves. We will. Members of the Dark Guild and Pureblood Guild began to waver. Them afraid of what? They are just beasts backed into a corner. Our goal is to take the city gate, but Elder GP is dead. We have no reason to keep fighting. Mofflin became smug. He's dead, so I am your leader. Don't you agree? A Pureblood Guild member hesitated. Seeing the other waver, he acted immediately. If you want to follow GP, then go with him. Mofflin glanced at the other Pureblood Guild members. Now, who is your leader? They said together. Master Mufflin. He immediately ordered, good, I'll say it once more. Our mission is to seize the city gate. That silver-haired girl is annoying. Kill her. Suddenly dark clouds rolled in, thunder booming. Mary asked, what's that sound? Munch replied, it's coming from the city gate. Kyle was also fighting fiercely against the Pureblood and Dark Guild members. Suddenly, he heard a scream, echoing through the area, shaking the surrounding. Move out of the way. But it was too late, a tremendous force suddenly swept the knights off their feet. Thunder hit above, observing. He realized something was approaching. Mofflin said regretfully, it seems our mission has been taken by the main army. The city gate was broken, and the beasts rushed in, creating utter chaos. The soldiers tried their best to fight against the mammoth, but quickly many were killed by its ferocious attacks. Seeing the situation was critical, Kaiho quickly coordinated everyone. He shouted, everyone move away, but soon after the mammoth widened its eyes. It stared ahead in shock. Before long it let out a pitiful roar and collapsed backward. This was thanks to Elder Feng and the headmaster. Seeing the mammoth fall, Elder Feng said, "Leave the big ones to us. Everyone find the smaller ones to handle." The headmaster replied, "You chose the right targets." At that moment Kyo was watching them, then suddenly shouted in horror, "Ah, so." At that time, Ladai and Joyos were casting Dragon Roar magic to increase attack by 10%. Without planning, they both exclaimed simultaneously. At the same time, Thunder was casting lightning magic. Slavia rejoiced as she felt the energy surge within her. She exclaimed, "Lightning magic, the power has increased again." Immediately, Thunder reminded everyone not to panic. Everyone spread out to deal with them. Mary quickly replied, "Understood." No sooner had he spoken than the monster's eyes glowed. They charged recklessly at the people, baring teeth as if to devour them all. Han jumped to attack the monsters, cursing, "These things are truly disgusting." Kyo disagreed and retorted, "At least it's easier than fighting mammoth beasts." Seeing the situation get tense, Shen thought, "Our magic energy is almost depleted, we need to replenish it." He encouraged, "Hold on everyone, I'll be back soon." Xavier quickly replied, "Leave these to us." Kai-Ho added a reminder, "You should hurry." Then Thunder quickly moved through the black-clad men. He decided to absorb their energy. Once he was done, Thunder sneered, "You trash should at least be useful for something." After gaining only a very limited amount of energy, Thunder thought to himself, "No choice, this is all I can gather. This fight is going to be rough." Meanwhile, on the beast's side, their bodies were merging into one. Joyous cursed, "Damn it, this rotten snake, we can't injure its body." Lady sighed, "This is too hard." Kel then made a decision. "Then we have no choice but to abandon close combat." "Mary, can you hit it?" she immediately said. "I need someone to help distract it." Just as the situation reached a deadlock, Thunder appeared. He said, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." Xavier was overjoyed to see him and called his name, Thunder. Then Thunder used a spell, creating countless versions of himself. He told everyone, "I'm going in," leaving them stunned. Someone exclaimed, "I didn't expect magic like this to exist." While they were still dazed, Thunder attacked the beasts with great precision. He kept issuing commands. Fireball, bone ice, frozen fall. The beasts refused to give in. They charged forward, determined to break through Thunder's attacks. But when they slipped up, Mary successfully fired an arrow at it. As it let out a painful roar, she happily cried out, "I hit it." By then, Thunder was completely exhausted. He wearily muttered to himself, "This magic consumes too much energy. At the very least, I need to take down a few more." Mary's arrow seemed to have enraged them even further. They became even more ferocious and attacked Thunder directly, making him panic inwardly. "This is bad," he struggled with his thoughts. "My clones don't have the same resistance as my real body. This monster's attacks are too strong. If even one hit lands, the clone will be destroyed. The original body decides the source of support." He thought he needed to borrow the power of the vine. While he was still lost in thought, the beast charged down and knocked Thunder over. Thunder had no time to fight back and could only curse inwardly. "Damn it!" Seeing this, Tan anxiously asked, "Thunder, are you all right?" Flavia loudly warned him, "Stop that snake." Soon after, Thunder slowly struggled back to his feet. In pain, he blamed himself. "I shouldn't have gotten dragged into this battle. All of this is pointless." Thinking this, he felt utterly powerless and collapsed onto the snow, thinking, "It would be better to just leave." But Thunder quickly snuffed out that thought. He looked blankly up at the sky and muttered inwardly in shock, "That is." From the distance, Gluck was spreading its wings and flying toward them with overwhelming force. Its voice echoed throughout the air. Han stared at it for a while as if he could not believe his eyes. He stammered, "That thing is." Gluck flew even closer to the area where they stood. Now Tan could see it more clearly. He shouted, "Is that a dragon?" Thunder's group cried out in alarm. "A dragon, it's a dragon, no, impossible. They disappeared hundreds of years ago. It has come for revenge." Slavia also froze in shock and exclaimed, "I thought they had all gone extinct." Munch raised his voice to snap everyone back to their senses. "Now isn't the time to think about that," Mary anxiously added. "Those snakes are already hard enough to deal with. Now there's a dragon too. What are we supposed to do?" At the sight of Gluck, the beasts became even more savage. They opened their mouths wide and roared, creating terrifying sounds of rage. Immediately, a violent storm broke out and everyone shouted, the storm is here. Hold on tight and don't get blown away. Find the nearest shelter and hide inside." Thunder's eyes widened. Shocked, he questioned himself inwardly. "Was this storm caused by you too?" The storm grew more violent and Kai-Hu cried out uncomfortably, "I can't open my eyes anymore." Munch quickly guided them. "Everyone, lower your center of gravity, stand back to back and don't get separated." Before long, Gluck spat out a stream of icy water. It mercilessly aimed at the arrogant beasts. The beasts were caught off guard and were directly hit by a surging torrent of water. Then, as if they had reached their limit, they and the giant creatures hurriedly fled. The members of the Dark Guild were furious when they witnessed this. One shouted, "You useless beasts!" Another cursed, "Where are you running? Get back here." But before they could curse any further, Gluck's water froze them solid. Countless sharp shards of ice then fell away, shattering piece by piece. They crashed onto the ground. Gluck's fury had not yet subsided. It kept blasting water at the beasts, making them trample one another and flee in panic. After witnessing all this, Tan said in astonishment, "So this is a dragon. A single breath is enough to sweep everything away." Kel nervously suggested, I think we'd better retreat immediately." Soon after, Kai-Hu ran toward them from afar and urgently said, "Hurry, follow me, we'll take shelter underground." Hearing this, Elder Feng reassured them, "Don't worry, it won't harm us." The headmaster also spoke up. "I never expected the legend about it to become true." Unable to believe Elder Feng's judgment, Tan questioned him, "How can you be so sure it won't cause a massacre? That's a dragon, a dragon. Everyone knows dragons are creatures that." Sensing the atmosphere growing worse, Kel shouted at the top of his lungs, "We should hide." After a long silence, Elder Feng finally said, "Actually, it isn't the kind of dragon you think it is." Then he slowly added to his statement, "To be more precise, it is a..." Before Elder Feng could finish, Thunder cut in and gave the answer. "A wyvern." Hearing him say this, the elder was stunned. He asked, "You even know that?" Thunder did not answer him right away. He thought inwardly, wyverns are close relatives of dragons, but they have two main differences: size and limbs. Dragons are usually 2 to 3 times larger than wyverns. Dragons have separate limbs, which can merge with their wings when needed. Thunder thought about it further. Meanwhile, a wyvern's forelimbs are naturally attached to its wings. When Tan shouted earlier, "I really thought I might be able to meet one of my own kind again." Unfortunately, it seems the true dragon race has gone extinct. Unable to wait for his answer, Elder Feng began explaining it to them. Legend says that at the Academy's moment of life and death, an ally of the deity will send down a storm from the heavens to protect the Academy in the deity's place. Then he looked toward Gluck. In an utterly sincere tone, he said, "We should show our respect." At that, they all knelt reverently, and Elder Feng spoke. He said to Gluck, "Thank you for saving us." Hearing this, it answered loudly, "I am Gluck. I came here to fulfill my pact with the deity. My mission is complete. From this moment on, I owe you people no favors." Hearing that, he bowed his head and said respectfully, "Thank you sincerely for keeping your promise, Gluck." Seeing this, Tan said blankly, "Hey, did everyone hear that? It can talk, and what's more, it sounds like a woman's voice. I'm starting to believe the deity is female." Mary hurriedly stopped him. "Shut up, Tan," but Gluck still heard it. It swooped down coldly to demand an explanation. "It seems some rude humans do not know how to value my presence." KO was now so distressed that he felt helpless and said, "Tan, you've caused trouble again." Mary also said fearfully, "We're done for if it gets angry. One bite and it could send us straight to heaven." Tan also realized the disaster he had caused. He dropped to his knees, trembling, and apologized. "I didn't think you could hear me when I spoke so quietly. Please forgive me. I spoke out of turn, please." Suddenly, at that very moment, Kai-Hu turned his head around in a daze. He had sensed that something was wrong. Seeing Thunder frowning at Gluck, Kai-Hu asked, "Hey, Thunder, what are you doing?" Thunder seemed not to hear him. He simply stepped forward and spoke his thoughts aloud. "I am very grateful that you saved my life, Gluck, but I will not bow my head to anyone beneath me." When KO heard Thunder's insane words clearly, he shouted, "Thunder, what are you saying?" Faced with Thunder's madness, Tan said miserably, "Help, what is Thunder saying? Has he lost his mind?" KO replied anxiously, "Should we get ready to run?" Man Zhang heard this and retorted, "It won't let us escape." Mary could not stand this tragedy anymore and shouted, "You're too noisy. Be quiet." However, Gluck did the exact opposite of what they expected, leaving them stunned. Its towering body stiffened. "Arrogant human. If not for my pact with the deity, I could have bitten you all to death in one strike." He crossed his arms and said, "That does not matter. I do not care about that. What I want to know is why you are protecting this city." Hearing this, Blackwater said, "Who do you think you are? A tiny human dares to question me. Why should I answer you?" Thunder calmly replied, "I will not explain at length. You can read minds. I will let you read my memories." At this, it questioned him coldly, "Who exactly are you?" Thunder said arrogantly, "See for yourself and you will know." Then Gluck opened both its eyes wide. It observed silently for a while and then understood. After that, it said to Thunder, "Place your hand on my head. I will enter your body." At once, he touched Gluck's head. It began reading his memories, slowly and gradually recalling the events of years past. In those memories, a round, glowing spiritual aura appeared, wrapped in a blazing veil of spiritual energy. That aura was cradling a young boy, passing life into the child. When Gluck saw this, its eyes widened and its mouth fell open. It seemed unable to process the information before it. Before its eyes, its mind tried to reject the impossible. As if Thunder had guessed its reaction, he said coldly, "You saw it yourself. But please do not say it aloud." Then it bowed its head before him and replied telepathically, "Rest assured, right now, only you and I can sense this conversation. Please forgive my rudeness just now." Thunder also replied silently, "From now on, call me Thunder." Then he pressed his lips together and spoke privately to Gluck. "Now can you answer my question? Why are you protecting this city?" Gluck opened up, "Of course. This happened a very long time ago. Perhaps it was when this city had just been built." It recalled those painful memories and explained, "That day I was attacked by another magical beast and was gravely wounded, nearly dead. I fell onto the mountain near this city and could only wait for death to approach. At this point, Gluck said sincerely, but the deity found me and brought me a special fruit. It takes hundreds of years to bear fruit deep in the forest. It added happily, that fruit saved my life. In return, I promised to protect this city in the deity's place after the deity left. Now, on Ko, Slavia, and Mary's side, they were whispering to one another, wondering why the dragon deity had bowed its head before Thunder. Elder Feng was also shocked and could not believe it. Given this dragon's status, its relationship with the deity was merely an equal exchange. Why was it treating Thunder like a servant? The headmaster responded in confusion. Could Thunder be the child from the prophecy? On Thunder's side, having understood the situation, he shook his head. The sun is about to set and the scattered spectral beasts will return to threaten my territory at night. I must go back. Then he added, I live on the mountain not far from that college academy. I think you know how to find me. Thunder nodded and replied, I understand. Once again, thank you for your help. Gluck responded happily, it is my honor, Thunder. At that moment, Black suddenly remembered something. He reminded him, right, there's one more thing. In your memory, I saw a mage who defeated you. He sincerely revealed to Thunder, I can tell you that person is the one you are searching for. Hearing this, Thunder was so surprised he spoke aloud, unable to communicate secretly. You mean that person is? Seeing his astonishment, Locke calmly revealed, yes, she is the deity. Then he took off into the sky, leaving information for Thunder. You are heading in the right direction. If you meet her, you might find the answer you seek. Farewell, Thunder. After a long pause, he exhaled. He thought to himself, finally, I have a lead. Then he said aloud, I knew the wind path would feel so familiar. He felt a burst of realization. Thunder thought, so it is indeed that person. Then he pondered, but if that person is willing to save the Drake, why slaughter our entire dragon clan? And if that person is a deity, then what is the giant crystal we once saw? Thunder thought it was time to leave. There were no new clues here. At that moment, Kai ran over in a hurry and asked, Thunder, what did you just say to that dragon? Why did it act so strangely toward you? Thunder didn't answer, only asked, Ko, do you want to leave here and come with me to Yunnan Academy? Hearing this, he became resolute and answered firmly, I've waited for this moment too long, my brother. After the war, what awaited humanity were the ruins of its aftermath. Indeed, war demanded a heavy price. Assessing the damage, the knights suffered severe losses. Only 3 elders survived, and half the city had become rubble. The once magnificent pharaoh apartments no longer existed. The change was that, after driving the purebloods into the Dark Guild, Red Wings took over. Thunder, as the leader of Red Wings, gave the knights a choice. They could accept the covenant, join Red Wings, and remain at Pharaoh's apartments. But if they didn't want to, Red Wings wouldn't force them. They were free to leave, rejecting any binding. During the previous attack, many witnessed Ness's heroic feats against Mufflin, quickly turning him into an idol. Moreover, in both attacks, the leaders did not take any action. It was the Red Wings members who led the knights in full counterattack. Thus, when everyone heard that Ness was the leader of Red Wings, nearly half wanted to join. Though the other half chose to leave, this outcome was within Thunder's expectation. He sat pensively on the railing, thinking. Since ascending to Dragon Knight, gaining experience points has become increasingly difficult. Even mid-tier beast crystals are no longer very effective. Thunder reasoned that as more magical awakenings occur, his phantasm techniques to maintain his image would be continuously drained and his magic would gradually deplete. Then he propped his chin and decisively resolved in his heart, I must find a new breakthrough. As Thunder finished his thoughts, Carden, Elder Feng, and Winford approached him. Carden spoke, Thunder, you seem to be pondering, so I'll ask. How's it going? Everything smooth? Elder Feng answered. By nomination of the Night Squad, it was decided that Winford and Carden would replace the elders. Carden sighed. Although I feel unfit to be an elder given the circumstances, I must accept. Hearing this, Winford raised a concern. If we refuse, someone like GP might appear again. Then Winford sadly said, I cannot deny my responsibility in Bernardo's and the head elder's deaths. After a pause, Thunder asked, any leads on who killed the head elder? Winford said, very strange. The wounds on the head elder and the black-armored knight weren't from stabbing or slashing, but burned marks. Moreover, they were fatal wounds, almost no other injuries on their bodies. Carden added. In the head elder's room, the bodies of Dark Guild members were scattered everywhere. It seems they went through a battle, yet those people caused no injuries. Then he hesitated and said, could it be? Elder Feng quickly interjected, unless they were attacked unexpectedly by someone they trusted. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a long pause, Thunder spoke, could it be Zippy? He rebutted, Zippy isn't capable of this. Those wounds were caused by magic. I fear this is a bigger problem. Hearing this, Thunder frowned and voiced his speculation. That person named Muff from back then. He agreed, saying this invasion seemed superficially led by the pureblood. But in truth, it was being manipulated by the Dark Guild. The traitorous black-armored knights had been sent to search for traces of the deity, GP was causing chaos in the city, and Mifflin had never shown himself from beginning to end. Winford nodded after hearing his analysis and said it did make sense. Just then, Cadden questioned that if it really was him. How could he have gotten close to the Grand Elder? Unable to answer that yet, Thunder reminded everyone to investigate slowly, because the fox would eventually show its tail. In any case, now that all of you have become elders, I think Slavia will feel more at ease too. Then he turned to Elder Feng and said, "Are you not planning to use this chance to restore your own position too? We could take this opportunity to revise the old rule." But he refused, saying there was no need. "I am tired of being an elder. I want to do something more interesting." He looked at the headmaster and Elder Kim, then said there were still those two as well. They had originally belonged to the neutral faction, and this time, the academy had survived its crisis. They were also very grateful to him. Elder Kim quickly noticed someone watching him, so he turned his head to observe. At that moment, the headmaster also waved to greet them. Elder Feng continued, "With them supporting the three young elders, I think everything will remain stable for a while." Not long after, Thunder spoke up, "All right, you are all people I trust, so I will be direct. The fact that I am Ness has never been told to anyone else besides you." He said seriously that Pharaoh Departments needed a leader like Ness. "I also need a team. I'm not asking everyone to decide right away. But when I return to Pharaoh Departments, I want every member of the Elder Council to join Crimson Flame voluntarily." After hearing this, Winford happily replied, "Thank you for respecting us. We will think it over carefully." Elder Feng also said with a smile, "Look at what an outstanding student we have. I would not mind joining right now." Then Cadden asked, "Have you already decided to leave?" Thunder quickly replied, "I cannot stay here forever. There is also the truth about Shadowvale and some personal matters, so I plan to make a trip to Zonin Academy." At that moment, Elder Feng asked further, "You are going to Zonin Academy. Are you also planning to meet the deity?" Thunder did not quite understand what he meant and said, "Yes, why?" Then the old man revealed that since everyone had become elders, they needed to know, though most people had only heard of the deity's presence at Yunnan Academy. But only a few knew that traces of a deity also existed at Pharaoh Departments. Elder Feng said solemnly, "You have already met the deity of Pharaoh Departments. As the child of prophecy, your next step is to meet the remaining one." Hearing this, Winford exclaimed in surprise, "The remaining deities? Was the deity of Zonin Academy not just a title used to fool the world?" Cadden was also stunned. "Do you mean there are actually two real deities?" The old man refuted their idea by raising his hand to show a number, then said, "The deity of Pharaoh Departments and the deity of Yunnan Academy are both real. Not only that, there is still a third deity in this world." After Elder Feng finished speaking, Winford loudly asked, "A third deity?" Cadden was just as shocked. "So the deity we protect is not the only one?" Thunder also asked in confusion, "Old man, where is the third deity?" Seeing this, he waved his hand and told them not to be impatient but to hear the story slowly. Then he said at a measured pace, "According to the records, it happened after the deity led the kingdom's army to defeat the dragon race." Elder Feng added that many years after the war ended, the deity prophesied that one day, the world would face calamity, and all humanity would sink into destruction. He continued, to prepare for this, the deity divided his power into three parts. If one day the deity's power was destroyed, the remaining parts would become the guiding flames for humanity's counterattack. Elder Feng gradually unveiled the secret. The deity's power was sealed inside three crystals. One was kept in the underground labyrinth of Pharaoh Departments. As he recalled the past, he said that the other two were transported to the magical capital, Yunnan. At that time, the threat of the dragon race had already been eliminated. Human society had reached the peak of development, and the entire Aran kingdom had not yet split apart. Pharaoh Departments possessed an invincible army of knights. Meanwhile, Yunnan City at the other end of the continent was a gathering place for countless powerful mages. Elder Feng fell into deep thought. The protection given to the deity in those two places was almost completely secure. He then said with emotion, but the unexpected still happened. The transport fleet encountered a huge storm at sea, and one ship sank along with one of the crystals. Elder Feng's voice was full of bitterness. Whenever humanity believes itself to be omnipotent, nature reminds them just how small they truly are. Winford could not help asking, "So the third crystal sank to the bottom of the sea?" He nodded and replied, "Indeed, this was also a fairly reasonable way to hide it." The leader at the time reported the same thing to the others. Soon after, Elder Feng added that after hundreds of years, aside from a small number of elites, no one still knew of the third deity's existence. Then he explained that because this matter was extremely important, the elders secretly arranged for nearby ships to carry out a salvage operation. After the salvage succeeded, to avoid suspicion, they hid the third crystal at a nearby trade hub. Hearing this, Winford was shocked and he looked up to ask, "Could the third god be there?" At that moment, deep in their subconscious, they all thought of the same city, Canbeck, the merchant city. Thunder was also surprised then and asked loudly, as if confirming it again, "Canbeck?" Hardin said, "Canbeck lies on a major transport route, with a river network convenient for trade. Moreover, this place also has a bounty council for adventurers, attracting many adventurer guilds and becoming a mixed gathering place. Winford rested his chin on his hand and murmured thoughtfully, I never expected a god to be hidden in a place like that. Then he said, good, this is the road to Yunnan Academy. Thunder will pass through there as well. Elder Feng said that ever since the prophecy was revealed, the red-haired child was expected to prevent the end of the world, according to the prediction. The child would meet 3 gods and they would guide him. After hearing this, Thunder instead said, although I have no desire to save this insane world, destroying the shadow wraiths is necessary. If a god can help me, I am willing to meet him. He looked up at the sky and said to himself, if possible, I also want to know why my fate turned out this way. By the time night fell, the academy was still brightly lit. The people inside were still tormented by their thoughts. After hearing Thunder speak, Slavia cried out in surprise. What, you plan to leave Pharaoh's apartments? He confirmed, that's right, I won't stay here forever. There are still many things I need to do. Seeing this, she replied anxiously, but we have only just ended a battle. Pharaoh's apartments still needs you to lead it, and we need you too. He revealed, Slavia, what Pharaoh's apartments needs is not me but Red Wing's guidance. Now you are both an elder and a member of Red Wing. I think it is time to give you more responsibility. Sensing his seriousness and the trust Thunder placed in her, Slavia blushed and listened quietly. Immediately, Thunder used magic to reveal his other identity as Nessie. She cried out in shock, you are Nessie. Not long after, Thunder approached Slavia and said, I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long, but I hope you can understand my situation. She did not react as expected, but suddenly threw her arms around Thunder and said sadly, I understand you, Thunder. From the very beginning, you have always been alone. It must have been very hard. Thunder hurriedly comforted her. No, I'm used to it. I only hope the war against the Shadow Wraiths can end soon. Slavia urged him, Thunder, I know I cannot stop you, but I hope you will promise not to stay in Canbeck for too long on your way to Yunnan Academy. Thunder was puzzled and asked, why? Quickly turned her gaze toward the notice board. I just received a report. Many fatal incidents have occurred near Canbeck. The Bounty Council has issued its highest-level bounty mission. Slavia continued speaking, unaware that Thunder's expression had turned cold and that he had already left. A weapon powerful enough to destroy an entire town has appeared there, the Dragonbone Mace. That morning at the gate of Pharaoh's apartments, Thunder raised his voice and bid farewell to everyone. We're leaving. The weather was clear that day and the wind was calm. The sky was beautiful. Winford wished them peace and a smooth journey. Munch also reminded them, be careful on the road. If anything happens, remember to tell us right away. He mounted his horse, lowered his head, and said his final words, I know. The same goes for all of you. Suddenly his gaze fell on the person standing in the left corner. Flavia's face was flushed, her eyes glistening, and the corners of her mouth drooped as if she were holding back her emotion. For a moment his expression showed a hint of hesitation. He wanted to speak, but no words came out. In the end, he could only give a slight nod as if he understood. Finally, Thunder and the group urged their horses forward and departed. Watching that figure wave goodbye, Slavia silently wished for one thing. Thunder, don't go. Her tears could no longer be held back and poured down like rain. A faint blush still lingered on her face as Slavia prayed in her heart, may you always be safe. The sound of galloping hooves thundered across the green plains. Dust, kicked up hard beneath them, rose into the wind along the road. When the group began to slow down, Kyle suddenly asked hesitantly, Thunder, I really don't understand. He pointed toward Zay, who was riding behind them, utterly confused. Why bring this guy along? Look at him. He's so huge and far too conspicuous. He immediately spoke up in warning. Wherever the boss goes, I go. Pharaoh's apartments is unbearably boring now. I don't want to stay in that wretched place. Thunder also did not feel that Zay was too inconvenient or problematic. On this road, we are sure to encounter plenty of danger. With Zay accompanying us, he can help deal with quite a few problems. Suddenly, memories of the previous day surfaced in the office. He asked Slavia, the Dragonbone Mace, what is it? Is it related to dragons? She turned her back and recounted. Legend says it was a weapon once used by dragon knights made from a dragon's spine. According to her, that object possessed terrifying destructive power. Although it had not yet unleashed its full strength, it had already caused horrific damage to many villages. Slavia handed him a drawing and on it was an image of that weapon. She carefully reminded him, so Thunder, promise me you will not stay long in Canbeck. Her face flushed as she hesitated. If you run into danger, don't, but Thunder cut her off and reassured her. Don't worry, Slavia. Our destination is Yunnan Academy. We'll only stop in Kebok for one night, then leave right away. Returning to reality, he looked at the map in his hand and silently broke another promise to her. Sorry, Slavia. I may not be able to keep my word after all. Suddenly, an unexpected movement startled him and put him on high alert. Even so, Thunder did not act rashly. He turned and warned the two behind him. For now, don't bother with them. Kyle sensed nothing and asked in confusion, don't bother with what? Then he looked up at the tall trees nearby. So there are people hiding up there. I get it now, that's what you meant. No wonder prices in the city have been soaring lately. Small merchants probably don't dare go out to restock. At the same time, the bandits in the trees gripped their weapons and stared greedily at the group moving below. Brothers, looks like our luck is pretty good today, boss. One of the more alert ones spoke up. Why do I feel like they've already noticed us? Their leader was extremely confident in his own ability, so he denied it and laid out the plan. Impossible. We've never been spotted from this distance. Besides, they're just 3 kids, move quickly later. That big guy is probably their bodyguard, take him out first. Down below, Thunder and Kaiho, thanks to their trained hearing, heard the entire conversation clearly. He calmly instructed them, once we settle in, report this to Slavia. This road has to be clear. The moment he finished speaking, the bandits immediately made their move. 2 blade-wielding men flew down first. However, the instant their swords and sabers came slashing down, a surge of Jay's power erupted at once, blocking the attack from outside. The absurd scene unfolding before them for the first time left them completely shocked and at a loss. What is going on? Before he could react, a thick hand grabbed the hilt of the sword he had been about to use for a counterattack. He drew the sword and swept it out in a basic slash, knocking several men away before shouting, "Seriously, aren't there any stronger opponents? This is way too boring." Seeing their companions fall, the bandits decided to switch targets. They pointed at Kaiho and declared, "This kid looks like the weakest one. Take him out." The corner of his mouth twitched, as if struck by lightning, and he warned them word by word. "That doesn't make me happy at all. Don't think you can just call me weak." Next, the bandits immediately witnessed his ability, as Thunder flipped upside down with his legs pointed toward the sky. Damn it! Then he easily slipped sideways past one of the burly men among them, casually mocking these useless fools. Kyle gave the man a classic uppercut that left him no time to react. The bandit's eyes bulged like a startled chicken's, and one side of his face swelled from the blow. He could not believe his eyes. Damn it, this kid doesn't even look that big. How is he so strong? Realizing the situation was turning against them, the bandits threw out a few pointless threats and fled. "Let's go, just you wait." Hearing them say to wait and see, he crossed his arms and shouted after them, "Next time, remember to bring someone stronger to challenge me." And just like that, the 3 of them dealt with the obstacle, and their journey quickly continued until the sky turned the colors of dusk. The group arrived in Changapro and everyone finally decided to stop for now. "Let's rest here today." Thunder opened the door and stepped into a nearby house. Inside, a storyteller's voice could still be heard. "You kids didn't get to see how heroic I look. I got this magic crystal after killing a mid-level magical beast." There were also excited children's voices responding. He came to an abrupt stop, his gaze fixed tightly on that group of people. That man still had not noticed Thunder's presence. He continued telling the children his story. "Here, open your eyes and look closely." Jerry and Candy stared at the stone in front of them with shining eyes. "This magic crystal isn't easy to get." Thunder recognized them at a glance. "Oh, it's them." Hearing movement at the door, Owen turned his head, stopped telling his story, and gave a friendly smile. "Customers?" Suddenly his gaze froze and he frowned slightly in displeasure. The last word came out slowly. "Welcome," at the entrance. Thunder, Jay, and Kyle stood there, looking rather unfamiliar and out of place. Under the attention of the other people in the tavern, they walked up to the counter and said, "Boss, 1 room," but Owen replied bluntly, "We're full, find somewhere else." Hearing this, Kyle immediately flared up and questioned him. Isn't there a vacancy sign hanging at the door?" The man still brazenly refused to serve them. "If I say we're full, we're full. This place doesn't welcome red-haired people. If you come in here, how am I supposed to do business with everyone else?" This time it was Jay's turn to get angry. Unable to hold back, he slammed his hand hard onto the wooden table. He glared straight at the other man and snapped loudly, "Hey, are we being too polite?" Thunder did not want things to escalate, so he advised, "Forget it. Let's go somewhere else." Just then, one man suddenly noticed the red tattoo on Jay's arm. A voice cut in, "Wait, I recognize the mark on him. They are Crimson Blaze people." Immediately after that, the 3 of them were surrounded by a wave of unpleasant whispers. "What is Crimson Blaze? Have you heard of them, idiot? They are the ones who caused the chaos at Pharaoh's apartments before. I heard their leader knows some kind of dark magic. He forces knights to sign contracts. Anyone who dares disobey orders gets executed." "Really? Are they that powerful?" "That's right, even the 3 elders died at his hands." Someone apparently knew their identities and spoke up mockingly, directly calling out his name. It seemed that among the pureblood members who had fled, quite a few had spread word about him. It really happened? Without warning, Kyle had dirty water splashed right into his face. Humiliated so directly, he angrily covered his face, widened his eyes, and shouted as he searched furiously. "Who did that?" Jerry was young, but he had plenty of nerve. He shouted loudly, "Get out of our town. Crimson Blaze people are not welcome here." Seeing this, Candy hurriedly stopped the boy. "Don't cause trouble with them." After finding out who had caused the trouble, Kyle covered his face with one hand, clenched his other fist, glared at the other side, and growled, "Oh, you have got some nerve. This girl is right. You are going to regret this." Yet the boy still did not know when to stop and even said smugly and calmly, "They do not look much older than us. Do not be afraid." Seeing the tension rise, Thunder spoke up to stop them. Let's go, do not bother arguing with children. He obeyed, but before leaving, he still gave one last warning. Kid, consider yourself lucky. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, making him start slightly. Well, look who this is. At the tavern entrance, 3 men swaggered inside. Hunter, Mac, and John. Boss, these are the ones I told you about. After hearing that, he walked up to Thunder, planted his hands on his hips, and put on an intimidating air. You got beaten black and blue by 3 kids, then came here whining to me. You really make me lose face. At the same time, another man appeared, carrying an iron bucket as he walked over to the other customer's table and ordered, "Come on, be sensible." The man frowned and refused to take out his pouch to pay Carden, grumbling. "Hey buddy, I already paid yesterday." Hearing that, Carden raised his voice and cursed at him with a thug's rough tone. "That was for yesterday. Idiot, today is today. It is only 1 silver coin. It is not going to kill you." In the end, after a few back-and-forth remarks, the iron bucket still collected several silver coins that clinked as they fell in. After that, the group walked over to Thunder, looking as if they wanted to pressure and intimidate him. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble my men caused you. Now let us settle this misunderstanding. My protection is not expensive. Just pay 1 silver coin and I guarantee no one in this town will dare touch you." Seeing this, Hunter grew anxious and cut in, "Boss, is that all?" Miles hurriedly stopped him and reminded him, "Shut up, everyone listens to the boss. The boss is with Crimson Blaze. If there are rules, we have to follow them." John gave a smile missing one front tooth, then suddenly said something completely unrelated. "That's right, we also need to give young people the chance to make mistakes." Obviously, Jay and Kyle's faces went blank, question marks practically appearing over their heads. They had no idea what was going on. Immediately after that, the 2 of them finally understood and burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs as they doubled over. "Boss, they say they are Crimson Blaze people. Thunder, the money in that bucket. We should keep it for travel expenses." Seeing their attitude, Hunter was instantly provoked and was about to charge forward, shouting loudly, "Damn it. What are you laughing at? Do you want to die? My boss will notify the garrison at Pharaoh Apartments to come here and slaughter all of you." Facing these people, from beginning to end, he kept a cold and calm expression, but he did not show the slightest weakness. "Is that so? I am starting to feel scared." The fool failed to understand the warning in those words. Instead, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing an ugly red dragon tattoo. "He is right, kid. You had better listen." Seeing this, his attitude became even more disdainful. He snorted coldly and did not take him seriously at all. Next, John was suddenly grabbed effortlessly by the neck by Thunder, as if he were catching a frog. Thunder tightened his grip, truly showing his ability this time, and questioned him. "Are you with Crimson Blaze? I have never seen you before." John's entire body was covered in a layer of power as scorching as fire, and he easily cried out, "Let me go, let me go." This scene left his underlings stunned, and they hurriedly cried out in worry, "Boss." Immediately, Thunder's sharp gaze swept over. His expression looked as if he was ready to strangle the man to death. "Who did you just say you wanted to kill?" Thunder had just finished dealing with this reckless John. His corpse lay on the ground, giving off black smoke, his eyes wide open and his face distorted. Hunter froze in place. He instantly staggered back. You really are," the red-haired monster Miles reacted with just as much terror. Could the rumors about Pharaoh Apartments actually be true? With a resentful expression, the aura radiating from him turned dark and ominous. He raised his voice in warning. "Imposters like you, pretending to be the Crimson Flame, will pay the price." Hearing this, they immediately turned and ran for their lives. As they ran, they kept screaming at the top of their lungs. Thunder had no intention of letting them go and quickly stretched out his hand to stop them from escaping. Immediately afterward, a violent explosion erupted, shaking the entire space. Along with the blast came their shrill, agonized screams. Dark silhouettes writhed endlessly within it, crying out, "Help." Inside the house, Kai-Ho heard the earth-shaking noise and immediately understood, exclaiming joyfully, "Look, these people are all imposters of the Crimson Flame doing evil deeds. You don't need to be afraid." But the other 2 felt even more terrified. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. At that moment, he calmly said, "Come on, Kai-Ho, let's go." That left him a little surprised and unable to answer for the moment. Jay placed both hands on his hips. Standing beside Kai-Ho, he gently reminded him, "Let's go. Listen to the boss." However, just as Thunder was about to leave, someone's voice rang out. Please wait a moment." Jerry and Candy slowly walked over to him. Together, they sincerely expressed their gratitude. "Thank you." Thunder's mouth opened slightly. A hint of surprise flashed deep in his eyes as well. But a second later, he calmly hid his earlier astonishment and gave a steady nod. That evening, on the grass at the edge of town, the mystical moonlight gently shone down. The horses were tied securely to tree trunks, slowly enjoying the fresh grass there. Now the sky was gradually brightening. In the distance, a faint glow could already be seen spreading down from the heavens. Thunder was the first to wake, and as soon as he got up, he called everyone. "Wake up, we have to get moving." KO was already awake as well. Seeing Jay still half asleep, he snapped in annoyance. Hey, get up already. Jay was startled awake when he heard that. By noon, they were riding their horses forward, with Kai-ho following behind. He sighed softly in boredom. It would be great if we ran into some high-level magical beast on the road. Then we could do a little hunting too. Why is there nothing at all? Jay rode ahead and calmly replied. A few more bandits would be fine too. Yesterday's fight was nowhere near enough. Thunder also nodded, agreeing. High-level magical beasts usually don't appear near city-states. That means we're almost there. The horses' hooves quickly came to an abrupt stop. Perhaps they had arrived, or perhaps they had reached the top of the cliff. Before them stood Kyabok City. The breathtaking scene before their eyes made them all exclaim, "Look, wow, the city is huge and it even has the sea." This is my first time seeing the sea. The three of them slowly walked over and stood before a grand, magnificent building. I thought Farrowed Apartments was already big enough. I didn't expect. Thunder agreed as well. Yeah, this is also my first time seeing such a prosperous city. Jay excitedly pointed ahead. I can smell food. Boss, let's go find something to eat. However, Thunder stopped him, took out 3 gold coins and gave instructions. You guys look around on your own first. I'll go find out the guild registration process. Jay took them, turned slightly away, and happily exclaimed, "Awesome, thanks, boss." Kai-ho, on the other hand, widened his eyes, a trace of confusion flashing deep within them. Guild registration. You want to turn Red Wings into an official guild? Thunder slowly nodded and answered with a serious expression. Yes. Registering as an official guild will make it easier to recruit members and accept higher-level adventure missions. And he already had his own thoughts in mind. While he was at it, he could also go to the guild hall to learn more about dragons. After hearing this answer, Kai-ho felt somewhat reassured, then turned and left. All right, I want to see if there are any weapons worth buying. Then let's meet at the city gate. Thunder waved goodbye. Sure, look around as much as you want, I'll find you. Meanwhile, Jay was full of excitement. Food, food, food. He wandered everywhere, following the smell of food while eating and exclaiming in delight. As he passed through the street, vendors shouted, "Don't miss these intermediate beast crystals from the East Mountain Highlands. A rare chance, fresh seasonal fruit. Miss it now and you'll wait a whole year." So good, this is seriously amazing. Are you sure you don't want to try some? KO walked toward the stall opposite him and loudly shared his thought. Eat your own food, I don't have a stomach as big as yours. However, when Kai-ho glanced ahead, he was suddenly startled by what was on display. It was a gleaming sword with delicate and intricate patterns carved into its hilt. What a beautiful sword. So he took the initiative and asked without hesitation, "Shopkeeper, how much is this sword?" Yet just as Kai-ho finished speaking, a voice sounded behind him asking the same question. "Sir, how much does this sword cost?" His eyes widened in surprise and he let out a cry of astonishment. It was Lily. The shopkeeper's daughter was also surprised to witness this scene. The two fell silent, staring at each other in shock, while Lily seemed to be sizing him up quite a bit. Then she turned directly to ask the shopkeeper, "Excuse me, how much is this sword?" That startled him. The shopkeeper ignored her reaction, happily picked up the sword and began introducing it with enthusiasm. "Young lady, you truly have a good eye. This is a rare weapon that just arrived yesterday. This sword is called White Falcon. It was forged from the crystal of a high-level demon hawk and can cleave stone and cut iron." Lily went straight to the point. "How much?" The shopkeeper raised one finger and said, "1 gold coin." She immediately decided, "I'll take it." "Good, wrap it up." Hearing that, Kai-ho cried out, "Wait." He was unwilling to give up and wanted it, so he raised the price. "I'll add 5 silver coins. I bid 1 gold and 5 silver. Hera was startled when he heard that. Lily was not intimidated. Instead, she calmly raised the price even higher. "I'll pay 2 gold coins." His mouth fell open in shock. "What?" Kai-ho fumbled for a moment, then turned and ran off, not forgetting to call back, that wait, "I'll pay 2 gold and 5 silver. I'll be right back." He went over to Jay and urged him, "Jay, can you lend me some gold coins? I just saw a weapon that's really amazing." Jay waved casually and said, "Take it. I don't use that much money anyway." He nodded rapidly. "Thanks, I'll pay you back soon." KO quickly returned to the stall. "Boss, I'm back. Where's the sword?" Harrow's answer left him stunned. That girl paid 3 gold coins outright and took the sword. The friendly shopkeeper continued his pitch. "Why not look at something else? I still have plenty of good merchandise." He paid no attention, only glancing at Lily with great resentment, while KO's attention shifted to the gem glowing paint. He recognized it at once. Without thinking, KO quickly ran over and stopped her. "Hey, wait." Lily clicked her tongue. "Stay still, what now?" The two then walked and talked. "Well, I have a question. You're a mage, right?" She sounded slightly annoyed. "What about it?" KO started rambling. "Then why do you absolutely have to buy this sword? You can't even use it." As they walked, Lily calmly replied, "I bought it as a keepsake for my father." "Is that not allowed? Besides, what I buy is my business." KO paused slightly and muttered, "A keepsake." After saying that, she lost her patience but remained polite. "I still have things to do, so I'll go first." KO still tried to stop her. "Wait, I really need this sword. I'm willing to pay extra. Could you let me have it?" Lily stopped and glanced at him meaningfully. With a smug smile, she said, "Oh, so that's your offer. How about this? If you really want this sword, let's have a match." He froze in surprise. "A match?" Lily slowly raised her hand and called, Bo, where are you?" Bo stood in the crowd and struggled to raise his hand in reply. "My lady, I'm here," as he walked over. She explained, "This is my servant, Bo, if you can beat him. The sword will be yours." Ko looked the man over and judged, he really is huge. Outwardly, he stayed calm. "What kind of match?" She smiled with confidence. "The rules are simple, arm wrestling. 1 round decides the winner, but if you lose, you have to give me 3 gold coins." "What do you say?" Ko answered seriously. "Fine, but if you get someone to help, I have to find someone to support me too." Lily did not mind. "Suit yourself." Inside the tavern, the guests were eating, drinking, and chatting happily. Everyone was shocked to discover 2 strong men sitting face to face at the table. Isn't that Bo? Is he testing his strength against someone again? Knows what kid that is? Want to bet? 1 to 3 odds. This line of work really is easy money. What is there to fear? I'll treat it as entertainment and bet 1 silver coin on the kid. What a bunch of fools. I bet on Bo. I bet on that kid. He looks pretty sturdy too. Maybe he'll win. I bet on Bo too. Amid the noise, a referee stepped forward first. Both sides prepared while everyone discussed it excitedly. "Same here, stop dreaming. Bo has never lost here. I bet on Bo." Jay suddenly revealed a smug smile. His whole body began filling with power, absorbing it and releasing it. And even Bo widened his eyes as he sensed something deeply unusual. Right after that, with just 1 arm wrestling push, the table somehow flipped over. It even broke, sending him sprawling to the floor. Everyone who saw it had their mouths hanging open. What? Bo still could not believe it because his opponent's physique was far superior. Ko walked over and picked up the carefully wrapped sword. He was delighted. "What luck." Lily clearly did not look happy at all. "Hey, thanks, I won't hold back then." "Did you just forget to use your inner strength?" Bo answered her with difficulty. "I used all my strength." Watching the 2 leave, he thought, that guy is a monster. Meanwhile, the 2 of them were chatting happily together. "Seriously, he did not look that strong. I nearly broke his arm." "Nice work, buddy. Aside from the shield god, you're the strongest person I've ever seen." Suddenly, Lily spoke, making Kyle stop and glance over. "Hey, you guys aren't from this city, are you? Which guild do you belong to?" He turned back with a huge question mark practically floating over his head. "Guild, we're from the Crimson Wings Guild." She paused, lost in her own thoughts. "I've never heard of that guild before." Watching their noisy backs as they left, Lily still had many questions in her heart. "Crimson Wings, I hope you don't bring trouble to this city." At the same time, outside, Thunder stood with his arms crossed, looking at the place before him. "Oh, so this is the place. This is the Adventurers Guild Hall in North Ko City." Seeing people constantly coming and going, he sighed in admiration. As expected, it really is not small. After walking inside, Thunder witnessed chaos there. So many people, a C-rank mission. Our guild did not come here to take on troublesome missions like this. Trust me, this is a fair deal. An A-rank mission team is still missing a mage, specifically one skilled in healing magic. Fang Zhou noticed the new guest and took the initiative to walk over and introduce himself. "I am Fang Zhou, an employee of the North Kelp Adventurers Guild. How may I help you?" Thunder stated his request. "I want to register a guild." He pointed this way and said, "Register a guild? Please come this way. The registration fee is 5 gold coins. In addition, you will need to fill in some information. If your guild has fewer than 10 adventuring members, we recommend considering joining another guild first. That would be more cost-effective." Clara sat upright at the desk and kept reciting a long explanation. "No problem, money is not an issue. When can it be completed? I want to take on some quests as soon as possible. We will process it as quickly as we can. All the procedures should probably be completed today. What should I call you?" Thunder answered briefly. "Next," she nodded. She gave a friendly smile and said, "All right, sir, next." "Then what would you like to name your guild?" He answered immediately without hesitation. "Crimson Wings." Seeing Clara suddenly freeze and look at him with a strange expression, Thunder felt very confused. "What is it?" She quickly denied it. "Oh, nothing. It is just that the name is quite unusual. I think it will be easy to remember." He smiled and continued, "I do not care what other people think. Just leave it as that." Fang Zhou stood behind him and suddenly spoke up. "Sir, next, you said you wanted to take on quests quickly. Do you have any specific requirements for the type of quest? I can make recommendations for you." Thunder glanced back slightly and said, "I heard someone has destroyed many villages recently. Has anyone taken that quest yet?" He turned his face and looked at the wanted notice posted right by the door. "Ah, are you talking about the A-rank quest? I understand why you were in such a hurry to register a guild. Indeed, many people have come for that quest over the past few days." Hearing that, Thunder also became suspicious. Could someone have already taken it? Fang Zhou pointed his thumb at the wanted notice. "Actually, it has already been resolved. The wanted notice clearly stated, kill or capture Vessi alive." This shocked Thunder. "It has already been resolved?" He nodded. "Yes. At first, this was only a B-rank quest, so it did not attract much attention. Bang Zhou looked at the image of the criminal, then continued. But afterward, the number of reported casualties around the city kept increasing. 1 week ago, a high-ranking adventurer was killed while pursuing the culprit. Only then did the mayor pay attention to the matter. We mobilized the 2 largest guilds in the city to surround and capture him, and yesterday they caught him. Thunder gently took it down and held it in his hand. Inwardly, he was frustrated. He had been 1 step too late. Outwardly, he still maintained a calm attitude. I heard he had a war hammer enchanted with magic. You must have gone through a fierce battle. No, the process went more smoothly than anyone imagined. I had also heard about the power of that weapon. Both major guilds were very thoroughly prepared. When the adventurers saw him, he immediately knelt on the ground and burst into tears. He said he had been controlled by the demonic power of the hammer. The slaughter was not his own will. After hearing that, he turned and asked in confusion, "Then how is that man being dealt with now?" Bang Zhou was taken aback. "He is being held in prison, awaiting the judge's verdict. It will most likely be execution." After receiving the information, Thunder did not stay long and turned to leave. "Thank you for explaining. I will see if there are any other quests to take." He could not waste the trip. Bang Zhou was very friendly, of course. "If you need anything, please come find me." As soon as he stepped out of there, many thoughts rose in his mind. Strange. Someone who destroyed entire villages surrendered so easily. The Dragon Realm hammer has probably fallen into the hands of the North Kelp authorities. No matter what, I must find a way to meet him. At the very least, I have to ask where he got that hammer. And that evening in the town, the 3 of them gathered at one location. Kyle looked down below and asked uncertainly, "Are you serious? Thunder, are you planning to break into the prison?" Watching the gate guards in the distance, Thunder answered softly, "We will just sneak in, ask a few questions, and sneak out. That is all." Thunder slowly moved closer to the railing. "I have already investigated. Most of the guards here are from Pharaoh. We can use Hitty's skill to deal with them." Kyle pulled up his mask and asked, "What about Jay? This big guy draws attention wherever he goes." He paused for a moment, then gave an order. "Jay will stand guard outside. There is no need for him to come in with us." "Huh, did you get a new sword again?" Kyle looked behind him. "Oh, this sword is fine, right? It even has a name. It is called White Falcon." Thunder was not satisfied with it, so he made this request. "Just let Jay hold it. It is too conspicuous," which made Kyle rather unhappy. Meanwhile, over here, the guards were complaining to each other. "How many more days do we have to keep watch here? Since he has already been caught, they should just execute him quickly and be done with it." "Hey, it is not that simple. I heard they are keeping him for another reason." They paused for a moment. Suddenly, both of them sensed something unusual. "Actually, why does it feel like there is a cold breeze? A cold breeze." And while they were wondering outside, Kyle and Thunder had already sneaked in without anyone noticing. Easier than expected. Done, he even turned around and pressed, "Have you found his location yet?" Thunder quietly summoned his magic eye. Of course, outside. Jay was over here, standing guard with his arms crossed, when he faintly heard something from the other side. "My lord, what brings you here? I came to see the prisoner." "Open the door." "Yes, sir." Jay also realized someone had arrived. When he smelled something ominous and familiar as well, it made him turn his head to look. This scent. And those who wanted to inspect inside were none other than Lily and Bo. It was them. Thunder and Kyle gradually approached a detention area. He looked at the iron cell and said, "Right ahead." As he stepped closer, he was suddenly startled, frowning in disbelief. "What is this?" Inside the cell, a disheveled white-haired man was sleeping. Kyle asked him, "Is it this person?" He looked like he was about to die. At this moment, Thunder's attention shifted to his arm, which was linked to a spiked hammer nearby. His arm, he assessed the situation. The object was found, but it seemed a bit complicated. Just then, a system notification sounded in his ear. "Can you hear it? Someone's here." Thunder turned and hurriedly told Kyle. The alarm indicated an intruder, and he anxiously asked, "What now?" "This is a dead end. Going out would surely lead to confrontation." After quickly considering, Thunder decided to turn with Kyle, running while saying, "Don't rush. Let's hide in the adjacent room." He pointed to the stacked wooden cages. "Get in quickly." He looked at the pile in front of him, hesitating slightly. Is this okay?" Since there was no other choice and the situation was urgent, Thunder still chose. It should work. "Anyway, those coming here were certainly not after us. Just lower our presence." After saying this, they entered the cell and closed the barrier behind them. Kyle and Thunder hid in a corner, secretly observing outside. Voices echoed, "Miss, the prisoner is being closely guarded. He can't escape. Has he said anything yet?" "Yes, he looks very weak." Lily stopped near a nearby cell and asked, "Can he talk?" The soldier carefully reported, "Maybe, it's just that he doesn't want to talk to us." Thunder recognized the arrivals immediately. "Is it them?" Hearing the subordinate's answer, she raised her voice in surprise. "What?" Then she angrily shouted at him. "How dare you treat the prisoner this way? We do not have a tradition of abusing prisoners. Locking him near the furnace like this will surely kill him instantly." The subordinate hurried to explain, "Miss, you misunderstand. Actually, this was his own request. The unexpected answer left Lily stunned once more. She confirmed his own request. They didn't hide anything, reporting fully. Yes, since his capture, his hand has been attached to the hammer. Like some kind of spell, making his condition progressively worse, looking like he could stop breathing at any moment. Furthermore, the soldier added, he kept saying he was cold, requesting to be placed near the furnace. We asked your father's permission before following his request. The door opened. The group entered and Lily asked as she walked, did my father agree? At that moment, the man who should have been sleeping suddenly laughed. Hee. Bessie sprang up, laughing and yelling like a madman, spouting filthy words. Seems like you feared I'd be bored, especially bringing a woman for my amusement. She glared at him with disdain. He even added, look, he's still alive. On the other side, Kyle also heard the entire conversation and couldn't help but wonder. This is strange, right? How can someone survive in such high temperatures? Thunder used his dragon eye to see through the adjacent cell, observing Vessie's body burning with intense flame, softly saying, perhaps he has strayed from the definition of a human. Now, Lily also set aside his insults and began probing for information. Your name is Vessie, right? Glad you still have the strength to talk. Can you tell me why you came near Kiabok to wreak havoc? He bared his sharp teeth, smiling grotesquely, speaking as if it were the most obvious thing. Do I even need to say, of course, to kill all of you? Immediately, the first to react were Leo and her subordinates. They were furious, shouting insults. You're gone, and the grand judge will soon sentence you to death. If not for the benevolent mayor, I wouldn't hesitate to cause a little accident. Lily waved her sleeve to block their view, signaling silence. Then she looked down at him and declared, Bessie, you've been captured, state your purpose clearly. I promise you a fair trial. In contrast, his attitude remained completely defiant, screaming wildly, no one can judge me. You are fools, the thing within me has given me infinite power. I want to pick a city large enough to test it. Bessie looked at the people before him, smug. Once I escape, the phantoms will arrive, and not even gods can escape them. His demeanor confused Leo and Doan, who whispered, what is he talking about? Is his mind troubled? We are far from Jonin. To find the gods, he should have been captured in Yunnan. Facing someone uncooperative is just a waste of effort. So Lily didn't insist, turned her back and ordered, seems like we are wasting time. Let's go. Bo replied, yes, miss. Suddenly, Vessie stood up. He unleashed massive energy, forcing Leo and Doan to hastily raise their spear tips, shouting in alarm. Why are you standing? I ordered you to sit down, or we will not be lenient. Before she could act, he struck first. His furious punch in midair sent the other two flying backward. You nameless pest, disappear. Lily hadn't expected this to happen. Shocked by the scene, she quickly turned around in panic. Bessie's power grew increasingly terrifying, laughing maniacally, repeating a single word over and over. Destruction. Destruction. The danger escalated and Bo grabbed her to protect her. Miss, quickly get out of here. But Lily stubbornly refused to leave. No, I can't let him wreak havoc. Then he raised his spiked hammer, linked to his hand, ready to strike down both of them. Die, puppet of the gods. Lily showed no fear, extending the staff in her hand. Her gathered power shone brightly, don't even dream it. Then a collision occurred, creating a massive explosion. Debris flew everywhere, mixed with a loud call, miss. Gritting her teeth, Lily was furious. Just one clash had stirred unease within her. Damn it, is he pretending, if this continues? At that moment, a dazzling golden light shot out from behind her, gliding past her shoulder with a strong voice. Mom, let me handle this. Immediately, Vessie couldn't dodge the attack and took the full hit in the torso. Enraged, his eyes turned a murky black as he growled, who's there? Kyle and Thunder had appeared without warning, standing in front of Lily and responding straightforwardly. Ong-Ru. Lily suddenly recognized the familiar face and exclaimed, it's you. The one who took my sword, how are you here? Kyle was slightly taken aback but felt compelled to clarify, there's a reason. Also, that sword, I won it. Not stolen, Thunder interjected, his tone tense. Can we leave the rest for later? Right now we have a big problem. Thunder dashed behind where Bo was shielding Lily, that hulking guy. If you want to get your lady out of here, now's your chance. Bo objected, stop talking nonsense, I said I won't run. No time to strategize, Thunder immediately rushed forward. His voice followed, then cover me so I can get close to him. Lily pretended to be annoyed but still used her staff to assist Thunder from behind. Got it, enough chatter. On the other side, Vessie continued to thrash and smash around. He boasted arrogantly, everyone must die, no one can stop me. As Thunder moved, he noticed strange energy lines and realized his power is immense. That hammer continuously transmitted energy into his body. Behind him, Lily seemed to notice this too, cutting off the energy lines from his talisman with all her strength. Thunder took the opportunity to approach step by step while planning another strategy. Direct confrontation wasn't ideal. First, they needed to weaken his power. One more step and he could touch Vexie. Thunder activated magic, causing his arm to glow softly. Thunder reached out and placed his hand on Vessie's chest. The glow from his hand suddenly intensified. This was power absorption. Feeling the terrifying threat from that hand, Vessie lashed out wildly in anger. He panicked, unable to stop the absorption from Thunder. No, that's my power, stop. Vexie's power began to dwindle. His wild attacks gradually slowed. Lily was stunned. He is a mage, though Thunder absorbed his power, his own body had limits. Thunder let out a soft cry. Before him appeared an image of Vessi in agony, kneeling and screaming, save me, it's too hot, too hot. Dark energy streams seemed to rush toward Thunder, who eyed Vessi warily. The energy on him was a shadowed curse. Suddenly, the scene changed. Vessi suddenly transformed into a giant monster, ready to pounce. Thunder closed his eyes, muttering to calm himself, trying to regain composure. It was all an illusion. He broke free from the vision, swinging a punch at him to continue fighting. Just a little more, almost there. Exhausted from overusing his strength and being attacked subconsciously, Thunder also seemed weary. Suddenly, a purple dragon appeared before him, mouth open. Thunder's hand touched Vexi's chest. It was a dragon. Scene shifts and everything disappeared. The next time he opened his eyes, it was later. In Lily's room, a faint cough echoed. The ceiling's intricate golden patterns indicated this was not a shabby place. Startled, he quickly sat up on the bed, staring in amazement at the unfamiliar space. This isn't a dungeon. Whose room is this? A small movement made Thunder notice something strange on his arm. Looking down, he saw red dragon scales overlapping on his wrist, forming a short segment, leaving him stunned. These are dragon scales. Suddenly, a sound came from outside. Startled, Thunder rolled down his sleeve to cover his arm and turned his head cautiously. Lily and Kyo entered through the door. Seeing him, he cheered with joy. Great, you're awake. She stepped in front of him, carefully reminding, you've been unconscious for several days. Don't move just yet. Setting that aside, Thunder looked up and asked, where is this? Keihan spoke up in Lily's place, clearly giving him the information he needed. We're at the mayor's house. You remember, this is the mayor's daughter, Lily. Realizing she was the benefactor who had helped him, Thunder relaxed and replied, thank you for helping me. She did not make a big deal of it. No, I should be the one thanking you for saving me. Now that you're awake, there are a few questions I want to ask. After that, she frankly laid out everything she had learned during that time. I think you'll understand that, as the person managing this city, I have a responsibility to investigate events or organizations that may endanger the public. I investigated Crimson Wing. I didn't expect you to be the group that took over Pharaoh Apartments some time ago. She looked him straight in the eye, her expression full of curiosity and questions, making him hesitate slightly as well. So then, what brought the leader of Crimson Wing, someone who is both a knight and a mage, to this place? Although the nature of the mission and the plan were secret, Thunder also did not want to deceive Lily. He answered sincerely, all I can say is that I am not your enemy. I am tracking that murderer. I only care about the weapon in his hands. I heard that thing originally belonged to the Dragon Knight of Pharaoh Apartments. Perhaps that will satisfy you. Hearing those words, she did not answer right away, only falling silent as she pondered for a long while. In the end, Lily still decided to trust Thunder. Very well. My father's friend at Pharaoh Apartments also guaranteed that you are trustworthy. I think we can cooperate. He got up from the bed, somewhat surprised. Your father's friend? Lily made no attempt to be mysterious and immediately introduced the person she had mentioned. I think his name is Winford. He is now one of the elders of Pharaoh Apartments. Hearing that it was someone they knew, Soul Tree spoke first, so it was Winford. You said nothing these past few days, but it turns out you secretly contacted him. She turned back and said to him, I only received his reply this morning. Besides, I still had to confirm whether you were truly trustworthy. Thunder quickly caught the key point in what she had just said. His brows furrowed as he asked tensely, you just said cooperate. Does that mean he escaped? Since matters had already reached this point, he would have found out anyway, so Lily recounted what had happened a few days earlier. That's right, although your magic weakened him greatly, we still couldn't stop him. In the end, we let him escape. He was clearly infected by the Shadow Plague, but for now, we still cannot determine whether that is related to his weapon or not. However, she also tried not to let negativity overwhelm her and voiced her hope for his support. Since both of us want to catch him, I think we can act together from here. But Soul Tree had the opposite view. If it were me, I would have fled the city long ago. In a city this large, finding him is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. She quickly reassured them, don't worry. We have invited an expert, the person who understands cases related to the Shadow Plague best. Oh, and by the way, he was once a knight of Pharaoh Apartments. Thunder was surprised. An expert? He had a bad feeling. If he was once from Pharaoh Apartments, don't tell me he's one of those pureblood people. But this time, Lily seemed quite confident in the abilities of the person she had invited. When he became famous, pureblood was still only an unknown guild. He was called the writer of history, known as Lenny Stein. The full moon cast a faint veil of light, scattering it over the space below. From a certain lit room came someone's startled cry. Who did you say, Lenny Stein? Thunder repeated softly, looking at the person on the screen. There's no need to be that surprised. However, Slavia's expression did not change much. Of course there is. If Lenny is still alive, then he must be over 200 years old by now. Are you sure she meant that very Lenny Stein? He softly agreed. Yes, when I first heard the name, I also thought it sounded familiar. Then she mentioned something else related to him, and only then did I remember that I seemed to have seen it in a book before. After hearing Thunder's explanation, Slavia began making guesses. In the library of Pharaoh Apartments, the books he wrote about dragon knights and magical beasts are all works from over 100 years ago. Even if there is some way that allowed him to live until now, he is probably only a frail old man. Facing her worried attitude, he lifted his glass of water and gently reassured her. Don't worry too much, I think I'll be able to meet him soon. When that time comes, the answer will naturally become clear. Unexpectedly, this behavior had the opposite effect, making Slavia even more panicked. How could I not worry? You said you wouldn't stay in Kiabak for long, but now you're tracking the Dragon Realm hammer. If Lord Winford hadn't received that letter, I wouldn't have known anything. A moment later, her voice softened again as she called quietly, Thunder. He looked over and answered curiously, Huh. Slavia's face was filled with worry as she said this. From now on, when something happens, can you not hide it from me? I know I can't change your decisions, but at least let me help you when you need it. Just then, Soul Tree had also just finished bathing. Seeing the two of them talking, he showed a gossip-hungry look. Thunder did not see that expression. He only smiled helplessly and nodded in agreement with her. I understand. Slavia's voice rang out, also bringing their conversation to a close. Thank you. Very soon, the next morning arrived and the entire castle was covered in bright sunlight. Quite a few members of Lily's group had gathered at the Kiabak Guild Hall. Thunder, Soul Tree, and Vine were heading inside. Lily spoke curiously as she observed Thunder's new appearance. Did you dye your hair black? He slowly explained, I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Hearing that, Lily commented, smart decision. Thunder himself was also silently calculating as he observed his own body. Changing only part of his body would consume less magic. Besides, since she had already discovered the truth, there was no point in hiding it any further. What concerned him more was why dragon scales had appeared on his arm. This had never happened before. Then Thunder boldly made a guess. Could it be that after coming into contact with the dragon bone all, my body is gradually returning to its original state? If that is the case, then I have even more reason to find it. The door was pushed open. Lily's voice rang out again. Oh Senza, someone arrived before us. Bangjo smiled and spoke. After all, this is a special mission led personally by Miss Lily. Of course, everyone wants to perform their best. Got's attitude, however, was somewhat hostile. I thought it would only be our two guilds. Only then did Lily explain. Because this matter is very important, I made a few adjustments. Meanwhile, Thunder quietly observed from behind. Those two were the ones who received me the other day. She continued the introduction. These two are Fang Zhou from the Fallen Angels. Fang Zhou smiled and greeted them. Hello, everyone, and Got from Shatter. The identities of their teammates were revealed, leaving the members of Thunder's team stunned. Fang Zhou looked toward them and exclaimed curiously, what a coincidence. Lily continued the introduction, and these people are Thunder. Kyle and Jay from Pharaoh Apartments. They belong to the Red Potion Guild. He continued politely, back when Dr. Ness came here to register the guild. I was the one who received him. Please send him my regards. Thunder replied politely, all right, thank you. However, Got still could not help doubting their abilities. Are you sure these children will be useful? A guild that was only established a few days ago. What can I expect from them besides slowing down our progress? Lily simply smiled gently and reminded him, Got, I need to make something clear to you. They are all powerful warriors whom I personally invited onto this team. I hope you can respect them the same way you respect me. The aura around her grew noticeably more intimidating. Have I made myself clear enough? Hearing this, he could only comply. All right, I understand. The expressions of the two behind Thunder grew confused, and they whispered among themselves. Hey, why do I feel like this girl is kind of scary? Yeah, I agree, something feels off. I hope she does not get angry at us. A voice rang out from behind, interrupting their conversation. Sorry, I am late. I hope I did not miss anything. He walked in with a kind smile. There were too many people in the hall and I got a little lost. This is Lenny Stein. Kyle and Thunder's eyes instantly fixed on the man. So he is Lenny Stein, shouldn't he be over 200 years old? He must be an imposter. He doesn't look that different from Sir Winford. Lenny, however, was very enthusiastic when he saw them. You must be the young men from Pharaoh Apartments, right? I know you have many questions. It is all right, we have plenty of time to get to know one another. I will answer your questions slowly. Kyle replied softly, yes, I have admired your great name for a long time. I have studied many of your books. It is truly an honor to meet you today. He cheerfully suggested to him, I did not expect you to be so eager to learn. When we have the chance, we shall talk in detail. Lily's voice suddenly rang out, cutting off the conversation. She activated her ability. Everyone is here now. Enough idle talk, let us get to the main point. Right after that, Lily raised the scepter in her hand straight up toward the sky. A blue light emerged and enveloped the entire room. Lenny looked around and praised it with interest. Wind barrier magic. Not bad at all, Fang Zhou added with slight concern. I thought this place was already discreet enough. It seems this matter is very important, Lily explained softly. It is only a precaution. This mission involves top-secret information. I do not want even the slightest bit to leak out. Hell placed his hand on Thunder's shoulder and communicated with him through voice transmission. It feels like there is something hidden behind this. Thunder could not help agreeing. I feel the same. If it were only to capture one person, there would be no need to go this far. Let us wait and see what she plans to do. Only now did Lily begin her explanation. According to the latest news, we have discovered traces of Vessi. He has not only become far stronger than before, he has also been confirmed to be infected with the Shadow Plague. Hearing this, Fang Zhou immediately sighed. The Shadow Plague, that is truly troublesome. In contrast, Got beside him only said one brief sentence. What I care about more is where we are supposed to find him now. The information was quickly revealed. We are going to the White Tower. This time, both of them widened their eyes in shock. Isn't the White Tower a restricted area? She continued seriously. That is exactly why this is a mission. We must not only eliminate that demon, but also avoid being discovered by the guards. Anyone who wants to withdraw should decide right now. I want everyone to promise me that even if you are thrown into the dungeon, you must not reveal anything. Anything about today's conversation. Lenny smiled and continued after her. Young lady, since they have already come here, that proves their loyalty to you. Just say it directly. What is in the White Tower? Thunder quickly realized something was different, unless Lily only gave a brief explanation. Fine. The reason the White Tower is considered a forbidden area is because it is where the god resides. That single word alone left everyone present utterly stunned. A god. And of course, Thunder himself had already guessed part of the current situation. As expected, however, Fang Zhou still had many doubts. How could the god be in Kebab? Doesn't everyone say he is in Yunnan City? Kyle followed up, stop joking. I know very well that the god is actually at Pharaoh Apartments. Kaio cut in with a statement, rather than believe the god is there. I would rather believe he is in Kebab. But Kyle grew even more hostile after hearing him correct it. Want to make a bet? We saw it with our own eyes. Thunder was calculating in his mind. It seemed he would have to find the right chance to tell Kyle the truth. Unexpectedly, as soon as he had that thought, his face went pale when he saw Lenny staring intently at him. What is it? Rubbing his chin, the old man smiled faintly and remarked, You are not surprised at all. Looks like you know more than that, don't you? Thunder replied calmly, No, I do not think what I know is much more than what you know. But Kurt, standing opposite him, strongly urged them on. For something this important, I do not think we should hide it from the guild. At the very least, we should report it to the leader. Fang Zhou agreed with him. I think so too. We should make use of the guild's power. Lily was the one who answered them. There is no need. When I specifically called all of you back from the two major guilds, I set the condition that no one could ask about the mission's detail. Lenny stated his own view. I also need to add one thing. When dealing with Darkshade, having more people is not necessarily better. It is like hunting. If you startle the prey, it becomes even harder for it to appear. Besides, if someone with malicious intentions has already prepared a huge trap, then who is really the prey here? Kaio questioned him. You do not trust the people of the guild. Lenny glanced elsewhere as he corrected him. I do not trust human nature. She shrugged and concluded. In short, based on the information we have reason to suspect that Vexi intends to make a move against the god. But the White Tower is heavily guarded. Setting aside how he learned the god's location, even if he wanted to infiltrate the White Tower, he would still need someone on the inside. Then came a proposal. From now on, we will act together and sneak into the White Tower at night, whether we end up catching Vexi or someone behind him. On this side, KO began whispering with Thunder. She says we will act together, but really, she wants to keep watch over us, right? He agreed with that assessment. Yeah. She suddenly changed the plan. It seems like she wants to prevent information from leaking. The sky outside also changed. The sun gradually set and they ended with one sentence. Let us adapt as we go. Time passed and the long day ended, giving way to the work of the night god. Night fell and the moon illuminated the surroundings, casting its light over the solemn, ancient white castle. At the front courtyard, Kyle's voice rang out with a comment as the group moved together. Aren't we supposed to be going to the White Tower? Why are we going back to your house? Lily's tone turned slightly serious as she explained again. Did I not already say it? The White Tower is heavily guarded. We have to find another way inside. The scene then shifted to the glass flower garden, still under the dark night, beside the quiet moonlight. A servant's voice rang out as he bowed to Lily. Miss, you have returned. Lily asked at an unhurried pace, Has my father gone out? The young man answered respectfully. The lady went to the merchant's banquet as scheduled. I have ordered the household staff to follow your instructions, miss. She remarked with satisfaction. Good. Then let us make use of the time. Only then did Kyle, standing behind her, make a comment. This stone statue looks really familiar. Could it actually be real? Thunder listened, then softly agreed. Yeah, maybe this is an unexpected discovery. Fang Zhou also asked in surprise, Forgive me for prying. But does the mayor not know about this either? Lily explained calmly, "Of course not, I already said it. The fewer people who know, the better. Besides, my father is a stubborn conservative." Behind Lily, Lenny only remarked softly, "Privilege really is convenient. On the outside, all sorts of strict rules are established. But in truth, an escape route is prepared for themselves." She listened but replied indifferently, "Thank you for the reminder, Lenny. Without an escape route, I'm afraid that when danger comes, we would only be able to lead the people along and let others slaughter them." Before them was a wide, dark tunnel. Another remark rang out, "I do not see any suspicious traces. Could Jay have been too sensitive?" After the two soldiers lifted the cellar door, a hidden passage appeared. Before stepping down, Lily carefully instructed them. "This tunnel leads straight to the warehouse beneath the White Tower, as long as everyone avoids making too much noise. The guards will not discover us." After that, the group lit torches and began moving down into the tunnel. Kaio was somewhat frightened by this place, underground again. "Honestly, I do not like being down there very much." Fang Zhou immediately noticed his emotion and asked curiously, "It seems you have some unpleasant memories from being underground." Kaio did not hide it either. "That's right. The kind of memories I absolutely never want to face again." On the other side, seeing Jay keep closing his eyes and sniffing everywhere, Kate could not help wondering, "Whose pet are you supposed to be? Why do you always have to wiggle that stupid, ridiculous nose of yours?" He did not mind it. Instead, he patiently explained, "You do not understand. I just caught a certain scent. Something about it is a little unusual." At that moment, Thunder spoke from behind. "Jay, is something wrong?" Looking slightly confused, he replied, "There seems to be something ahead." Hearing that, he took out the divine eye and checked the area to be safe. Dragon Eye, the warehouse mainly stored grain. As everyone walked and talked, someone said, "What? No one usually comes here. It is probably just a rat." Perfect. Now we have a guide dog to catch rats. Through the thick layers of walls, he saw cloth sacks stacked on top of one another and judged. An underground grain cellar. In front of them there was still a long, straight, pitch-dark passage. Someone said softly, "There really are no suspicious traces." Could Jay really be overreacting? Kaio asked him with some concern, "How is it?" Thunder answered honestly, "I do not see anything. But Jay's sense of smell has always been accurate, so it is better to be careful." After that, Lily stepped up to a corner in front of the tightly shut door and said, "Perhaps we should ask a lock-picking expert to help. My father always keeps the key on him. I do not want to leave any signs of intrusion." So he stepped forward and replied confidently, "Leave it to me." Looking at the lock-pick, he had clearly prepared for opening the lock. Lenny also moved closer to take a look. That is truly the technique of a black belt knight. It is rare to see. He looked a little proud of it. "Thank you for the compliment, sir." Kate rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Great. Now we have become rats stealing rice." He was somewhat worried about the current situation and turned to ask the friend beside him, "How is it?" Thunder and Jay's eyes widened at the same time. The shock on their faces could not be hidden at all. In an instant, he lunged forward and pushed Kaio away, narrowly avoiding the explosion behind him. Lily moved closer to Kaio, who was sprawled on the ground, and asked with concern, "Do not move. Where are you hurt?" He cursed angrily. "Damn it, something just pierced through my ribs." Fang Zhou, standing off to one side, exclaimed anxiously, "I did not see it clearly. Is it a magical beast?" His expression turned even uglier when he saw the identity of the magical beast. In front of them now was a bright red bat hanging upside down. It was a tiger-headed bat. They kept signaling as the tiger-headed bat rushed toward them. "It is coming again." Jay cried out, "Kate," he received the signal. He answered with only one word, "Got it." Meanwhile, the other members quickly moved. "Get inside," Lenny urged loudly, "Hurry." Lily followed up with a reminder directed at them, "Be careful with his wound." The tiger-headed bat attacked both Kyle and Daisy in one sweep. He shouted toward the back, signaling his teammate, Thunder. But before Thunder could move, Lenny had already charged forward. Lenny signaled to him, "Leave it to me." His entire body was wrapped in an aura. A powerful golden aura surged around him as he punched straight into the tiger-headed bat, making it cry out in pain. Kyle's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What? A 200-year-old geezer can still hit that hard?" Thunder himself had the same expression. He took it down with his bare hands after the demon beast was brought down. Lenny dusted off his hands and remarked, "That hurt more than I expected." Over on this side, Kurt was still cursing his rotten luck nonstop. "Damn it, what terrible luck." Fang Zhou asked curiously and anxiously, "How is it? Is it serious?" While checking the wound, Lily replied, "I do not know. The wound looks all right, but I have never seen this kind of magical beast before. If it is poisonous then..." Only now did Lenny add, "Do not worry, young lady. Tiger-headed bats move quickly, but they are not poisonous." Hearing that, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Then that is good. Looks like he has saved his own life." Suddenly, he raised a ring and quietly asked the remaining members a question. "Does anyone recognize this?" As soon as Fang Zhou saw it, his expression turned horrified. He answered in shock, "That is the token of a member of the Fallen Angels Guild. Where did you get it? Hearing that, Lenny explained calmly. From the body of that tiger-headed bat, it looks like we have found a clue about the traitor. Kyle, standing behind him, continued, so that monster was released by you. Bang Joe immediately held out an identical item and spoke up to defend himself. How could that be? Look, my ring is still right here. Besides, I have been with everyone since this morning. When would I have had the chance? Moreover, if I was the one who did it, why would I attach my own item to that monster? But Kyle still did not trust him at all. Who knows how many rings you have? Maybe you deliberately prepared this in advance to clear yourself of suspicion. At that moment, Lenny spoke up in Fang Zhou's defense. It was not him. As far as I know, using a magic-infused medium to control magical beasts is a common method of the Dark Guild. And to force the subordinates to give their all in completing the mission, they must use an intermediary that can identify its master. If the mission fails, the identity of the executor will also be exposed. Hearing this, Fuangchu seemed to recall something and quickly spoke up. That's right, now that you mention it, I remember. The inner side of the ring has a serial number. Each person's is different. Kyle carefully examined the ring, then muttered the engraved number, 28061. Fuangchu immediately explained, 2806 is the area code representing the East Tower district. The city of Kiobak, I'm also from that area. Lily, standing behind, added with a question, and what about the number 1? Yet he hesitated in his explanation. I don't remember all the serial numbers, but this one can only be. At that moment, a noise came from behind them, forcing both Lily and Fuangchu to turn around. Unexpectedly, someone understood the Dark Guild this well. Truly astonishing. The figure appearing wore clothes resembling Fuangchu's, smirking as he spoke. I had intended to play with you a little longer, but it seems that's no longer necessary. This person is Mark, the guild master of the Fallen Angel Guild. Seeing his identity, Fuangchu exclaimed in shock, Guild Master, is it really you? Lily was equally astonished, even questioning him aloud. I didn't expect you to betray us. Mark is the guild leader, yet you're working as a pawn for the Dark Guild. You're capable of that. Mark merely smiled disdainfully and clarified, no matter how noble it seems, it's never as valuable as what I desire. Could being your hunting dog be nobler than working for you or the Dark Guild? She declared loudly after hearing his nonsense. Keep your empty words for the grave. If you've betrayed us to join the Dark Guild, you must have prepared yourself. Yet Mark's gaze on them grew even more contemptuous as he spoke again. Of course, you think I would appear unprepared. Behind Lily, some grotesque purple slime appeared. Seeing them, Thunder's face turned pale and his voice rose slightly as he warned, watch out. The rest quickly retreated. Avoid the reach of that grotesque purple slime. When a startled shout echoed as an explosion occurred. Miss. Lily looked at the affected person on the ground, worriedly calling out, Bo. The man coughed but struggled to respond. Miss. Now Lenny glanced to the other side, silently guessing. Could it be him? He quickly turned to the other members, loudly warning. Don't touch it. Kyle froze, a purple hand with long claws aimed at Lily, but Lenny quickly grabbed her, pulling her away before it could strike. The grotesque purple mass was deflected, hitting the ground far away. Lenny hurriedly erected a yellow barrier to protect them. Don't touch it, Lily kept screaming, Bo, Bo. Yuangchu beside her tried to wake her. Miss Lily, wake up. Thunder asked Lenny, what is that thing? He didn't reveal its identity directly, only warned, those creatures are extremely dangerous. Contact with their blood means certain death from poison. The purple slime gradually took humanoid form, laughing savagely, while Lenny continued to explain. They are all failures from the summoning ritual, the dying plague of darkness waiting for death. Outside Lenny's protective barrier, 2 horrifying monsters appeared. Mark's arrogant voice rang out, and the failures who were only a step away became this. Thunder couldn't help but shudder, shadow spirits. Lily, the only girl in the group, was extremely worried, clutching his arm. Lenny, is there a way to save Bo? His voice grew serious and low. Sorry kid, I can't bring the dead back to life. She knelt beside the servant's corpse. He spat out with a look of hatred toward the mastermind, Bo. Yuangchu stepped forward, softly calling, Miss Lily. Immediately, Lily turned upright, raised her staff, pointed it at the monster, and bound it with a rope. Then she slammed it to the ground. Its limbs were instantly severed. She shouted in anger, Mark, you will pay dearly. Mark smiled slyly, revealing 2 sharp fangs. His cunning expression unhurried, I will wait for you here. Yet inwardly he had his own calculations. It seemed her magic range ended there, but the biggest nuisance remained, the old man. Seeing the battlefield before him, even with the opponent's protective barriers, he remained confident. However, as long as he couldn't act, the others weren't worth worrying about. Thunder, Lenny, and Kyle focused intensely, observing the surrounding monster. Seeing the situation worsen, Fuangchu angrily said, is he trying to prolong the fight with us? Jay's hot temper flared, his urge to charge rising. Damn it, boss. Let me handle them. Seeing this, Thunder quickly intervened to prevent him from acting rashly. avoiding loss of control. Don't rush, even touching that thing could be fatal. We need to think of a plan. Then he turned to ask Lenny, who was struggling to defend. How long can your spell hold out? He gave a rather confident assurance. If nothing else interferes, it can last at least until tomorrow morning. Hearing that eased part of his worry. Even so, Thunder still had a headache thinking through the next step. Then there is no need to worry about those monsters for now, but Mark may still have a trump card. He does not know I can use magic. Should I use a clone to probe him? Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere. Why have you still not killed those people? If you do not want to do it, I can help. Lily heard it too. Thunder raised his eyes and searched around. That voice is… Sure enough, the figure soon showed himself. Vesey appeared from behind Mark with an eerie smile, his eyes glowing brightly. When Vesey saw him step forward, he seemed even more pleased. Do not rush, my friend. What we do not lack right now is time. That girl is still very useful, so she cannot be killed. But Vesey had always been unstable, and he shouted like a madman, tell her to find that person for me. I cannot wait anymore. Otherwise, I will rush out and kill them all right now. Seeing him like that, even Mark felt somewhat wary and put up a slight guard. But he did not dare show it openly. I know, calm down a little. We have already helped you look for that person. For now, pick someone to play with first. All right. After hearing the entire conversation, Thunder felt as if lightning had struck beside his ear and asked himself in alarm, looking for someone? Who is he talking about? Then Mark turned back to look at his team and proposed a deal. Hey, you all heard that. My friend is very eager to find someone to amuse himself with. So I have a proposal. Lily wondered, a proposal? Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, a scheming look flashed across his face and he stated his terms directly. How about this? You can challenge Vesey one by one. I guarantee my subordinates will not interfere. The winner may leave. What do you say? Obviously, those words were hard to trust. Lily shouted loudly, what are you plotting? You cannot possibly be that kind. Mark shrugged slightly, putting on a generous air. There is one thing I must say first. Miss Lily still has to stay because I have some matters to discuss with her. But her subordinates do not necessarily have to die for nothing. I have no interest in them. They still have a chance to choose. Beside him, Vesey deliberately howled like a lunatic, showing off his menace. Kill that one, kill him. Mark spoke calmly with a hint of warning. You can all see it, my friend is very impatient. If you can help me soothe him, then consider it a favor to me. On the other hand, Mark also acted very relaxed and did not force them. Of course, if no one wants to challenge him, I can only release Vesey and let him search for the one he misses on his own. As for you, feel free to stay here and wait until the barrier disappears. When that time comes, whether you live or die will depend on your own ability. Only then did Thunder speak up and ask about the earlier issue. You said he is looking for someone. Who is it? Mark rested a hand against his side. Well, perhaps Miss Lily knows that person's whereabouts. He is the one who crossed paths with Vesey in the dungeon that day. I do not know why, but Vesey seems unable to forget him. As soon as that name was mentioned, Lily immediately remembered him. Next, a voice cut in, Nesso? That does seem to be the name. Kaihu, however, reacted more strongly and looked at Thunder to remind him, he is looking for you. But immediately after that, before anyone could react, he had already stepped out of the barrier. Lenny, Jay, and the others hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, kid, do not rush out there to get yourself killed. Boss Thunder, he swept his gaze over them, looking reliable as he reassured them. Do not worry. I can handle it. Use this chance to quickly think of a way to deal with this. Mark gave a soft "oh" as if Vesey had found an opponent. Thunder walked up before him, his bearing confident and not timid at all. It seems you people are rather lucky. The person he is looking for is standing right in front of you. Immediately afterward, a surge of power flared around his body, and the words he spoke shocked everyone. I am Nessun. Sure enough, Mark was instantly startled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he wondered. This kid is a mage too? Vesey, standing beside him, became even more excited. It is him, it really is him, he has come. His teammates were also surprised by that information. Lenny exclaimed, well done, kid. Your ability to hide your power was enough to fool even me. KO was extremely curious. What? He is the leader of Red Potion Nessun. Then which one outside the barrier is his real body? Thunder drew his sword and pointed it straight at his opponent's face, reversing the encirclement. Stop wasting time. Come at me. Vesey gave a strange, twisted smile. Gripping his spiked hammer, he charged forward, dragging a blazing crimson flame behind him, and said with delight, my hammer and I have been waiting for you for a very long time. Then he swung a blow toward Thunder, creating a tremendous shockwave. The light that burst out illuminated the entire area. The magical arrows formed sharp points and stabbed toward him. Thunder used ice stones to block the attack. Wherever the sharp points reached, they were stopped by ice. Lenny gritted his teeth, anxious that if they kept fighting like this, he feared his shield would not last until morning. Kaihu hurriedly spoke up, Jay, hurry and finish him off. He turned to Lily and asked, Little girl, can your wind-bound magic withstand that attack? She carefully considered the possibility. I'm afraid not. I have never used it to train my defenses. Isolating sound with compressed air is something I can do. Lenny calculated it, then decided, with air there is still a chance. I will teach you a little. In a moment, just do as I say. Hearing that, Lily immediately agreed. All right. On the other side, the battle had reached a tense point. Crimson flames surrounded the eerie face, revealing Vessi's terrifying smile. However, a moment later, that momentum collapsed when his attack was blocked by thunder. Immediately after that, giving his opponent no time to react, he ruthlessly seized his throat. Thunder's face darkened as he hissed each word through clenched teeth. The power of a dragon, then let's see how strong it really is. Meanwhile, Vessi's other arm, fitted with the spiked hammer, gradually regained its strength. The two sides clashed violently, creating a massive shockwave. Lenny turned back and quietly asked Lily, "How is it coming along?" She was focusing on using the staff technique and snapped softly, "Be quiet for a bit. Old man, I am trying very hard here." Ark asked KO anxiously, "Do you think he can win?" He also stared tensely toward them and hesitated. "That is not what worries me, but listening to Duk Kwang is hard to understand." But Kyle spoke up, turning his gaze toward the one calmly standing there watching the fight. "Look at him. What do you think he is planning? He is not rushing into battle, nor is he stating any demands. It is as if he is just playing around." Ark sighed. "I never thought he would betray the guild. It seems he already knows about the god." He interrupted, troubled by an unanswered question. "But if his goal is to find the god, shouldn't he force Lily to take him to meet the god? Why is he wasting time with us here? There must be some other scheme." The clash of the two weapons rang out thunderously. Several sparks flew from the friction. While fighting, Thunder silently chanted in his mind so another copy would appear. Split body. Vessi refused to back down as well. He stretched out his clawed hand and unleashed a spark of dragon flame. Thunder used his transformed arm to create a barrier of ice and stone to block it. The two extremes of heat and cold collided, causing both to destroy each other. The ice melted and the fire also died out. It seemed Mark also sensed the disadvantage. Leet looked at the chunk of ice from earlier and thought, if we do not destroy him, he will definitely become a future threat. His close combat is powerful and his magic is unpredictable. He turned his head to look to the other side, then suddenly froze in panic. Inside the barrier, only 3 men were now left holding the formation. With just a glance, he discovered that Lily had disappeared. Mark released a monster, then shouted an order, "Where is she? Find her for me now." Very quickly, it discovered the target and charged after Lily. "You had better know your place. There is no one left to protect you now." She ran as swiftly as the wind, spun around and lashed her whip at the monster. Wind slash struck it squarely in the face, making it roar even more violently in pain. Seeing his creation collapse, Mark immediately grew irritated and shouted loudly, "Do you want to die?" Lily did not stop. She raised her staff and gathered her power, wind barrier, wind spear. A fierce attack pierced straight into the monster, causing it to explode and tear apart into countless pieces. At that very moment, Lenny and Ark quickly rushed forward. He loudly signaled, "This is the moment." Ark gripped the sword in his hand tightly and charged ahead with a determined expression. At the same time, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Die!" Faced with this somewhat hasty move, Mark, standing opposite him, showed no fear at all. He simply reminded them calmly, "Then I will play with you for a little while." In the blink of an eye, countless powerful slashes rushed toward the opponent at astonishing speed. However, Ark blocked them all in just a few short seconds. Suddenly, Daisy beside him let out a terrified scream. This horrifying scene made even Max, who witnessed it, unable to stop himself from falling into fear. His expression gradually darkened. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, werewolf. Only a few seconds later, the person opposite him fiercely drove a fatal punch toward him with an extremely savage expression. Faced with this sudden move, Ark quickly dodged to the side. For an instant, anger showed on his face. He cleared his throat softly. What a nuisance. However, just as a powerful surge of purple energy rushed toward the rear, a thought suddenly filled his entire mind. It wants to self-destruct. Very soon after that, Ark was frightened by the strange thing in front of him. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, then unconsciously let out a faint cry. In the blink of an eye, this place had become a wasteland, with countless fragments continuously falling like rain. This made Fang Zhou suddenly let out a cold snort and glance around. The one who had created that terrifying scene was none other than Lily. She stood there with her staff pointed steadily forward, then breathed out in relief. Her appearance kept reminding Mark of Kai Hu's figure. He instinctively felt irritated and clenched his teeth. A thought quickly flashed through his mind. I underestimated her. I never expected this brat to learn so quickly. Lenny really is troublesome. I have no choice but to have Vessi step in and help. Suddenly, he took a fatal punch from the person before him, cutting off Mark's train of thought. If I can just hold out until morning, I will have a chance. Just like that, he was sent flying several meters away. At the same time, shrill screams kept echoing through the cramped space. By then, Caius was already standing there with a slightly tired look on his face. He began speaking in a somewhat sulky tone. You really did not give me any chance to show off. Meanwhile, Mark lay opposite him amid a thick cloud of dust and smoke. He struggled to lift his head, his face pale with fear, and even his voice began to stammer. But how is that possible? The sight before him made Thunder unconsciously recall the moment he had defeated his opponent. Thinking of this, he suddenly spoke. Did Vesey lose? It is all over. Hearing this, Mark grew increasingly gloomy. He also echoed the other side without stopping. I never expected Vesey to be so useless. What a waste of all the effort I spent bringing him here. In the next few short seconds, he was lifted into the air, and a green power tightened around him from all sides. The one doing this was none other than Lily. She stood there with a somewhat furious expression and forced out each word. Say your last words, you piece of trash. Even so, Mark found it harder and harder to breathe, yet he still refused to yield. He kept hissing, go on, do it. Your father must be very happy to see this. Hearing those words, Lily immediately dropped him. As soon as he hit the ground, Mark began gasping heavily. At the same time, she shouted and questioned him. What did you do to my father? Seeing that vile face twisting into a savage grin, Thunder instinctively looked over. Before the words could even be finished, something drew his attention. Even Lily, standing behind him, was extremely surprised. In an instant, Thunder appeared in front of Mark. He grabbed the other man's collar tightly while continuously unleashing his power. Dragon Truth Magic. His cold voice kept echoing throughout the space. Where is her father? His power left the other man stunned for a moment. Mark instinctively answered, at the White Tower. Suddenly, Lily shouted from behind him. He kidnapped my father. However, Thunder still kept his calm. He continued questioning the other man. What is your goal? Only then. With his face tortured beyond recognition, did Mark speak in fear. My mission is to seize the city and take control of the White Tower. Once dawn arrives, Habok will fall and that day will come. What he said made everyone who witnessed it widen their eyes in shock. In the dark room, a sudden burst of anxious discussion rang out. No wonder he kept stalling for time. We must report this to the army immediately. The units stationed in the surrounding villages must be contacted at once as well. I will go notify the other guild leaders. Fang Zhou used all his strength to shove the door open. His strained face was quickly revealed. The scene here made everyone freeze for a moment. Even Lily could not help being stunned when she saw it and unconsciously blurted out. Before her eyes was an extremely chaotic sight. The entire city was engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Shrill screams kept ringing out. Enemy attack, help, help, magical beasts have entered the city. Run toward the harbor, it is too late. Seeing the tragic scene before her, Lily could not hide her horror and instinctively cried out, damn it. Meanwhile, heartbreaking sounds continued coming from the distance. Help us, please, please save my children, they are still trapped inside. Suddenly, Fang Zhou behind her showed a worried expression. He kept asking urgent questions one after another. Lady Lily, I will go contact the city guards. Please go rescue the mayor first. However, those words did not seem to catch Lily's attention at all. She was still immersed in her own thoughts. Father, I am sorry. Suddenly, she whipped around with a fierce attitude and loudly denied it. No, we are going together. Hearing this, Fang Zhou was briefly shocked. He kept trying to explain, but the mayor is currently. Even so, Lily remained firm in her choice. She grew more determined and said in a resolute voice, say no more. The soldiers are fighting to protect the city. I have no reason to prioritize saving my father, and he would never agree to me doing that either. Suddenly, someone stepped forward. It was none other than Lenny and Thunder. Immediately afterward, he spoke in a stern voice. But if the mayor is being held hostage, I am afraid the army will not be able to fight the enemy with all its strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Thunder quickly spoke up from behind them. Then I'll handle the mayor. Seeing them, Lily blurted out in shock, Thunder. However, he paid no attention and quickly struck Mark beside him with a deadly punch, his voice icy. Kyle and Jay, come with me. I'll take him to the mayor. At that moment, Fang Zhou's face showed worry. He kept speaking urgently. We will definitely rescue your father safely, don't worry. Even so, Lily remained cold. She slowly questioned everyone present. This originally had nothing to do with you, yet you all got dragged into it. Before she could thank them, Fang Zhou rejected it. Enough. Save the thanks for later. Everyone move now. Hearing this, Lily gradually lost patience and snapped, fine, we'll follow the original plan. Fang Zhou, contact the guild leaders. Lenny, I'll leave the deployment of the troops outside the city to you. Fang Zhou answered decisively. Understood. Suddenly, Lenny spoke from behind with uncertainty. Without the mayor's order, I'm afraid it will be hard to mobilize them. Hearing this, Lily looked slightly surprised. She asked him doubtfully, go to the western outpost and find General Cody's. He will recognize my seal and listen to you. Lily kept praising him. Hearing this, he said, good. With this, it will be much easier to handle. Suddenly, Kyle's deep voice rang out, let's go. Let Jay keep watch over that man. I'll go up the tower with you. However, Thunder refused without hesitation. No, you and Jay stay here. Hearing this, he was extremely surprised and began to panic. What? You're going with that crafty guy alone? Meanwhile, Thunder said nothing more. He only slowly raised his hand forward and used his ability, clone magic. At the same time, his firm voice rang out, that's right. You only need to keep watch over Vexi. Thunder's actions made Fang Zhou uncomfortable, and he kept chasing after him to question him. Are you really sure you don't need my help? Seeing this, Thunder quickly answered firmly, it's fine. I'll leave a clone here. If anything happens, I can deal with it. If possible, it would be best to find a way to bring down that hammer. Seeing this, Kyle stopped trying to hold him back and calmly said, fine, be careful. Thunder did not respond. He simply walked straight up the stairs and left this place. Now he was escorting an entire group. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. It's the same old trick again. Use the forces inside the city to create chaos, then launch a large-scale attack from outside. I can't let him have free rein. Before long, the two arrived before an impressive and somewhat luxurious gate. After stepping inside, Thunder snapped at the other party. Where is the mayor? As soon as he finished speaking, he received a confusing answer from the other man. Don't even dream of finding him. At that moment, Thunder could no longer stay calm and began activating the dragon truth magic. Where is the mayor? Seeing that he seemed about to fly into a rage, Mark fearfully said he was behind the door on the left. Thunder quickly walked straight to the left side of the large door and poured all his strength into it. A thought filled his mind, this door feels strange. The moment the door opened, the scene outside was the entire city engulfed in a vast sea of flames. Why is there no one here? Why does this door lead outside? At that moment, Mark also followed Thunder outside. Dragon Eye. Even Dragon Eye could not detect anything unusual. He could not help feeling contempt and spoke mockingly. All three of these doors have spatial magic cast on them. Did you think they would be easy to open? Those words successfully caught Thunder's attention. He turned back with a serious expression. I have to admit, your power isn't bad. I can recommend you to that lord. Opportunities like this don't come often. Why not consider it? At this point, Thunder was truly furious and shouted, are you trying to threaten me with Mufflin's name? I will never join your damn organization. What he said left the other man flustered. In an instant, he stammered repeatedly, you even know my lord's identity. And you still dare? Let go. Don't you care about the mayor's life anymore? Thunder's expression grew darker and darker. He did not hesitate as he emphasized each word in warning. To be honest, I don't care whether the mayor lives or dies. Even what happens to this city has nothing to do with me. What I care about most are my two friends outside. These words frightened him so badly that his face turned pale and his voice became flustered. Right after that, without another word, Thunder raised his hand high, unleashing a deadly strike surrounded by fierce flames. The sight terrified Mark. He kept shouting, wait. Even so, Thunder's actions did not stop at all. In an instant, he was swallowed by the powerful flame. Only his piercing screams remained in this place. The moment Thunder saw Mark's body lying motionless on the ground, he seemed to regain his composure and murmured softly, I know you're watching me. This is my warning to you and to everyone who follows you. At that moment, only absolute resolve remained on his face. If you dare block my path again, sooner or later you will meet the same fate. Elsewhere, all of Thunder's actions were being watched through a magical orb. The mysterious figure wore a black cloak, constantly grinning with a triumphant smile. He slowly reached toward the orb and spoke in a mocking tone. You made me lose a subordinate, so I will make you lose two friends. Immediately after, he picked up his golden mask. I think this is a fair exchange. The mysterious figure was none other than Gale. He continued smiling with amusement and softly said, Thunder, I worry. Amid the smoke-filled air, Tan's anxious voice began to rise. This place stinks so bad I'm about to suffocate. Right after, Mary beside him quickly added, could you stop complaining already? My ears are about to rot from listening to you drone on. Suddenly, Munch spoke up with a gloomy tone. The report said someone saw a shadow around here. These words made Mary visibly scared. She kept reminding everyone. At this moment, Slavia was even more worried than we were. We should have shared some of the pressure with her. However, Tan beside him agreed with Munch. He said, but this cursed place is far from the city. Is it really worth all this trouble? Don't say shadows. Seeing a spirit here wouldn't be surprising at all. Hearing this, Munch seemed to lose his composure. He kept yelling, everyone get closer, I have a very strange feeling. His words made Tan instinctively turn back with a serious look. His cold voice rang out without pause. Really, don't scare me, I see nothing, could it be? Is there really a spirit? Even Mary chimed in. The magical beast's eyesight in the fog is far better than ours. We can't rely on ordinary vision alone. Suddenly, Munch's face darkened. He screamed in panic. Watch out! Now Mary was tightly wrapped by a tentacle, sending her sprawling onto the hard ground. Even so, Munch did not abandon her. He struggled with all his strength to pull the creature toward him. His voice was urgent. Keep going. Even Mary's voice grew choked. My legs are trapped. At that moment, Tan appeared from the side holding a sharp dagger. He shouted, I'm here. In an instant, the tentacle that had wrapped around Mary's ankle was cut in half. Now she showed a terrified expression, stammering, sorry. Suddenly, something caused Tan to feel extreme horror. He screamed uncontrollably, what the hell is that? By this point, Munch still kept a cold attitude. He turned back and kept warning them. I don't know, but it looks like something truly dangerous is hiding here. In an instant, two more tentacles shot toward them at an astonishing speed. However, Munch sliced them into pieces in the blink of an eye. At that moment, only panic remained on his face and he quickly shouted, "Retreat!" The scene before them terrified Mary and Tan. She raised the bow in her hand and shouted anxiously, "Don't get tangled up with it." Meanwhile, Tan beside her kept warning the other person, "Careful, there's something else too." The thick mist slowly faded into nothingness, revealing those tentacles right. Without stopping, the scene now made everyone present feel utterly terrified. Mary unconsciously blurted out, "Hey buddy, are you hurt?" Even Tan was so frightened by this scene that he stammered, "Hey!" Suddenly, another hazy mist appeared along with a panicked voice ringing out, "Run!" The owner of that voice was none other than Munch. He was now being relentlessly chased by a monster with countless tentacles. Seeing this, Mary could no longer keep calm and wanted to rush forward. Her scream of pain echoed out just like that. Seeing this, Tan beside her quickly reached out to stop her. He kept warning her, "Don't risk your life." Even so, in the end, she still broke free and charged with all her strength toward Munch, who was tightly bound, crying out in anguish, "No, I can't abandon him." At this moment, Tan had also chased after her. He shouted, "Mary, calm down." In just a few short seconds, Munch was swallowed by that strange thing. Everything happened too quickly for those present to react. Mary stood there in a daze, unconsciously murmuring, "He's gone." By this point, Tan still managed to stay calm. He quickly made a suggestion. "We have to report this to the Council of Elders and the God of Life too." The scene began to change, and outside, a grand castle suddenly appeared. Thunder was standing before a massive gate. A thought quickly filled his entire mind. Set up the spatial gate. The deity has been hidden here. His determined eyes were now fixed on the system screen in front of him, unsure whether opening this gate worked the same way as before. The following line appeared on the system panel: "Open the gate. Yes, no." Right after Thunder made his choice, the massive gate before him slowly opened. This surprised him and he unconsciously exclaimed, "It opened." He quickly stepped inside. At this moment, the inside was a completely different space. Everything in this place was covered in the blue of seawater. Kyle was trying to rummage through his bag for something, and he could not help muttering with an irritated expression, "You stupid dog, are you even using any strength?" At this moment, Jay on the opposite side said indifferently, "It might be faster to just rip its arm off." Suddenly, he snapped, "Why are you screaming? So annoying." "Senza, we have to use stronger measures. Hold his arm still." These words made Jay feel doubtful and he asked back, "Huh, are you really going to cut it off?" Hearing this, Kyle quickly replied with a displeased expression, "I'm not as cruel as you." In the blink of an eye, a sharp blade shaved away the thing stuck to Jay's arm. Those horrifying things were sliced apart again and again, falling away like rain. A while later, Kyle said with delight, "Hey, we should have used this method from the start." Now Jay also kept praising him, "You're still the smarter one." Kyle, can your sword change color?" Hearing this, Kyle's face instantly turned horrified and he stammered, "Ah no, it can't." Suddenly, Jay shouted loudly, "Quick, let go." By this point, he also felt uneasy and spoke up, "Damn it, I can't pull it off." In the blink of an eye, Thunder rushed in from nowhere at an astonishing speed. However, in an instant, he was blasted backward by a powerful source of energy. KO still could not stop feeling pain. His terrified screams kept echoing throughout the space. KO was lifted into the air just like that by a powerful source of energy. He kept screaming with a face full of agony. The sword in his hand continuously released a fierce power into the surrounding area. Now, Kyle stood there with a satisfied expression. He now cheered excitedly, "This power is truly wonderful." These words frightened Day nearby and he kept shouting, "Kyle, have you gone insane?" In the blink of an eye, he gripped the blade in his hand and rushed forward. Meanwhile, Kyle merely flicked his hand calmly. "Sorry." "My friend." Day just stood there, slashing forward repeatedly with a grave expression. Suddenly, he raised his head and said in a firm voice, "This is exactly what I wanted. Goodbye, Day, KO." Meanwhile, on Thunder's side, the area around him kept turning into blue light. He walked forward step by step at ease, stepping on the cold ground. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice came from the giant stone before him. "We meet again." Hearing this, Thunder quickly asked, "What do you intend to show me this time?" In the blink of an eye, the crystal emitted a powerful beam of light. It began to speak, still as it was. As before, immediately after that, Thunder was brought to another scene. This place seemed to have been completely covered in lava. Suddenly, a girl wearing a witch's hat stood beside him. She spoke, and even Van, standing nearby, said, "Do you see it now? Over there is someone you know." Those words made Thunder instinctively look toward the strange creatures before him. He blurted out, "Someone I know." Among them, two people in black cloaks caught his attention. They were Kyle and Munch. The instant he saw them, Thunder spun around and shouted in horror, "Why are they there?" As soon as he finished speaking, the witch girl softly explained, "Because of you, the future has changed." Not only that, Van also said, "He could still change everything." Those words shocked him so much that his eyes went wide. He kept questioning them. "I am not your tool." Faced with his impatience, the witch girl gently accepted his words. "Of course not, but I think you care about your friends and also want to know why you became like this." Now what she said left Thunder silent. Suddenly, she spoke with a somewhat panicked expression. "I can answer your questions, but I do not have much time left." Van beside him also hurriedly gave an order to the orb in his hand. Take me to Dawn City. Find the two people standing in front of you. I will show you a new path. In the blink of an eye, the orb slowly landed in Thunder's hand under his astonished gaze. Back in reality, the crystal kept speaking. When the time comes, I will answer all of your questions. Right after that, a small stone lay in his palm. He anxiously clenched his fist and spoke in a determined voice. God, what exactly are you plotting? Time continued to pass, and outside the castle, the door swung open. At that moment, Thunder stepped out with a calm attitude. Suddenly, two photos of KO and Munch appeared on the system screen, along with a new notification. Contract canceled. This left Thunder extremely shocked. He quickly asked, contract canceled, what does that mean? In the blink of an eye, Day's image appeared on the system screen. His voice kept coming through. Boss, can you hear me? Seeing this, he stammered back, Day, what happened? My clone disappeared too. From the other end, Day's piercing shout kept coming through. I do not know either. As soon as Kyle took off that hammer, the thing inside the hammer entered him. He did not say a word and just disappeared. I do not know where to look. Meanwhile, the box had appeared before Thunder at some point. Boss, can you hear me? Only then did he coldly order, Jay, stay where you are. Hearing this, Jay could not hide his shock and stammer. Wait, the call between them quickly ended. Thunder kept asking KO in a gentle tone. KO, what exactly happened? Were you infected too? As soon as he heard this question, the other party revealed a gloomy look and said, Thunder, I came to say goodbye. I will cross the border of the Arun Kingdom, head north, and enter the territory of darkness. Even so, he kept trying to persuade him. KO, I think something is messing with your mind. This is only temporary. But in the end, KO still coldly refused him. No, Thunder, I just received a revelation and I finally understand what my mission is. That is why I cannot continue traveling with you. Hearing this, Thunder could not hide his horror. He shouted again and again, what about Ami? We still have not found the one who killed her. At this point, he slowly gave his view. There is no need anymore, Doozy. It was those mortals who stole her from this world. KO's indifferent eyes kept staring straight ahead. The next time we meet, I will lead the army of darkness south and flatten all of Yunnan City. Suddenly, Thunder, standing opposite him, swung his fist hard toward him. At the same time, his piercing shout rang out, looks like I have to make you calm down. To his surprise, this time KO was able to block the fatal blow with ease. This unexpected action stunned Thunder, and a thought quickly flashed through his mind. How is that possible? This power? Meanwhile, KO, standing opposite him, still frowned in displeasure. He spoke through gritted teeth. The one who needs to calm down is you, Thunder. KO suddenly pulled his hand back, causing Thunder to miss his timing. Seizing the opportunity, he punched the other party hard in the stomach, knocking Thunder head over heels. Caught completely off guard, Thunder was sent flying far away. The earth and stones shattered apart. KO frowned slightly and spoke to him seriously in a distant, cold tone. You have 1 year, Thunder. Lead your army to the Tehem corner in the north. Otherwise, I will bring my army south. After saying that, he turned into a stream of purple smoke and shot away, leaving only one sentence behind. The next time we meet, I will show no mercy. Thunder hurriedly called after him. KO, but before he could say another word, Thunder seemed to be utterly exhausted, and his eyes gradually grew hazy. Without warning, Thunder's head throbbed as if it were splitting open. Right after that, he lost control and collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. In his daze, he seemed to hear frantic cries by his ear, Boss, wake up. Jay anxiously helped Thunder sit up. Thunder called softly, Jay. Jay was visibly relieved. Thank goodness, boss, are you all right? Thunder looked around in confusion. Where is KO? Seeing that, Jay explained. He was gone when I got up here. Did he injure you, that bastard? Thunder did not answer. He only pressed his lips together and sank into thought. I was too careless. I never expected the Phantom to grant KO such immense power. So much power that I could not resist at all. I need to reconsider the next step of the plan. After thinking it through, Thunder immediately struggled to his feet. Jay, help me up. Jay hurriedly reached out to support him, his face full of worry. Boss, do not push yourself. If you cannot endure it, lie down and rest a little longer. The two of them limped along together until they reached the stairs near the exit. Jay reminded him softly, the door on the left. Thunder stepped forward and touched the system panel that appeared before his eyes. I need more reinforcements. The operating principle should be about the same. With that thought, he did not hesitate and quickly accepted the invitation presented to him. The two of them slowly stepped through the door. A room. As soon as they entered, they saw the mayor tightly bound. Lay helplessly on the floor. Jay did not know who he was and instinctively asked, who is this? At that moment, Thunder called out the mayor's name. Suddenly, thick black smoke began rising from nowhere. With a boom, a huge explosion erupted. Commander Cody waved his arm and shouted, raise your spirits. Do not let even a single rat get into the city. At once, the people on the walls raised their staffs and began launching fire in unison. The people below were struck and immediately screamed, scattering in panic. Lenny turned and asked urgently, "How is it? How many people can you mobilize?" Cody glanced back, clicked his tongue, and replied with a troubled look, "Things are extremely tense on my side too. Luckily, they still have not broken through the city gate." Before he could finish, Cody's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Seeing the beasts rapidly turning around and fleeing, Cordy's wondered, "They are retreating." Lenny was also somewhat surprised. "It seems they have realized you are not easy to deal with." Cody, however, remained alert, afraid they still had another trick up their sleeve. Still, with the Supreme Mage guarding the defense tower, they probably could not do anything for the time being. Cordy's frowned slightly. After weighing the pros and cons, he discussed it with him. "Then let us do this. I will leave one battalion here and you may take the rest." Hearing that, Lenny smiled brightly. "Thank you very much. Once the unrest in the city is settled, I will immediately bring the troops back." Cordy's did not care much for such gratitude and only replied modestly, "I should be the one thanking you. Wipe out those rebels for me." The sound of two swords clashing rang out sharply. Sparks flew from the friction. Ark gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Panting, he stopped and said, "You have been deceived." The other side replied firmly, "I do not want to hurt you." The others also passed along the message. "Those are orders from the guild master. We have no choice but to obey." Behind them, Jeffrey spoke up, his low growl carrying a threatening edge. "Stop talking nonsense. Join us or die." Suddenly, Lily appeared and swung the staff in her hand toward them. "You are the ones who should surrender." The soldiers hurried to the front line. "Miss Lily, please put down your weapon." At the same time, they warned the others, "Mark has already been captured. You do not need to obey him anymore." Jeffrey was furious. With a forceful twist of his arm, he knocked aside her previous attack and shouted loudly to control the situation. "Do not listen to their lies. The mayor is still in our hands. Once the city gate opens, they will all become prisoners." The crowd roared and charged forward together. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through the entire battle. "All rebel forces, lay down your weapons immediately." Ark looked up at the tower in shock and shouted, "Father." Lily vaguely realized, "That voice is." Jay supported the body as he stepped out, carrying Mark in one hand as if he were nothing. Hudson spoke in a hoarse voice, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Mark, guild master of Fallen Angel, has been charged with colluding with the enemy, treason, murder, and kidnapping. He has been executed on the spot. All rebel soldiers must surrender immediately. Anyone who surrenders now will be pardoned." The people standing there immediately looked terrified, frowning and gaping, as the defenses in their hearts gradually crumbled. "It really is Mark, let us surrender." Seeing the situation turn bad, Jeffrey pulled out a vial of purple liquid, raised it before him, and said, "At this point, the only option left is to fight to the death." After saying that, he hurled it hard at the ground with all his strength. The vial shattered, creating an explosion, and he shot away. A group of knights holding swords stood there, shouting loudly within the dark plague miasma. Kyle frowned as he watched their movements with concern, then shouted to Lily behind him, "We have been infected. Everyone fall back." Immediately after that, the infected knights charged wildly, attacking Kyle. He raised his sword horizontally and blocked their attacks, then shouted through clenched teeth to everyone, "Protect the princess." The two enemies were instantly blasted away by a golden barrier of light, summoned in time by someone who had appeared just in time. Lily saw Lenny and the reinforcements arrive and happily called out. Meanwhile, he waved his hand, directing his men to raise their bows, aiming straight at Lenny. "Shoot the arrows." The arrows flew from the bows, whistling through the air, striking the infected knights directly. One arrow, one person fell. That cleared the agitators on the side. Lenny quickly coordinated the remaining knights, dispersing them in different directions. The squad scattered, hunting down the remnants of the rebel forces. Any discoveries were immediately reported. Lily waited for him to finish issuing orders, then anxiously asked him, "Lenny, you arrived just in time. How is General Cordy's side?" He turned to her, his face somewhat relaxed, and reported back, "Fortunately, the magical tower protected them, so the invaders outside still haven't breached the west gate." Kyle, hearing the good news, finally allowed himself a happy smile. Beside him, Lily was briefly surprised, then assessed the situation. "Good. The other gates are also safe as long as the magical tower is still functioning. They won't be able to break in easily. It seems the Fallen Angel and the Dark Society aim to create chaos in the city to seize the magical tower." She looked at Kyle. Quickly, she made a decision and entrusted him with a mission. "Help me deliver a message to General Cordy's. We'll handle the rebel forces inside the city. Focus on holding the gates." "Understood, got it." Cut to where Thunder is. He's in his transformed form as Ness, talking to someone. It seems the internal turmoil in the city will soon be under control. While he and Jay stood there, Hudson clasped his hands tightly. He happily spoke to both of them. "Thank you for saving me, and thank you for helping us defend K-City. If there's anything needed, just say it. I'll do my best to fulfill it." "What's the request?" Thunder then looked seriously at him and spoke his request. "Actually, I have a few requests. If anyone asks, please say that the one who saved them is Ness of the Scarlet Wings. Also, I hope in the future Kabok can provide more support for members of the Scarlet Wings." He cheerfully agreed, "No problem. As long as it's within the law." I'll give the Scarlet Wings the highest freedom possible. The request was fulfilled quickly, without obstacles, so Thunder took another step. He casually asked further, "Oh, there's one more thing. Are you acquainted with anyone from Yunnan Academy?" Hearing the academy's name, Hudson widened his eyes in surprise and asked again. Yunnan Academy. The scene transitioned to a banquet in the castle. Mayor Hudson and his daughter clinked glasses, happily talking with Cody. "General Cordes, on behalf of the City Hall, I thank you and your soldiers for bravely fighting to protect our homeland." "Not at all. It's our duty. If Miss Lily hadn't captured the traitors, our losses would have been much greater." She smiled brightly, happily telling her father about those who fought alongside her. "We also have to thank Lenny and Jay, especially Thunder. Without him, Vesey and Mark wouldn't have been captured so quickly." Lenny, talking with Jay, heard her words and turned, puzzled, asking, "Speaking of which, where is Thunder? I didn't see him last night." "Right, I also intended to find him to discuss Jonah Academy." "Jay, do you know where Thunder went?" Jay quickly responded. He told the others there's something, then turned to look for Thunder. "Ah, the elder brother is in the room. I'll go call him." Inside the room, Thunder was communicating with Slavia via screen. Her expression was slightly worried. "I see, even Kyle. We've dispatched 2 more squads outside the city to track Mang's whereabouts. This time Winford leads the team. Hopefully we'll get good news." Jay opened the door, quickly reporting the outside situation to Thunder. "Elder brother, done talking? The mayor is looking for you." "All right, coming." He turned to follow the rope, but before going out, Thunder glanced back and said to Slavia, "That's settled for now. If there's any new news, inform me immediately." "Very well, you be careful too." Outside, the banquet hall was still lively, torches lighting up the entire room. The mayor clasped his hands, standing beside Lenny, and they both began recounting the request Thunder had asked for earlier. "I asked a friend in Yang'an City." Lenny also knew she could help him manage his identity situation. Yang'an City is nominally the home of the gods, strictly managed. Only students and magic teaching mages have slightly higher freedom. Although he has mastered transformation magic, that place gathers the strongest mages in the Alluran kingdom. It will be hard for a disguised person to fool them. He looked at Lenny with doubt, asking, "So what do you plan to do?" He honestly told Thunder, "If you want to enter Sunnen, just enroll as a student. Our friend has agreed to help you create a new identity." Thunder seemed exasperated, his eyes fixed on him. He lifted his face, meeting Lenny's cheerful expression. "Be a student again. Not bad. This is Zenanma Academy, a place anyone who wants to become a mage dreams of. For you, this is also a chance to systematize your learning and enhance your ability." After saying that, he lowered his head in silence, gradually sinking into old memories. Images of his childhood appeared, as if fate itself had been guiding him. In the end, he still had to assume the identity of a student to enter Yunnan Academy. That's fine, whether it's finding the two in the illusion or investigating Ami's matters. It would be easier to act. Lenny finished explaining the rest of the preparation steps for both of them. "Tomorrow, we will set out for Junin City. Before entering the city, you need to get some formal attire, dress properly. You have to buy new clothes just to enter the city." He glanced at him while listening to the reins. "From a ceremonial perspective, that's obvious. You still had to ask, of course. Are you planning to meet the queen dressed like that?" Thunder crossed his arms. Surprise appeared on his face again as he repeated, "The queen." The scene shifted to night. The sky outside was pitch black, everything shrouded in silent darkness. Someone knelt before a person in a black cloak standing with their back to him. It seemed the person couldn't bring himself to harm his old friend. "Forgive me, my lord. Please give me a little more time, I will deal with them." Mufflin turned, half his face showing a cheerful smile, and said to the other, "Very well, no need to rush right now that you've returned to my side. Get acquainted with your new friends first." As he finished speaking, a group in black cloaks appeared behind, standing there as if they had been waiting. A man and a woman at the end teased, "Have we become so weak? We have to recruit a whole person into the ranks, and a pharaoh knight at that. Do I need to remind you I'm human too?" Hearing Mufflin's words, she smiled coquettishly, raising her slender arm with a golden bracelet on her wrist, speaking in a flattering tone. How could this newly joined child compare to Lord Mufflin? Mufflin ignored her and stepped closer to the crystal orb on the table. Gazing into its light, he said, "Let's see what surprises he will bring us." The crystal orb sparkled like a star, quietly resting on its stand atop the table. Everyone had gathered. "Now let's begin." Thunder prepared his next move. "If that little witch decides to intervene, the kingdom of Alluran will become an obstacle in our plans." The previously silent old man began to speak first. "I've informed my people in Yunnan. They will act soon." The other three displayed different expressions. One smiled with amusement. One was suspicious and one appeared angry. "What if that red-haired boy ruins our plans? Does he have no weaknesses? He once did. But it was killed too crudely, now useless." Mufflin let his long bangs cover his scheming eyes. He spoke to his companions calmly. "We cannot deny it. Underestimated the resolve of that hero. But we still have one card. His mother is still under our surveillance. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the crystal orb as he continued. The day of the prophecy's fulfillment is approaching. For now, everything remains under control. I do not want any more incidents. Elsewhere, Thunder and Jay, dressed elegantly, rode horses through the forest. In the forest, Jay looked uncomfortable, loosening his collar and complaining to Thunder. Big brother, I feel this outfit doesn't suit me at all. Indeed, I think the same. Lenny, beside them, noticed their complaints and gently reminded, endure it a little. Once you meet the queen, you can do as you wish. Soon the three arrived. At Yunnan City, they stopped in front of the massive closed gates. The magnificent city was protected by a tight magical barrier. What is that floating above the city? That is Yunnan City's defensive shield. Anyone attempting to attack the city will immediately be met with lethal retaliation. Jay stared, eyes wide, amazed at the impressive structure. Such a good system should be installed in every city. If Pharaoh apartments had defenses like this, the gates wouldn't have been breached. Lenny held the reins and looked up, following Jay's gaze. He smiled lightly and explained a fact to him. This shield crystallizes the power of the entire nation. Each floating layer contains a super high-grade beast crystal. The cost is such that not every place can afford it. The world remains stratified as always. As they reached the gates, guards immediately stopped them. Politely they requested, please dismount for inspection. For what reason are you entering Yunnan City? Lenny dismounted, took out a scroll, and pointed to Thunder behind him. I am meeting an old friend and bringing a companion to enroll in Yunnan Academy. The guard opened the scroll, mumbling to himself. Enrolling at this hour. But upon reading the content inside, his attitude changed instantly, surprising even Thunder. Oh, I see, then proceed, we'll handle the entry formalities. Thank you. Jay and Thunder rode in. Curious, he approached Thunder to ask, but Thunder was in the same state. Why have they suddenly become so friendly? I'm not sure either. Then Jay keenly noticed something unusual. More and more people along the road stopped to watch. He turned to Thunder, big brother, everyone is looking at you. It's fine, I'm used to it. He felt a little unhappy, silently lowering his head as he thought about his appearance. Since his red hair would be discovered sooner or later, there was no need to hide it anymore. But something soon left him deeply surprised. A little girl holding a beautiful flower happily ran up to him, her eyes filled with innocent sincerity. Big brother, this is for you. Thank you for helping protect our city. After giving the flower to Thunder, the little girl happily ran back into her parents' arms. When he looked up after her, the girl's father gave him a polite and sincere bow. Thank you. Their actions made Thunder feel embarrassed. He stood dazed for a moment before finally managing to speak. The three of them were quickly invited into the palace, and their guide was also very respectful and polite. After leading them to their destination, the guide clasped his hands, bowed, and reported to a person completely covered in a black cloak. That person was standing with their back to the wall, accompanied by a close knight. Your Highness, your guests have arrived. Hearing the report, the person immediately reached up and pulled down the hood, revealing emerald green hair. The queen smiled gently. With a calm and kind expression, she looked toward Thunder's group and Lenny. Long time no see, you are still just the same. Jay and Thunder were surprised by her youthful beauty. Thunder could hardly believe his eyes, remaining silent in shock and confusion. She is the queen, why does she look so young? Lenny was delighted to see the person waiting for him. He raised both hands and quickened his steps. Long time no see, you are looking younger and younger. Seeing what he was doing, Andrew became angry. He stepped in front of her and snapped at Lenny in displeasure. How rude, how dare you address her like that? It is all right. Lenny and I are old friends, he may call me whatever he likes. Then she looked toward Thunder. She warmly and enthusiastically welcomed him in a friendly manner. Is this your first time visiting Yunnan City? How do you feel about our reception here? Honestly, it is not bad, but this is actually my second time in Yunnan. Thunder was also very happy. He shared his journey with the queen. The last time I came here was to take part in a magic assessment, but I did not pass, so in the end, I had to follow the path of a knight. Hearing his story, Lita thought of the 5 children in her kingdom who might fulfill the prophecy. Oh, that is quite surprising, but it can still be considered a different kind of experience. Our approach became different from other places after the prophecy spread through Yunnan. We tried to support the chosen red-haired children. They helped the city solve many problems, became famous, and earned the people's trust. Thunder could see the huge difference between the two places, but he remained very calm. He simply remarked, it really is different. While I was growing up, I was seen as a source of disaster most of the time. Lenny interrupted the conversation at that moment, bringing them back to the purpose of this meeting. Let us talk about the main issue. This young friend of mine. I am counting on you to help him enter Yunnan Academy. That will not be difficult, although I am not the one who manages the academy. The royal family has always sponsored the academy's operations. As long as we recommend him, there will be no problem. After saying that, she tilted her head and looked at Thunder, her kind expression as if she were asking for his opinion. However, I do have one condition. The condition is, the guard Orion quickly handed Thunder a stack of documents. I am truly sorry, but this concerns my son. I hope that after you enter the academy, you can protect him. Your son needs protection." She stopped smiling and the worry of a mother appeared on her face. "My youngest son has only been at the academy for 1 year. For certain reasons, he has been isolated by the others. That alone would be manageable. But I have received several reports saying that he was rushed to emergency treatment." Thunder was shocked and asked the queen in disbelief, "You are the queen. Someone still dares to attack a prince." Lita looked sorrowful, her mood sinking as she mentioned the issue. "He is studying under a hidden identity. I once wanted to make his identity public, but he firmly refused. Moreover, many descendants of nobles and powerful families attend this academy. Their families control the nation's military, politics, or economy. This kingdom does not belong to one person alone. Anything that might cause conflict among the factions must be handled with extreme caution. I have no other request. I only hope he can live an ordinary life." Thunder fell silent, slowly lowering his head to read the contents of the documents from a rearranged. Thunder looked at the prince's resume, which had a photo of him attached. "A prince who has never endured hardship. That is truly rare." "All right, I agree." Seeing that he had agreed to help, the queen immediately became happy again. She smiled just as she had at the beginning. "Wonderful, I will help you create a new identity. However, you should still hide your red hair a little. Red hair draws far too much attention." "That is no problem. I still know how to use basic transformation magic, as long as no one can tell." Lita laughed, spreading her arms as if welcoming him while reassuring him. "Do not worry. In the lower grades, it is not easy to run into high-level mages who can see through transformation magic. Even if you do, it will be fine." The other red-haired children often hide their true identities as well. No one likes being watched all the time, so even if a high-level mage notices, they will not expose it. It has already become an unspoken rule. Hearing this, Thunder was delighted. Holding the prince's resume in his hand, he smiled and said, "Then that is good." But hidden deep beneath that cheerful, childlike smile, his eyes were fixed intently on the picture attached to the paper. He had not expected the person he needed to find to be the prince. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. He thought of the tall figure, disappearing beneath that expensive red cloak. But why was even the prince isolated? This academy was definitely hiding secrets no one knew about. Everything was quickly arranged on a day with blue skies and white clouds. The air at Yunnan Academy was exceptionally fresh. Thunder had put on the academy uniform, following a teacher while listening to his brief introduction to the academy. Classes at the academy were divided into 3 levels: advanced, intermediate, and beginner. Based on a student's magical ability, they would be placed in the appropriate class. Actually, you could have entered a higher class, but since this is your wish, we have nothing more to say. As Thunder followed the teacher, he secretly activated his dragon eye to observe his surroundings. But every place was protected by barriers, so he gained nothing from it. As expected, in a magic academy, barriers were everywhere. The dragon eye was completely useless now. Seeing that he was not following, the teacher turned back and called Thunder, urging him to move along, stop spacing out, hurry up and keep up. Class is starting. "Oh yes, sir." After returning to his classroom, the teacher and Thunder stood on the podium. He introduced him to the classmates below. "Everyone, quiet down. Our class has a new student today. I hope you will all get along with him." "There's a new student." After saying that, he turned and urged him to introduce himself to the other students. "Come on, please introduce yourself, Nessie." Thunder had taken the name Nessie, transformed into a handsome black-haired form, gave a smile bright as sunlight, and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Ness. I look forward to your help. He looks like a noble, doesn't he? I don't know, but he is kind of handsome." Whispers and chatter kept rising from below, but his gaze had already found its destination. Prince Vaughn was staring blankly out the window, but he said nothing at all. Why is he only starting school now and in a combined class too? Hey, I heard it was because he got sick and had to take a break from school. Is that him? Seeing that he had finished introducing himself, the teacher pointed below, then urged him to find an empty seat. The classmates were still crying out in disappointment over his overly brief introduction, while Thunder quickly walked toward the empty desks at the back of the classroom. "Hey, that's it. I thought there would be some special reason. Why couldn't they transfer in a cute girl instead?" As soon as he sat down, the boy at the desk in front of him cheerfully turned all the way around to greet him. "Hi there. Nice to meet you, I'm Mike. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me." He grinned foolishly, his large round eyes staring straight at Thunder, making Thunder feel awkward enough to scratch his head. Somehow you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" I don't think so. Nice to meet you, Mike." Mike turned back to his desk while Thunder felt a little troubled. Looking at the back of the person in front of him, he thought, "What a coincidence. I'm actually in the same class as Slavia's older brother." At that moment, the teacher on the podium had already opened his book. He turned and reminded them loudly, "Mike, that's enough. No matter how quickly you make friends with him, it won't help your grades." After being called out by name, he awkwardly rubbed his head, wearing a silly smile as he said to the teacher, Sorry, but his enthusiasm did not lessen at all. He turned halfway back and said to Thunder, "After class, I'll show you around the school." "All right, thank you. Turn your books to page 53. We will study the structure and creation of magic formations. Thunder quietly let out a relieved breath, and the forced smile he had been using to hold himself together finally relaxed. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. I really am not good at dealing with people this enthusiastic, but the atmosphere in this class feels pretty good. Then Thunder's attention shifted to the person resting his chin on his hand, sitting very arrogantly at the desk on the left. It's just, why does that person seem completely cut off from everyone? When class ended, the students left the classroom together and moved through the academy courtyard. The scene was bustling with people coming and going. Guided by Mike, Thunder toured the academy. He looked up excitedly and praised the massive castle-like architecture with admiring eyes. So magnificent, what is this place used for? I was overwhelmed the first time I saw it too. This is where assemblies are held. It really is huge, but once you've been here a while, you get used to it. Thunder pointed to the highest part of the tower and curiously asked Mike about it. What about that place? It looks so splendid, following the direction of his finger. Mike's expression became less natural than before. Ah, that's the advanced area. Only advanced class students are allowed inside. We can't go there yet. After introducing that part, he cheerfully put an arm around Thunder's shoulders again and continued asking about something else. Come to think of it, I heard you got a perfect score on the magic theory exam. So why did you enter the beginner class? Well, because I once took a break from school for a while due to illness, so I wanted to start over from the basics. Thunder's face fell. He looked completely dissatisfied with what he had just said. The background Lenny made up for me really is too much. But Mike was an enthusiastic person, so he did not pry any deeper. He shrugged and talked about himself. Unlike me, ever since I entered the school, my grades have always been terrible. I've studied for so many years and still haven't improved at all. My older brothers are all skilled mages now, and they even joined the upper ranks of the military. As for me, I have no idea when I'll finally escape their shadow. Don't rush. I believe you'll manage it someday. Suddenly, someone called out after the two of them. They both turned around at the same time, staring blankly at the person approaching. Hey, you two over there, huh? Are you calling us? Behind them, a group of students stood with their leader at the front, his arms crossed over his chest. His line of sight seemed a little too high for his height. He said, "That's right. You two, you are students in Mr. Theo's class, right?" Seeing that the newcomer's attitude was not very friendly, Mike stepped in front of Thunder, frowned, and answered his question. I am. What is this about? He walked up to Mike and patted him on the shoulder, making Mike look terrified. Oh, it is nothing, really. That strange kid is in the same class as you, right? How has he been lately? I am not that close to him, actually, but he seems to be doing fine. After getting the information he needed, he raised his hand and left. Ah, that's all there is to it, thanks, no problem. Still, the other person kept an eye on Thunder, standing silently without a word. He glanced at him briefly, then left quietly. Seeing him leave, Mike finally let out a sigh of relief and spoke to Thunder. You really startled me. I thought we were in trouble. Was it necessary to worry so much? Seeing that Thunder didn't fully understand the academy's situation, he leaned over and whispered a warning. Listen, Ness, if you want to survive. In this school, I have some advice for you. Mike's face grew unusually serious as he spoke. There was also a slight warning in his gaze. Never provoke students from higher classes, especially that brown-haired one earlier. His name is Blake, extremely unpredictable. If you anger him, he'll find ways to make your life miserable. Got it, thanks for the warning. Thunder waited for him to finish. They resumed their tour and he asked again, who did he mean by that weirdo? You didn't notice when entering Class A? It's the person sitting right next to you. The person they mentioned was walking alone, clutching a stack of books in the academy yard. Van Winbun, a very strange person. Actually, no one is very close to him, but as you can see, higher class students are paying attention to him, so no one dares approach or bother him. The one considered strange by Mike was opening a wooden door. There's also a rumor. He put the book on the desk, sat down, and stared at it in a red-colored room. Some have seen him suddenly lose control and turn into a monster. It was late at night. Van lay on his bed asleep, but his furrowed brows and clenched fists showed that he was having a very unpleasant dream. Van frowned more and more, his teeth clenched as if suppressing some torment in his subconscious. In the dream, a hideous, terrifying monster was out of control. It screamed loudly in a frenzy. Every step it took seemed to crush the ground, affecting those nearby. At that moment, a small girl with blonde hair stood among the crowd and raised a shield. Blocking the monster's attack, it was a magical shield, but the power gap was obvious. She was cut apart by the monster's magic. Screaming in pain that echoed through Van's dream. No, he suddenly woke up, sitting up from the horrific nightmare, panting. His face drenched in sweat. The lights came on and someone asked, cutting through his chaotic thoughts. Nightmare. He was surprised, eyes wide, and quickly turned toward the sound, asking, Who's there? Thunder placed his things on the desk, turned to Van and introduced himself. Ness, I think we've met before. Your new classmate and also your new roommate. Hearing this, Van's face clearly showed astonishment. He frowned loudly. Are you kidding? But Thunder didn't react to his attitude, calmly telling Van. Not kidding, you see, I moved classes, and this was the only room with a vacant bed. The administration said they could arrange a separate room for me, but I wanted to make friends sooner. So he moved closer to Van's bed, extending his hand. With a bright, friendly expression, he said, "Let's get along." But Van didn't respond to his enthusiasm. He stared silently without a word. He even lay down on the bed, pulled the blanket over, and turned inward. But he didn't say anything pleasant. "Suit yourself, maniac." Thunder was speechless at his childish behavior, thinking to himself, I wonder who's more problematic. He stood there, seriously recalling the instructions he had received from the deity. One of the people the deity of Kyabak told him to find had already been located. But this guy clearly went through something. There's no new guidance yet. Before clarifying everything, just keep observing. The next day the sun was high, filling the scene with bright light. The academy also basked in the fresh morning. Early in the morning, Mike spotted Thunder and Van, one after the other, heading to the academy. He was surprised. Thus he ran after Thunder, happily waving and calling out, "Good morning." Seeing Van stop beside him, Mike froze mid-sentence. "Today we are also, good morning." Then he grabbed Thunder, pulling him in the opposite direction from Van to let him go to class. "Come with me for a bit." Isn't class about to start?" Mike looked at him seriously, frowning as he asked Thunder, "I told you yesterday, never get too close to that guy. The whole school is saying you're sharing a room with him. Don't tell me it's true." "Yeah, it's true." Hearing him admit it so honestly, Mike shouted in shock. "Do you have a death wish? I mean that guy. The advanced class people will make trouble for you." Thunder remained calm. He looked at Mike and gave him a serious reminder. "Hey Mike, I know you're worried about me, but I can't convince myself to do that. I don't like being threatened and I don't want to judge someone based on rumors. Don't face him." His firm tone asked one question that made Mike stammer and scratch his head. "You said he's a monster, but have you ever seen it with your own eyes?" "No." After saying that, he patted Mike on the shoulder, thanking him for caring about him. "Then that's enough. Don't worry about me. I've met plenty of monsters before. Even if he really turns into a monster, I think I can still handle it." Thunder returned to the classroom. Amid the noisy chatter of his classmates, he walked toward the empty desk right beside Van's. "Did you review for today's class?" "Not yet. And I still don't really understand yesterday's magic circle. I was just about to ask you." "Hey, the new guy's here." Then he calmly sat down in that empty seat. He opened his book and started reading intently. That action gave Van a huge fright. Van angrily turned and yelled at him, but Thunder closed his eyes, treating it like wind passing by his ears. "Didn't you hear what I said? Don't come near me. You're the one with a problem. Mind your own business and stop worrying about mine." His actions made the whole class start talking excitedly, but everyone only dared to whisper. "Does that new guy know?" "He probably does. Mike told him yesterday." "Whatever. If that's the case, then we don't need to get involved with him anymore." There were even a few bolder male classmates who openly turned around and talked to each other. Maybe it was just a moment of impulse, or maybe he has a powerful backer. A backer? Who in this school doesn't have powerful support? Mike entered the classroom after Thunder. As he walked to his seat, he saw Thunder already sitting right beside Van. He broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, "Damn, this guy really dared to do it." Just then, Retell, looking worried, hurriedly ran after Mike and called out to him. "Mike, what's wrong?" In a panic, he told Mike the bad news. The more they talked, the paler their faces became. "Blake's people called for you and that new guy to meet them in the auditorium after school." Thunder was at his seat, but he heard every word of the news. He turned his head to look at the two of them. "So they're coming right to our door." After school, Mike and Thunder followed Retell to the meeting place. As they walked, Mike kept muttering anxiously, "We're doomed, we're doomed. We've been targeted this quickly. Aren't you worrying a little too much?" After bringing them there, Retell nervously reported to the blonde, standing there to receive them. "I brought them here. Thanks for the trouble. What happens here no longer has anything to do with you." He welcomed them with a slightly pleasant face, but his eyes held no sincerity at all. "I know you, Mike. The person beside you must be the newcomer, right? His name is Thunder." Thunder's expression turned serious. He didn't waste words with these people and answered briefly, "So what did you call us here for?" The other person stopped smiling falsely, looked at Thunder and introduced himself. "I'm Nano and I'm easy to talk to. I think you two must know very well in your hearts. Today, I only want to remind you one more time." Thunder was starting to lose patience with these people and quickly cut him off. "No, I don't know, just say it directly." Hearing Thunder's tone, Nano glared, looking down from above like a self-appointed ruler as he sized Thunder up. His face darkened and his fierce eyes glared as he threatened him. "Didn't anyone teach you how to speak to someone from a higher class? If you weren't a new student, I probably wouldn't be this patient." Mike, standing beside him, rushed over fearfully to smooth things over. He grabbed Thunder, trying to hold him back, then turned and smiled ingratiatingly at Nano. "Sir, we understand, I understand. Thunder just arrived and doesn't know the school rules yet. I'm teaching him slowly, so please give us a little more time." Thunder looked at Nano and his expression was not much better. His eyes already said everything about his displeasure. After warning the two of them, Nano finally turned away after hearing Mike's words. But before leaving, he still glanced back and said, "Let me make this clear. Don't get involved with that freak. Maybe you'll feel pity for him, but think about yourselves first. Don't let yourselves become the ones most deserving of pity." Thunder could not hold back anymore. He stepped forward and asked him in a low, forceful voice, "Are you threatening me? Think whatever you want." It was the familiar academy scenery again, still those tall buildings bathed in golden sunlight. Mike walked beside Thunder, gesturing nonstop. He was still more than a little panicked. "That scared me to death. See, those higher-class people have sharp noses. Good thing it was only a warning this time. I saw, you're really a little paranoid." Mike was still chattering nonstop when Thunder sharply noticed someone's figure sneaking behind them at a corner of the wall. "I'm telling you, absolutely don't." But once Thunder noticed him, that person quickly turned and ran for his life. Thunder did not hesitate. He shouted loudly and dashed after him, leaving Mike standing there dumbfounded. Hey, I wasn't finished talking." Thunder chased him closely, shouting loudly as he tried to stop Van and end this game of chase. "Don't run. I have something I want to ask you." But Van refused to stop. He changed direction and leapt down from the high wall below, right before Thunder's stunned eyes. But Van had underestimated him. Seeing him jump down, Thunder did not hesitate either. He braced one hand against the wall for support, swung himself over and jumped after him. "Nice one, kid. You thought running would be enough to get away." He landed with a tremendous impact. Thunder's stomp shattered the academy courtyard floor, making the students below cry out in shock. Damn, Mike chased after him but only stopped at the upper floor wall. Standing there, he shouted loudly, "Ness, where are you going?" As Thunder ran, he looked back and shouted instructions to Mike amid the scolding voices of the other students. "Go back on your own. Don't wait for me. You scared me half to death. Who the hell is that lunatic? If he can jump like that, why not use magic?" Thunder chased him to a turn. Just as he changed direction and ran inside, he ran into someone with long black hair. The other person appeared so suddenly that he had no way to dodge in time. Just like that, the two collided, sending the girl falling to the ground. Thunder hurriedly stopped, bent down, and anxiously helped the girl up. "I'm sorry. Are you okay? Seriously, good thing I wasn't holding a magic potion today. Otherwise, that would have been a disaster." But when he saw the classmate's face, his gaze suddenly darkened and his pupils shrank violently. The girl's face was exactly the same as the witch he had once met. The images of the two overlapped almost perfectly in every detail. The girl could not understand his reaction and grew a little annoyed. Thunder anxiously grabbed her wrist and pressed her harshly, frightening the girl. "You're that witch, aren't you? What did you do to me?" "That hurts. You. Who are you? I don't know what you're talking about." The more he spoke, the more he lost control. His face turned fierce and he gripped her hand tightly, refusing to let go. "Still pretending? You're the one who turned me into this." The girl grimaced and cried out as Thunder held her hand. Only then did he calm down a little. "I've never even met you. Let go of me. You're hurting me." She isn't the deity. Although she looks like that woman, according to legend, the deity has split into 3 crystals and I've already met 2 of them. She is. Thunder placed a hand over the left side of his chest, carefully recalling the images of the 2 people the deity had entrusted to him. She is the other person the deity told me to find in Yunnan City. Only then did he finally calm down completely, and with an apologetic expression, he let go of her wrist. "I'm sorry, it seems I mistook you for someone else. How strange. Next time, please figure out the situation first." Thunder quickly changed the subject and bluntly asked her about Van. "Yeah, a boy should have run past here just now, tall and thin. Do you know where he went?" "Oh, I saw him. He ran toward the eastern building." After receiving directions, he rushed off at full speed but still did not forget to thank the girl. "Thanks." Only then could Ness calm down and watch his figure disappear, her eyes filled with doubt as she muttered to herself, "What a strange person." Thunder continued chasing Van, thinking as he ran, "Good. The crystal reacted just now. It seems the person I need to find is definitely the right one. Next, I just need to keep digging deeper through them and find the deity's 3rd crystal. Then I'll be able to get closer to the truth of the matter." He arrived at the eastern building, a place that was also somewhat deserted and quiet in the early morning. Thunder walked into the building alone, his mind still filled with tangled thoughts. If that kid still refuses to cooperate, I'll have to use the dragon's power. But he suddenly froze in alarm, his gaze landing on an unusual situation. It turned out that Van, whom he had been chasing all this time, was lying on the floor with Blake stepping on his wrist. Seeing Van being bullied, he shouted loudly, drawing the attention of those people. Blake kept stepping on Van's hand, turned his head with a smile and looked at him with a vicious gaze as he sneered. The newcomer, what? Got something to say to us. Seeing him arrive, Van struggled to lift his head, his face bruised and injured. Enduring the pain, he said to Thunder, "Don't come closer." Chaikin, not knowing his own limits, eagerly rushed forward to show off. He swung his fist and charged over. Looks like someone doesn't know his place. The beginner class students are getting more and more unruly, but what he received was a decisive punch from Thunder. Without the slightest hesitation, Thunder sent Chaikin flying. He took the full force of the punch and flew straight backward, only stopping when he slammed hard into the wall. Thunder was furious. His eyes blazed with rage as the surroundings also changed with his emotion. He launched a kick straight toward Blake, but Blake was quick enough to block it. Blake smiled with interest, the smile of a hunter who had found somewhat interesting prey. "You're starting to annoy me, inferior trash." Thunder refused to back down. He glared at him angrily and shot back fiercely. "Then can you lift your foot? Superior one, doing that is kind of hurting someone." His words matched his actions, and he stomped down harder on Blake's arm. Blake had not expected it, and even his face turned pale from that strength. This brat, where did he get the power to overpower me? One of Blake's accomplices stood to the side. He took out a blue-purple gem, let it float in the air, and said, "Blake, teach those beginner-class students what respect means." Thunder was utterly shocked when he saw the gem. Sweat poured down his face and his shock was written all over his expression. A beast crystal. Blake caught the beast crystal, and an arrogant smile appeared on his face again. As the space around him turned green and began to surge, green currents wrapped around his body. Thunder watched every change with concern. A high-grade beast crystal? Is he really that shameless? Looks like this guy won't be easy to deal with. If I have to, I'll use my clone for close combat. He quietly calculated his next move, but things did not seem to be going smoothly. But if I do that, my combat skills will be exposed too. Van clutched his injured arm and staggered to his feet. Even now, he still stubbornly scolded Thunder. "I told you not to come near me. Why does one person after another keep doing this?" He rushed over, slammed into Thunder, and tried to push him away from danger. "Hurry up and run, this has nothing to do with you." "What?" But Blake clearly had no intention of giving them a chance to escape. He tensed up, veins bulging across his furious face. "How ridiculous. That kid is obviously much stronger than you. A monster like you actually thinks you can protect someone else." He charged forward, leaped in front of Van, and drove his knee straight into Van's stomach. "Stop being so disgusting." Then Blake showed no restraint at all. He kept punching and kicking Van's frail, defenseless body without stopping. After beating him to his satisfaction, he grabbed Van by the throat with his left hand and gathered power in his right, preparing to punch him again. His eyes looked as if they wanted to devour the person in front of him, and his face was terrifyingly fierce as he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened last year." Van coughed painfully from the lack of air. He gripped Blake's arm, his hands trembling uncontrollably when he heard those words. "I remember every single day." He brought up the events of the past again. In Van's eyes, there was only crimson and flames spreading everywhere. "Then let me remind you." The memory returned like shards of a broken mirror, incomplete and fragmented. In it was the image of a blonde girl collapsing. Then came the magical barrier that the small girl had raised to resist a huge, hideous monster. Those broken fragments of memory grew smaller and smaller, but the image of that giant monster remained complete in Van's mind. He broke down, his eyes going blank, his face filled with agony as he screamed loudly. Thunder ran closer when he saw Van collapse, but another one of Blake's lackeys stopped him. "What did you do to him?" "Hey, don't rush, your turn is coming soon." The commotion was so loud that it drew other students over, and more curious onlookers gathered. They began whispering among themselves. "What is this? What's going on? Is it a fight? Someone go call a teacher, quickly. You'd better not stick your nose into things that don't concern you." "That's Blake's group over there." The appearance of so many people made Blake irritated. He clenched his fist and glanced at the students gathering around. "Those two are students from the junior class, aren't they? Why are they here? Look over there, don't you see that monster?" Someone probably wanted to stand up for him again. Good grief, how annoying. They cause a scene every single day. What a pain. Thunder looked at the scene before him and quietly weighed things in his mind again. More and more people are watching. It will be even harder to make a move now. At that moment, a dignified professor approached. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke in a stern voice. "Blake, it's you again. You know very well that fighting is forbidden on campus." Blake saluted him. His tone made it sound as if he were the innocent one in this incident. "I'm sorry, Professor Flynn. I lost control for a moment." The professor did not scold him. He simply looked at him and gave an order. "Blake, go wait for me in my office. Have 2 people take that unconscious boy to the infirmary." With that, 2 students stepped forward, supported Van by the shoulders, and helped him to the infirmary. Only Thunder was left standing there watching them go. When Blake passed by him, he did not forget to leave a few words behind with a contemptuous gaze. "Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. There won't be a next time." Thunder did not back down either. He turned his head and looked straight at Blake. His cold gaze told him that this was exactly what he had been about to say. He glanced in the direction Blake had left, his anger still refusing to fade. "There won't be a next time." Thunder went to the infirmary and sat on the bed beside him, sighing in relief as he looked at Van resting nearby. Thank goodness. It doesn't look like his injuries are too serious. Van opened his eyes, his face expressionless, as if he had long since grown used to loneliness, then said to Thunder, "Please don't bother me." Thunder did not give up and stayed there, concerned about him, but Van turned his head away. Does it feel nice to be called a freak by other people? It doesn't matter, they can call me whatever they want. Van's eyes briefly showed sadness, but what remained there most was cold indifference. Anyway, it has nothing to do with you. I brought all of this on myself. Thunder looked at Van's back, still unwilling to give up as he continued speaking. Fine, maybe you're okay with it, but what about your family? Maybe you should convince your mother to like that nickname too. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave, ignoring the stubborn guy pretending to be dead on the hospital bed. If you don't want to change, then no one can help you, as long as you're willing to accept living like this for the rest of your life. Elsewhere, a cup was thrown to the ground and shattered, producing a sharp, grating sound. Chaikin, whose arm had been broken by thunder and was now in a cast, roared furiously at his lackeys. I won't let that bastard get away with this. He actually dared to attack me. I will definitely kill him, then good luck to you. That guy isn't simple. Chaikin snapped irritably at Nano while the latter searched through the documents on the desk. Have you found out his background yet? A little, but not much. Nano looked at the stack of documents containing what little information he had on Thunder, then read it aloud for the others to hear. Thunder Taller, perfect score on the written entrance exam, but he was frail and sickly as a child and took a leave from school in his first year. Hearing that part, Chaikin froze. His face looked as if he had just heard something utterly ridiculous. Frail and sickly? I sure did not see that. Is there any other information? After Chaikin received more information from Nano's prediction, he was practically grinning from ear to ear. That is all. He has only been at the school for a few days. His circle is small too, and I have never heard of the Ness family either. They are definitely not nobles, we know. If he is not a noble, he will be easy to deal with. He stood there loudly looking down on others, while Blake merely leaned silently against the bookshelf without saying a word. He got a perfect score and now he is acting arrogant. For all we know, he is some country bumpkin. Those country kids are such a pain, always causing trouble for us. He opened his amber eyes and stared intently at the person speaking so arrogantly in front of him. Chaikin was so unnerved by his stare that his hair stood on end, and he hurriedly corrected what he had just said. Ah, no, what I meant was, one look at him and you can tell he has no manners. Forget it, we will ignore that newcomer for now. After saying that, he gave a sinister smile. With a wicked look in his eyes, he lowered his voice and said to Blake, I just thought of a pretty good way to deal with that freak. Seeing that this guy had a new plan, Blake folded his arms. He straightened up, wanting to hear Chaikin's idea. What way? Let me hear it. How about we hold a grand gathering? At the academy, another new day of study began, as the morning light shone down on the castle. Someone placed a whole stack of thick books on the desk, slapped the top book with his hand and said, Hey, this is what you need. Thunder looked at Mike, who was leaning on the stack of books he had just found for him, and said, Thanks. You actually dared to face Blake head-on. You really are reckless. Hearing him sigh like that, Thunder looked up from the papers he was reading and asked Mike seriously, What is it? Are you planning to stay away from me now? Mike sat backward on a chair, hugging the backrest as he faced him and grumbled, There is no point anymore. In their eyes, I am already your accomplice. That is fine too. Then let us see who we can form an alliance with. Are you serious? His face showed no worry or fear toward Blake's influence. That Blake guy is so overbearing, so there must be plenty of people who hate him. Mike smiled proudly, pushed 2 sheets of paper onto Thunder's desk and said, Exactly. For example, these 2. In the picture was a boy also wearing the academy uniform. Like us, Kaido Muro has studied here for 4 years but is still in the same class as we are. In theory, his grades are decent, but his practical magic is a bit weak. Still, he has a major family backing him. The other one is a beautiful girl with long pink hair. This is Norazen. She is the princess of the kingdom of Grisha. Although her country is not as powerful as Alurin, she is true royalty. He picked up the 2 photos, examined them carefully, and said to Mike, The situation is better than I expected. If we add the royal family to our side. He lifted his head from the 2 photos and looked at Mike, his gaze strangely calm. Nothing. I mean, if we add your theater family's status as well, he probably will not dare act rashly. Mike stared blankly at him, his innocent face making that obvious. In theory, yes, if a few major families stand with us, Blake probably will not dare go too far. He brightened up, but you really know a lot. You even know about my family. When Thunder heard him say that, he laughed foolishly and brushed it off. Did you not tell me last time, is that so? While the 2 of them were talking, a classmate opened the door and came in to announce to the whole class. Mr. Dio said the next practical lesson will be a simulation test in the West Hall. Anyone who is ready should head over now. The classmates began buzzing with discussion. Seeing this, Mike also went over to urge Thunder along, but Thunder turned his attention to Van. Practical lessons are one thing, but why do we have to take a test too? My family asks every day when I will move up to the advanced class. Whatever. I feel like my family does not expect much anymore anyway. Let us head toward the hall too. But Thunder turned to Mike and said that Van had said yesterday he would come to class. Mike, I will go look for Fam, you go on ahead. Mike was surprised when he heard that. You are going to look for him. Besides, you do not remember the way to the West Hall, do you? Thunder hesitated when he heard the question, but seeing Mike's expression, he could not bring himself to refuse. Since you put it that way, he and Thunder went against the flow of classmates heading to practical class, walking side by side to look for Van. Fine, there is still time. I will go with you. If we find him, great. If not, we will go straight to class. All right, maybe he went to the infirmary to change his bandages. Let us go there and check. The group of friends made their way to the practice room one after another, chatting animatedly as they walked. Have you seen Mr. Dio's cat? It is so plain, huh? He keeps a cat? I did not know. Want to go to the astronomy tower tonight to watch the stars. I heard there will be a meteor shower tonight. If you want to invite Ellie, just say it. We will not stop you. No, that is not it. The whole group had just stepped through the door. The two of them quickly slammed the door shut behind them. I heard the cafeteria has strawberry pudding today. Haven't you had enough? Hey, did you finish the homework? Let me copy it. Inside the room, the students from Thunder class were all surprised to see Blake standing on the raised platform. Why are they all advanced class students? I don't see anyone else. Wait, isn't that Beck over there? Nis boldly looked up and asked Beck the question everyone was wondering about. Excuse me, where is Mr. Doty? He told us to come here for practical training. Blake looked down from above with contempt, then spoke to everyone in an arrogant tone. That's right. Today is a rare opportunity for practical training here. I'll teach you a few skills that only the advanced class gets to learn. After that, he turned and ordered his lackeys behind him. Push it up, it's time for the show to begin. As soon as he gave the order, a wheeled prop was pushed onto the floor. All the students were shocked when they saw it. Everyone stared up with wide eyes. Hey, isn't that? What are they planning to do? On the raised platform, Vandia was hanging from a spinning wheel marked with colorful score panels. Chaikin pushed the prop out with a bright smile. Looks like everyone is really looking forward to this. Today, I'll teach you something only students in the intermediate class get to learn. He took out a green beast crystal, raised it high, and explained to the others. I think you all know that beast crystals contain magical energy, but none of you have probably learned how to create and use it. This specially made crystal can be used to store magical power. This is the most basic form of a beast crystal. At the same time, two other lackeys pushed two carts filled with beast crystals in front of Vandia's classmate. Today's lesson is very simple. Channel your magical power into the crystal, then aim at the target and attack. Each person gets 3 tries, score 60 points, and you pass. An honest-looking boy looked at him, his face full of worry but still asked, "Excuse me, does any teacher know what today's lesson is about?" When Blake heard that, he glared at him, using his aura to openly intimidate the student. Seeing this, Chaikin put an arm around the boy's shoulders and together with Nano, dragged him aside. Come on, let's talk over here. No, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean it that way. Shut up, be quiet, don't bother everyone else. Seeing that someone had already handled things on that side, Blake raised the beast crystal again. He looked smugly at the people below. Does anyone else have any questions? Nis was furious when she heard those words. She clenched both fists and was about to step forward to confront Blake, but her classmate hurriedly stopped her. They're going too far. Don't act rashly. Her friend tried to calm her down, choosing her words carefully as she advised Nis. I know you're not afraid of them, but going against them will drag others into it. Blake did not notice Nis's reaction, so he continued turning to instruct everyone. He pointed at the spinning wheel. If you hit the very center, you'll get 60 points right away. His lackeys, who were standing watch over the students, began urging them on. Hurry up, hurry up. Everyone line up, take a crystal, and channel your magical power into it. When it lights up, you can throw it. Chaikin put an arm around a chubby boy's shoulders and dropped a beast crystal into his hand. You're first. Oh no, seeing him hesitate, Chaikin shouted loudly, scaring the chubby boy into quickly obeying. Stop dawdling. Are you planning to make everyone stand here watching you gather magical power? All day, I understand. Once he had compressed enough magic into the beast crystal, the chubby boy followed Chaikin's signal and hurled it toward the spinning wheel. Right, just like that. Now you can throw it. The beast crystal struck a green panel on the target marked with the number 15. Someone loudly read out the score from his first throw. 15, the second crystal also landed off to the side, avoiding Vandia, and struck the 15-point panel right beside his head. 15. The third crystal flew to a purple panel marked with the number 20, but still carefully avoided him and did not touch his head. 20, 50 points. Not a very good performance, is it? When the chubby boy's 3 throws ended, Blake finally looked down at him and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. Anyone who fails will receive a little special care." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people came over and dragged the chubby boy away. Seeing that, he looked back in fear and begged, but it was useless. I just didn't control the strength in my arm properly. Please give me one more chance. Each person only gets 1 turn. You've already wasted a lot of everyone's time. The other students could only stand there in fear and silence, watching their classmate being dragged away amid his desperate screams. Wait, I can do it. I can do it. One terrified scream after another rang out. making them even more afraid as they all turned back toward the stage where Blake stood. He waved arrogantly, looking at the people below as he urged them on. Now everyone should understand the rules, right? Then let's continue. Outside the building, everything still seemed beautiful and peaceful. Mr. Doty opened the door and entered the classroom with a book in his hand. Students, take out your books and turn to page 92. Today I will teach you about. But what he found was an entirely empty classroom, with the desks and chairs neatly arranged and not a single student in sight. Where did everyone go? Outside, 2 pairs of feet hurried along the road. One person could not stop complaining. I told you not to worry about him anymore. Now the whole group is late. That's strange. There was no sign of him in the dorm either. Could he have left the city? The 2 of them reached the building where the practical lesson was supposed to take place, but the door had already been tightly shut. Mike grumbled at Thunder while panicking. No wonder everyone says he's weird. Just leave it. We'll keep looking after school. Why are all the gates closed? Is there any other gate we can use to get in? Hearing the question, he cheerfully turned and ran toward another path, saying to Thunder, I know a back door. Follow me. The 2 quickly searched for another entrance. Meanwhile, cries of pain continued to ring out from the practice building. Cloud had regained consciousness. His whole body was battered, scraped, and covered in bruises. He opened his eyes, coughed weakly, then looked down below. Nano calmly urged the next person on. Honor clenched her fists and stepped forward at his command. Keep going. She transferred magic into the spirit crystal, bit her lip, then threw it out with precision. One landed in the 20-point square, safely away from Cloud. The next one also hit the 20-point square, still keeping a fairly large distance from his hand. She threw the third one toward Cloud's foot, right beside the toe of his shoe, but still did not injure him. Nano tilted his head and looked at her score, then offered an indifferent compliment. 60 points. You pass. Your force control is pretty good. But she paid no attention to his words. She looked up, her eyes sorrowful, pressed her lips together, and silently said in her heart, I'm sorry, this is all I can do. Nano raised his hand high and shouted as if urging the remaining students on. Next, the next person. Let me. Hearing that voice, he was surprised. Both Nano and Blake turned their heads and looked back curiously. Thunder strode over aggressively, his brows tightly furrowed and both fists clenched until the veins stood out. It was him, his furious gaze locked onto the group on the platform who had set up this cruel game. Nice recognized him as the person who had accidentally bumped into her a few days earlier. It's that strange guy from last time. Seeing that the newcomer was Thunder, Nano kept his fake expression. He pointed at the box of spirit crystals. It's you, huh? I'll give you a chance to show off. You go first. Thunder lowered his head and looked down at the cart, frowning even more deeply at the blue light spilling out from inside. He gripped one in his hand with enough force to seem as if he wanted to crush the spirit crystal itself. Then he powerfully and decisively threw it straight at Blake, who was standing above. Blake had not expected him to dare do that. Panic crossed his face and he froze in place. The spirit crystal shattered and the power compressed inside erupted into an explosion. It blocked everyone's view. Nano and Chikern cried out in panic, then furiously charged toward him amid curses. Damn it, you bastard. Does this brat have a death wish? Without making them wait long, 3 more spirit crystals shot upward like arrows. They struck the spinning wheel that was suspending Cloud, and the round board instantly shattered. He was freed along with it. Someone stared at the shattered board in disbelief. The crystal used for training is as brittle as glass. How could it? Nice also could not believe he possessed such great strength. Is that monster really that strong? Cloud collapsed to his knees as the chains binding him were destroyed. His weak, fragile body pitched forward. At that exact moment, an arm caught him around the waist, keeping him from falling face first onto the floor. Thunder caught Cloud and carefully helped him stand. The 2 looked at each other and Thunder hurriedly said, I'm sorry I'm late. Why, it's all right now. Blake swept away all the dust caused by the spirit crystal explosion just now. The shield on his wrist had taken a heavy impact and was cracked in many places. He angrily ordered, stop them. Nano and Chikern immediately obeyed and blocked Thunder's path. Thunder calmly shielded Cloud behind him. Kid, at first I actually had a pretty good impression of you, but since you want to oppose us, don't blame me. I hate him more than anything. He needs to be taught a lesson. Blake's entire gang charged forward at the command. Attack. They closed in, punching Thunder directly with their bare hands, but he still blocked them swiftly. While the others fought up close, Chikern used magic power to shoot out a fireball. Thunder punched away the nuisance with his right hand, while his left hand casually fired a similar fireball. The 2 fireballs collided and exploded in midair, making the scene even more chaotic. Chikern laughed arrogantly, his hand still casting magic. Another fireball formed. Using this in front of me, you don't know your own limits, try this. But he suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look behind him with a panicked expression. From within the explosion, a spirit crystal came hurtling toward him like a storm, impossible to stop. It slammed straight into him and exploded, perfectly stopping the fireball Chikern had created. At the same time, the others were also knocked down by Thunder. With just one punch, he sent 2 opponents flying. Thunder turned his face slightly, his eyes cold yet filled with fury as he looked at that useless group. "You people only know how to bully the weak." Those words made Blake's entire team fall silent. They could only stare at him, unable to say a word. At that same moment, two of their accomplices had circled around behind him, forming fireballs to ambush Thunder, but before they could act, a voice rang out, throwing them both into panic. "Hey, you're supposed to be from the advanced class." Nora and Kaido stood there, speaking out against Blake's group. She crossed her arms and said bluntly, "Outnumbering someone is not enough for you. You even resort to sneak attacks. How shameful. How about we play with you for a while?" At the same time, Mike had managed to call a professor for help and hurriedly led him to the gate. Professor Doi was right here. Outside, the entire academy was still as normal as ever, quiet and nothing out of the ordinary. But Mike and Professor Ryan were not at ease. He quickly gave a brief account of everything. They had brought even the masterclass students here without any of the teachers knowing. But the scene before him was truly astonishing. Mike stood frozen in shock and blurted out, "How is that possible?" Inside the tower, Thunder was fighting Blake's entire group alone without being at a disadvantage. He had nearly defeated all of them. Now only two people were still standing, fighting each other head-on. How did it turn out like this? Thunder and Blake stood facing each other. Dust swept up by the wind made their battle look even more intense. Mike panicked and tried to run straight over to stop his friend, but Professor Ryan held him back. "Nessie, wait." Even after being stopped, he could not stop worrying and asked her, "Is Professor Ryan not going to stop him?" She held her chin and smiled with great interest. "There is no need to rush. It looks like things are only just getting interesting." He summoned a fireball. The more energy it gathered, the larger it became. Then he looked straight at Thunder and said, "But you can never escape the survival law of this world." Thunder glanced at him, his voice turning cold and gloomy. "The survival law?" He lifted his heel, then drove the tip of his foot hard into the floor to launch his next attack. His fist clenched, aiming straight at Blake. Thunder cast aside his gentle appearance and charged through the wind. Ridiculous. In that brief instant, he was already in front of Blake. Thunder leaped into the air as Blake watched in horror. "He broke my spell with his bare hands. How is that possible?" His hand should have been injured. Thunder brought down a punch, while Blake desperately crossed his arms and raised a magic shield in the nick of time. Thunder's steely voice rang out. "Do you really think that means you can do whatever you want? My magic shield? How could it?" The magic shield could not withstand his power. It instantly shattered into tiny pieces under Blake's terrified gaze. Broken apart, he quickly slid backward, scraping fragments out of the ground as he went. Roy stared closely at every move the two made, then realized something without looking away. Is he using aura? Blake refused to give up and forced himself to cast magic again. "So what? The people I hate most are people like you, always trying to act like heroes. You cannot even beat someone in the academy, yet you want to change the world." He hurled the magic sphere at Thunder. Thunder stood still without moving, ignoring Blake's nonsense. Ridiculous. Mike's face turned pale when he saw the attack. He worried about what would happen to Thunder. "It is over. That is Blue Flame, Blake's exclusive magic, and Ness has not even learned to use magic yet." But Thunder suddenly raised his hand, calmly letting flames wrap around his right hand. A fireball quickly took shape. Not only that, it kept growing larger and larger. Mike stared at him in shock and cried out, "A fireball? When did he learn that?" Thunder's fireball collided with Blake's blue flame. Their clash created a huge, violent explosion, scattering stone fragments, dirt, and smoke everywhere. Blake looked at the scene before him and still smiled smugly, confident in his blue fireball. Blue flame is no ordinary fireball. The lower beast crystal stores my miniature magic array, which can absorb and convert magical energy on contact, no matter how strong your fireball is. As long as it is still fire then, but he was proved wrong almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, his eyes widened in shock. His blue fireball had gone out. Thin ice covered it, then slowly cracked apart. The blue flame went out. The chunk of ice fell to the floor and shattered into bright blue fragments. Thunder was the one who had used ice magic to extinguish Blake's blue flame. His eyes still glared at Blake in anger. That is ice magic. When Mike saw this, he was shocked all over again. He could hardly believe his friend was that talented. Not only fire magic, he has even defeated ice magic before. Just what kind of background does Ness have? Thunder remained focused on his own battle. With a flash, he swept around behind Blake. His voice was as cold as if it came from hell. And Blake's expression darkened. "It is time for you to feel what fairness is." What? Blake turned around and one step faster, used magic again to form blue flame aimed at him. Unfortunately, the accuracy of such a close-range attack was not high. Or rather, Thunder was too fast, so he easily tilted aside and dodged it. He raised his knee, then kicked that bastard Blake straight in the face, sending him flying a long distance. Then Thunder flashed forward, said nothing, and stomped hard on Blake's hand. He pinned Blake's entire body to the floor, gathered aura in his hand, and held ice magic right against Blake's face. "I told you there will not be a next time. Do not dream of continuing as a mage." His right hand instantly drained the aura from Blake's body. Only then did Blake cry out in fear, "What did you do to me?" His scream echoed through the entire tower, but no one showed the slightest intention of helping him or stopping Thunder. Stop. After witnessing this fight, Nora could not help sighing in admiration. So strong, he really did it. Another classmate was just as surprised. He defeated so many advanced class students all by himself. The discussions continued. Some were utterly stunned by Thunder's strength, while others compared him, saying, "He looks even scarier than Blake." Seeing his friends still standing there in a daze, Jin snapped in frustration, "Do not be stupid. Do you still not realize it? Ness is this strong. If he wanted to, he could completely control us at any time, but he did not do that." As soon as Jin finished speaking, someone guessed, "The way I see it, he just wanted to save a friend." Indeed, at this moment Thunder was carrying Han on his back. He asked worriedly, "Can you hear me? Hang in there, I'll take you to the infirmary." As Thunder approached the door, Rai stood still, staring at him. This made Thunder a little uneasy. Soon after, Thunder stopped and asked her, "Is there anything else?" Roy replied, "Don't worry, I'm Professor Roy. First, take him to the infirmary. Come back to me afterward." Thunder quickly said, "Yes." Once he had moved a distance away, he frowned, thinking coldly, "What a hassle, the professor is watching me." But fearing the professor might misunderstand, his friends quickly explained, "This isn't Nest's fault." Another friend added, "We were forced by the advanced class students." Nora interjected, "No one dared resist." He stepped up to save the bullet. Thunder was deeply moved hearing their defense. He turned and said without hesitation, "You guys, Roy isn't blaming you." She spoke, "All right, I understand. I'll make sure to investigate thoroughly and absolutely not let any student suffer injustice. Everyone, return to class and report today's events to your homeroom teacher." The students all replied in unison. Yes, Mai, observing the scene, kept thinking, Nest really is impressive. Soon after, Z summoned Thunder and asked, "Professor Roy told me that you handled everything in the auditorium by yourself. If I hadn't received multiple reports saying the same, I would have a hard time believing it." Thunder honestly admitted without any hidden thought, "Yes, I did it alone." Hearing this, both Z and Rai fell silent. Then Z suggested, "Could you show me your fireball skill?" "I can," Thunder replied. He thought vaguely. "Perform a fireball spell? What are they planning?" Though puzzled, Thunder followed the request. He cast fireball spell. Once done, he retracted the magic and said, "Is that enough? I won't trouble you further." Z agreed. "All right, Nest, it seems you truly are a real mage." Then Z told Thunder, "You may leave for today. Don't worry too much, I'll appropriately punish the advanced class students. If anything happens in the future, you can come to me or Professor Rai anytime." Thunder politely replied, "Thank you, sir." As he turned to leave, Thunder thought, "So that's it, I thought they'd question me more thoroughly." Then he quickly left. The door slammed loudly behind him. Seeing Thunder had gone, Roy asked, "What do you think?" Z exclaimed, "His magical control isn't bad, potential matches yours." She replied, "His magic is on par with any mage. He also knows the knight's combat techniques, truly a prodigy in magic and swordsmanship." Later, he said, "A red-haired child hidden in Yunnan Academy. Nominated by Queen Lit and Lenny Sting. I as principal seem useless." Ryan asked, "Do you want me to investigate?" He quickly refused her. "I think I know his background. Later I'll contact an old friend in Pharaoh. If he is the child from the prophecy, keep a closer watch. Hopefully he will bring us luck." Roy replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Thunder reached Van's resting room, deep in thought as he walked. Seeing him, Van called out loudly, "You're back, how did it go? Did they try to expel you?" Thunder quickly replied, "It's fine." Van reassured him, "Don't worry, my family has some influence. If my mother talks to the principal, you'll be protected." Thunder responded, "Don't worry. The principal and professors just asked about the situation. They said they'll punish the advanced class students. They won't make it difficult for me." Van didn't quite believe him and asked hesitantly, "Really?" Thunder quickly confirmed, "Yes, really. That's why I returned so quickly. How about you? How's your wound?" Van sighed in relief, "It's fine, just some minor scratches. Nothing serious." Then he sincerely said, "You saved me again, thank you. Consider me owing you once." At that moment, Thunder asked further, "So can you tell me, why did Blake target you? What happened between you two before this?" Van fell silent, avoiding eye contact. Then he said, "All right, because you got into trouble saving me, you should know this." He slowly recounted, "A year ago, Greg and I were very close." Thunder was surprised, asking loudly, "Friends?" Van added, "Hard to believe, but true. It all started that day, a friend we cherished. Ami died in that accident." Hearing this, Thunder's eyes widened in shock. Van solemnly continued, 4 years ago, Greg and I enrolled in Yunnan Academy. We were close friends and Blake was very open and enthusiastic. Loved by classmates unlike me, Blake had innate magical talent. Professors also favored him greatly." At this, Van briefly became lost in thought, immersed in the image of a young girl. Later, he said, "Eventually, we both liked the same girl." Recalling the full memory, he said, "Her name was Ami Bluebird. She was one of the few who could surpass Blake in magic tests." His voice grew a bit bitter. Ami was open and friendly, Perhaps exceptional people naturally attract one another. Blake quickly became close friends with Ami. Of course, as Blake's friend, I was often by their side too. Vaughn continued recalling. Even though neither of us had ever confessed our feelings to Ami, in truth, we both knew the other liked her. We knew that as soon as one of us stepped forward, our three-person relationship might become awkward, he said awkwardly. So we chose to carefully preserve that relationship, even though it was both beautiful and fragile. After listening all this time, Thunder could not help asking in confusion. What happened after that? Vaughn could not answer him right away. He lowered his head and he looked truly pained. Vaughn painfully told Thunder it happened during an outdoor practical combat assessment, he added. At that time, Blake had already been moved up to a higher class thanks to his excellent grades, and Ami was very talented too. But because she came from an ordinary family and had no patron, she remained in the beginner class with me. Vaughn's voice began to sink. The hunting ground usually only had mid-level magical beasts, but for some reason, a high-level beast appeared that day. He commented, even when facing a high-level magical beast, Ami stayed very calm. Vaughn explained that the magical beast was extremely strong, but Ami's powerful magic also dealt it severe damage. Then he fell silent and remembered that day when Ami kept loudly directing everyone. Fall back now, but Vaughn went against her wishes. He arrogantly told her, Ami, get out of the way. Thinking of that, Vaughn said shamefully, but I was the one who made the biggest mistake at the decisive moment. Back then, Ami had tried to stop Vaughn from being reckless, but it was too late. She cried out in alarm, wait, don't. Vaughn quickly used a spell to attack that high-level magical beast. At the time, he even boasted proudly, good thing I brought a high-grade magical beast crystal with me. It finally comes in handy this time. Ami did not think so. She urged him anxiously, hurry and leave. Vaughn still argued confidently, don't worry, Ami, that magical beast must be dead already. Hearing that, she raised her voice even more. Go now. Suddenly, only a few seconds later, a huge crash erupted, startling them both. The magical beast suddenly turned vicious and a student cried out. In terror, two more of them. Ami clenched her teeth and said, the death of a high-level magical beast will draw nearby members of its kind. Our only choice is to hold out until rescue arrives. At that moment, one magical beast had already closed in on the students. A classmate shouted, same over here. Ami glared, staring straight at the stalemate before her. She was silently making her own calculation. Suddenly, Ami shoved Vaughn away. As if sensing the reckless thing she was about to do, he shouted, Ami. Ami faced the magical beasts on her own. She used magic and quickly gave the command, Dragon Scale Vortex. Vaughn and the others were immediately protected safely inside the whirlwind. Uneasy, he shouted, Ami, what are you doing? If you do this, you'll… Then he kept screaming, but it was a scream of despair. Ami, stop right now. Ami ignored him and snapped at Vaughn. Shut up, don't distract me while I'm chanting. Then she quickly chanted, by the dragon wings that cover the sky, I swear this oath, turn flesh and blood into mountain bones. The command was completed. Platinum scale armor, light of the oath, raise an unbreakable wall. Inside the vortex, tears welled in Vaughn's eyes. Helpless and despairing because he could neither stop nor protect Ami. All he could do was keep calling her name. Before long, the magical beasts had nearly been wiped out. At the same time, Ami's body had also been drained to exhaustion. She said weakly, thank goodness. The high-level protection spell I worked so hard to master finally has a use. As soon as she finished speaking, they attacked her and sharp claws pierced straight through her heart. Vaughn shouted loudly, screaming her name again and again, Ami. He simply could not accept this tragedy. Stunned by Ami's death, Blake still rained furious punches down on Vaughn's body. He was in unbearable pain. Questioning him over and over, why? Without getting an answer from Ami, he lunged at Vaughn again and hit him, even though their classmates tried to stop him. He blamed him, you promised you would protect her, so how did it turn out like this? Blake roared in fury, loudly accusing him. It was because of you that the magical beasts came. He kept striking Vaughn. All his hatred poured out like that. Why weren't you the one who died? You monster! Reaching this point in the memory, Vaughn said sadly to Thunder. And just like that, I got Ami killed. Then he added in pain, the Academy did not want this matter to spread, so those who knew about it also avoided bringing it up. Ami also came from a commoner family. After the Academy paid compensation to her family, everything was suppressed. Vaughn's voice was full of bitterness as he confessed. Because of that, the rumors surrounding me only grew worse. In the end, even the teammates who once fought beside me had to keep their distance. Thunder listened to this story in silence, deep in thought. He silently clenched both fists and said resentfully, grit your teeth and bear it. I want to apologize first. In the very next instant, a punch slammed straight into Vaughn's face, making him cry out. After that, Thunder rubbed his hand and turned to leave. Vaughn held his cheek and called out to him, hey, Thunder only said, "Leave it at that, this wasn't your fault." After leaving the room, Thunder sank into thought, unable to shake the confusion in his heart. With a cold expression, Thunder said, "Ami, I thought that after learning the truth, I would immediately avenge you. But with the truth being like this, who am I supposed to take revenge on?" Thunder's heart and mind were not aligned. He gritted his teeth, then slammed his fist hard against the wall to vent his frustration. He growled in fury, "Ami, was this your choice?" In another space, anger was also spreading, accompanied by the sharp crash of a cup shattering. It was Bates's recovery room. He was furious with his own caregivers. He shouted, "What do you mean I am not allowed to use magic? Are you telling me to go home on my knees right now?" The doctor hurriedly explained, "No, that is not what I meant. It is just that we truly cannot detect any magical response from your body. It may be a magical illness." Bates refused to listen and snapped, "Are you not doctors? Then find a way to cure me." The doctor said helplessly, "Even if you say that, we still." The noisy argument reached Flynn's ears and he scolded him, "You are making such a scene that even the hallway can hear you. Seriously, when will you learn to calm down?" When the nurse saw him, she quickly greeted him, "Professor Flynn." Bates snapped angrily, "You are not the one who can no longer become a mage, so of course it is easy for you to stay calm." Flynn ignored his words and instructed the doctors, "Leave us for now. I will handle things here." Hearing that, they nodded and said, "Yes." Then he said to Bates, "Once your friend wakes up, he will be investigated immediately. They will definitely expose you as the mastermind. By then, not only will you be unable to become a mage, you will also be expelled from the academy." Bates replied casually, "They have no evidence. Even if the professor's council wants to touch me, they will have to see whether my family agrees first." Flynn warned him, "This time is different from before. You still do not know, do you? The person you tortured is a true member of the royal family." Bates immediately retorted, "Royal family? Impossible. If that monster were royalty, he would have fought back long ago." But Flynn still confirmed it. "It is true. I also do not know why he has remained silent all this time." But this time, the queen is furious. She no longer cares about noble dignity and has ordered a thorough investigation and severe punishment for the mastermind. This information made Bates's mind freeze. He could not say another word. After a moment, Bates finally spoke. He asked Flynn, "In that case, why did you come to me?" Flynn said, "I already told you I came to help you. I will arrange everything properly for you. You have a friend named Nano, do you not? Let him be the mastermind. Moreover, I can also help you recover the magic you lost." Bates asked again, "What do you want?" At this point, Flynn no longer hid his intentions. "Not bad, you are clever. I like working with clever people. It seems we still have many things to do together." In the dark night, the moon was full and bright, just like the hearts of those people at that moment. There were countless things to do, and sleep was impossible. In Dell's office, a knock sounded at the door. He immediately said, "Who is it? Come in." Seeing Bates, he said, "It is you. What brings you here so late?" Hearing that, Bates answered sincerely, "Professor Dell, you must have heard that there was a slight misunderstanding between me and the student from your class, so I came here to explain." Hearing that, Dell raised his voice. "A slight misunderstanding? I doubt that. Bates, what you did was disgraceful. If not for you, I would not even have known there was a prince in my class." He argued at the top of his voice, "I truly did not know about that. Nano and the others acted on their own. By the time I found out and rushed over, it was already too late." Dell said flatly, "Save your explanation for the professor's council. I still have a lot of work to do. If there is nothing else, go back." As soon as he finished speaking, Bates cast a spell, releasing a stream of dark plague energy. Once it was done, he looked at Dell and said, "Actually, there is one more thing. I need your help with Professor." Instantly, that spiritual energy quickly bound Dell in place. Dell cried out in panic, "Dark plague." Dell had no time to dodge, and could only let out a terrified cry. He shouted, "You really are." Before long, Bates successfully obtained Thunder and Van's files. He muttered their names, Nessie, Van. Then Bates gritted his teeth and said furiously, "I will make all of you pay." The next morning, Thunder woke up early and headed to the lecture hall. The sky today was strangely gloomy, without a single trace of sunlight. Thunder still kept moving forward step by step. At that moment, his face looked somewhat pensive. Then he discovered that Van was still standing in a corner, waiting for him. The two of them simply looked at each other and neither spoke first. After a while, Thunder broke the strange atmosphere. He gave a soft scoff. Seeing that, Van became flustered and did not know how to respond. He could only call his name, Ness. Then he hesitated and said, "You did not come back last night. I was a little worried." Thunder replied coldly, "It was nothing. I was not in a great mood, so I went out for a walk." Noticing his distant attitude, Van felt a faint sense of loss. He said, "A walk, I see." At this point, Thunder also grew somewhat thoughtful. He stopped walking and fell silent. After a while, he urged him, "What are you standing there for? Class is about to start." Hearing that, Van hurriedly replied, coming right now." Thunder started the conversation. "Come with me after class today. I still have a few things I want to ask you." Van asked in confusion, what other things are they about? Thunder answered briefly, we will talk after class. We still have to find that girl named Beast. Seeing that they had entered the classroom, Max called out happily. They are here. Buck looked at Thunder and praised him. Ness, you were seriously so cool yesterday. Thunder asked in confusion, did something happen? Rain also praised him. It was amazing. As long as you are here. Those advanced class people will not dare act recklessly anymore. Then Dream said to Van, sorry. We did not mean to treat you like that. It's just that everyone is afraid of Beast. He quickly waved his hand. No, it's fine, I'm used to it. Mike suddenly pats Thunder on the shoulder from behind and says, all right, everyone, step back. Our hero needs a little personal space too. Foley, displeased, scolds Mike, you're annoying. They continue to criticize him, yeah, like trying to claim Nessie. Always like that, just borrow a little from us, why not? Thunder, who has been observing, quietly asks, what's going on? Why are you all suddenly so enthusiastic? Mike explains, after you dealt with them, everyone went from fearing you to admiring you. You're their symbol of justice. Right now. Teacher has also started the class. Dio loudly reminds the students, take your seats, get ready for class. The students immediately chatter, constantly reminding each other. Teacher Dio has arrived, hurry up, hurry up. Then Dio announces, today our class will temporarily include outdoor combat training. The chatter rises again. Combat training, so sudden we weren't prepared, probably to test your adaptability. Thunder notices something off. He whispers to himself, why does he seem off? A student asks, but if we go outside now, won't it be too late? Dio replies, don't worry, I've prepared a teleportation formation. It will take you to a very suitable place. As he finishes, he quickly casts the spell. Using the knight's whispering vein, our flesh becomes the offering to the darkness. A chaotic scene ensues, students whisper. When did the class get such a large teleportation formation? Where are we being taken? If it's outside the city, that's great. I haven't been out for a long time. Thunder sits still, sensing the spell, vaguely feeling something bad in his mind. Not right, Dio's movements become faster. He twists spiritual energy into circles with his hands and gives the command. Transform the darkness. Amid the chaos, Thunder quickly pulls Van and Mike close. He shouts, loan my soon. The classroom shakes violently, hammer-like sounds grow heavier. At the same time, all students are transported to another space. The place is eerie, with withered trees, and streams of molten lava still flowing under layers of rock and soil. Thunder slowly wakes, unable to avoid groaning. My eyes hurt so much. Once his hearing fully returns, he says in shock, this is. Mike now scolds, ouch, seriously, you activated the spell without saying a word. Thunder urges him, Mike, get up quickly. Seeing Thunder's worried expression, Mike asks cluelessly, hey, why do you look so tense? Immediately, Thunder's voice booms across the space. He is trying to protect Mike, carefully observing the surrounding. A large dog suddenly rushes in from somewhere, moving at dizzying speed. It fiercely attacks the evil beast with malicious intent. A battle breaks out, causing Mike to panic. Thunder quickly reassures him, don't panic, that's my summoned beast. Mike, stunned, says, summoned beast? You even know summoning magic. After defeating the evil beast, he climbs onto the dog and says, I'll explain later, not the time to talk now. Get on quickly, this place isn't safe, we have to find Van fast. Immediately the two move quickly. Mike exclaims, wow, so I get to ride a beast too. Thunder commands Nova. Head southeast. It obeys swiftly, flying toward the southeast. This frightens Mike, who shouts, first time riding a summoned beast. Can we go a bit slower? Thunder replies, we're in a hurry. Then Mike asks, where have we been teleported to? He thinks, answering coldly, I'm afraid. It's the U-Shadow continent. Among the other students, everyone is stunned and scared. Voices echo, a summoned beast, it's a summoned beast. Where's the teacher? Someone's hurt, stop the training immediately. T bends down to ask Tanny, hey, are you okay? Tanny replies, I'm fine. Of course, real combat training must be dangerous to be meaningful. Van is now also confused, not understanding anything. He frowns, wondering, where is this? Before Van can think, an evil beast rushes at them, flapping its powerful wings to attack the students. It dives toward Van, baring sharp teeth as if to devour him alive. Blake immediately attacks. Air cannon, Nora simultaneously assists, shouting, fireball. The evil beast quickly takes a deadly hit, screaming in pain. After the situation improves. Seeing Van still motionless, Nora reminds, don't just stand there, if you don't want to die, act. Then they hurry away. Blake suggests, run toward 9 o'clock, looks like a path, maybe we can escape the forest. Meanwhile, cries for help continue and Van keeps watching. He says Nora shouts, stop looking, they can't be saved. Van asks her, are you really going to abandon them? Nora, angry, replies, focus on yourself first. Blake also speaks, everyone around us is already dead. This isn't training, but Vaughn could not walk any farther. He looked back, that infuriated Nora. If you keep doing unnecessary things, we won't follow you. Not anymore. Vaughn remained firm, insisting, at the very least, I can't watch them die right in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack at the demonic beasts circling overhead. Vaughn hurried to the person across from him, pulled his friend up, and shouted, "Take my hand." His friend said emotionally, "Thank you." But how could the demonic beasts possibly let Vaughn carry out his plan? They let out a terrifying roar and prepared to attack him. Seeing this, Nora exclaimed, "What a pain." Blake also said, "Looks like our only choice is to risk it." The moment he finished speaking, a sound rang out. It made him turn around in confusion. Nora still had not noticed anything and asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Blake tensed up and told her, "This is bad. Something is coming closer." From within the forest, dust suddenly billowed up, as if heralding the arrival of some enormous monster. Sure enough, only a few seconds later, the white demon hounds arrived. They clenched their jaws and glared viciously at the human. Seeing this, Laura said in terror, "A pack of white demon hounds. They were drawn here by that noise just now." Blake replied, "I don't know, but they all look like mid-tier demonic beasts or higher. With this many of them, we can hardly hold them off." Nora said to him in panic, "If you're hiding any powerful magic artifacts, hurry up and bring them out." Blake quickly stopped her. "Wait." Nora did not agree with him. She shouted, "What are we waiting for? If you don't use them now, are you planning to take them to the grave?" Blake's face darkened and he told her coldly, "It seems something even more terrifying is coming." Immediately, the golden lion appeared. It stomped the ground, making the earth itself tremble. Then it roared, its entire body flashing with blazing orange light as it advanced toward them ferociously. Finally, they realized what it was. A frightened student cried out, "A king-tier demonic beast, the golden lion." Blake widened his eyes and said, "I've only ever seen this thing in textbooks. If only someone in the group could craft something." Nora immediately continued, "I can, but I'm afraid that monster won't give me time to do it." When Vaughn saw this, he said in shock, "Not this again. Am I the one who doomed the whole group again?" At that moment, Blake worked together with Nora and reminded her, "Then hurry up and do it. Do whatever you can. We can't just sit here and wait to die." She quickly replied, "I understand. Help me hold it off for 30 minutes. Then he quickly cast a spell. "Hold it off with everything you've got." Crystallized air cannon. The golden lion refused to back down. It immediately blew out a stream of fiery air, countering Blake's crystal cannon. Using this time, Blake urgently ran behind it. He decided to attack again. He speculated, "A fire-type demonic beast, this should be effective." Then Blake quickly launched chunks of ice. They kept falling straight onto the golden lion from all around its body, giving it no chance to escape. Before long, it could no longer resist. It roared and howled in pain. The golden lion was furious to the extreme. It desperately pounced at Blake, determined to take his life. Blake clearly recognized the dangerous situation he was facing. He gritted his teeth. "This feels bad. Does it end here?" But suddenly, right at that moment, something rushed over and stopped the golden lion's movement. Blake froze for an instant. He was surprised to see thunder. Then he cried out in astonishment. The golden lion and Nova fought back fiercely. The two beasts held nothing back and attacked each other, creating a shocking scene. Seeing this, Blake asked blankly, "Are they fighting each other on their own?" Mike immediately explained to him, "That is Nessie's summoned beast." Nora was also surprised. She repeated his words, "Summoned beast." Then, equally stunned, she muttered, "Nessie knows summoning magic. And she even summoned a monster this powerful." Seeing their reaction, Mike said excitedly, "Surprising, right? I was shocked when I heard her say it too. Her strength is already on par with a professor's." Just then, Thunder was stunned. He observed closely and discovered that something was wrong. The golden lion was gaining the upper hand. It kept attacking Nova. It made Nova cry out in pain. Then the golden lion violently blew fiery air to attack Nova. It used its overwhelming force to prevent Nova from fighting back. Sensing the urgent situation, Thunder hurriedly cast a summoning spell. He shouted, "Nova, come back for now." In an instant, Nova disappeared from the fight with the golden lion, leaving behind the monster's ferocity. Blake said in panic, "So it still won't work after all? Without fire resistance, close combat against the golden lion is far too disadvantageous." Thunder immediately reassured him, "Leave it to me." At the same time, Nova had also arrived beside them. Blake asked, "Are you planning to deal with it alone? That's too dangerous." Mike quickly volunteered, "I'll go with you." Vaughn also wanted to join in and shouted, "Me too." Thunder did not agree with him. He said coldly, "Don't act recklessly. You all have a more important task." He instructed them, "The demonic beasts will notice this place soon. You and Nova protect her." Then he urgently told everyone, "Don't let the demonic beasts destroy the teleportation magic circle. That is our only chance to leave this place." Hearing this, both Vaughn and Mike answered Thunder in unison, "Understood." Instantly a screen appeared before Thunder's eyes. It read, "Intermediate Beast Crystal 14, absorb it." Along with it were two options, yes or no. Thunder did not hesitate at all. He pressed the yes button outright, agreeing to activate the function. Before long, Nova's body was upgraded and it recovered, its aura staring straight at the opponent. A moment later, the system displayed another message. MP has recovered to 100%. Summoned Beast Nova has recovered from its injury. At that point, Thunder Thunder hurriedly charged toward the Golden Lion, moving at a strangely fast speed. Then he quickly used magic to form a shield, blocking the Golden Lion, and denying it any chance to turn the battle around. After watching for a while, Lin exclaimed, "Close combat. Even with a magic shield, the drain is far too great." May also cried out, "Maybe that is the aura I once saw my sister use." Then he froze when he realized the truth. That was a skill only knights possess. On Thunder's side, he gritted his teeth, using all his strength to attack the Golden Lion. Then he continued using his magic. Thunder shouted loudly, "Clone technique!" Instantly, countless clones appeared and rushed forward. All of them focused their attacks on the Golden Lion. Then he quickly swung his blade, flashing straight at the monster's foot before it could react. Thunder then delivered a second slash to the Golden Lion's arm, making it cry out in pain. A moment later, it regained its power and blasted out a gust of air to counter the clones. Watching the fight, May was stunned and cried out, "The clone technique, an advanced spell." On Greg's side, he and Van were also doing their best to attack the magical beast. Greg reminded Mike, "If you have time to stand around watching, come help us." As soon as he finished speaking, Van promised, "I will not drag everyone down anymore." Thunder was under even greater strain. He thought anxiously, "Right now I can only maintain 2 clones at the same time. But aura cannot be used on clones. My strength can still hold out. The only troublesome thing is this flame. The best move is to draw its attention first." Suddenly at that very moment, Dewey shouted loudly and tipped him off. "Next, attack its right leg." He kept yelling, pointing out the weakness to Thunder. "I injured it there earlier. That is its weakest spot." Only then did Thunder realize it, the right leg. The slash from the clone earlier was also deeper, so it had already been injured. He thought happily, "If there is an opening, this will be easy to handle." Then, Thunder quickly used dazzling ice magic, trapping its legs. The Golden Lion roared and struggled violently, continuously blasting fiery breath to counter the clones. At that moment, Thunder also swiftly slipped through the sharp ice formations, firmly keeping the initiative. Then he shouted loudly, "This is the moment I have been waiting for. Time to use the finishing move." First, Thunder unleashed elemental absorption magic, draining the elements from inside its body. After that, he quickly transformed the elements into sharp ice spikes. Finally, Thunder hurled all of them at the Golden Lion, triggering a fierce explosion across its body. With lightning speed, Thunder struck with a powerful blow, knocking the Golden Lion down and sending it flying far off the ground. Growling in fury, it struggled. Its roar rang out as if tearing through space itself. Though its body trembled from pain, it still forced itself up with all its rage. Thunder spoke coldly, his voice sharp as a blade. "You still refuse to give up." The Golden Lion roared furiously, opened its mouth wide, and spat out a blazing stream of fire that surged straight toward him. Without hesitation, Thunder stared at the incoming flames and used a lightning-fast move, instant teleportation. Thunder gathered his power and flashed away like lightning, escaping the attack by a hair. Before the Golden Lion could react, he had already appeared right behind it, raising his hand to summon charging ice. "Accept your death." The battle ended in silence as the Golden Lion collapsed, completely subdued by Thunder's power. A glowing line of text suddenly flashed across the screen. "King-level beast crystal obtained." Thunder coldly held the spoils of battle in his hand. "You could have lived on," Tan hurriedly shouted. "Mike on your left," he replied, "on it." Seeing this, he felt satisfied. "Looks like things on that side are almost over too." Thunder looked at the wound and wondered. "Are you hurt?" He answered lightly, "It is fine, just a small scratch." Mike hurried over. "Next, you were amazing. This is the first time I have seen a mage fight like you." Tan also looked impressed. "Exactly. Truly eye-opening. I thought the last time we faced Blake was already your full strength. Where did you learn magic all this time?" Thunder turned to Nora. "I'll explain later how the teleportation spell works for both of you." She replied, "Basically it's ready." He asked why. Nora answered, her words heavy, "The spell is complete, but activating it requires an enormous amount of mana, far beyond my own strength. Teleporting even one person alone would be difficult." Hearing this, Thunder placed his hand on her shoulder, sharing his mana. "Use mine." She realized this was true magic. Sharing mana, she stared in surprise at the light surrounding her. This Nessa's mana." Then Thunder turned to her, his voice gentle. "Is that enough?" Nora nodded, ready. "Both of you, step into the spell circle. I'll begin." She touched the water on the ground, forming a magic circle with the silver thread of the Moon Slayer. At that moment, Nora commanded, "Let my light pierce the dawn mist. Walk the invisible path where lilies bloom, the ground cracks in fragments." Rocks and earth seemed blown away by an unseen force. The spatial coordinates warped, and in an instant they fell into a completely different dimension. Mike suddenly realized, "Are we back already?" He squinted, "Not quite like the city." Tan turned back. "I know this place. This is the Talia Desert north of Yunnan City. I used to come here for hunting." Mike turned to Nora. "Are you okay? Your teleportation spell overshot a bit." She crossed her arms. You should know Yunnan City has protective barriers. Unless there's a supporting spell inside the city, we could only teleport to the city outskirts. He placed his hand on his chin. I see, now I remember. I think I heard about this when studying. Thunder suddenly cut in, so we just head straight south, right? The three of them froze. Mike's eyes widened. Nessie. Nora was shocked. Your hair. All three shouted in unison. Why is it red? Thunder calmly replied, this, explained to them it's always been this color. The teleportation spell drained a lot of mana, saving a bit here and there. Besides, no need to hide it from you now, Tan asked in surprise. So all this time you've been using transformation magic, and realizing that, it means you're also one of the world's saviors. Nora's eyes widened, her face in disbelief. Now it made sense how he knew so many skills. Mike suddenly screamed, piercing and full of shock across the space. Tan scolded Mike, why did you suddenly yell? Nora also shouted, you lunatic, you scared me half to death. He looked excited. Thunder, you're Thunder, right? Eyes wide, gaze trembling between shock and confusion. Thunder. Thunder turned around. Sorry, Mike, I asked Slavia to keep it secret. The three began questioning him. Wait, so even your name is fake. How many more things have you been hiding from us? Van realized, confirmed in a firm voice, so your real name is Thunder. Thunder heard him, only gently replying, it's a long story. I'll explain to both of you slowly. Jay suddenly contacted him. Boss finally reached you. Thunder wondered. Jay, what's up? He shouted, urgency breaking his voice. The Dark Guild is here again. Thunder looked into the distance. The Dark Guild. Indeed, they're causing trouble again. Jay, make sure you stay safe. Don't get involved. Got it, boss. Where are you now? He looked back at the opposite screen, voice commanded. I'm in the forest north of Yunnan City. I'll return quickly. If your side is still safe, meet me at the north gate of Yunnan City. Just then a student stared in shock at the opposite black hole. Hey Nest, no, Daisy, look over there. Opposite them, a man holding a staff, hat covering his head. Unexpectedly, they escaped the shadow continent on their own. Truly surprising. Without hesitation, Thunder lowered his head, giving orders to him from the other line. Daisy, I'll contact you later. Boss Kaido, standing in the desert, immediately recognized, so you were the one behind the scenes, saving us from searching. She also stayed up late, she continued resentfully. Do you know how many people you killed? My father won't forgive you. Thunder stepped forward, calmly reminding them. What you say to him has no meaning. Alyssa saw Thunder's approach, his face darkened completely. Not bad, red-haired kid, you understand. Soon I'll give you a satisfying death. Kaido's eyes widened at Alyssa's authority. Gao shouted, what did you say? Luckily Anthony was nearby, calming him in time. He steadied himself, that guy doesn't look easy to deal with. Back this way. Their noise made him frown in annoyance. Stop babbling. Eliza stretched her arm forward, pointing directly at Van opposite. Hand him over to me, and nothing here will concern you anymore. Caught off guard by Eliza's sudden demand, Jay and Nora were still stunned. Lewin, why? Without wasting a word, Thunder stared straight at the old man with determined eyes and declared, forget it, we will never agree to that. Eliza felt utterly humiliated. Raising her scepter, dark energy surged around her. Red-haired brat, I can be kind enough to spare them a path to live. But your life must be taken. Do not blame me. This is the Dark Guild's demand and no one can defy it. In an instant, streams of energy gathered together, forming a high-level magical beast. I know this is your first time seeing a king-class magical beast, but it will also be your last. Gripping her scepter tightly, Eliza's face turned pale with rage. She roared like a puppeteer, come forth, Golden Lion, but unexpectedly. Contrary to that heroic summoning tone, the Golden Lion appeared and fell flat on its face. The sight before them was so ridiculous that Nora, Kaido, and Anthony burst out laughing. This is not our first time seeing one, but it really is the last. Give it a few more days and all we will see is a skeleton. Summoning magic can summon corpses too. I have learned something new. The three of them struck a nerve with Eliza. The scepter in her hand seemed to grow larger. You have angered me. From high above, amid spiritual currents swirling into whirlwinds, a swarm of human-faced spiders appeared. Anthony shielded Nora, his voice full of disgust and fear. Human-faced spiders. Behind him, she shrank back in panic. I hate spiders the most. They are so gross. To ease Nora's fear, Kaido became like a hero rescuing a beauty. With an extremely serious face, he said, it is fine. Leave them to us. Watch me burn them all with one flame. Still not understanding why Eliza was targeting Vaughn, Nora kept wondering. Vaughn, why did that old woman call you out by name? That made him stammer, not knowing how to answer. Oh, over here, a familiar voice appeared, roar with madness. No one is taking anyone away. Let's go. It was none other than Thunder and Kaido who spread their flame-filled palms and plunged toward the ground. Fireball spell, a light opening move, left the human-faced spiders covered in wounds. Dirt and stone exploded everywhere, making him feel useful. Outside, Nora and Anthony gave their full support, unleashing move after move. Air cannon, water arrow rain. Everyone's attitude brought tears to Vaughn's eyes. Everyone. From his hand, he picked up a stone like gold. Knocking away the swarm of poisonous spiders, he said, I will not let you keep protecting me forever. The unexpected weapon left Eliza confused. She never expected the divine light to appear on him. The old woman shouted loudly, flicked her hand lightly, and purple spiritual energy stretched into a long line. Consider yourself lucky. But since it is on you, then the thing in the queen's hand must be a fake. As soon as Eliza finished speaking, she was sucked into a vortex of spiritual energy and taken elsewhere. Then I will go meet her, your highness. Unwilling to let Eliza escape so easily, he gripped the weapon shining with divine light and rushed forward. Wait. In an instant, his position became the topic of discussion among Thunder's friends. Hold on. If I heard correctly, she just called you. The three of them shouted the question at him, but only received Vaughn's blank expression. Prince Vaughn did not hide anything. He told everyone his entire story. That is basically what happened. I only wanted to study on campus like everyone else. They felt sorry for him. Seriously, you endured so much contempt and still stayed silent. Anthony nodded beside him in admiration. From a certain perspective, that is actually pretty impressive. After listening to the whole matter for a while, Thunder suggested, I understand, let Nova take you back first and take the wounded back with you. We will return to you soon. With Thunder's help, Vaughn and an unconscious person from the city rode on Nova. Thank you, everyone. In Zonin City, the students stood high above, each holding weapons to defend the city. The streams of spiritual energy were more than enough to hold the line and fight off the few remaining magical beasts ahead. Two students gritted their teeth, trying to suppress their emotions before they burst out. Those magical beasts seem endless. Is the main tower still not finished? A massive blue force was being released from the scepter. Just like that, a chain of explosions erupted, with golden smoke billowing everywhere. The destructive force was tremendous. The two students watching from the side became overjoyed. We just mentioned it and it is already here. Great. As long as the Tower Master guards the magic tower, no matter how many magical beasts there are, they cannot break into Zonin City. One of them lowered his head slightly, his eyes and face showing some hesitation. Only the surrounding forest will suffer. Seeing him appear during such danger, Adrian immediately demanded, Professor Flynn, you should not be appearing here right now. Lydia was also confused when she saw him. Is there something important you need to report? Professor Flynn's face darkened, then he gave a bright smile and spoke as if fearless. Queen, I originally thought the Radiant Divine Staff would be on you. Unexpectedly, open the city gate and I will guarantee the royal family's safety. Hearing this, Lydia froze for a few seconds. The Radiant Divine Staff. I do not know what you are talking about. His arrogant attitude made Adrian roar in anger. You dare threaten the queen all by yourself? Seize him. Just like that, two soldiers equipped with armor and spear weapons pointed their blades straight at Flynn. Without a trace of fear, he smirked in the most relaxed way. Maybe. One of the soldiers restraining Flynn looked utterly perplexed. Is this guy insane? Only Lyd noticed the abnormality. She shouted a warning to everyone, be careful, fall back, don't approach him. As soon as she finished, streams of purple energy from him surged, attacking the two soldiers and flinging them away. Andrew stood aside observing for a while. His eyes widened and brows furrowed in shock. It's the U-Shadow Plague. This guy is from the Dark Guild. Having dealt with the obstructing soldiers, Flynn raised his left hand, a triumphant smile on his face. In that case, I will open the city gate my way. Then Zonin City will cease to exist. His arrogance made Andrian extremely uneasy. This arrogant fool. But Lyd understood Flynn's intent and told him, don't get involved with him. Quickly mobilize troops to protect the tower. He surely wants to use the tower's magic to breach the city wall. Hearing her words were spot on, he absorbed energy into the orb while praising. Truly a queen, just a pity it's too late. In an instant, the green orb had absorbed all the immense energy Flynn had channeled. Above, two students watched the beasts being annihilated with excitement. Indeed, the beasts really misjudged themselves. See, with the Tower Master here, we basically don't need to intervene, just watch the chaos. One of the students placed a hand on the city wall, eyes scanning below, and spoke. Did they really think Zonin City's barrier was just for show? Relying on those low-level beasts, how could they break through? No sooner had he finished than a stream of green energy shot straight at the city gate wall. One student bowed slightly, eyes filled with anxiety as he looked down. Isn't this aiming a bit too close? Within seconds, the energy's power caused a staggering explosion. The city gate was breached, creating an entrance for the beast. They surged inside. Lenny lifted his head in confusion. Next to him, someone asked bewildered, the tower's magic is out of control. Why target the city wall? His face paled, voice trembling with fear. No, the Tower Master must have been controlled by the Dark Guild. Not wanting to waste precious time, Lenny dashed forward. Together, let's reach the magic tower and reclaim control. The ones behind joined in. He ran alongside them. I also want to head north to find old Dan. Elsewhere, Van rode swiftly with Nova, Thunder's mount, moving forward. Knowing Nova was tiring, he encouraged her. Keep going, Nova, we're almost home. In another location. A foot silently stepped forward, scattering dust and rocks. Van's expression changed suddenly. His eyes widened, face paling. What's happening? Looking at the breached wall and hearing the echoing banner, Zonin City had been attacked. Next, atop the guard tower. Two raised their hands, summoning energy. Great fireball technique. Bong Thiet. Van was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Damn it, even if I enter now, it's pointless. His eyes stayed fixed on the beasts scattering through the collapsed wall, sweat streaming down his face. With so many beasts dispersed, it was impossible to deal with them quickly. Without repairing the wall, it was useless. An idea sparked in Van's mind after a moment of focused thinking. Unless the beasts can be dealt with at the root, while riding them out. He glanced back. These beasts couldn't have come from behind. A powerful mage must have created the teleportation array. Even with my energy, it's hard to kill them, but if the teleportation array is destroyed then. As expected, a horde of beasts poured in. A gust of wind blew. They're over there. Back on this side, Van guided a student previously carried by Nova. Sitting under a tree, he gave careful instructions. Sorry, I can only leave you here. Following me further is too dangerous. I've given you a blessing spell. In half an hour, you should be able to move around slowly. Wait until the beasts thin out before seeking help. Task done, he returned to the mount's back, gesturing lightly, lowering his voice to command. Nova, you know where I want to go, take me there. The magic tower, calm and peaceful from the outside. Suddenly, a wolf-like beast transformed by day. Punched the wall forcefully. Get out of my way, filthy ants, the soldiers inside quickly whispered. Someone's here, kill them. The beast transformed by day smashed a humanoid spider with a single punch. Dare to ambush the magic tower. Lenny had no time to think. He raised his arm, channeling internal energy. Bong Thiet. A sudden explosion occurred, a circle cracked open. Rocks and debris flew into the air. The two masked men inside the tower looked at each other in panic. This madman. One of them lowered his tone, cold and harsh. Look at what you've done. All the super beasts in here are ruined. Hearing this, Lenny was not afraid. He even challenged. So what? They weren't mine to begin with, and now we have time to interact. The moment he finished speaking, a swarm of venomous spiders burst up from the ground, faster than sprouting plants, then attacked wildly. Go mingle with those monster spiders. Lenny reacted quickly, raising his arm and channeling inner energy as a golden barrier surrounded him. Shield magic, they can summon monsters that quickly. Could the other side be connected to a beast nest? Back in that barren desert full of gravel, Thunder's group of three was running forward together. Nora seemed rather unhappy, and she glanced at Kaido to complain. Hey, are we just going to keep running like this? Hearing that, he asked in confusion. When you teleported us, couldn't you bring us closer to the city? The sudden question made Nora give a small shrug. Her eyes closed as she answered calmly. Getting us back at all was already good enough. What more do you want? Seeing him keep running without stopping, Kaido called out from behind. Ness, don't you have any summoned beasts left for us to ride? Thunder's face remained expressionless as he tried to reassure them. Sorry, I don't have any left. Hang in there a little longer, everyone. We should be almost there. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his brows furrowed slightly, as if he had seen something. On this side, Nora still had not noticed and kept trying to persuade him, but she finally realized the problem. Didn't you want to ride a magical beast? Well, here they are. Kaido raised his arm and clenched his hand into a fist. I don't want to ride those patchwork things. Sure enough, in front of the group was not just one, but a swarm of giant, venomous, human-faced spiders surrounding them. He fell into hesitation, his face darkening as he muttered. Is there any way to wipe them all out at once? But Nora gave Kaido no hope at all. She declared boldly, no. Do you see that teleportation circle over there? If we don't destroy it, those monster spiders will keep dropping in. Sooner or later, our magic will run out. Thunder on this side. After hearing what Nora said, had already formed a theory. So we just have to destroy that thing? She was rather surprised too. She half nodded and half hesitated. That's true, but to destroy it, you have to enter the far end of the teleportation circle and blow up the passage. With so many magical beasts being sent through, the other side must be connected to a beast tie. Without wasting words, Thunder formed hand signs and channeled a bit of inner energy. Clone, an identical copy of him, appeared holding a sword. Doing that is no different from seeking death. Leaving the clone behind for the two of them, Thunder flew upward with his weapon in hand and gave his instructions. As long as my clone is fine, I can come back. I'll leave this to you. Kaido was stunned by his action. Wait, are you seriously going? Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. While swinging his sword to destroy the venomous spiders, Thunder gave one final warning. Before I return, don't do anything reckless. Just like that, with the energy blade in his hand, he fell alone into the swirling circle of purple spiritual energy. Ness, Thunder, precise slashes, each landing in the smallest possible openings, were delivered by the divine head straight at the human-faced spider. He also channeled a bit of inner energy, gathering it into a fireball and compressing it straight ahead. An explosion erupted. Fireball spell. What Thunder saw before him now was Eliza's floating lair and base, along with spiders and others all around. Another insect has come to throw its life away. Excellent, more food for my pets. With a quick glance, he immediately noticed a crucial point. That spot is the core of the twin beast teleportation formation. As he advanced, Thunder kept swinging his sword, cutting down one spider after another. There really are a lot of them. Suddenly, directly ahead of him, a golden light blazed across the area. Holy purification light. The light grew larger and larger, its rays stretching farther bit by bit. An explosion. Only a few seconds later, a familiar figure hovered in the air. It was Van. Hearing Thunder's voice, he was just a surprise. You're here too. From this side, Eliza watched their unexpected reunion and became extremely irritated. A prince and a child of prophecy. You two thorns in Lord Mufflin's side are truly detestable. Raising the scepter in her hand, a stream of purple spiritual energy continuously surrounded Eliza. Today, I will bury you all beneath this beast horde. Back on the other side, the magical beast D had transformed into was using all its strength to hold back the venomous spider. On this side, Lenny still unleashed a slash of spiritual energy. With tremendous power, the wind blade instantly severed the magic tower guard's right arm. Blood poured out in streams. Suppressing the pain, he still had his left arm. The man raised it high and grabbed the lever. Damn it, then let's all die together. That threat did not frighten Lenny, and he declared fiercely. The moment he finished speaking, a surge of blue spiritual energy slammed straight into the guard, sending him flying far away. The magic tower shook violently and rocks fell like rain. Seeing the danger, Lenny gave an order. The super stone beast is unstable. Run! Before he even had to run himself, D wrapped one arm tightly around him, lifted him up, and sprinted forward. An explosion of unimaginable destructive force erupted. Rocks flew everywhere, huge chunks scattering through the air. The two students looked at each other, their faces clearly filled with worry. The magic tower collapsed. Oh no, Zonin is finished. One of the two raised his head, his face deathly pale. With only me, how could we possibly hold off that many monsters? Suddenly from this side, an authoritative woman approached with two soldiers, all raising their weapon. Everyone, don't panic. Zonin can never be defeated that easily. God is with me. Her timely arrival made the students cheer with joy. The queen, they could not hold back their excitement. They raised their hands high, pleading over and over, God is with me. Thunder's legs were wrapped in the tentacles of some monster, making it hard for him to move. Careful. Fortunately, thanks to the sharp sword, a few light slashes cut the tentacles apart. This trick again. Raising the divine light weapon in his hand, Golden Roar called out to him. Come back to my side. The shadow wraith cannot come near divine light. Elijah stood there watching everything he did, his voice full of irritation. Do you think I will let you succeed? The moment he finished speaking, Elijah slammed his staff hard against the ground. A wall of ice appeared. The towering wall separated Vaughn from Thunder on the other side. Damn it, seeing that half the danger had been reduced, Elijah boldly declared to him, I will kill you first. Not wanting Thunder to be in danger, he found an ideal gap in the ice and threw divine light to him. Catch. The weapon flew lightly like a stone, carried by the force of the throw, slipping cleanly past the thick ice wall. Then it dropped swiftly, as if by design, straight into Thunder's hand. Holding the sword drawn back in one hand and divine light in the other, he shouted, now it is my turn to attack.